Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 71. It turns out that Bojack and the others are just fodder for cellulite. The next moment, Saru suddenly appeared in front of Gago. Gago couldn't react at all, so he vomited blood and knelt on the ground. Just one blow, in the abdomen. Selu made Gago lose his fighting ability. Bojack and his gang were about to make a move, but Selu had already grabbed Gago and threw it towards Selu. Saru licked his tongue, stretched out his hands to catch the unconscious Gago and immediately turned him into a water blue carrot, then stuffed it into his mouth, and Zhu Beiji swallowed it like a ginseng fruit. Seeing the scene of Cell eating carrots, both the protagonist group and the king of Kai, especially Bojack and his gang, felt their scalps go numb, and their hearts were gripped by fear. Aha! After eating Gago brand carrots, Shayla clenched his fists, shouted loudly, and violent energy erupted from his body, triggering a brief global earthquake. Gago has more energy than Android 17 and 18 combined. That little Shaylu, he has become a complete body. The protagonist group, who had previously interacted with the local Shaylu, all exclaimed. That's it. That Jiang Wei, he wants to use Bojack and his gang to evolve his cellulite. Vegeta said solemnly. What a strong aura! It has surpassed that of the perfect Saru who fought with us before. Son Goku also said seriously. Although Bojack and his gang are bad guys, they won't end up being used as fodder, right? King Kai couldn't help but said to his colleagues. The king of the Western realm mocked, then go and talk to that Jiang Wei, there is no point in talking to us. King Kai smiled sarcastically, he didn't have the guts to give advice to a ruthless person who could feed Bojack and his gang as fodder. As for Bojack and his gang, Bojack looked solemn. Zangia and others looked frightened. If the boss Bojack hadn't been there, Zangia and others would have turned around and fled back to the universe ship, escaping the Earth. Jiang Wei ignored everyone's reaction and raised his hand to press the combat power detector. Did he? Cell, combat power 5.1 billion, complete body. Celu felt that at this moment, he had surpassed Celu's combat power, and he touched his face that finally looked like a human, with a look of joy on his face. Why, you guys haven't moved yet? Then it's up to me to move. Theru, who crossed his arms on his chest, put down his hands and walked towards Bojack and his gang. Zangia, Bukan, and Biju, come on together. Bojack looked at Selu who continued to walk, and then looked at Selu, whose aura was still above Selu's after eating his little brother Goya. As well as even Selu and Shayla must respect that man lying leisurely. Bojack already had a decision in his mind. With the boss's orders, Zangia and the other three could only go ahead no matter how reluctant they were. He went all out and used transparent silk thread to control Selu. And this time, Bojack shouted, and his clothes burst, revealing his extremely strong muscles. Did he? Bojack, fighting power 4 billion, explosive clothes. Zangia was overjoyed, boss, we've got him under control. Come on. He's about to break free. Bojack used all his strength and rushed over. In the direction of the universe ship they were on. Boss! The three of them, Zangia, all let out desperate wails, not expecting to be abandoned by Bojack. I won't play with you anymore. A look of disappointment suddenly appeared in Selu's eyes, and he easily broke away from the control of the transparent silk threads of Zangia and the others. His figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already knocked Zangia and the others down with one punch. And Bojack ran away with all his strength. Are Shayla and Zillo dead? Ouch! Bojack was about to run into the universe ship, with an expression on his face as if he was escaping, but suddenly he fell down in pain all over his body and couldn't move. It was obvious that he had been affected by the superpowers given by the dumpling cells that Cell had used. At last, under the complicated gazes of everyone, Bojack and his gang were brought to Jiang Wei to be punished. After regaining their mobility, the 4 Bojacks knelt in front of Jiang Wei and trembled. They all looked at Jiang Wei, who was surrounded by sorrow with pleading eyes. He no longer had the arrogance he had when he first came to Earth. Jiang Wei showed an expression of difficulty in choosing, and said to Zanjia and the others, "Bojack will talk about it later. You 3, let's play a game, just rock, paper, scissors." Bojack, who thought he had escaped, breathed a sigh of relief, and the 3 of them looked at each other in shock. Rock paper scissors. Zangjia and Bija both produced scissors, and Buchan produced cloth. Buchan just showed an annoyed look, and Zangjia and Bija just smiled. Jiang Wei gave Shailu a wink and asked him to punch Buchan until he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Subsequently, "Silu, he is your favorite. Thank you so much, Demon King Jiang Wei, for the reward." Silu glanced at Bojack, who was kneeling beside him with some pity, raised his needle-pointed tail behind him dangling in the air, and then stabbed Buchan, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr lost the ability to resist, was melting rapidly under Silu's absorption. Just a few seconds. Butchen disappeared, leaving only a suit of pirate-style clothes in the age of discovery on the ground, with a hole in the clothes. Zanjia's beauty turned pale. Fortunately, she was the winner when she played rock, paper, scissors. Otherwise, the remaining set of clothes on the ground was the one she, Zanjia, was wearing. Too cruel. Piccolo, who had already assimilated with the gods, showed a look of unbearability when he saw the scene he had seen countless times before seeing him again. Silu is the original first-stage cell. He does not have fusion rabbit cells in his body, so naturally he cannot use the superpower of rabbits to turn people into carrots. In addition, why does Jiang Wei want the original cellulite? If he still uses rabbit's superpower, why does he need the original cellulite? Drink. After Silu absorbed Butchen, whose energy was far greater than that of androids 17 and 18, he also shouted loudly and erupted with a strong air flow. After the earth shook again, he directly evolved from the first stage to the complete body. Diddy. Silu, combat strength 4.5 billion, complete body. Jiang Wei smiled and said, "Now you are all complete." Siru was a little unhappy. He fell from the strongest cellule to the weakest cellule. Originally, he thought that he was taking advantage of being the first to absorb the future androids number 17 and 18, and the first to evolve into the full form of cell. Unexpectedly, the younger brothers came from behind and were able to absorb Universe Man with a far greater energy intensity than androids 17 and 18, making him the last among Jiang Wei's mecha troops. Unhappy, Zilu had no complaints about Jiang Wei's arrangements. In other words, he doesn't even have any thoughts or emotions about being dissatisfied with Jiang Wei. After all Shailu's cores were made by Jiang Wei's clones, so how could they be detrimental to Jiang Wei? They are absolutely loyal to Jiang Wei. Glancing at Bojack, who was the largest and most delicious, as well as Zangjia and Biju, who were hugging each other and shivering, Zilu restrained his strong appetite and asked Jiang Wei for instructions. "Jiang Wei, the great devil, the remaining captives are here again. How to deal with it?" Chapter 72 Zangjia becomes Bulma's personal bodyguard. Both Bojack and Zangjia looked at Jiang Wei with horrified expressions. I was hoping in my heart that it would be best for Jiang Wei to treat them like farts, or not to use them as feed for Shailu. All members of Jiang Wei's mecha army looked at Jiang Wei eagerly, hoping that the boss would feed the remaining 3 Bojacks to them. Jiang Wei's eyes turned to the frightened Bojack and the other 3, with a smile on his face that made them frightened +1, and he was about to speak. "Please, don't kill me. As long as you let me go and don't use me as feed for these green-skinned monsters, I am willing to be your slave." Zangjia rushed over and hugged Jiang Wei's thigh, while Luodaiju begged. "It's very simple." Jiang Wei saw that Zangjia was a woman, so he generously fulfilled her wish. By making a wish, Zanjia gloriously became Jiang Wei's slave and would never have the thought of betraying his master Jiang Wei. She got up from the ground and stood obediently behind Jiang Wei, ready for orders at any time. Ding! Get the manufacturing barrier. Ding! Get hypnotic control. Ding! Get the blood of the Hira family, not activated. Leave her alone, BCH. Both Bojack and Beidou looked annoyed, but Zangjia got the better of them. They also rushed over and tried to hug Jiang Wei's thigh, but it was useless. After Jiang Wei realizes Zangjia's wish, it will take 12 hours before he can realize his wish again. What's more, he has no plans to continue to accept Bojack and Beidou as slaves. Jiang Wei had other plans for these two people. Finally, after bursts of white smoke, both Bojack and Beidou turned into aqua-blue carrots. In the disappointed eyes of the Saru people, Jiang Wei threw them into the system space to eat ashes. After everything was settled, Jiang Wei stayed in this world for 24 hours. There is no such thing as a feast that lasts forever. I bid you farewell. See you again when we are destined. Jiang Wei waved to the protagonist group with a smile on his face. When the time was up, Jiang Wei's mecha unit and slave Zanjia, who had become the complete Saru, disappeared instantly in a burst of golden light. Until this moment, except for the naive Son Goku who was still waving goodbye to Jiang Wei, the other protagonists breathed a sigh of relief. There are 4 perfect bodies, Shailu and Jiang Wei, who is even more unfathomable than them. They all gave everyone a sense of oppression that was almost breathless. If Jiang Wei and his mecha troops turn against each other and do evil, there is really nothing the protagonist group can do against them. But Bulma, who is holding little trunks, like Son Goku, has no worries that Jiang Wei and his mecha troops may become the strongest villain in history that the protagonist group faces. Bulma truly believed that Jiang Wei, whom she summoned, would not endanger her world with his unfathomable strength. Jiang Wei and the 4 perfect Shailu finally left. The expressions on Vegeta, Trunks and others' faces relaxed. That guy was summoned by Bulma with the 7 Dragon Balls that suddenly appeared. Next time, if we need to summon a dragon to help, we have to be careful not to summon this guy again. Klin said with lingering fear. When Shailu played the game, he was played to death by little Shailu. There is a broad shadow in my heart about Shailu, which still lingers. Seeing the 4 perfect Salu next to Jiang Wei, Klin had the urge to pee in fear. Everyone nodded, and Trunks added, Mom said before that as long as you hold one of the 7 Dragon Balls that summoned Jiang Wei, you can sense the location of the other 6 Dragon Balls. Even the Dragon Ball radar neither is needed. It's very different from normal Dragon Balls. But, I think Jiang Wei is a good person. He also helped us deal with Cellulite and Bojack. Son Goku said with a puzzled look. I also believe that Jiang Wei is our partner. In the future, we may need his power to help. Bulma also said. Vegeta just snorted haughtily. After Jiang Wei returned to the Dragon Ball world where he lived, he asked Jiang Wei's mecha army to disband, and he went to find his wife Bulma. Husband, what's going on with this universe guy? After talking to Jiang Wei for a while about husband and wife, Bulma turned her eyes to Zangjia, who was following her husband respectfully, and asked curiously. She is a member of Bojack's gang that invaded the Earth in another world. After being defeated by me, in order to survive, she made a wish to become my slave. Jiang Wei asked Zangjia to come up and say hello to Bulma and said with a smile. This universe person named Zonga is so strong. Even if I transform into a Super Saiyan, I'm still far from her opponent. Bulma noticed Zangjia's aura, took out a combat power detector from her pocket, looked at Zangjia's combat power, and was surprised. I know my wife, you don't like to practice. This Zangjia is just your personal guard. Do you like it, my wife? Jiang Wei revealed his intention to accept Zangjia as a slave. Husband, you are so good to me. In order to thank Jiang Wei, Bulma gave Jiang Wei a kiss, but she fed the single blonde Lankai next to her with dog food. Seeing Jiang Wei and Bulma biting each other, the blonde Lan Chi was very tired. By the way, wife, I got Super Saiyan 2 from Goku. Now, even if you don't like to practice, your strength will be greatly improved. After they separated, Jiang Wei stroked Bulma's long blue hair and said. Bulma's eyes lit up, this is good news. I will call Clin and the others over later. Thank you so much, husband. You should thank Goku. Jiang Wei laughed. In addition to combat power, all skills that Jiang Wei possesses can be obtained by making a wish to Jiang Wei. But the combat effectiveness is different, even though Jiang Wei has stronger combat effectiveness. In fact, it is not impossible to obtain it by making a wish to him. Become number 1 in the universe by referring to Granola Krypton Life. By making a wish to Jiang Wei, you need to pay the price of your lifespan to improve your combat effectiveness. Moreover, the lifespan paid cannot be restored by making a wish to increase the lifespan. No stuck bugs allowed. So Jiang Wei didn't want to make Bulma and Clin increase their strength by making wishes. After Jiang Wei's wish-granting ability became available again, Bulma, Krillin and other hybrid Saiyans all mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. When Jiang Wei accompanied Bulma to attend high society banquets and socialize, he sent a special clone to Dr. Gero's Secret Research Institute. Chapter 73 Paragus meets King Frieza. Jiang Wei, you have a new clone? A very handsome young man. Dr. Gero smiled and greeted Dati's clone. Why did you come to me? Is it about the magical creations you mentioned last time? Dr. Gero's eyes lit up. Sorry, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about the magic creation sample. In the disappointed eyes of Dr. Gero, Jiang Wei took out a water blue carrot through Dati's clone. This is a universe person named Bojack, who has very strong power. The powerful universe human sample was used to develop Cell again. Dr. Gero took the aqua blue carrot and said with little interest. No, I want you to use this Bojack as material to develop a cyborg android. Don't use an eternal energy furnace, but an absorbing android. Jiang Wei stated his intention. Jiang Wei, don't you look down on cyborgs? Dr. Gero asked curiously. By making a wish to Jiang Wei, Dr. Gero learned the rabbit's superpowers and turned the aqua carrot back into Bojack. At this time, Bojack had been manipulated by Jiang Wei and was in a coma. He could only let Dr. Gru study at will. I just suddenly became interested. Besides, with this guy's size and developed muscles, wouldn't it be a waste if he couldn't be transformed into an absorbable artificial man? Ha ha ha. Jiang Wei smiled. Dr. Gero asked his assistant, Android 19, to lift Bojack and put him into special research equipment, and asked, then, why not transform this big guy into a model like Android 16, with eternal energy? Furnace style, but the relatively backward absorption type. No 19's chubby face said with some displeasure, Dr. Gro, the absorptive androids are no worse than the ones from the eternal energy furnace. Your Excellency, Jiang Wei, is actually very discerning. Dr. Gero's face twitched. Jiang Wei smiled. In fact, number 19 was not absolutely obedient to Dr. Gero. Many times, he also had his own ideas. But compared to number 16, who is taciturn and spends the whole day in a daze, unable to shout most of the time, there is also the Cell series of cyborgs who will turn drive Gro into carrots and eat them if they get the chance, and all of them have reverse bones. 19 Number 1 is already the most successful artificial human created by Drive Gero. Nodding to number 19, Jiang Yk said to Dr. Gro, as a material, Bojack's strength is more powerful than the eternal energy furnace you developed not long ago. Naturally, you can only install the absorption device on him. Dr. Gero was a little unconvinced, but could not refute it. The Android 16 he created had less than 1 billion combat power, which also represented the highest level of the eternal energy furnace he developed. The eternal energy furnace still has room for improvement. Dr. Gero could only say this. Jiang Wei just smiled. After handing Bojack to Dr. Gro, Jiang Wei controlled De T's clone to return. Dr. Gero wants to transform Bojack into an absorbable android, which will take him a few months. Jiang Wei is not in a hurry to use it. The days continued to be uneventful until Ding! Report to the Master, there is a parallel time and space that has gathered the projections of 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Master. Jiang Wei ignored Tongzi and didn't put on his pants until after he was done. He said to Bulma, who looked satisfied, "Honey, I'm going out again. I'll ask you to keep an eye on me at home. Leave the house to me, you don't have to worry, husband." Bulma huddled in the quilt and said softly. In Bulma's eyes, Jiang Wei instantly turned into golden light and disappeared. Another world. After Frieza defeated his brother Cooler, he returned to the home planet of their frozen demon clan and practiced hard in the extreme cold for more than a year. Oh ho ho ho, now I am invincible and have become the true emperor of the universe. I feel that after transforming into a new transformed form, the power is constantly flowing out of my body, far exceeding the power I had after transforming into a Super Saiyan through the Son Goku clone provided by Jiang Wei. Even Frieza couldn't help but laugh wildly. Congratulations to King Frieza for becoming more powerful. Jinyu, Frieza's loyal henchman, complimented Frieza after his return. Due to his contribution to the rescue on Namek, Jinyu also gained greater importance from Frieza and became the commander-in-chief of Frieza's army. Get up, Commander Jinyu, how is the matter of taking over the Cooler Legion's territory going? Frieza sat down on the throne and asked Jinyu, who was standing respectfully. Back to King Frieza, after King Cooler was defeated by you, the Cooler Legion was leaderless and was easily defeated by our Frieza Legion. I think it will not be long before the end of the Cooler Legion. All their territories will be controlled by us. Frieza's Legion rules. Jinyu said confidently. Commander Jinyu, you did a great job. Frieza expressed his approval of Jinyu's achievements while he was busy training and absent. King Frieza, I already feel inadequate to be the commander-in-chief of the entire Frieza army. Please reappoint the commander-in-chief, so you can let me continue to be the captain of the Jinyu Special Forces. I can't wait to gather the resurrected Likum and the others to reorganize the Jinyu Special Forces so that they can choreograph a new dance to welcome your upcoming victory over the Cooler Corps. Jinyu said with great admiration for the new Jinyu Special Forces. He was really not interested in the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Frieza Legion. If he hadn't been sitting in the commander's seat, Jinyu would have summoned the other 4 team members who were resurrected using the Namekian Dragon Balls to reorganize the Jinyu Special Forces so that he could choreograph the dance he had in mind. Ahem. Frieza, who was picking up a glass of red wine and tasting it elegantly, almost choked because of Jinyu's words. Recalling the days when I had to watch the Jinyu Special Forces choreograph new dances specially for me. Even though he was the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza shivered slightly and immediately said, Commander Jinyu, please don't belittle yourself, you have done a good job, I am very satisfied with you. I don't need to reappoint the Commander-in-Chief of the Frieza Army. Mr. Likum and the others also fought bloody battles with the Cooler Army on Namek for me, and sacrificed their lives for it. They all care about me. They are meritorious ministers, and I will reuse them just as I reuse you. I also have new arrangements for Mr. Likum and the others. As for the Jinyu Special Forces, I will find other people and recruit suitable personnel to rebuild them. Oh ho ho ho! Removing Jinyu from his position as Commander-in-Chief of the Frieza Army, and then asking him to reunite Mr. Likum and the others to rebuild the Jinyu team? King Frieza would only do this if he lost his mind. Ah! Then I'll thank King Frieza on behalf of Likum and the others. Jinyu said with a disappointed look on his face. In the following years, Frieza's legion destroyed the remaining forces of Cooler's legion and began to expand. Invincible and invincible, he has the tendency to rule the entire universe. Until one day, a universe spaceship arrived at the headquarters of Frieza's legion, and an old scion walked out of it to meet the universe Emperor Frieza. That old scion, he calls himself Paragus. Chapter 74 New Planet Vegeta. Oh ho ho ho, I didn't expect there to be living scions in our world. Frieza, who was sitting on the throne, looked at Paragus who was respectful to him below, with cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If we say that planet Vegeta, the scions' home planet, was destroyed and all scions were exterminated, it was only because of the words that the ancestor of the frozen demon clan, universe pirate child, left before his death, beware of scions with golden arrogance. Last words. So now, Frieza's mentality has changed greatly after experiencing the deadly battle with his good brother Cooler on Namek. The last words left by our ancestor child are right. The legendary Super Saiyan really exists. Even Frieza himself, through Jinyu's body-changing ability, personally experienced Super Saiyan, a powerful power that can defeat even Cooler. Those Saiyan monkeys must not be left alone. As long as there is one Saiyan monkey alive in this world, it may threaten Frieza and the entire Frozen Demon clan. The first time Frieza saw Paragus, he had only one idea. Kill this old Saiyan monkey immediately. However, Frieza then thought about it and thought of a proverb. When you see a cockroach in the room, there are already many cockroaches in the room that you can't see. Same thing. When a Saiyan monkey appeared in front of Frieza, it was likely that there were already many Saiyan monkeys in other corners of the universe. Frieza wants to know, does Paragus have any kin? I've met King Frieza. Paragus put his right hand on his chest and bowed respectfully to Frieza who was sitting above him. He is an old Saiyan wearing a white cloak, a monkey's tail wrapped around his waist, and only one eye left. He looks very vicissitudes of life. Oh! Mr. Paragus, I didn't expect that the Scions who suffered a natural disaster that destroyed their home planet and wiped out their race would actually have survivors in the universe. Please tell me that there are other Scions who have also survived. Controlling the killing intent in his heart, Frieza asked with an evil smile. Back to King Frieza, yes, besides me, there are other Scions who survived. We found a new home planet and named it New Planet Vegeta. Now, we know that King Frieza is about to dominate the entire universe, and we hope to join your command and serve you again. Paragus knelt down on one knee, lowered his head and said respectfully. Oh ho ho ho, New Planet Vegeta, what an unpleasant name. Frieza's voice was so low that Paragus below didn't hear it. Oh, Mr. Paragus, I am also very happy that you Scions can rejoin my command and become a member of Frieza's Legion. How about this, you will lead the way, and I will personally go to your new planet Vegeta and accept your surrender. Frieza smiled, but his eyes were full of cold murderous intent. The old Saiyan monkey in front of him, whether he wants to or not, cannot refuse the order of Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Frieza wants to destroy new planet Vegeta and kill all the Scions on it. This, you really value us. We will swear to be loyal to you to the death, King Frieza. When Paragus heard this, he was so excited that he almost shed tears of gratitude. Soon, Frieza took Jinyu with him and led a group of elite soldiers from Frieza's Legion, led by Paragus, to the new home of the Scions, New Planet Vegeta. Out of Frieza's sight, Paragus's old face showed a proud smile of a successful plot. After a period of sailing, Frieza and others followed Paragus and arrived at a vibrant planet in the southern galaxy. Mr. Paragus, is this your new planet Vegeta? Frieza asked someone to call Paragus over and said with a sneer on his face. Dear King Frieza, yes. Paragus said with a respectful expression. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Paragus, I want to treat you to a good show. Frieza looked at Paragus, who still didn't know that all Saiyan monkeys were about to die, and said with a joking look on his face. Thank you very much, King Frieza. I will definitely watch it carefully. Oops, my stomach is uncomfortable, it must be a bad stomach. Please allow me to leave for a moment, King Frieza. Paragus suddenly held his stomach and said in fear. Get down. Frieza waved his hand in disgust, and Paragus quickly ran out of the control room of the universe spacecraft, clutching his stomach as if he had been granted amnesty. Stupid scion monkey! Frieza looked at the direction Paragus left with a mocking look on his face. When Paragus comes back, Frieza will use the new planet Vegeta to set off fireworks in the universe in front of the old scion monkey, just like planet Vegeta, the scion's home planet before. Frieza should appreciate it carefully. When the time comes, Paragus will show a look of remorse and pain, regretting that he brought Frieza to new planet Vegeta, which brought catastrophe to the surviving scions. After admiring Paragus's wonderful expression enough, Frieza will show mercy and send Paragus down to reunite with his tribe. Oh ho ho ho! After waiting for a while, one of his soldiers came to report, King Frieza, we just discovered that a small spacecraft broke away from our mothership and landed on new planet Vegeta. That Paragus is also missing. The evil smile that had always been on Frieza's face disappeared, and he felt that things were a little out of his control. I just had this idea. Boom! Frieza's huge donut-like universe ship also started to burst into flames and explode. King Frieza, no, we were all deceived by that old BD Paragus. At some point, that BD secretly installed a bomb into the power room of our universe spaceship. Now that the power room has been damaged by bombs and our universe ship has also lost power, what should we do? Jinyu ran to Frieza in a panic, yelling. Commander Jinyu, calm down, we still have a way to survive. After scolding Jinyu, Frieza also felt angry in his heart. Unexpectedly, the old scion monkey who seemed to be respectful to him turned out to be harboring evil intentions. Frieza wanted to plot against the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party would plot against him in turn. How does this make Frieza not angry? Now, the mothership has lost the ability to navigate between universes. Frieza and his men cannot move instantaneously, and they do not have the ability to survive for a long time without eating or drinking between universes. The only way to survive is to make an emergency landing on new planet Vegeta. As long as he successfully lands on new Vegeta planet, Frieza decides that he must bloodbath the scion monkeys on this planet. Especially after capturing Paragus, Frieza swore that he would not let him die comfortably. With billowing smoke, the huge donut-like mothership fell towards new planet Vegeta. Chapter 75 Broly. New planet Vegeta still needs to be developed. There are no traces of human activities in many places. Only in some areas are there towns under construction. There was a loud noise in the sky, and a huge donut universe ship, with billowing black smoke and explosions of fire from time to time, fell towards the ground. Frieza and his men had escaped from the out-of-control universe ship, were flying in the air, and were landing towards a place with buildings on the ground. As long as they enter a living planet, Frieza and others will be safe. All they need to do is clean up the scion monkeys on new Vegeta's planet, and then use the communication function of the combat power detector to contact the headquarters of Frieza's Legion. When the time comes, a new universe ship will be dispatched, and we will be able to leave this still wild planet. As soon as Frieza and others landed on the ground, they were surrounded by many universe soldiers led by Paragus, who had been well prepared. King Frieza, are you satisfied with our welcome? Paragus said proudly. In fact, Paragus has long known that the truth behind the destruction of the Scion home planet was either a natural disaster caused by an asteroid impact, or the universe fireworks set off by Frieza, the murderer of 1,000 swords. If it weren't for the protective shield created by his son Broly, Paragus would have died along with King Vegeta and other scions. Therefore, Paragus and Frieza have a bloody feud. Lugging Frieza to new planet Vegeta was just a revenge plan by Paragus to kill Frieza by a natural disaster with the help of a comet that was about to hit the so-called new home planet of the scions. You, Frieza, destroyed planet Vegeta and lied to the outside world that it was a natural disaster caused by an asteroid. Then, for revenge, I, Paragus, will let you, Frieza, die from a real natural disaster. Then, replace Frieza and continue to dominate the universe. The perfect revenge plan. Only Unexpectedly, Frieza, a veteran, did not land on new planet Vegeta and walked into the trap obediently. Instead, he is ruthless and wants to use new planet to set off universe fireworks as before, and kill all the surviving scions who are fictitious on it. In other words, Paragus paid enough attention to Frieza, prepared a backup plan, and quietly installed a secretly carried bomb into the power room of Frieza's mothership, so that Frieza would not be harmed in turn. Thinking back on it, Paragus couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If he hadn't been smart enough, he would be a dead man now. Oh ho ho ho! Mr. Paragus, you really gave me a big surprise. So I have decided that I will not let you die easily. Frieza looked at Paragus with a sinister look on his face. Being tricked by an old scion monkey made him very unhappy as the Emperor of the Universe. Really? I hope you will think the same way next time, King Frieza. Paragus was not inferior to Frieza at all, just because a young scion with a bare upper body, a metal ring around his neck, dull eyes and looked very depressed, stood with Paragus. This scion young man is none other than Broly, the son of Paragus. The legendary Super Saiyan has a combat power of 10,000 when he is born. As he grows older, his combat power will automatically increase significantly. And as long as his combat power reaches the standard, he can ignore the limitations of S cells and automatically realize the transformation of the Super Saiyan body. Compared with ordinary Saions, they are pure and stupid. Therefore, King Vegeta could not tolerate Broly and his son at the beginning, and wanted to get rid of them no matter what, to prevent Broly from growing up and threatening King Vegeta's family's dominance over the Scions. Now, Broly has grown up and become a young man, and as he grows older, he possesses terrifying fighting power. Let Paragus be born, and with the help of Broly's power, he has the ambition to replace Frieza and dominate the entire universe. Frieza stared coldly at Paragus, who was full of confidence, and then turned his attention to the shirtless young scion monkey next to him who looked somewhat like Paragus, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Mr. Paragus, the scion man next to you is probably your support. Although Broly usually looks taciturn and lacks energy, no one would think how powerful this young man is based on his appearance, but Frieza was still so sure. King Frieza, you are very discerning. He is my son Broly, the one you frozen demons fear most, the legendary Super Saiyan. Are you surprised or not, King Frieza? When it comes to his son, although Paragus himself is a scumbag with a fighting strength of thousands, he still looks proud because he gave birth to this son. Oh ho ho ho! Mr. Paragus, if you think that Frieza, the majestic emperor of the universe, would be afraid of the so-called Super Saiyan, then you are totally wrong. Frieza laughed disdainfully. If it were still the same time, Frieza would have been sweating profusely when he fought against his good brother Cooler on Namek. Frieza couldn't even defeat his good brother Cooler, but with the help of the Son Goku clone provided by Jiang Wei, he relied on his anger towards Cooler to transform into a Super Saiyan, and easily defeated what he thought was an unfathomable strength. Good big brother Cooler. But now Frieza, after a year of hard training on the home planet of the Frozen Demon Clan, has been able to enter a new stage of transformation. Super Saiyan? You can blow it up easily. Why, King Frieza despises the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Paragus was upset. This was not looking down on his son. Broly, go say hello to King Frieza. While speaking, Paragus took out a remote control from his clothes and pressed it a few times to release the restrictions on Broly. It turns out that while Broly's power automatically increases every year, it also causes him to be extremely emotionally unstable. He will go crazy and go on a rampage at any time due to some stimulation, and he will kill his relatives without recognizing them. Paragus was also afraid, so when Broly was conscious, he put a metal ring around his neck, which was a limiter to prevent Broly from going crazy and running wild at every turn. With an expression on Paragus's face that said, "Frieza, I want to see how you die," Broly, who had been released from the restraints, raised his arm and faced Frieza, who was secretly wary of him on the opposite side. "Hello, I'm Broly, nice to meet you, King Frieza." Broly waved his hand and said dully. "Paragus." "Frieza." Paragus yelled, "Broly, what are you doing? I didn't let you play tricks." Broly looked aggrieved. "Father, you asked me to greet King Frieza? Why are you blaming me now?" "Oh ho ho ho!" Frieza and his men couldn't hold back their laughter. "You idiot! I mean, I asked you to kill Frieza. Now, do you understand?" Paragus slapped his forehead. Only then did Broly suddenly realize, "Father, if you had said this earlier, wouldn't it be the end of it? I am very happy to do this." A terrifying power that was so terrifying that even Frieza felt his heart palpitate suddenly burst out from Broly. Chapter 76 Frieza loses to Broly. Broly's hair also turned golden, and his muscles expanded even more, making him look like a ferocious humanoid beast at first glance. "Frieza, enjoy the rest of your life, ha ha ha." Surrounded by many universe soldiers, Paragus quickly slipped away. Broly, who was in combat mode, was not recognized by his relatives. "King Frieza, this guy is actually more powerful than the Super Saiyan body you used last time." Jinyu on the side felt the aura emanating from Broly, and his expression was very ugly. "Commander Jinyu, I have to admit that I have underestimated the legendary Super Saiyan." Frieza felt Broly's aura and said solemnly. "Frieza, let me start the blood sacrifice with you first." Broly, with only the whites of his eyes left, was approaching Frieza step by step with a huge sense of oppression. Every step he took made heavy footsteps, leaving deep footprints on the ground. "Aha!" Frieza immediately used the new transformation of the Frozen Demon clan that he had obtained after practicing for a year. In a flash, he appeared in front of Broly and kicked Broly in the neck. There was a loud bang. Broly didn't dodge, and took Frieza's kick to his neck without any injuries. "It's amazing, it can actually resist King Frieza's attack." Jinyu looked shocked. Frieza's shock was by no means inferior to that of Jinyu. If the new form had not had a mask, others could not see the shock on his face. What a risk! Frieza jumped high and dodged Broly's big hands that wanted to grab his right foot. If Broly really caught him kicking Broly, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Frieza, I want to sacrifice your blood." Seeing that his hands were in vain, Broly looked ferocious and roared, and the terrifying aura continued to burst out from his tall body full of swollen muscles. "UBD, go to hell!" Seeing that Broly was getting more and more terrifying, Frieza, who was still in the air, used all his strength to shine at Broly, who was looking up at him, and fired a double death beam that was powerful enough to shatter the planet. Broly got shot in the head. But the defense was not broken. Broly just roared, and the terrifying aura in his body continued to increase. Even the metal ring around his neck was finally broken through and shattered by the explosion. "Frieza, you're done." Paragus, who was hiding far away, looked arrogant and proud. "Look at this, King Frieza is no match for Broly." Jinyu felt that if this continued, they would all be doomed, so he began to think of ways to survive. Multiple death beams. Frieza saw that with his full blow just now, even if he attacked Broly's head, he couldn't do anything to him, so he could only ignore his physical strength and use his ultimate move to shoot Broly's muscular body with all his strength. But for Broly, he still couldn't break the defense. "What kind of monster are you?" Frieza's heart went cold. "Is this guy immortal? Monster? No, I'm a devil." The expression on Broly's face became more and more ferocious, and he resisted Frieza's Qigong skill attacks with an invincible posture. His hands began to shine with green light, producing energy fluctuations that made Frieza suddenly change his expression. Soon, Broly gathered a green Qigong bomb, laughed wildly, and shot Frieza flying in the sky. "What a terrible Qigong bomb! If I were hit, my body would definitely be gone." Frieza felt the astonishing energy contained in the Qigong bomb fired at him, and quickly flew to the side, narrowly avoiding the green Qigong bomb. But at this time, Broly had already swayed, disappeared from the ground in an instant, appeared from behind Frieza who had just breathed a sigh of relief, and kicked Frieza hard on the back. Ah! Frieza opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, but because of the mask, he swallowed it back. Broly kicked his whole body to the ground not far away, right next to Jinyu and the others. It hit the ground like a cannonball, creating a large deep pit filled with smoke and dust. King Frieza was defeated. Many soldiers who followed Frieza turned pale when they saw this scene. Only Jinyu thought of their only way out when his boss was knocked to the ground by Broly. Likum, please quickly ask Gudu, who keeps the 7 Dragon Balls, to summon Mr. Shenlong and ask him to go to New Vegeta planet to save our lives. Jinyu used the combat power detector worn on his eyes to give hurried instructions to Rikum who was far away at the Frieza Legion headquarters. After defeating Cooler, both the Namek Dragon Balls and Jiang Wei's Dragon Balls fell into Frieza's hands. However, after Frieza started training, he was invincible, so he did not use the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon to make a wish. Frieza prefers to rely on his own efforts to get everything he wants. At Jinyu's request, he used the Namekian Dragon Balls to summon Palunga and resurrected the 4 Likums. In fact, Frieza still has a wish in his heart, which he wants to realize with the help of Shenron's power. It's just that this wish, with Frieza's majestic and frightening behavior as the Emperor of the Universe, would actually worry about other people's opinions and be hesitant to realize it. Captain, I have passed your order to Gudu. By the way, Captain, why didn't you give the order to Gudu directly instead of passing it on to me? I'm not responsible for keeping the Dragon Balls. The pineapple-headed Likum asked in confusion. Jinyu. That makes perfect sense. For the sake of his own face, Jinyu said, of course I have considerations for this. It's normal that you don't understand. In fact, it was Jinyu who gave Rikumu the order to use the Dragon Balls without thinking too much. Before he could react, Gudu was also wearing a combat power detector, so he could just give him the order. What a mistake! Our situation is very critical now. You should break out and break out now. If you can escape, you will be counted as one. If you stay, you will only get in the way and not help. After telling the Frieza Legion soldiers who followed him to wish themselves well, Jinyu immediately flew towards the direction where Frieza was knocked down. The Frieza Legion soldiers who followed were all elite soldiers with a combat strength of more than 2,000. They dispersed immediately after receiving the order from Jinyu, the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Paragus also began to command the collected universe soldiers to encircle and suppress the fleeing Frieza Legion soldiers. Jinyu flew to the place where Frieza fell, and just as the smoke dispersed, Frieza also got up, looking seriously injured. King Frieza, run! The loyal Jinyu shouted at Frieza while firing Qigong bombs at Broly to attract the attention of this terrifying legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza hesitated, then turned around and ran away with his badly injured body. I'm going to sacrifice your blood, so you can't even think of escaping. Broly was not disturbed by the Qigong bullets fired by Jinyu and pursued Frieza fiercely. The next moment, Jinyu stopped in front of Broly like a mantis with his arms like a car, spread his arms and legs and shouted loudly. Exchange. Chapter 77 Kakarot. Kakarot. In order to buy time for King Frieza, whom he was loyal to escape, Jinyu activated his superpower. It didn't work. The gap in combat effectiveness between the two sides is too large. Broly was not immobilized. When he saw someone blocking him, he raised his hand with a ferocious expression and fired a green Qigong bomb. Jinyu was reduced to ashes at that time, leaving no trace of his death. Ah! Seeing Frieza running away, Broly looked up to the sky and let out an extremely angry roar. He swayed and chased Frieza. While chasing, he fired green Qigong bombs to attack Frieza. Frieza dodged left and right, just not letting Broly shoot him. Broly became even more angry and condensed another green Qigong bomb in his hand. However, it was not used to attack Frieza. Instead, it was shot at the nearby universe soldiers who were chasing Frieza's legionnaires, blowing them up. Shattered to pieces. Seeing that Broly started attacking indiscriminately without distinguishing between friend and foe, Paragus and other universe soldiers did not dare to chase the fleeing Frieza Legion soldiers randomly, but stayed far away from Broly to avoid harming Chaoyu. Other side. Frieza's Legion headquarters planet. The pudgy little green-skinned Gudu, after receiving the order conveyed by Li Kum and Captain Jinyu's order to use the 7 Dragon Balls to summon Mr. Shenlong to rescue the scene, of course he quickly carried it out without hesitation. King Frieza and Captain Jinyu are both in danger, and Gudu doesn't dare to neglect them. Gudu took out the 7 Dragon Balls from a special place and placed them in a pile on the ground outside. He raised his hands in the sky and shouted, "Come out, Shenlong!" There was lightning and thunder in the sky. A heavy, apocalyptic sense of oppression descended upon Frieza's Legion. All the Frieza Legion soldiers looked up to the sky with expressions of astonishment on their faces. After Jiang Wei appeared, he looked up at the surrounding environment as usual and found that it was an alien planet that was completely different from the Earth's environment. There were all kinds of universe people moving around, all wearing armor-like combat uniforms and wearing combat power detectors on their eyes. "Me summoned by Frieza's Legion." Jiang Wei muttered and looked down at the short green-skinned universe man with 4 eyes, one big and one small. "Isn't this the so-and-so from Team Jinyu?" Jiang Wei recognized the other party's identity. "Say your wish, and this dragon will make it come true." Gudu looked at the blue dragon that was hundreds of meters tall, and his attitude was very respectful. "Dear Mr. Dragon, please go to new planet Vegeta and save King Frieza and Captain Jinyu who are in danger." Whether it was Frieza or Jinyu, both of them gave orders to their opponents and needed 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. "You must be respectful to Jiang Wei and do not neglect the other party. If it is Palunga, then it doesn't matter the attitude." Hearing Gudu call himself Mr. Shenlong, Jiang Wei immediately thought of Frieza who summoned him out of Namek to fight Cooler. "It turns out that the person who summoned me was an acquaintance. It's very simple." Jiang Wei raised the dragon's claw and snapped his fingers. The hundreds of meters of green divine dragon instantly turned into golden light and flew in all directions. Gudu breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope King Frieza and Captain Jinyu will be safe." Ding! Get time to stop. Ding! Get the golden binding technique. Ding! Get superpower to control objects. Jiang Wei nodded. Although Gudu's strength was rubbish, he immediately provided him with 2 superpowers. Now, Jiang Wei has arrived at New Vegeta planet, floating in the sky, and happened to see Broly fighting Frieza. Is this Frieza's new transformation form? No wonder he was beaten up by Broly. Jiang Wei grinned and shook his head. He only had 2 words to comment on Frieza's new transformation after practicing for a year. Rubbish! Frieza in this parallel world, or the theatrical version of the world, his new form transformation is not the golden Frieza of Dragon Ball Super, let alone the black gold Frieza, but an exoskeleton with a mask on his face, and his brother Cooler has a style, the kind of transformation into the form of a combat creature. That's right. The Dragon Ball world where Jiang Wei lives is obviously the orthodox Dragon Ball world, and the plot is developed according to Dragon Ball Z. The bloodline of Frieza and his father, the Kurdish king, is called the Frieza clan. The bloodline of Frieza and his good brother Cooler in this world is called the Frozen Demon clan. Obviously, the bloodline of the Frozen Demon in the theater version is much lower than the upper limit of Frieza's bloodline in the main plot. Seeing that Frieza was still able to deal with Broly, but Jinyu was nowhere to be seen and was probably dead, Jiang Wei was not in a hurry to take action, but raised his hand and pressed his combat power detector. Diddy! Broly, combat power 3 billion, legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza, combat power 2 billion, Frozen Demon 5th form. Mr. Shenlong, you are finally here, please save me. At this moment, Frieza has been grabbed by Broly's neck and raised up. His face must be in pain, and Broly's other hand is punching Frieza in the face one after another, causing Frieza to be hit hard. Lisa's mask was smashed to pieces, and she laughed loudly at the same time. King Frieza, I thought you could still deal with Broly. Jiang Wei spread his hands and smiled faintly. When Frieza heard this, he almost fainted. What do you call this? I was almost beaten to death by this madman while I was riding a horse. Only then did Broly turn his only white eyes to Jiang Wei. Who are you? I've never seen you before. It doesn't matter, after Frieza is sacrificed with blood, you will be the next one to be sacrificed. Stupid guy. Frieza must have sent reinforcements from somewhere, but you can't save Frieza. He is already dead, and you are next. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, invincible, no one can be his opponent. If it weren't for his unstable mood and uncontrollable power, I would have been ahead of Frieza long ago by relying on Broly's power just dominate the universe. Ha ha ha. Paragus noticed that there was another person in the sky and laughed wildly. Jiang Wei didn't even look at Paragus. He was just a clown. He only gave birth to a good son who could show off everywhere, otherwise he was just a worthless BD. Broly, do you know him? Jiang Wei ignored Frieza, whose face had been deformed. Instead, he smiled and used his transformation technique to look like a human being. The next moment, when Broly saw Jiang Wei become that person, his expression changed instantly, and his whole body burst out with stronger momentum. Even the hair is turning green quickly. Just because the person Jiang Wei became is none other than Son Goku. Kakarot. 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 At this moment, Broly looked like he had been RD by someone. He had completely lost his mind. He kept shouting Kakarot and casually threw Frieza in his hand like a bottle of drink that had been drained. Lightning General rushed to Jiang Wei, raised his bulging muscle arm, and punched Jiang Wei in the face. Chapter 78 Monster? No, I am the devil. Facing Broly's oncoming punch, Jiang Wei just kept his hands crossed and hugged his chest, with a normal expression on his face, without dodge. Frieza, whose face was deformed by the beating, was shocked. Mr. Shenron, don't underestimate Broly, he is a monster. Paragus sneered, you are indeed a stupid guy. How dare you resist Broly's attack? Do you think you are, what? This is impossible. In the horrified eyes of Frieza and Paragus, Broly punched Jiang Wei in the face with a fierce punch. Jiang Wei's whole person not moving at all. It was as if Broly was just joking with him and didn't mean anything serious. But both Frieza and Paragus know that Broly in his crazy state will not joke with you. The whites of Broly's eyes seemed to be slightly surprised because his punch on Jiang Wei's face had the same effect as No 16's punch on Sausage Mouth Cell's face in the plot. What a piece of trash, it doesn't hurt or itch if you hit me on the face. Jiang Wei, who transformed into Son Goku, deliberately taunted Broly. He wanted to try out how much power this old version of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly could unleash if his emotions were stimulated. For today's Jiang Wei, although he has not specifically improved his strength, in his eyes, today's Broly, even with the legendary Super Saiyan gimmick, only deserves a 2-word evaluation. Rubbish. Ants. Diddy. Broly, combat power 4 billion, legendary Super Saiyan Green. Jiang Wei, combat power 42 trillion, transformed into a humanoid dragon transformed into a Super Saiyan 220 times Kaio-ken. Jiang Wei's consistent style is that he will use part of his strength to compete with his younger brother. And once he fights with the enemy, he will directly use all his strength. He will definitely fight the lion against the rabbit and use all his strength. This is also Jiang Wei's confidence in playing Broly. All 42 trillion combat power, tell me, how can Jiang Wei get rid of it? As for those bosses who play off, they are just good at it and love to play. Ah! Being taunted by Jiang Wei in front of Son Goku's face, Broly let out an extremely crazy roar, and New Vegeta's planet also tended to disintegrate amidst his roar. Damn you, Kakarot! 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 Crazy Broly's punches rained down and his kicks were like the wind. He treated Jiang Wei as a target and dealt a round of damage. Frieza and Paragus on the side were dumbfounded. In the stormy waves created by Broly's fists and kicks with all his strength, Jiang Wei stood still like a rock. All Broly's attacks were as useless to Jiang Wei as a mayfly shaking a tree. Even when Broly was attacking with fists and kicks, Jiang Wei leisurely gave himself a piece of chewing gum. While chewing, Broly asked, "Gum, would you like a piece too?" Kakarot! Kakarot! Broly saw that his full attack could not hurt Jiang Wei, and Jiang Wei could even eat chewing gum. He became even more angry, and his aura was also increasing crazily. Diddy! Broly, Combat Power 4.3 billion, Legendary Super Saiyan Green. Diddy! Broly, Combat Power 4.7 billion, Legendary Super Saiyan Green. Diddy! Broly, Combat Power 4.9 billion, Legendary Super Saiyan Green. Why aren't you dead yet? Not dead yet? Kakarot! Kakarot! Broly became furious, and green Qigong bombs condensed in his hands. Several Qigong bombs hit Jiang Wei's face, but they still couldn't stop him from chewing gum. After firing hundreds of green Qigong bombs in succession, Broly even used up all his strength to condense a huge Qigong wave. Under the horrified eyes of Frieza and Paragus, he hit Jiang Wei face to face. Boom! Just the remnant power of this super energy wave explosion seriously injured Frieza, leaving him with only one breath left. Paragus, the universe soldiers on new planet Vegeta, and the Frieza Legion soldiers were all wiped out in the aftermath of the explosion of the super energy wave launched by Broly. Ha ha ha! You should be dead now, right? Because Broly dealt with his face, he also suffered some injuries. In the process of New Vegeta's planet falling apart because it couldn't bear it anymore, he looked at the position where Jiang Wei was standing, which was covered by smoke, and let out a triumphant smile. This was a blow that Broly tried his best to hit, but he still dealt it very close to his face. He didn't believe that Jiang Wei could survive such an attack. What's so funny about you? Tell me, Broly. The smoke dissipated, revealing an uninjured Jiang Wei, looking at Broly with a smile, only the whites of his eyes, and an extremely horrified look on his originally crazy and ferocious face. In Broly's eyes, not to mention Jiang Wei being injured, there was not even a trace of messiness in the clothes he was wearing. You can't be Kakarot. Broly, who was floating in the air, looked at Jiang Wei and stepped back a few steps. Oh, are you awake now? Jiang Wei changed back to his original appearance, flew in front of Broly, and asked interestingly. Why can't I kill you? Why? What kind of monster are you? Broly looked at Jiang Wei who was approaching, with a look of horror on his white-eyed face. Jiang Wei looked at Broly, then suddenly approached, showing a ferocious smile. Monster? No, I am the devil. Ha ha ha. Are you a devil? No wonder. After Broly said these words, he had already exhausted all his strength. His body exited the Super Saiyan form, his hair also changed from green to black, and the swollen muscles on his body returned to normal levels, and he lost consciousness. Falling from the sky. The legendary Super Saiyan, the old version of Broly, his limit is only about 10 billion combat power, that's it. Jiang Wei shook his head, but still reached out to catch Broly who fell, and Frieza whose life was hanging by a thread. Now, although the fighting has stopped, New Vegeta's planet is no longer alive. The earth is torn apart and magma is constantly erupting. It will be finished soon. Jiang Wei grabbed Broly with one hand and Frieza with the other, and used teleportation to teleport to the headquarters planet of Frieza's Legion using Gudu's breath as the coordinate. Jiang Wei's sudden appearance also startled Gudu and others. Seeing that Frieza was still breathing in Jiang Wei's hand, their expressions relaxed. King Frieza, are you okay? Several people rushed up and talked nonsense around their boss. Frieza had been put to the ground by Jiang Wei. If he hadn't lost all his strength, he would have really wanted to scold these guys. Look at me, do I look like I'm okay? Have someone prepare the medical cabin quickly. Li Kum finally said something human. Mr. Shenlong, where is Captain Jinyu? Gu Du glanced at the unconscious Broly and asked carefully. Dead. Jiang Wei said casually. He took out 2 fairy beans and fed them to Frieza and Broly. Chapter 79 Obtaining the Bloodline of Frieza and Broly. After Frieza and Broly swallowed the fairy beans, they were instantly resurrected with full health. Mr. Shenlong, thank you for your help, Frieza glanced at Broly, who had turned back to a dull and listless look. His signature evil sneer appeared on his face again, and he said to Jiang Wei. With Jiang Wei here, Frieza doesn't need to worry about Broly's terrifying strength. In addition, since Jiang Wei saved Broly, it means that this person is useful to Jiang Wei and Frieza is someone who can dominate the universe, and he doesn't even have this bit of vision. Therefore, Frieza just glanced at Broly and had no other expression. King Frieza, before I leave, you can make one more wish for me. Jiang Wei smiled at Frieza, because of the collecting habit he developed not long ago. Is that so? Then please ask Mr. Shenlong to resurrect Commander Jinyu. Frieza said immediately without even thinking about it. Sure enough, except for Cotter-level figures, the soldiers of Frieza's legion are just like papyrus to Frieza, they are disposable consumables, and they are too lazy to resurrect them if there is a chance. It's very simple. Jiang Wei didn't do anything. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Now that Jiang Wei has mastered Pool's transformation skills so well that he can send and receive them with ease, outsiders can't tell whether Jiang Wei is truly normal, or whether he has transformed into a humanoid dragon but pretends to be normal. Perhaps only Jiang Wei's wife Bulma can tell Jiang Wei's true state. King Frieza, I see you again. Jinyu had just been resurrected, and his eyes filled with tears for Frieza. He is a villain. In this theatrical version of the world, he naturally went to hell after death, but before stepping on the hot ground in hell, he was resurrected and returned to the human world so that he could continue to do evil under Frieza. Ding! Got the death beam. Ding! Got double death beam. Ding! Got the crazy death beam. Ding! Got the frozen demon bloodline, not activated. Frieza's moves, like those of Kakasin Ryu, are mainly outputted by fingers, which is very suitable for Jiang Wei, which makes a smile appear on his face. Broly, why are you here? After Jinyu expressed his loyalty to Frieza, he noticed the silent and listless Broly beside him, and was shocked. The fear of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly has been deeply rooted in Jinyu's mind. Mr. Shenlong, you are here. Looking at Jiang Wei again, Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief and showed an expression that he had nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Wei nodded to Jinyu and then said to Broly, Broly, your father Paragus is dead, do you want to resurrect him? Broly said without any emotion, he is dead? I have no interest in resurrecting him. Can I follow you? You are a real devil, and I want to be like you. You want to follow me? Welcome. From today on, I will be your big brother. Jiang Wei laughed and opened his hand to Broly. He doesn't mind Broly's behavior of not resurrecting his father at all. This is not the first time he has dealt with Scions. Jiang Wei understands and respects the other party's customs. Whether it's Bardock or King Vegeta, which one was resurrected by Son Goku or Vegeta? Raditz in the plot even said that killing his father makes him a Scion. Broly's attitude towards Paragus is very Scion. On the contrary, the new version of Broly's reaction to Paragus being killed by Golden Frieza is not like a Scion's reaction. That's right, the new version of Broly. Jiang Wei touched his chin with his hand, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He turned his attention to the old version of Broly again, with an interesting smile on his lips. Tongzi, Broly wants to mess with me, can you take him back? Ding, no problem. Farewell to Frieza and Jinyu, Jiang Wei and Broly turned into two golden rays of light and disappeared from this theatrical version of the world in an instant. Back home, Jiang Wei gathered everyone together and introduced Broly to them. Everyone expressed their warm welcome to the new colleagues joining the security department of Universal Capsule Company. Next, of course, is a big meal. After arranging Broly's life, Bulma came to Jiang Wei and put her arms around his neck. "Hubby, give me a hug." Of course Jiang Wei complied, and the two siblings were not here at this time. Bulma stood on tiptoes and raised her mouth to meet him. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Jiang Wei smiled and hugged her waist and lowered his head. Bulma smiled and said, "Husband, you must behave well tonight." The next day, a refreshed Jiang Wei found Broly who was practicing with everyone. "Broly, are you satisfied with your life here?" Jiang Wei smiled and greeted the others and asked Broly. "Brother, this is the first time I've seen the cultivation methods here, and they feel very suitable for me." There was a smile on Broly's face, and he looked at Yamcha, Vegeta and others who were also training hard in the gravity room. "Even the strength of some people is so bad, you let them be your little brothers." On new planet Vegeta, ever since Broly, who was in a crazy state, was frightened with a horrified expression because of Jiang Wei. Strangely enough, Broly's unstable mood has now stabilized. He is no longer like before. Without the restriction of the metal ring around his neck, he would easily lose control and run away. Sure enough, strong strength can cure all dissatisfaction. Even in a crazy state, the legendary Super Saiyan is no exception. "Broly, just tell me, let me go to the Supreme Kai world." After the battle on new planet Vegeta, Jiang Wei realized that he could no longer hang around and had to maintain a progressive attitude like when he first came to this world. "Okay. I want my eldest brother to go to the Supreme Kai world." Broly doesn't know what Supreme Kai is, so he just follows Jiang Wei's instructions. "It's easy." Jiang Wei snapped his fingers and went to the Supreme Kai world relying on Broly's wish. Relying on his own teleportation, Jiang Wei does not have the ability to teleport to the Supreme Kai world. Ding! Get explosive bombardment. Ding! Get a huge amount of meteors. Ding! Get the fluorescent energy shield. Ding! Get the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, not activated. As soon as Jiang Wei appeared in the Supreme Kai world, he was discovered by two people with pointed ears, one large and one small. These two people were none other than Dong Supreme Kai Xin, and his follower Jobit. "Mortal, this is not the place you should come." Xin wore an expression of superiority as a god and scolded Jiang Wei who suddenly emerged from the Supreme Kai world. Chapter 80 Brushing Supreme Kai. "No, I have the final say here now." Jiang Wei looked kind and said to Dong Supreme Kai. He raised his hand and pressed the combat power detector. Did he? Xin, combat power 7 billion. Jebit, combat power 7.5 billion. As Supreme Kai's follower and bodyguard, it makes sense that Jebit's combat power is stronger than his master's. Otherwise, he wouldn't know who would protect whom when he was in danger. In the plot, Babadai would have been killed by the Supreme Kai master and servant if he had not brought Dapura, the king of the demon world. Babadai also knew it well and took Dapura with him wherever he went, not giving the master and servant any opportunity to take advantage of him. "Do you know what you are talking about? Standing in front of you is the greatest Supreme Kai in the universe. Have you heard of Universe Emperor Frieza? I can crush him with one finger. Are you scared now? If you are scared, why don't you leave quickly?" Xin looked like I was disappointed and talked a lot. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wei laughed heartily. Can Frieza be crushed to death with just one finger? I'm so scared. Or, when the king gives himself a golden skin, I wonder if Lord Supreme Kai will still have the courage to say the words to crush Frieza to death with one finger. What's so funny? Xin couldn't understand Jiang Wei's reaction. Your joke made me lose my temper. I'm sorry. Jiang Wei said after laughing enough. Xin said seriously, I'm not telling you a joke. No, what you just said was a joke. Jiang Wei said with a smile. At the same time, it was very honorable to release 1% of his power. The world of Supreme Kai is beginning to shake. What a powerful aura! Xin and Jobit's faces turned pale. Their feelings at this moment were as if they had returned to the days when they fought with Majin Bu. The mortal who came to the Supreme Kai world in front of him was powerful enough to rival Majin Bu. It's really terrible. Jiang Wei could read minds and felt what Xin and Jobit were thinking, and was speechless. It's terrible to be ignorant. He actually compared him, Jiang Wei, with that trash, Majin Bu. Do you know why Majin Bu is still well sealed on the earth? That's just Jiang Wei too lazy to pay attention to Majin Bu, otherwise he could kill Majin Bu with one finger. Your Excellency is right, what I just said was a joke. Xin immediately changed his face and showed a flattering expression. The Supreme Kai world returned to normal. Xin and Jabit did not dare to act rashly in front of Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei can do whatever he wants in the Supreme Kai world. 12 Earth hours have passed. Jiang Wei put a piece of chewing gum in his mouth, looked at Xin and Jabit who couldn't straighten their waists in front of him at the moment, and asked, chewing gum, either. 2 pieces of chewing gum were handed to Xin and Jabit. Xin and Jabit, do you dare to say no? Yes, yes, of course. It's easy. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers, and a large pile of chewing gum immediately appeared from the air, burying Xin and Jabit who were caught off guard. Ding! Get healed from any damage. Ding! Get teleportation without sensing energy. Ding! Get the creation. Ding! Get the Supreme Kai priesthood, not activated. Xin and Jobit struggled out of the gum mountain. Sir, coming to the Supreme Kai world, what can Jobit and I do for you? Until then, Xin dared to ask cautiously for the sake of Jiang Wei and Majin Bu being on the same level. I am Jiang Wei. I came to the Supreme Kai world because I heard that there is a magic sword here that has never been pulled out. So, I am here to pull out this magic sword. Jiang Wei was not aggressive and smiled. Xin and Jabit looked at each other with doubtful expressions, wondering how Jiang Wei, a mortal, knew that there was a divine sword in Supreme Kai that had never been pulled out. Even Xin, who is the Supreme Kai, and his follower Jabit cannot pull out that divine sword. If that divine sword can be pulled out, and the legend is true, Xin and Jabit will have great power against Majin Bu. Logically speaking, only the 2 of them know about this divine sword. However, it is not a matter of great importance. Even Supreme Kai can't pull out the divine sword. No matter how strong Jiang Wei is, he shouldn't be able to pull it out. Your Excellency Jiang Wei, please come with me. Xin personally led the way, and Jabit felt aggrieved, but he didn't have the guts to break out. In their perception, Jiang Wei is a strong man on the same level as Majin Bu, so they must not offend him. Jiang Wei followed the Supreme Kai master and servant to a sword stuck on the ground. Your Excellency Jiang Wei, please explain in advance. As far as I know, no one has been able to pull out this divine sword so far. Xin pointed at the sword stuck on the ground and said carefully. I mean, if you can't pull it out later, don't vent your anger on us. Your understanding should be updated. Jiang Wei stepped forward, stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the sword, and applied gentle force. The ground in the Supreme Kai world began to tremble obviously. Xin and Jabit were so surprised that they almost shot out their eyes like bullets. How is it possible? A mortal can actually pull out the legendary sword that even several Supreme Kais have been unable to pull out. Jiang Wei drew out the divine sword that sealed the old Supreme Kai. Your Excellency Jiang Wei, are the rumors true? When you pull out this divine sword, you will have powerful power. Xin asked excitedly and curiously. Of course the rumors are false. Jiang Wei put the divine sword in front of his eyes, looked at it, and muttered, if you say that Uncle Sai has never read The Legend of Heaven and Dragon Sword, I don't believe it. Lifting the Excalibur upright in front of his eyes, Jiang Wei spit out the sugar residue and spit it onto the Excalibur sword. There was a sound of metal breaking. The divine sword broke into two pieces under the disbelieving looks of Xin and Jobit. Looking at the divine sword broken into two pieces, Xin muttered to himself in shock. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This divine sword is extremely sharp and indestructible. How could it be broken in such a dramatic way? Jiang Wei laughed and said, this divine sword is indestructible? Fart. Jobit looked at the half of the divine sword left in Jiang Wei's hand, and asked in a low voice, Sir Supreme Kai, is there any way to repair this divine sword? Hard Work smiled and shook his head, Jobit, I don't know either. This divine sword has existed for countless years, and the information on how to forge this divine sword was lost long ago. Jiang Wei said, you want to repair this broken sword? Although this sword is indeed useless and just a gimmick, if you want to repair this sword, you can come back to me after a while. As the bodyguard of Supreme Kai, Jobit is stronger than Xin. Jiang Wei, who wants to make progress, will certainly not miss Jobit. Sir, you can even repair the long-lost divine sword of Supreme Kai. Xin said in shock. Who is this Jiang Wei? Jiang Wei smiled and nodded to Xin, reached into his pocket and took out an earring and put it on his left ear. Potala earrings! The three people exclaimed. Hey! In the Supreme Kai world, why is there still one person? Jiang Wei smiled and said, Old man, you finally showed up. In the surprised eyes of Xin and Jobit, a dry old man wearing the same style of clothes as them, with the same pointed ears, suddenly appeared. He stared at the earring Jiang Wei wore on his left ear in surprise. Chapter 81 Jiang Wei or Beerus, who is stronger? The old Supreme Kai stared at the earring on Jiang Wei's left ear and asked, Young man, why do you have the Potala earrings that only Supreme Kai has? Could it be that you are the Supreme Kai of which universe? No, you are just a mortal. Are these earrings very precious? But for me, I can have as many of these as I want. Jiang Wei took off Potala's earrings to avoid accidentally merging with others. After copying Dong Supreme Kai Xin, Jiang Wei only needs to take out the Dong Supreme Kai Xin clone and put it back again to get a Potara earring. By repeating this, Jiang Wei can get a lot of Potara earrings. So, for Jiang Wei, he didn't look down on the Madama fusion technique that gave birth to Gajata at all. In Jiang Wei's eyes, this thing is just garbage that the trash next door needs. What fusion technique do you need? Go straight up to Terra earrings and get Vegeto out. Jiang Wei has a lot of Potara earrings. That's it. Old Supreme Kai walked over with his waist bent, took a deep look at Jiang Wei, and said nothing. Jobit asked respectfully, Old gentleman, who are you? I am the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago. Old Supreme Kai said. What? Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago? Both Xin and Jobit expressed their extreme shock at the identity of the old Supreme Kai. Xin faced his ancestor and said respectfully, Excuse me, ancestor, why were you sealed in this legendary sword? Hearing this, old Supreme Kai's calm expression flashed with a trace of panic, and he said slowly, You asked me why the old man was sealed in this divine sword? That happened a long time ago. There was a guy with a bad character and a very powerful character who was very afraid of me, so he sealed me into this divine sword. Xin asked, Is the guy who sealed you as powerful as Majin Buu? Pfft! Jiang Wei couldn't help but laugh. This Xin was really frightened by Majin Buu. For him, Majin Buu was the ceiling of his strength. Old Supreme Kai, the one who sealed you is actually Beerus, the god of destruction, right? Jiang Wei asked, staring at the old Supreme Kai. Beerus, the god of destruction? Who is he? Is he as powerful as Majin Buu? Xin and JB looked at each other. When Xianyu's old Supreme Kai heard this, he suddenly changed his color. Young man, don't mention the name of the god of destruction casually. Also, if you really want to mention that adult's name, please use a respectful tone rather than a casual attitude. Old Supreme Kai warned not only Jiang Wei but also Xin in a hurried tone. Xin and Jobit were startled. I know, ancestor. Seem. Beerus, the god of destruction, is more terrifying than Majin Buu? Jiang Wei just smiled. If he hadn't talked about martial arts, Beerus, the god of destruction, or Xeno Grand Priest, all he had to do was find some people who didn't care about their lives and make a wish to him for the ultimate one-for-one, and he would have been cold. Got it. Does he need to worry about the BD who can be killed by just one word? To be honest, the lives of all the characters in the Dragon Ball world depend on Jiang Wei's thoughts. Certainly. There is no need for Jiang Wei to say this to old Supreme Kai. Just tell me, were you sealed by Beerus? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Old Supreme Kai stared at Jiang Wei and nodded silently. Then you have been sealed away by Beerus for so long, do you want to find someone to teach him a lesson? Jiang Wei asked a question that shocked old Supreme Kai. Young man, don't talk nonsense, the old man has never thought of it this way. Old Supreme Kai was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. Jiang Wei curled his lips, it's just a kitten raised by Angel Weiss, it scares you. I want to know, with my current strength, can I fight against Beerus? Jiang Wei asked with interest. At the same time, Jiang Wei's hair turned golden, and lightning and golden air flowed out of his body. Transform into Super Saiyan 2. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 1 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Xin and Jobit looked horrified and exclaimed, Your Excellency Jiang Wei is definitely capable of fighting Majin Buu. It's really terrifying. Young man, you are very strong. As far as I know, your strength is only lower than that of the god of destruction in the entire universe. Old Supreme Kai seemed calm on the surface, but in fact, he was no less frightened than Xin and JB. This Jiang Wei actually has such terrifying strength. As long as Beerus, the god of destruction, doesn't show up, he can really run amok in the entire universe. At least, just relying on a few of them, Supreme Kai, will never be able to resist Jiang Wei. This is just my insignificant power. Look, I'm going to use all my power. Jiang Wei was just playing around just now, and now he is serious about it. As Jiang Wei used all his strength, the entire Supreme Kai world is experiencing overwhelming news. Xin and Jobit looked horrified. Old Supreme Kai also had a cold sweat on his face, as if he was so scared that it would drip from his crotch. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 200 trillion, transform into humanoid dragon, transform into Super Saiyan 2 20 times Kaio-ken. Old Supreme Kai, with my current power, can I fight Beerus? Jiang Wei was suspended in midair and asked condescendingly. I have no idea. Old Supreme Kai lowered his head, probably thinking, and answered after a moment. Whether it's Beerus or Jiang Wei who has used all his current strength, their combat power has far exceeded the old Supreme Kai's knowledge. If the old Supreme Kai hadn't seen Beerus with his own eyes, with all of Jiang Wei's current strength, he would have said that he was the god of destruction, and the old Supreme Kai would have believed it. To describe it in one sentence, weakness limited the imagination of the old Supreme Kai. My strength is not enough. Jiang Wei thought for a while and muttered in the spirit of never being wasteful if he was not absolutely sure. Xin, Jobit, and old Supreme Kai all had their faces twitching when they heard this. Still not strong enough? Does that mean you have to be able to crush Beerus, the god of destruction, with one finger to be considered powerful enough? Don't tell me yet. Jiang Wei really thought so. Unless he lets go, Jiang Wei will never allow him to encounter an enemy who can fight him for more than one round in the battle. If the enemy can fight him with real swords and guns for more than one round, Jiang Wei will think that his strength is far from enough. Only when any enemy in front of him can't stop him with a single move would Jiang Wei think that he is strong enough. This is why Jiang Wei calls his neighbor a waste. One move cannot defeat the enemy. If you are not a waste, who is a waste? It seems. Next, we need to continue to improve our strength. Jiang Wei secretly said. Your strength has far exceeded our imagination. Your release of me from the seal must be to allow me to stimulate your potential and exceed my own limits, right? After recovering from the extreme shock, the old Supreme Kai also began to use honorifics to Jiang Wei and said with certainty. You're only half right. Jiang Wei fell to the ground, smiled and shook his finger at the old Supreme Kai. Chapter 82 Creating a New Supreme Kai on the Planet. Half. When the old Supreme Kai heard this, Monk Zhang Er was confused. Of course he didn't know that Jiang Wei had turned on the collection mode, just to collect old Supreme Kais, so that he could develop abilities beyond their limit potential for others, and he had no need for this. Although I don't need you to develop my potential beyond my limits, my little brothers do, so I'll trouble you, old Supreme Kai. Anyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows that this ability of the old Supreme Kai is too time-consuming. Jiang Wei was too lazy to operate it himself, so he asked the old Supreme Kai to do it for him. The old Supreme Kai agreed without hesitation and did not dare to put forward any conditions like in the plot. Although he is old, he is not tired of living yet. Jiang Wei brought all the people from his family to the Supreme Kai world, and let the old Supreme Kai develop their potential beyond their limits at the same time. The next few days, Jiang Wei repaired the useless sword and copied Jobit. We also entertained the lecherous old man Supreme Kai. Going to the earth opened our eyes. Isn't it interesting to just read adult magazines? So I copied the old Supreme Kai again. When everyone developed their potential beyond their limits, Jiang Wei took everyone back to earth. At this time, everyone already has a Padala earring, which can be transformed into a combined warrior if needed. Jiang Wei can crush the trash next door with just his subordinates. Before leaving, Xin asked Jiang Wei to deal with Majin Bu, and Jiang Wei fully agreed. After all, it would be a matter of time, unless Babadai gave up Majin Bu and stopped coming to Earth. After returning, Jiang Wei couldn't wait to activate the copied Supreme Kai priesthood, and began to find a place near the Earth to create his own planet. Supreme Kai's ability is quite interesting, it can create planets and life. In this universe, a new Supreme Kai is born. King Kai looked in disbelief, and he immediately went to see Jiang Wei. After all, Supreme Kai was the Kai Wang's immediate boss, and King Kai did not dare to lose his etiquette. That mortal Jiang Wei, why did he become Supreme Kai again? He is obviously not the same race as us. No matter it was the old Supreme Kai, or the Eastern Supreme Kai Xin and Jabit, they all looked shocked and in disbelief. Supreme Kai is not the same as the god of destruction. There are cats, mice, and elephants among the gods of destruction, and there are all kinds of races. But the race of Supreme Kai is very homogeneous, they are all people with pointy ears. Of course, old Supreme Kai and the others would not know that by fulfilling their wishes, Jiang Wei not only copied their bloodline, but also copied their vocation. If it weren't for Jiang Wei's lack of interest, Supreme Kai would have been the same as the Super Saiyan in the later stages of the plot, and would have been sold like cabbage. But in any case, since a new Supreme Kai has appeared in this universe, the old Supreme Kai and the others can't pretend they don't know about it, so they also go to visit Jiang Wei. The old Supreme Kai even suggested that he had the responsibility to teach Jiang Wei and Xin how to become a qualified Supreme Kai. In the eyes of the old Supreme Kai, Jiang Wei is the newly born Supreme Kai. Xin is an unqualified Supreme Kai, and just one Majin Bu made him miserable. Jiang Wei naturally does not need the old Supreme Kai to teach him how to do things, but if they are willing to settle on the planet created by Jiang Wei also welcomes them. This planet created by Jiang Wei is actually a replica of the Earth. The characteristics of the Fusion Supreme Kai world are that it is a Supreme Kai world with an Earth environment. Supreme Kai world is the most suitable place for cultivation. On the planet created by Jiang Wei, in addition to the Supreme Kai world, there are also spiritual time rooms, fairy bean producing areas, spiritual fruit trees. Supreme Kai Jiang Wei named the planet he created Super Earth. When the Super Earth was created, the security department of the Universal Capsule Company finally moved out of the West Capital, separated from the company headquarters, and moved to the Super Earth. When everyone rejoiced to be in an environment that was extremely suitable for cultivation, Jiang Wei began to create life. Relying on his years of experience in developing artificial humans with Dr. Gro, Jiang Wei created a new human being based on the Earth's human template. New humans are just born, with a minimum fighting strength of 10,000. Jiang Wei created 5 billion new humans and placed them on the Super Earth. After absorbing the Earth's science and technology, they began to develop their own civilization. What Jiang Wei did made old Supreme Kai terrified. Sir Jiang Wei, what you are doing now has violated the rules of Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai is not allowed to create. It is a very strong civilized race from the beginning and can only create basic life. The old Supreme Kai spoke with sincerity. I am the rule. Jiang Wei said with the attitude of I don't eat beef. The old Supreme Kai could only sigh. Jiang Wei, as Supreme Kai, operated illegally and would definitely be punished. God of Destruction Beerus, etc. Old Supreme Kai himself doesn't even know whether Lord Beerus can beat that Jiang Wei. The power of both of them exceeded the limits of his imagination. But the old Supreme Kai knows that above the God of Destruction, there is an even more terrifying person who can erase the universe. Even if Jiang Wei can be unafraid of Lord Beerus, it's impossible for him to be able to fight against him, right? The other side of the universe. Angel Weiss also sensed it. After all, Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are gods of the same level. Suddenly there is an extra one in the universe, which is enough to alarm Weiss. Through his scepter, Weiss watched the entire process of Jiang Wei's creation of the Super Earth. Enjoyed watching it. In fact, according to the rules followed by the gods, Weiss also knew that Jiang Wei's illegal operation was illegal, but Weiss just found it interesting and did not take Jiang Wei's illegal operation seriously. After all, Beerus sealed the old Supreme Kai in the Excalibur. Is this an illegal operation? As the God of Destruction of the universe, Beerus outsources his work to the universe real estate agent, while he stays at home and sleeps every day. Is this an illegal operation? As an angel, Weiss has turned a blind eye to so many illegal operations by gods. Will he still take Jiang Wei's illegal operations seriously? This new Supreme Kai is quite interesting. Weiss is actually quite boring. After all, he is a shit collector, but his cat sleeps all day long. If he is not boring, who is boring? After seeing too many Supreme Kai who followed the rules, I suddenly saw a Supreme Kai who didn't play by the rules. Of course, Weiss's attention was immediately attracted. But it only attracted Weiss's attention. A Supreme Kai is not so important that Angel Weiss needs to go there personally. Didn't you see Majin Buu killing Supreme Kai? Wasn't Weiss also indifferent? At this time, a skinny hairless cat wearing a nightgown and a nightcap in the house suddenly turned over and sat up from the bed, with a sleepy look on his face. Wes, where are you? The hairless cat just woke up, sat on the bed and started yelling loudly. Chapter 83 Vegeto's Challenge. Oh, Lord Beerus is awake. This is a rare thing. Whis shouted, picked up the scepter, walked to Beerus and waited for instructions. Weiss knew very well the virtues of his own cat. Something must have happened to make this lazy cat wake up midway. Weiss, I think there is another Supreme Kai bound to my life. Tell me, is there a new Supreme Kai who has come to my universe? Beerus asked confused. Lord Beerus, your feeling is as effective as ever. Indeed, a Supreme Kai of unknown origin has appeared in the 7th universe. Weiss said with a smile. As expected. I hope this new guy won't be as weak as the previous guys, and I can sleep more peacefully." Beerus raised his hands, stretched, and fell on the bed to sleep. Similarly, a supreme Kai cannot attract the attention of Beerus, the god of destruction. If it were not for the life of the god of destruction, according to the rules, it would be bound to the supreme Kai of the universe where the god of destruction resides. Beerus wouldn't even wake up. How about telling Lord Beerus that the older supreme Kai that was sealed by him has been unsealed and released by the new supreme Kai? Whis looked at Beerus, who was sleeping soundly, smiled wickedly, and left. If he told this lazy cat that the life-saving backup plan arranged by Lord Beerus had been revealed, although the next step would be very exciting, it would hinder his ability to enjoy the fun. Without even thinking about it, Weiss prioritized continuing to watch the fun. 1 month later, the people who continue to practice on Super Earth have become stronger. Especially Son Goku and Vegeta. As for Broly, Jiang Wei only now discovered that Broly's talent is very powerful, but his understanding is really hard to describe. Relying purely on talent, hard work in the later stages is unnecessary. "Brother, I have now cultivated Super Saiyan 2 to full power, and realized a new Super Saiyan transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 2. I call it Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku found Jiang Wei, who was shopping with Bulma on Super Earth, and said with a serious face. Jiang Wei smiled and said, "Well done. Goku, keep up the hard work." "Brother, Vegeta has also realized Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku hesitated and said. "It's gratifying." Jiang Wei looked at Son Goku's expression, his heart moved, and asked, "Why, do you think you have understood Super Saiyan 3, so you want to fight me again?" Jiang Wei's current strength is already too many versions ahead of Son Goku. He does not recommend that Son Goku continue to train with him as his target. Actually, Broly is pretty good. After taking in Broly, Son Goku and others quickly made more obvious progress. Son Goku said with longing, "Brother, although you are out of reach, the more I chase you, the more I feel that there is a huge gap in strength between you and me. However, I still want to have a fair fight with you." The same goes for Vegeta. "Idea. Didn't you give us that earring? Since we alone are no match for you, let's use that earring to fight you together." Jiang Wei showed an interesting expression. Son Goku and Vegeta, in order to fight with their full strength, even Vegeta went out of their way? This is the treatment only the strongest Gohan Bu gets in the plot. Vegeta, the strongest fused warrior, can defeat Gohan Bu in a normal state. Hee. That's what's interesting. Goku, I agree to fight you. But I still have to go shopping with Bulma, tomorrow. His wife is still holding her arm. Thank you, brother. Son Goku looked ecstatic. Humph, you men know how to fight and kill all day long. Bulma glanced at Son Goku, who was smiling innocently. Forget it, I don't care about your men's affairs. By the way, where are we going to have dinner tonight? Bulma suddenly asked. Son Goku thought for a while, and with excitement on his face chose a barbecue restaurant that was now very famous on Super Earth. It's very simple. Jiang Wei gave Bulma a look that said his wife did a good job. With Bulma's cooperation, Jiang Wei achieved Super Saiyan 3. The next day, on Super Earth, there is a huge competition venue with the size of a city built specifically for competitions. Everyone is here, just to watch the big brother they admire, a rare opportunity to make a move. Jiang Wei was floating in the air in the competition arena, opposite the excited Son Goku and Vegeta. Based on Vegeta's performance in the plot, he is so arrogant that he actually disdains using the method of a combined warrior to defeat the enemy. However, Jiang Wei was too cheating. Even with Vegeta's arrogance, he had to admit that he wanted to reach a level where he could fight Jiang Wei openly through training. That is wishful thinking. So he accepted the suggestion of his rival Son Goku and used the method of combined warriors to enhance his strength so that he could fight Jiang Wei to his heart's content. Bulma, who was watching the battle, raised his hand and pressed the combat power detector to check the strength of everyone. Now, only Jiang Wei and his wife Bulma have combat effectiveness detectors, and no one else does. This is also for the good of everyone. If everyone has combat power detectors, Jiang Wei is worried that their Taoist hearts will be broken. From then on, they will no longer work hard to practice and work hard for him, Jiang Wei. Because a cruel reality is, Jiang Wei is absolutely invincible. Although everyone has realized that their eldest brother is a completely unreasonable monster who wants to increase his strength, but after all, with that layer of window paper, it is better not to pierce it. An absolutely unsurpassable goal will make people lose the motivation to work hard. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat power 100 billion. Son Goku, combat power 3 billion. Vegeta, combat power 100 million. Yamcha, combat power 700 million. Klin, combat strength 900 million. Tianjin Rice, combat power 800 million. Dumplings, 500 million combat power. Bulma, combat power 300 million. Blonde Lan Chi, combat power 300 million too. Zanjia, combat power 8 billion. Cell, combat power 10 billion, complete. Zilu, combat power 10.2 billion, complete body. Silu, combat strength 10.5 billion, complete body. Seru, combat power 10.4 billion, complete body. Piccolo, combat power 2 billion. Raditz, combat power 6 million. Nappa, combat power 9 million. Old version of Broly, 200 million combat power. Oolong, combat power 80,000. Pool, combat strength 80,000. Brother, please go all out, Vegeta and I are going to merge. Son Goku touched the back of his head to remind Jiang Wei on the other side. After he got the Potara earrings, it didn't take long for him to merge with Vegeta to become Vegeto. Even Son Goku felt lingering fears about the power of Super 3 Vegeto. But it was also because of the power of Super 3 Vegeto that he was ignited to fight his beloved elder brother Jiang Wei with all his strength. No one is Big Brother's rival. Super 3 Vegeto should be an exception, right? Snort. Vegeta snorted with disgust, and still sucked each other with Son Goku. Oiled shrimp. A fused warrior wearing a blue outfit and a pair of white gloves, with a face like Son Goku and Vegeta, appeared in everyone's eyes. Vegeto. Jiang Wei looked at Vegeto calmly, with an invincible expression on his face, and pressed the combat power detector. Diddy. Vegeto, combat power 3.1 trillion. Chapter 84 Combat Power Expansion. Brother, please don't hold back. Vegeto said confidently. Even the new personality formed by the combination of Son Goku and Vegeta, the respect for Jiang Wei, the eldest brother, has penetrated deep into Vegeta's bones. As you wish. Jiang Wei looked as usual. Jiang Wei and Bulma already had a clear understanding of the power of the combined warrior born through the Potara earrings after trying it once. To use the phrase so strong to describe the combined warrior is disrespectful to the strength of the combined warrior. If Jiang Wei stood in front of Vegeto, he would only have the strength he had in the Supreme Kai world more than a month ago. Vegeto, who used all his strength, could kill Jiang Wei in one move. Then, knowing the power of the combined warrior, Jiang Wei has frequently fulfilled many wishes for his younger brothers in the past month or so. Aha! Vegeto directly entered the Super Saiyan 3 state and attacked Jiang Wei. Affected by Jiang Wei, Son Goku did not have any trouble in the plot, because he believed that he had no capital to fool around with his elder brother. Vegeto's personality was also influenced by Son Goku. Jiang Wei saw Vegeto attacking with a normal expression on his face, but he also used all his strength to deal with it. Bulma watched the two people in the air begin to fight, and immediately raised her hand and pressed the combat power detector. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat power 8,000 trillion, transformed into a humanoid dragon, transformed into a Super Saiyan 320 times Kaio-ken. Vegito, combat power 1240 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The two had just fought. Vegito, defeated. Krillin and others who were watching the battle all exclaimed, Veget, who is so strong, was defeated by his big brother with just one move. It still doesn't work. After being defeated by a move, he fell to the ground and split into Son Goku and Vegeta again. Son Goku had a wry smile on his face and looked at Jiang Wei in the air with only admiration in his eyes. He truly deserves to be the eldest brother of his grandson Goku. Invincible and powerful. Vegeta's face showed dissatisfaction at first, and then became sad. This Jiang Wei might not be on the same level as the god of destruction Beerus. Vegeta, unlike Son Goku, has completely lost his fighting spirit for Jiang Wei. After this battle is over. Deep in the universe. On a spaceship. Okay, such amazing energy. Although it only lasted for a very short time, it was unprecedentedly powerful. My Majin Buu finally has hope of breaking free from the seal, ha ha ha. On the universe spacecraft, a small insect-like creature laughed happily. This little bug that is dancing happily now is none other than the evil magician Babadai. Now, attracted by the powerful energy that exploded from the battle between Jiang Wei and Vegito, Babadai thought he had gotten a bargain and flew towards the earth. And this time, brother, please allow all members of the security department to master the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. It's very simple. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers. From then on, all people with Saiyan blood, including Bulma, can transform into Super Saiyan 3. In addition to Bulma's bodyguard Zanja, there are two pets. Jiang Wei smiled. What he wants is for everyone to be strong. It makes no sense if only the protagonist is strong. The one who made the wish was Vegito. In one fell swoop, Jiang Wei's normal combat power reached 3.2 trillion. Jiang Wei patted Vegito on the shoulder. With Vegito here, he could have as much fighting power as he wanted. Combat power is already insignificant to Jiang Wei. Then, Jiang Wei asked everyone to become a combined warrior, and gathered 5 people to transmit their energy to Jiang Wei according to the method in the plot. On this day, the Super Saiyan God was created. Jiang Wei's hair turned red. After getting started, I discovered that the so-called Super Saiyan God actually has the same effect as the Padala earrings, but it does not require 2 people to fuse together, and 1 person can obtain the enhancing effect of the Padala earrings. This is the Super Saiyan God. Husband, use your full strength quickly and let me see your current fighting power. Bulma said excitedly. Jiang Wei looked around and saw Vegito and others looking interested. He also wanted to know, so he flew into the air and prepared to use all his strength. The combat power detector currently used by Bulma cannot be improved. It was obtained by making a wish to Jiang Wei and has no detection limit. Of course, Jiang Wei used the same combat power detector as Bulma. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 3,200 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan God. Exhaling a breath, Jiang Wei further developed a series of transformations based on the Super Saiyan God. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 32,000 trillion, transformed into a humanoid dragon, transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 12.8 million trillion, transform into humanoid dragon, transform into Super Saiyan 3, transform into Super Saiyan God. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 25,600 kyo, transform into humanoid dragon, transform into Super Saiyan 3, transform into Super Saiyan God 20 times Kaio-ken. My husband's total strength is about 20,000 yuan. I really can't imagine anyone else in this world who can be my husband's opponent. Bulma looked at the series of data on the combat power detector screen and felt dizzy. After all, when she becomes Super Saiyan 3, she only has a fighting power of 120 billion. It is completely unimaginable how powerful it is when her fighting power reaches the Wonkyo level. Not to mention Bulma, even Vegito and the other combined warriors were dumbfounded by Jiang Wei's current display of all his strength. Said without politeness. In front of Jiang Wei, a combined warrior like Vegito is no different from an ant that can be crushed to death with one finger. After the shock, Vegito and everyone else showed joy again. According to the eldest brother's temper, everyone is required to make progress together. Needless to say, everyone has a share of this Super Saiyan God. Really? After the ability to grant wishes cooled down, Jiang Wei asked Son Goku and Vegeta to merge into Vegito, and made a wish to him, so that everyone can become a Super Saiyan God. After the wish came true, everyone was happy. But Beerus, the god of destruction, was not happy. The moment Jiang Wei became the Super Saiyan God, Beerus woke up from his dream. Beerus in the plot is interested in the Super Saiyan God. But now Beerus, whenever he thinks about the Super Saiyan God, he feels panicked and always feels that something bad is going to happen to him. Wes, do you know about Super Saiyan God? Beerus woke up from his nightmare and asked his shit sweeper in a panic. Super Saiyan God. Wes was slightly startled and said, Master Beerus, if you want to ask about a group of powerful warriors who can turn their hair red, then in a world called Super Earth, as I mentioned to you last time, yes, there are many Super Saiyan gods on the planet created by the new Supreme Kai, he. Chapter 85 Let Broly bring Broly back. There are many Super Saiyan gods. The expression on Beerus Cat's face became as bad as the desert environment. Wes, let's go to that Super Earth to see the Super Saiyan God. If we don't figure out the problem of the Super Saiyan God, I won't be able to sleep or eat well in the future. After a round of ideological struggle, Beerus came to his own conclusion. Oh yeah! Great idea, Lord Beerus! Weiss has actually longed for the delicacies inherited from the Earth on Super Earth. However, due to his status as an angel, he threw the god of destruction aside and acted on his own without permission. What kind of behavior would it be? Now with Beerus's approval, Weiss has a reason to go to Super Earth to taste the local food. Beerus and Whis are preparing to set off for Super Earth. Jiang Wei also thought of something, so he called Broly over and gave him a task. Let Broly use the teleportation ability he obtained through making a wish to travel to his destination without sensing energy, and go to Vampa planet to bring back the new version of Broly. As long as Jiang Wei masters the skills, everyone around him will have a share. Not only must he be strong, but he must also build the strongest team. If something happens in normal times, let the younger brother have enough strength to solve it by himself, and don't bother his older brother. If the younger brother really can't handle it, the elder brother Jiang Wei will come forward. Okay, big brother. Broly had completely surrendered to Jiang Wei, and without saying a word, he went to Wampa Star to find a scion with the same name as himself. This is why Jiang Wei considered that the old version of Broly was not easy to use his brain, so he described the new version of Broly as a scion with the same name and surname as him, so that it would be easier for the old version of Broly to understand. Broly used teleportation to reach his destination without sensing aura, and the next moment he appeared on Vampa Star. This planet is so desolate. There are actually scions living here. Broly looked around at the deserted environment and couldn't help but sigh. Father, a powerful aura has appeared on this planet. As soon as Broly appeared, he was instantly sensed by the new version of Broly living on this planet. He immediately tightened his skin and said to his father Paragus. The old version of Broly gave him an unprecedented sense of oppression. Broly, are you saying that someone has come to this inhospitable planet? Great, we can finally leave. Different from his son's nervousness, Paragus has had enough of staying on this desolate planet, and he is almost going crazy if he wants to leave here. Father, the master of this breath is very strong, very powerful. The new version of Broly said quickly, but Paragus could no longer listen. Paragus rolled and crawled, running towards the direction where the powerful aura appeared. The new version of Broly could only sigh and quickly chased after her father Paragus. It didn't take long. Broly meets the new version of Broly and his son. The moment he saw the new version of Broly and his son again, Broly showed a surprised look. Because, he felt a seemingly familiar aura from the father and son. But Broly didn't think much about it. Are you a scion from Frieza's legion? Paragus, who was already an extremely old man, asked Broly excitedly. In Paragus' knowledge, the scions are all subordinate to Frieza's legion. Broly ignored the question from Paragus, who looked a bit like his dead ghost father, and kept his eyes on the new version of Broly. He should be the scion that my brother is looking for, the one with the same name and surname as me. It looks very ordinary. Only, why do I have the feeling that this guy is dangerous? In the same situation, the new version of Broly also attracted attention from the old version of Broly. The old version of Broly looked listless. But the new version of Broly always has a feeling that if this guy goes crazy, it will be very difficult. Are you a scion who belongs to Frieza's legion? Please take us away from here. We have been living on this desolate planet for decades. With excitement and hope, Paragus reached out to the strange scion who looked a bit like his son. The Vampa planet where Paragus and his son lived was desolate and remote. This makes Vampa an inaccessible planet, and few universe spacecraft will fly around this planet. This resulted in Paragus and the new version of Broly being trapped on this planet. Paragus even thought that their father and son would spend the rest of their lives on this desolate planet. But the appearance of the old version of Broly gave Paragus hope of leaving this damn desolate planet. This made Paragus so excited that he completely ignored his son's warning to him. I am not a scion from Frieza's legion. My eldest brother is Jiang Wei. It was my eldest brother who asked me to come here and take away the scion named Broly who has the same name as me. As for you? Brother didn't say he would take you back. Broly turned his attention to Paragus, who was somewhat similar to his father, and answered indifferently. You are not a scion who belongs to Frieza's legion. It doesn't matter, as long as you can take us away. Paragus began to dance excitedly, apparently only listening to the first half of Broly's words. Broly didn't say he was going to take him back to Super Earth. Let's go, that guy also named Broly. Broly ignored Paragus and walked over, reaching out a hand to the new version of Broly. The new version of Broly looked confused. You want to take me away? Where is your universe spaceship? I didn't see you have a universe spaceship. And if you don't take my father away, I won't follow you out of here. What? Leave without me. Only then did Paragus react. The man in front of him was somewhat similar to his son Broly, a tall and strong scion with strong muscles. He is only willing to leave with his son Broly, and then leave Paragus on this inhospitable planet to fend for himself. The next moment, Paragus' old face, originally full of excitement and hope, instantly became extremely ferocious. You must take me away too. Otherwise, you won't be able to take Broly away, let alone leave here. Broly's expression was indifferent, and Paragus' malicious words only left him indifferent. It's just a piece of trash. If it were his previous temperament, he would be wiped out with a Qigong bomb. Paragus sternly said, Broly, go and subdue him. How he came to this planet is not important. He must take us away from here. Paragus has been on this planet long enough. He will never give up the hope of leaving this damn planet easily. Since the old version of Broly was unwilling to take him out of here, Paragus would never mind using force to force the old version of Broly to take him with him before he could leave. Chapter 86 Battle of Broly. As for after leaving this damn planet, what are your plans? Paragus has only one thought, to seek revenge from King Vegeta. Because back then, it was King Vegeta who exiled him and his son Broly to this desolate planet. It's just because Broly had a very high fighting ability when he was born. King Vegeta was worried that Broly would threaten their royal family's rule over the Scions, so he found an excuse for Paragus and his son to be exiled to this desolate border planet. In this exile, decades have passed. Decades of suffering. We can't just let it go. Paragus will never let go of King Vegeta, the culprit of all this. The new version of Broly didn't make a move. He just put his cautious eyes on the old version of Broly. Although the new version of Broly also has a metal ring around his neck that controls him. The new version of Broly will also have problems controlling himself because he is too powerful. But compared to the old version of Broly, the new version of Broly is much more normal, and he is also a scion with a pure nature. Paragus' order to deal with a stranger he had never met made the new version of Broly, who had a good nature, hesitate. In addition, the terrifying and powerful aura of the old version of Broly also made the new version of Broly feel it. This person is difficult to deal with, so don't act rashly. Broly, what are you waiting for? Don't you even listen to your father? Grab him quickly and let him take us out of here. Paragus saw that the new version of Broly didn't move, and immediately scolded him sharply. I understand, father. After decades of living together, the new version of Broly is still used to listening to his father's orders. The next moment, the new version of Broly's eyes became fierce. Sorry, I can't disobey my father. The old version of Broly's muscles also began to swell, but his eyes remained clear and the whites of his eyes did not appear. The old version of Broly's madness has been cured by Jiang Wei's powerful strength on new planet Vegeta. A terrifying aura appeared on Wampa Star. Such a terrifying aura. It's impossible, this person can be so powerful, even more powerful than my Broly. Paragus fell to the ground and couldn't help but regret his move to catch the old version of Broly. You want to catch me? My eldest brother happened to tell me to take you back, so let me try to see why you can make my eldest brother value you so much. A scion with the same name as me. The old version of Broly, whose muscles had swelled up, looked at the solemn-looking new version of Broly across from him and laughed. As the old version of Broly began to no longer suppress his own strength, an even more terrifying sense of oppression forced the new version of Broly. Ah! With a loud shout, the new version of Broly really couldn't stand the oppression caused by the old version of Broly, so he had no choice but to take action first. Is this unbearable? Old Broly laughed. The next moment, the two legendary Super Saions collided like heaven and earth colliding. Boom! The entire Wampa Star began to shake violently as the two collided. With the collision of the two Brolys, an invisible shock wave spread in all directions, and all the hills encountered on the way were turned into powder. If Paragus hadn't been prepared and turned over to hide in a deep pit, he would have been shattered into pieces in the shock wave caused by the collision between the two. The two Brolys were separated at the touch of a button. After, just like Mars hitting the Earth, they collided together again, causing an even more violent movement. Crackling! The two started a fierce fist fight. Paragus, who was hiding in a nearby pit and raised his head quietly, could barely capture the afterimage of their battle. The violent energy fluctuations produced when the two fists and kicks exchanged made Paragus even more frightened. Damn it, if I had known that this strange guy could actually fight Broly on an equal footing, I shouldn't have let Broly catch him. I was too reckless and made a mistake. Paragus felt that he should not use force so easily, or that this would be the best way if he could be persuaded with good words. The power of the old version of Broly shocked Paragus like this. The confrontation between the two legendary Super Saions continues. After all, the new version of Broly is the person designated by Big Brother, and the old version of Broly just wants to test his abilities. Naturally, it is impossible to use all the strength to fight against the new version of Broly as soon as he goes up. Therefore, only the power of normality is used. After all, in the old version of Broly's induction, the new version of Broly's power at this time is far inferior to him. Just using normal power is enough to suppress the new version of Broly. But what kind of existence is the new version of Broly? Anyone who has watched Dragon Ball Super Broly will understand. It didn't take long. The new Broly shocked the old Broly. This guy with the same name and surname as him actually surpassed his normal combat power. The more he fights, the stronger he gets, and the one who falls at a disadvantage is actually himself. After the old version of Broly fell into a disadvantage, he had to activate the Super Saiyan transformation. Only by increasing one's combat power like crazy can the new version of Broly be suppressed again. But this advantage only lasted for a very short time. While fighting the old version of Broly, he felt something was wrong again. The new version of Broly's combat power quickly caught up with him, and in turn surpassed the old version of Broly. This guy. The old version of Broly had an extremely surprised expression on his face. He seemed to understand a little bit why his elder brother wanted to find this scion who had the same name as him and was also named Broly. It's definitely not because he has the same name as him. In order to deal with the attacks of the new version of Broly, the old version of Broly had to continue to initiate new transformations to once again increase his combat effectiveness to the point of having an advantage. In this way, the combat power of the two legendary Super Saions continued to soar. As the fighting power of the two soared, the aftermath of the battle between the two Broly became more and more terrifying, sweeping away everything around the Wampa planet. Paragus was just lucky enough to survive the pit without being shattered to pieces. Bang! The next moment, the old version of Broly's movements were a beat slower, and he was punched in the face by the new version of Broly. In an instant, the old version of Broly's bulging muscle body was shot backwards like a cannonball. The new version of Broly's punch. The old version of Broly flew hundreds of meters, and all the mountains on Wampa he encountered on the way were smashed to pieces. It is obvious that as the battle continues, the new version of Broly has gained a combat advantage over the old version of Broly. You are the strongest person I have seen in these decades. Let's do it again. The new version of Broly laughed excitedly. Once the battle begins, the new version of Broly becomes a little bit more aggressive, and now he becomes more and more courageous as he fights. Emerging from a pile of collapsed rubble, the old version of Broly looked at the new version of Broly with an expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. This guy has the same name as him. The speed with which he improves his strength is such that even the legendary Super Saiyan himself has to be defeated. I have already upgraded to Super Saiyan 3. Not long after fighting that guy, his combat power caught up with me again and even surpassed me. What a scary guy! Then let me see where the limit of your strength is. Thinking of this, the old version of Broly decided to use all his strength to fight against this new version of Broly. His hair turned green, with a hint of red in the green. Based on the legendary Super Saiyan, the old version of Broly transformed into the Super Saiyan God. His breath suddenly increased exponentially. The nearby mountains that had not yet been destroyed were completely razed to the ground by the terrifying aura caused by the old version of Broly's transformation into Super Saiyan God. Chapter 87 The new version of Broly has no upper limit. You can make me use all my strength. Sure enough, it's not without reason that eldest brother likes you. The old version of Broly smiled. He welcomes strong partners who can join Big Brother's group. Next, be careful. The old version of Broly's punch carried a powerful force, creating visible air currents in the air and hitting the new version of Broly's head. The new version of Broly didn't react and was punched away. Flying upside down for tens of thousands of meters, all the hills and other terrain encountered along the way were turned into pieces. In the end, the person disappeared and was buried in a pile of rubble. There was no movement for a long time. The old version of Broly started to panic. I won't beat him to death, right? After all, this is the power of Super Saiyan God. Just when the old version of Broly hurriedly went up to check. Boom! The next moment, a Qigong projectile shot over and hit the old version of Broly in the chest. In the smoke and dust of the explosion, the old version of Broly was blown away on the spot. The new version of Broly came through the smoke and dust, and once again started a fierce fist fight with the old version of Broly. During the fierce battle, the old version of Broly became more and more frightened, and he felt that the new version of Broly could already catch up with his Super Saiyan God power. This guy, what kind of monster is he? The old version of Broly was once again shocked. If he continues to fight, although the old version of Broly can continue to increase his strength, he has already understood the extraordinary nature of the person his elder brother asked him to find. There is no point in continuing to fight. Then, the old version of Broly waved his hands continuously and used the prince's tactics to continuously shoot Qigong bullets one after another. Come and force the new version of Broly to retreat. The old version of Broly waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Monster, you are definitely a monster. I won't fight you. I will bring you and your father to Super Earth, but whether your father can stay is a matter of course. It's up to the elder brother to decide." The new version of Broly, who had begun to surpass the power of Super Saiyan God, stopped after hearing this. Since the old version of Broly agreed to take his father with him, they left Wampa together. The new version of Broly has no reason to continue fighting. What's more, the new version of Broly also vaguely felt that after fighting the old version of Broly and gradually breaking through the power of Super Saiyan God, he had already begun to lose control of himself. It's time to stop. I'm sorry, I only followed my father's words to fight with you. The new version of Broly showed an innocent expression and said apologetically. A strong person doesn't need to say sorry. You are the one that Big Brother wants, and I recognize you. Like you, my name is Broly. Old Broly laughed. So your name is Broly too? When the new version of Broly heard this, he showed a rare smile. It was only then that the new version of Broly realized what state his father was in now. Won't. His selfless battle just now was affected and wiped out, right? When the new version of Broly thought of this, he felt very panicked. However, they didn't panic for long. With the help of the old version of Broly, the two found the unconscious Paragus in a deep pit that had been buried under rubble. The old version of Broly brought the new version of Broly and his father back to Super Earth using teleportation without the need to sense breath, and met Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei gave Paragus a fairy bean and asked people to take him down to settle him. Broly has told me about you. You seem to be able to continuously break through quickly when facing strong enemies. Jiang Wei looked at the very restrained new version of Broly in front of him and said, "Fight with me. I want to see the limit of your ability." "Brother, no, I almost lost control in the battle with that Broly just now." The new version of Broly is very honest. "Haha, you don't know my power. If you fight me, I can solve your problem of losing control due to the rapid increase in strength during the battle. The Broly you mentioned before was a crazy person who refused to recognize his relatives in the past, but he was not cured by me." Jiang Wei patted the new version of Broly on the shoulder and smiled. The new version of Broly was greatly moved and asked quickly, "Brother, can you really solve my problem of losing control of my power?" "It's easy." Jiang Wei raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The new version of Broly's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is available. Then, the two came to a special martial arts training ground the size of a city and started fighting. Jiang Wei's purpose is to test the limits of the new version of Broly's power. In the plot, as the battle continues to improve, the new version of Broly is able to defeat Golden Frieza, forcing Son Goku and Vegeta to use their full strength to hang on the wall. The earth-shattering battle lasted for a whole day. In the end, the new version of Broly surrendered and ended the battle. After the war, the new version of Broly said with lingering fear, "Brother, he is really not human when it comes to fighting." Jiang Wei's evaluation is that the new version of Broly is really not human when it comes to fighting. Damn it! Unless the new version of Broly is defeated in one move, this wall hanging can really become infinitely stronger. What is the limit of the new version of Broly? Jiang Wei fought with him for a whole day, but he didn't try it out. Fortunately, Jiang Wei revealed the new version of Broly's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline before the fight started. In this way, as soon as the new version of Broly passes the battle and surpasses Jiang Wei's strength, Jiang Wei can immediately overtake the new version of Broly. The new version of Broly surpassed Jiang Wei again, because Jiang Wei had the same bloodline as him, and he was able to overtake the new version of Broly just after being surpassed. In this way, the new version of Broly was exhausted physically and mentally while knocking on the fairy beans, and he took the initiative to admit defeat, and the battle ended. However, after the war, the new version of Broly also discovered that he could control his own power, so he was very grateful to Jiang Wei, the eldest brother, and was willing to serve him wholeheartedly. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 5,000 trillion. After fighting the new version of Broly for a day, Jiang Wei felt that he could crush Beerus, the god of destruction, with one finger using only his normal fighting power. In terms of combat power, Jiang Wei believes that he is unbeatable in the Dragon Ball world. But Jiang Wei has a feeling that the god of destruction, as a god who specializes in the power of destruction, is different from the Supreme Kai who specializes in creation. Perhaps he is no longer an existence that can be defeated by just mindlessly increasing combat power. Chapter 88 I almost forgot about android number 20, Bojack. Jiang Wei, I have completed the android number 20 you asked me to make for you last time. When will you pick it up? On this day, while Jiang Wei was having S*X with his wife Bulma, he suddenly received a message from Dr. Gero. Artificial man number 20? I asked you to make it. When did it happen? Why don't I remember it? Jiang Wei looked confused and thought for a while, but he had no impression in his mind. It's the burly, muscular man from universe that you gave me last time. You asked me to transform him into an absorbable android. Dr. Gro said. Jiang Wei looked stunned, obviously remembering, Dr. Gro, it turns out you were talking about Bojack. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten about him. Now, with the expansion of the combat power of Jiang Wei and his subordinates, Jiang Wei has obviously lost interest in an artificial man with only a few billion combat power. Bojack gives it to you. Jiang Wei said kindly. No, you better take it back. Android number 20 is too powerful. If I have a backbone like Cell, Android NOS 19 and 16 alone can't save my life. Dr. Gero was shocked. He did not dare to activate such a powerful artificial man that he had made. Jiang Wei curled his lips, Dr. Gro, as long as you focus more on cultivation instead of focusing entirely on research, you won't even dare to ask for a mere Bojack. If he dares to be rebellious, the fingers are gone. It's all in vain that Jiang Wei gave Dr. Gro the mixed scion blood. Dr. Gro's face twitched, I'm a scientist, not a martial artist. Of course I have to focus on research. Okay, come over here as soon as possible and take away Android 20. I'll stay with you and won't even activate him. Dare. Jiang Wei had no choice but to send a clone back to Earth and brought back a metal container marked number 20 from Dr. Gro's Secret Research Institute. After opening the metal container, Bojack, whose eyes were open and motionless, was found inside. His body began to tremble, and it didn't take long for him to regain consciousness, and he turned over and sat up from the container. Did he? Android 20, combat power 5 billion, initial. Looking at Jiang Wei, he felt that after being transformed into an artificial human, his power was far greater than before. And the special ability to absorb the combat power of others. A glimmer of unwillingness to surrender flashed in Bojack's eyes. Artificial man number 20, I am your master, how do you look at me? Jiang Wei noticed that Bojack looked at him unkindly and scolded him. FKU Android 20. I'm Bojack. The Bojack who scares the whole galaxy and the old guys in King Kai. Jiang Wei, you are too careless, it was your biggest mistake not to let those black-spotted green-skinned monsters guard you. Bojack rebels with a fierce look on his face. With lightning speed, he reached out and grabbed Jiang Wei's shoulder. The gem-like absorption device embedded in his palm immediately began to absorb Jiang Wei's combat power at full power. Jiang Wei remained motionless, only looking at Bojack who was absorbing his energy with an interesting look. Dr. Gero, that old man, is quite self-aware. After he created you, he realized that you were a failure. Tisk tisk. Bojack's face was crazily distorted. I'm not a failure. Ah. I must kill you and that old man. He absorbed Jiang Wei's energy and worked harder. Jiang Wei, don't pretend like nothing has happened. You must have lost a lot of energy under my absorption. Before long, you will run out of energy and die under my absorption, ha ha ha. Bojack felt the endless stream of powerful energy absorbed from Jiang Wei's body, and smiled proudly. Aren't you at your limit yet? It seems that Dr. Gero has used more advanced absorption device technology on you than Android 19. Jiang Wei looked at Bojack with the eyes of a scientific researcher looking at creation. That look made Bojack even more angry and crazy. But it only lasted a minute. No, I'm about to burst. This Jiang Wei's energy is still being absorbed by me. Bojack looked horrified. Feeling the pain that stretched to the limit as his body was filled with energy, Bojack wanted to pull his hand back, but was horrified to find that his hand had been sucked by Jiang Wei's energy and could not be pulled back. I'm going to explode. Spare me, master. Facing death, Bojack becomes intimidated. Android number 20, I am your master. Jiang Wei looked at Bojack, who had abnormally swollen muscles all over his body. I am Android number 20, you are my master, please spare me. Bojack begged for mercy again and again. It's very simple. Jiang Wei raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Ding, get the energy absorption device of Android No 20. After his wish came true, Jiang Wei let go of Android 20. From this moment on, Bojack is gone, and there is only Android 20 in the world. Diddy. Android number 20, combat power 10 billion, energy has reached its limit. Jiang Wei raised his hand and looked at the palm of his hand. There was no gem-like absorption device. But when Jiang Wei put his hand on Android number 20, he could clearly feel that he could absorb the energy in the opponent's body. It seems that this energy absorption device of Android 20 exists in the form of a skill. Interesting. Although it doesn't feel very useful, Jiang Wei has the ability to absorb other people's energy. Suck out some of the energy from Android number 20 to prevent him from exploding. Diddy. Android 20, combat power 8 billion, absorb energy. Thank you, master. Android number 20 breathed a sigh of relief. Go down. Yes. Less than 5 minutes after Android 20 left, Jiang Wei suddenly felt something and showed a strange expression. The next moment, two figures appeared in the sky above Super Earth. It was Angel Weiss, and the god of destruction Beerus was catching him from behind. Unlike in the plot, when Beerus came to Super Earth, his expression was tense. It was obvious that he was not relaxed inside. Weiss's attitude was very polite. The new Supreme Kai from the 7th universe, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is here to visit. After getting Jiang Wei's permission, Weiss took his cat and, under the guidance of the Planet Defense Force formed by the new human civilization of Super Earth, landed on the ground and went to meet Jiang Wei, the supreme god who created them. This Supreme Kai's pomp is so grand. Beerus snorted in displeasure. If it were another Supreme Kai, even if he was equal to the god of destruction in terms of class, who wouldn't be trembling in front of Beerus? And the planet that made him unhappy like this, had Beerus normal temper, he would have destroyed it with a wave of destruction. Beerus will never let himself be wronged. But this is a planet where a group of Super Saiyan gods live. Even Beerus, the god of destruction who has crossed the universe, has to put his tail between his legs and restrain himself until the situation becomes unclear. Why? Although the Super Saiyan God is not a god like Supreme Kai or the god of destruction, he is already a divine creature, separated from the mortal life level. As for divine creatures, their attacks can already cause corresponding damage to gods like the god of destruction who are immune to mortal attacks. If it weren't for the fact that Super Saiyan God could hurt the god of destruction, Beerus wouldn't even bother to care. Chapter 89 Beerus Combat Power. When he saw Whis and Beerus, Jiang Wei pressed the combat power detector. Did he? Weiss, combat power 1000. Beerus, combat power 1000. Jiang Wei was stunned at first, and then showed a real expression. At the level of angel and the god of destruction, for them, so-called combat effectiveness is meaningless data. Haven't you seen in the plot that no matter how hard Goku and Vegeta train, let alone surpassing Whis, they still can't beat Beerus? To put it bluntly, the combat power of angel and the god of destruction is already low level. Just because they are angels and gods of destruction, even if they only have 1000 combat power, they still defeat those mortal creatures with 1000 trillion and 1000 kilo of combat power. It also shows that although the Super Saiyan God is already a divine creature and can threaten the god of destruction, because he is not a god, he is still threatened by the power of mortals. If you really reach the level of the god of destruction, even if you only have a combat power of 5, do you believe that you, Black Gold Frieza, can still keep your defenses intact? What Jiang Wei can't understand is that Supreme Kai is a god equal to the god of destruction, but he can be killed by mortal power, etc. Is Supreme Kai really the equivalent of the god of destruction? Jiang Wei thought. When the gods visited Zeno, neither the Grand Priest nor his children's angels need to salute. The god of destruction must bow. Supreme Kai is the humblest, having to kneel down and worship. Damn it! A person who kneels and a person who bows have equal status? What a ghost! What's more, each god of destruction carries an angel minion, so the card list is obviously larger than that of Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai's status as a god is far inferior to that of the god of destruction. Mr. Beerus, Mr. Whis, welcome to Super Earth. As a host, Jiang Wei naturally has to be hospitable. Lord Jiang Wei, Lord Beerus is here to live on your Super Earth, that group of red-haired warriors, the Super Saiyan God. The two sides exchanged a few polite words, and Weiss, as a follower of the god of destruction, explained his intention to Jiang Wei. Beerus said nothing and left all the entertainment to his followers. His performance was not as relaxed as in the plot when he first came to Earth. In the plot, Beerus just dreams about becoming a Super Saiyan God. In the Dragon Ball world where Jiang Wei lives, the Super Saiyan God is not a dream, but exists in reality. Not only exist, but there are also a group of them, all of them are powerful. Even the strongest god of destruction in the universe cannot relax no matter what when facing a group of powerful divine creatures that can harm him. Until Jiang Wei, in the spirit of being a guest from afar, entertained the two foodies Beerus and Whis with earthly delicacies. In front of the delicious food, Beerus and Whis competed with each other, eating and looking ugly. After eating Earth's delicacies, Beerus relaxed and regained his original aloofness. Beerus said to Jiang Wei, "Thank you very much for your hospitality, Supreme Kai. I have a request. I hope to spar with the Super Saiyan God who lives on Super Earth." Jiang Wei said to everyone who had finished drinking and eating, "Mr. Beerus wants to find someone to compete with and see the power of the Super Saiyan God. Which of you is willing to compete with Mr. Beerus?" Everyone is now extremely confident in their own strength. Except for their eldest brother, they are not afraid of anyone. When they hear that the guests want to compete, they all eagerly compete to be the first. "How about we draw lots?" Bulma made a suggestion and everyone agreed, it was fair. He. Whis saw that everyone was very energetic and was not like other planets at all. When he heard the name of Beerus, the god of destruction, he turned pale and laughed very interestingly. "Ms. Bulma, please give me another strawberry pudding, thank you." After laughing enough, Weiss asked Bulma for another dessert and was ready to watch the fun. Beerus' thin cat face twitched. He was obviously not used to it, and everyone's reaction made the dignified god of destruction seem to have no deterrent effect. After a round of drawing lots, perhaps due to plot inertia, Son Goku happily won the prize and was eager to fight Beerus. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers, and he flew directly to the palace where he was entertaining everyone. There was a competition ground the size of a city. In this way, everyone can enjoy the battle between Son Goku and Beerus while continuing to enjoy the food. Son Goku and Beerus flew over the competition field. The two sides took their respective positions and began the confrontation before the fight. Son Goku is very excited. He is now on Super Earth and exercises in the spiritual time room every day. The spiritual time room on Super Earth is also more super than the one on Earth. One day on the outside lasts 10 years inside. In the plot, Frieza cultivates into black gold Frieza on a planet where time flows at an abnormal speed, which is nothing more than that. It just takes time. Under normal circumstances, people would die of old age within a few uses. But Son Goku has a good big brother. His lifespan is already unlimited, so he naturally opens up his spiritual time room. So does everyone else. So, not only Jiang Wei and the new version of Broly, but also other people who are willing to practice hard will also expand in strength. Piccolo and Zangia, as well as Bulma, who was not keen on practicing, were a few exceptions. Looking in the air, Son Goku and Beerus were observing each other before taking action. Jiang Wei raised his hand and pressed the combat power detector. My eyes widened a lot. What's the meaning? Jiang Wei looked puzzled. Did he? Son Goku, combat power 300 billion. Beerus, combat power 3 trillion. On the screen of the combat power detector, Beerus' combat power was actually different from before. Jiang Wei pointed the combat power detector at Weiss, who was holding a spoon and scooping ice cream. Did he? Weiss, combat power 1000. Weiss's combat effectiveness was still the same as before, without any change. Jiang Wei's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Goku, don't transform into Super Saiyan God yet. Start with Super Saiyan 1. I want to observe the changes in Beerus. This guy is a little strange. Just as Son Goku was about to take action, his elder brother's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Okay, brother. Son Goku obeyed Jiang Wei's words. The next moment, Son Goku's eyes turned green, his hair turned golden, and his whole body burned with golden arrogance. Lord Beerus, we call this form Super Saiyan 1. Son Goku explained to Beerus, accelerated and appeared in front of Beerus in an instant. He punched the cat's face, but Beerus blocked it with a finger. It was flicked away by Beerus again. Did he? Son Goku, combat power 15 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Beerus, combat power 150 trillion. Jiang Wei discovered that as Son Goku increased his combat effectiveness, Beerus's combat effectiveness also changed in an instant. Show a thoughtful look. Because Beerus's finger didn't really move, Son Goku just flew upside down for more than 10 meters and flew back again. Lightning began to appear all over his body, and the golden flames turned into radial air currents. Lord Beerus, this is Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku instantly appeared in front of Beerus, punching and kicking him. This time, facing Son Goku's fists and kicks, Beerus just put his hands behind his back, and there was only boredom in his cat eyes. Stop doing these boring tricks, you should show the power of Super Saiyan God, otherwise I will not show mercy. Beerus opened his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief, then blew Son Goku away, and said a little unhappy. Did he? Son Goku, combat power 30 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Beerus, combat power 300 trillion. Goku, there is no need to continue testing Beerus, you can transform into Super Saiyan God and fight him. Jiang Wei somewhat understood the law of changes in Beerus' combat power, and said to Son Goku in his mind. Chapter 90 The God of Destruction is always stronger than you. Lord Beerus, I will use the power of Super Saiyan God as you wish." Following his elder brother's instructions, Son Goku first turned his blonde hair back into black hair, and then into red hair, and the energy all over his body also turned into a bright red with the aura of God. It was only then that the expression on Beerus Cat's face showed a slight change of "I want to be serious." Did he? Son Goku, combat power 300 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan God. Beerus, combat power 500 trillion. Beerus's combat power is not like before. Every time he changes, he is 10 times that of Goku. This time, his combat power is only 40% more than Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan God. Jiang Wei saw the changes in Beerus through the combat power detector, and also saw through the mystery of Beerus's changes in combat power. That is, facing a mortal opponent, Beerus is not only immune to combat damage, but his own combat effectiveness will always be 10 times stronger than the opponent. Facing the Super Saiyan God, Beerus is not immune to damage, and his own combat power is only 40% higher than that of the Super Saiyan God. That's why Beerus couldn't turn a blind eye when he dreamed of the Super Saiyan God in the plot. Beerus himself admitted that Super Saiyan God has 60% of his power. Good guy. That's what happened. No wonder in the plot, no matter how they practice, Goku or Vegeta, even if they have mastered Super Blue, they still can't defeat Beerus. Their combat effectiveness is always 40% higher than yours. Only if you can beat him can you be a ghost. At this time, Jiang Wei heard Beerus proudly declare to Son Goku, "There is no existence in this universe that can defeat the God of Destruction." Jiang Wei rolled his eyes. Compared to a cat, you will always have 40% more combat power than a Super Saiyan God. In the plot, Son Goku and Vegeta alone cannot beat you. But in my case, there is not just one Super Saiyan God, Goku, but a group of them. If a group of Super Saiyan Gods come to attack you, how should you respond? On the sky. In response to Beerus's declaration, Son Goku did it if he refused. In a flash of his body, he punched Beerus Cat face like a cannonball. There is red energy on the fist, containing the breath of God, which allows the punch made by Son Goku to ignore Beerus's special buff of being immune to mortal damage and hurt Beerus. So, Beerus did not dare to ignore the friendly punch from Son Goku, but his dry cat face showed no signs of trouble, and he blocked Son Goku's punch seemingly in an understatement. Boom! The collision of fists caused intense airflow, oscillating around and around. If the battlefield is not on a super Earth, but on an ordinary planet, the collision of the two fists will destroy countless mountains and lakes, and destroy the topography just by the residual power. Son Goku groaned. His strength was only 60% of Beerus's, and in the head-to-head fist fight, he suffered some losses. However, Son Goku's fighting spirit became more and more high. He just took a few steps back, then flew forward to meet him. His fists and kicks were like a violent storm, attacking Beerus. Beerus looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, and started fighting with Son Goku with ease. After a few rounds, a flying kick hit Son Goku in the abdomen. The kick made Son Goku scream in pain, cover his abdomen with both hands, and vomit. He took a sip of bitter water. Beerus took advantage of the situation and punched Son Goku again on the back, hitting him like a meteor and hitting the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air. A large and deep hole was created by Son Goku in less than half of the city-sized competition ground. The traces of cracks on the ground could stretch for tens of thousands of meters. Even Super Earth trembled. This caused the new human civilization above to panic for a while. It was only when Jiang Wei came forward to comfort him in time that the new human civilization on the Super Earth returned to peace. Beerus, with his hands behind his back, floated on the competition ground, looking at the huge hole filled with smoke and dust. Is this the power of Super Saiyan God? But, forget it. Beerus wanted to say it was nothing more than that, but then he thought about it. There are not only Son Goku, but also a group of Super Saiyan Gods on this Super Earth. He is on someone else's territory, so he cannot speak unscrupulously. If he provokes a group attack from the Super Saiyan God, Beerus will make Whis laugh again. Suddenly, amidst the smoke and dust that filled the ground, a huge blue Qigong cannon shot out. That is turtle-style Qigong. Beerus turned sideways to avoid the turtle-style Qigong shot from the bottom up. At this time, Son Goku suddenly appeared in front of him. Although he was in a mess, he performed a Super Saiyan God on the basis of the Super Saiyan God. Transformation of Saiyan 3. Suddenly, he launched an all-out attack towards Beerus. Jiang Wei would praise Goku for his wonderful fight, but he would also shake his head because his sudden increase in combat power caught the powerful enemy off guard. This move works against any enemy, but it is useless against the God of Destruction, who will always be stronger than you. Diddy. Son Goku, combat power 120,000 trillion, transformation into Super Saiyan God, transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Beerus, combat power 200,000 trillion. Your combat power will always be only 60% of that of the God of Destruction. Don't talk about transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Even if you can transform into Super Blue, it will be useless. Jiang Wei shook his head. If the Super Saiyan God wanted to defeat Beerus, he could not think of any other way except group attack. Then, after Son Goku was beaten away by Beerus again, Jiang Wei told Son Goku the secret of Beerus God of Destruction through his mind. What? I will always be 40% stronger than the Super Saiyan God? No wonder, no matter how I increase my strength, I can't beat that Lord Beerus. That's it. After Son Goku understood, he knew that he had no chance of defeating Beerus, so he gave up easily. After defeating Son Goku, Beerus' cat face was tangled for a moment before he said sincerely, Super Saiyan God, you are qualified to be my strong enemy. However, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of you, and I hope you will not treat me as an enemy. I regard him as an enemy. Oh my! Lord Beerus would say such a thing. Is this still the Lord Beerus I know? Weiss's cheeks were stuffed with Earth's delicacies, and he laughed vaguely. Beerus glared at his boss and yelled, Wes! You said something again that makes me unable to step down. Then he started competing with Weiss for the Earth's delicacies, just like the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Actually, Beerus was also conquered by the delicacies of the Earth, but the delicacies of the Earth were in Jiang Wei's territory, and there was a group of Super Saiyan gods who obeyed Jiang Wei. In order to eat Earth's delicacies regularly, Beerus had to put aside his pretense as the God of Destruction and establish a good relationship with Jiang Wei and his gang. Mr. Beerus, we welcome you and Mr. Whis to be our partners rather than our enemies. Super Earth, you are always welcome to be our guests. Jiang Wei said proudly. Bulma also acted as the hostess, greeting the new human servants, and continuously served a variety of earthly delicacies. Everyone was a mixed-race scion, and they were also foodies, and they started eating and drinking happily again. Jiang Wei smiled and looked away from one direction. Doppura, I was shocked. I thought he had discovered us. Outside the Super Earth, in the universe, a universe spacecraft is quietly hidden nearby. It's none other than the evil magician Babadai and his gang. Son Goku transformed into the Super Saiyan God and fought against Beerus, but Babadai gained a lot of energy in vain. Finally, he had enough energy to release the Majin Buu that Babadai had longed for from the seal. Humph, once I free my Majin Buu, I won't need to be sneaky anymore. Babadai, like Dong Supreme Kaio-ken, thinks that Majin Buu is the ceiling of strength, but he has never seen the world. I thought that as long as Majin Buu was in hand, I would have the power to fight Son Goku, the Super Saiyan God, and Beerus, the God of Destruction. Lord Babadai, we should leave this planet where strong men gather and go to Earth to release Majin Buu. Doppura, the king of the demon world who surrendered to Babadai, persuaded with lingering fear. Just the residual energy generated by Son Goku's battle with Beerus and dissipated into the universe made Doppura terrified. You're right, let's get down to business quickly. Babadai immediately said, ordering the pilot of the universe spacecraft to quickly operate the spacecraft to the Earth. Babadai is here, he he he. At Jiang Wei's level, how could he not discover the sneaky Babadai and his gang outside the Super Earth? Not only Jiang Wei discovered it, but basically everyone discovered it. Whis, who is an angel, and Beerus, the god of destruction, not to mention. They are just ants, too lazy to pay attention so as not to disturb the enjoyment of eating. Chapter 91 Majin Bu, Little Karami. Just when Jiang Wei and others were too lazy to pay attention to Babadai and his group, Babadai has arrived on Earth, and soon finds the sealed Majin Bu, a huge egg that looks strange and exudes evil energy. When the egg that sealed Majin Bu first appeared on the Earth, it was noticed by Dong Supreme Kai Xin. Xin showed his usual look of panic at first, but soon returned to his normal expression. On Super Earth, there are now many powerful people. Even Beerus, the god of destruction mentioned by the old Supreme Kai, is on Super Earth. The Super Earth is right next to the Earth. He still needs to be afraid of the damn Majin Bu. So, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Xin and his follower Jobit were indifferent to the fact that Majin Bu was about to break the seal. Ha ha ha, my Majin Bu can finally break the seal. Babadai happily collected and carefully collected Son Goku to transform into the Super Saiyan God to fight Beerus, the god of destruction. The negligible energy that escaped into the universe was poured into the egg that sealed Majin Bu. Inside, Doppura looked nervous and looked around, fearing that at this juncture, Supreme Kai and his entourage would suddenly come out and ruin Lord Babadai's good deeds. As Babadai injects energy, he chants obscure spells. The huge, weird-looking eggs began to glow with a strange red light. After a while, it was like a boiling kettle, with big clouds of steam coming out. Babadai and Dapper stared at the steaming egg without blinking. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, after the huge egg stopped spewing steam, it cracked open. Babadai craned her neck to see that it was empty. He began to panic. Majin Bu, my Majin Bu, why is it not in the seal? Doppura guessed, Lord Babadai, maybe the time when Majin Bu was sealed was too long ago, and Majin Bu is already dead. Babadai yelled, Doppura, shut up. My Majin Bu will not die as time goes by. I'm sorry, Master Babadai, I made a mistake. Doppura immediately admitted his mistake. Where has my Majin Bu gone? Babadai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, spinning around. And just in the air where they didn't pay attention, the large clouds of steam that had been ejected from the eggs turned pink in color. A pink cloud floats in the sky. Until then, Babadai accidentally looked up at the sky and discovered this unusual pink cloud. Then his eyes lit up. Something came to mind. Doppura also felt that as the pink cloud formed, a powerful aura appeared that made him feel depressed. As the pink clouds condensed, the powerful aura became stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha! So my Majin Bu is there. Majin Bu is a terrifying monster that even Supreme Kai can easily kill. Let me tell you, there's no way he can die that easily. Babadai looked at the pink clouds with human figures emerging and danced with joy. At this time, the pink cloud finally condensed into Majin Bu. A big fat man with pink body suddenly appeared in the air with his arms and legs spread out and a naive smile on his face. After falling to the ground, he completely ignored Babadai and Doppura and started doing very childish actions. Is this Majin Bu? Dapper was stunned. This was different from the Majin Bu he imagined. Majin Bu is a fat man with pink fat all over his body. His body type shows that he is not very capable of fighting, he is very ferocious. He doesn't look very smart either, with small eyes. He is so naive and behaves as childishly as a child. Is this really the strongest monster in the universe, Majin Bu? Lord Babadai, are you mistaken? Doppura asked confused. He is Majin Bu, I was not mistaken. Babadai looked at Fat Bu, who was playing games by himself, with fiery eyes, exactly the same as what was recorded in the notes left by his father. Majin Bu, I am your master, and I freed you from the seal. You must obey my orders. Come here. Babadai waved to Fat Bu who was having fun. I'm not coming. Fat Bu made a face at Babadai and went back to his own business. Seeing that Fat Bu was disobedient, Babadai's little insect showed an unhappy look on his face and immediately threatened. You are my servant and you must obey me. Otherwise, I will seal you back into the egg. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Fat Bu's small eyes, and then a flattering smile appeared on his chubby face. No, no, I'll be right over. Humph, this is ridiculous. If Babadai had a tail, it would be in the sky. Fat Bu obediently walked up and stood behind Babadai, like a follower. Now that Majin Bu has been released. If it's in the plot. With Babadai's villain's urinary nature, he will never leave easily unless he harms the earth or human beings. But now the earth is under the nose of a group of powerful people. Even if Babadai has Fat Bu, he doesn't dare to be as arrogant and unscrupulous as in the plot. He just wants to take Fat Bu away and go rampage in other parts of the universe. But Babadai was being targeted. It's Dr. Gro. There have been 2 Scion attacks, and one time the Universe Emperor personally conquered the Earth. Dr. Gro is also thinking about earning his own living and getting some samples of the universe people who came to the Earth. But when he saw the data displayed on the combat power detector, Dr. Gro took a breath. He only had one android number 19 available, and android number 16 could not shout under normal circumstances, let alone defeat the opponent. He quickly contacted Jiang Wei and asked him to come forward to deal with Babadai and his gang. Jiang Wei saw that Babadai wanted to run away after releasing Fat Bu, and was preparing to take action against Babadai and his gang. You've come, why don't you run away? He said to everyone, who was willing to deal with the sneaky group of people outside the Super Earth. Son Goku and others are not interested, they are just a bunch of weaklings. Beerus and Whis are just guests and have no interest in causing trouble. That is to say, Jiang Wei's mecha troops, the 4 perfect Saru, are willing to stand up and bully the small ones. Bring Android 20 with you. Number 20 stood next to the 4 perfect Saru, trembling. He was just a little Karami. Babadai and Fat Bu bring them back to me, the others can do whatever they want. Yes, Demon King Jiang Wei. The 4 perfect Saru don't feel that they have lost their value. They can serve their master and they will be happy even if they go to the kindergarten to bully them. Taking number 20 with them and teleporting, the cells reappeared in front of Babadai and his gang who were about to escape on the universe spaceship. Diddy. Cell, Combat Power 1 trillion, Complete Body. Zilu, Combat Power 1.2 trillion, Complete Body. Silu, Combat Power 1.5 trillion, Complete Body. Seru, Combat Power 1.4 trillion, Complete Body. Android 20, Combat Power 8 billion, Absorb Energy. Babadai, Combat Power 5. Dapper Combat Power 8 billion. Fat Bu, Combat Power 32 billion. Seeing the data displayed on the combat effectiveness detector, Dr. Gro was both proud and embarrassed. What I am proud of is that the 4 complete Saru with terrifying combat capabilities were all created by Dr. Tagoro. 2 of the tailed cells were also created by Dr. Gero in parallel time and space. What's embarrassing is that the Saru androids he created all have backbones and want to kill his creator. Only Jiang Wei can safely use these powerful artificial humans without fear of them growing backbones. Chapter 92 The God of Destruction and Angel were copied. Babadai was frightened when she saw the Saras suddenly appeared. He could clearly feel that any perfect cell could crush them and Fat Bu to death with one finger. Even Fat Bu, who behaved very childishly, looked frightened and broke out in cold sweat after the cells appeared. Oh my god! I am Majin Bu. How can there be a life form far more powerful than me in this world? Gentlemen, I am Babadai, and I and my entourage are just passing through the earth. We have no other intentions, so we are leaving now." Babadai was frightened immediately. "Baby D and Fat Bu are following us on the orders of Demon King Jiang Wei." Babadai made a grimace and surrendered together with Fat Bu. Resist? In the face of the overwhelming combat power of the four perfect cells, neither Babadai nor Fat Bu had any intention of seeking death. "Sir, you are here to see Babadai-sama and Majin Bu. Is that none of my business?" Dapra, who was missed, breathed a sigh of relief and asked carefully. None of the Sharas bothered to look at him, and ordered the submissive android number 20 on the side, "Go and clean up the little column that Demon King Jiang Wei doesn't want." The cellulites are not stupid either. Jiang Wei asked them to bring android number 20, presumably with the intention of testing him. "As you command." As soon as number 20 finished speaking, he was like lightning, attacking the frightened Dapra with fatal punches. The cellulites have already escorted Babadai and Fat Bu back to Super Earth to return their orders to Jiang Wei. Facing the fierce attack on the 20th, Dapura was shocked. But he is the king of the demon world after all, and he reacts very quickly. Dodge in time. If you can't dodge, just block No 20's fist, which is like a heavy artillery bombardment. Seeing Dapra blocking his fist towards his face, number 20 suddenly showed a strange smile. He suddenly opened his palm and grabbed Dapura's arm. Dapra suddenly felt that all the energy in his body was being sucked away continuously, like water being released from a floodgate. Number 20 also showed an expression of enjoyment. As a cyborg, he is also a cosmic being with strong combat power in the universe. Number 20 is different from the purely mechanical androids in that he has the ability to grow. Although his growth ability is completely incomparable with cheating races such as Scions and Frieza. But if you can absorb a lot of energy, you can grow on the 20th. As long as it is not overwhelmed by overloaded energy, the absorbed energy should be kept at a standard that can be digested and absorbed. On the 20th, you can grow by absorbing energy and become stronger. "Let me go." Dapura couldn't get away, so he resorted to quick wits and spat at number 20, forcing number 20 to retreat. But a lot of energy has been lost. Dapura's energy was completely incomparable to Jiang Wei's. He couldn't burst number 20, so it was digested and absorbed by him. Seeing that Dapura's spit turned a nearby tree to stone, number 20 was left with lingering fears. He didn't know that Dapura's spit could be so insidious, he just felt disgusting and avoided it because he didn't want to be spat on. What a risk! The battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Dapura was killed. When he died, all the energy in his body was sucked dry by number 20. After killing Dapula, number 20 aimed his palm at the universe spaceship that Babadai and his gang came to Earth, fired a Qigong bomb, blew up the universe spacecraft, and then returned to the Super Earth to report to Jiang Wei. The task of cleaning the little Karami is completed. Not long after, Android 19 sent by Drive Jero recovered Dapura's body and brought it back as a universe human sample for Dr. Jero's research. Originally, in the plot, the Majin Bu crisis that caused the explosion of the Earth was resolved. The food here is delicious. Beerus and Whis stayed on Super Earth for a few more days. Nowadays, the food is so delicious that I almost feel unhappy. While entertaining them, Jiang Wei also quietly fulfilled the wishes of Beerus and Whis. Ding! Get the god's control skill, destruction. Ding! Get the light bomb. Ding! Get the god of destruction priesthood, not activated. Ding! Get time reversal. Ding! Get the god's control skill, the ultimate freedom of expression. Ding! Get the angel priesthood, not activated. With his mouth full of food, Weiss looked at Jiang Wei, who was different again, with a moment of depth in his eyes. While Beerus was sleeping soundly, Whis passed the time by observing Jiang Wei. So I already have some speculations about Jiang Wei's special abilities. But in the plot, Weiss was originally from the protagonist group. Regarding Jiang Wei, Weiss also admired Jiang Wei's noble character. Although he is obviously very powerful, he also has a group of brothers who are equally powerful and obedient. Jiang Wei is actually willing to stay on the planet he created instead of doing evil by relying on the strength of Weiss, would like to call you the strongest in the universe. In Weiss' view, people without noble character cannot do this. Don't you see that Frieza, and Babadai, with only some negligible power in their hands, can't wait to dominate the universe and dominate? Therefore, Weiss does not suppress the growth of Jiang Wei and his brothers, and is willing to help their growth just like he helped Son Goku and Vegeta in the plot. Certainly. Jiang Wei is open to supplying Whis and Beerus with various delicacies from the earth, which is also an important reason that affects Whis' attitude. And Babadai and Fat Bu were captured by Cell. Jiang Wei didn't underestimate them either, and copied them by fulfilling their wishes. Babadai's wish was to spare his life. Jiang Wei was right. The moment he let Babadai go, he notified Dong Supreme Kai Xin to take revenge. Xin can refused to spare Babadai's life, so Jiang Wei ignored him. And Fat Bu, like Beerus and Whis, is also a foodie. But Fat Bu prefers snacks like cookies and snacks. After feeding Fat Bu snacks, Jiang Wei copied Fat Bu. Ding! Get dark magic! Ding! Get the deformed light! Ding! Get the recovery light! Ding! Get Majin Bu bloodline, not activated. Jiang Wei said to Fat Bu, who had been getting along with him for a few days, accept me as your big brother, and I will give you carrots you have never eaten before. Chapter 93 Thin Bu, dead. Fat Bu looked reluctant. Brother, I don't eat carrots. Jiang Wei stretched out a finger and shook it. Bu, big brother, let me teach you a lesson. You can only stop eating carrots if you stop eating beef first. When Fat Bu heard this, his fat face showed a look of understanding. Jiang Wei took out a water blue carrot from the system space. Before being one of Bojack's men, Beidou became that carrot. When Fat Bu saw the aqua blue carrot, he felt it was unusual. He immediately took it from Jiang Wei's hand, put it in his mouth and ate it in two bites. Biju, Pon. This carrot is not delicious, but it is a small supplement. After eating Biju carrots, Fat Bu smacked his lips and said to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei said to Fat Bu again, Bu, you must also feel that there is something wrong with your body. Fat Bu narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, Brother, you can actually see that something is wrong with my body? That's right. I always feel that part of my body's power is on the verge of losing control at any time. Brother, please solve this problem for me. Leave it to me. Of course Jiang Wei knew that the part of his body that Fat Bu mentioned that could go out of control at any time was Bu's evil main body, the thin Bu who never survived one episode in the plot. In fact, at the end of the day, Majin Bu is a purely evil creature, the kind that will blow up the earth if he disagrees with him. On the contrary, Fat Bu is the abnormal part of Majin Bu's body. It's just that the current Majin Bu is led by Fat Bu, who is not inherently evil. After Fat Bu agreed, Jiang Wei reached out to pick up Fat Bu, and with quick movements of his hands, he shaped Fat Bu into various red and pink shapes. Or roll it into a round shape and flatten it. From time to time, he would even treat Fat Bu like ramen and pull it into strands. Following Jiang Wei's operation, Fat Bu, who was treated like dough, began to continuously release steam from the holes in his body, as if he had been squeezed out by Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei let go of Fat Bu when he felt that Fat Bu had expelled all the parts of Skinny Bu from his body. A ball of red and pink dough bounced and turned into Fat Bu again. Fat Bu stared at the thin Bu who was gathering in the sky, and said sadly, Brother, I can feel that the uncontrollable part of my body has been expelled, but my strength is only left the original 40%. Jiang Wei slapped Fat Bu's head and said with a smile, Don't worry, you will recover. It didn't take long. The ominous steam condensed into a human form, turning into a dry and pink Bu. As soon as slender Bu appeared, he immediately fired a changing light towards Jiang Wei. Want to turn Jiang Wei into a snack? Slender Bu turned around and ran, running as far as he could. Without Jiang Wei, Thin Bu would never let Fat Bu go. But whenever he sees Jiang Wei, Slender Bu has only one feeling. Death is imminent. Jiang Wei smiled and gestured with his middle finger, which resolved the changing light coming from Thin Bu. The next moment, Slender Bu appeared in front of Jiang Wei with a confused look on his face. What's going on? Haven't I already traveled hundreds of kilometers? Why are you back in front of this terrifying man? Thin Bu's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Wei touched Skinny Bu, and after a burst of white smoke, Skinny Bu turned into a skinny carrot. The title of chapter 15 was achieved. Jiang Wei reached out to catch the skinny carrot and handed it to Fat Bu. Eat it. Fat Bu took the skinny carrot and stuffed it into his mouth happily. After eating Bija brand carrots, Fat Bu already knew that there was one biggest difference between carrots and his snacks. It can really be eaten, digested, and absorb the energy contained in it. Instead of confining the powerful life form that was originally turned into a snack in the body. As long as he eats carrots, Fat Bu will not only regain his strength, but Skinny Bu will completely disappear. Ba, ba, ba. Fat Bu chewed up the skinny carrot, swallowed it in several mouthfuls, and regained all his strength. Thin Bu, die. Thank you, brother. Feeling that there was no longer any abnormal and uncontrollable power in his body, Fat Bu thanked Jiang Wei from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Wei, the eldest brother, was really kind to him. Fat Bu sincerely joined the group led by Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei took some cell samples from Fat Bu, and gave the black magic knowledge obtained from Babadai to Dr. Gro, who asked Dr. Gro to combine black magic and artificial human technology to develop a device that combines the two. An artificial person with advantages. Baseru. Dr. Gro is a treasure trove, but unfortunately he is a genius in science and an idiot in magic. Months of time were wasted in vain, unable to do anything about the development of Basalu, and failed repeatedly without any clue. Seeing the failure of Dr. Gro's research, I originally wanted to pick up the ready-made Jiang Wei, so I had to do it myself. I set up a research institute on Super Earth to develop Basalu as my hobby. And Zanjia couldn't bear it. No matter how hard she practiced, her strength progressed at a snail's pace compared to other people with Scion blood. So she asked Jiang Wei to reform her. So Jiang Wei added another research project on Android 21 in addition to Basalu. Just when Jiang Wei put his interest in developing Basalu and Android 21. It was a clear sky on Super Earth that day. A huge, donut-like universe spacecraft came to visit. Oh ho ho ho, it's been a year, and I have finally succeeded in my cultivation. I want to avenge myself for being killed by that little bald man and sent to heaven. Frieza, who was in the form of a glutinous rice ball, opened his hands and said to Bulma and the others. Frieza ignored the persuasion of his father, King Kurd, and felt that he was stronger, so he brought a group of his men to Super Earth to take revenge. In the eyes of Jiang Wei today, Frieza's weight is nothing. He is too lazy to put extra energy into Frieza, so he lets Bulma treat him as a guest. Hearing that Frieza was here to take revenge and kill dumplings, Bulma and the others, as the masters, were not angry, but looked at Frieza with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a fool. Oh, it's Frieza. You have time to take revenge. Have you completed the mission I gave you? Beerus, who was preparing a barbecue with Whis not far away, suddenly said. It turns out Lord Beerus is here too. The evil smile on Frieza's face suddenly stopped flowing, and he noticed that Beerus, who was enjoying barbecue with Whis under the guidance of a top chef from Super Earth, had a look of surprise on his face. Frieza came over and said respectfully to Beerus, I never dare to neglect the matters that Lord Beerus has told me. Beerus nodded, Frieza, go about your business. Frieza stepped back respectfully, lowering his head with a look of humiliation on his face. I heard Beerus say to Whis, Frieza has finally finished what I asked him to do, so even if he dies later, I will be free for a while. Frieza is unhappy. Doesn't this show that Beerus, a skinny cat, is not optimistic about his actions as the Emperor of the Universe coming to take revenge this time? It's not like he's fighting Jiang Wei, the master of Super Earth, he's just fighting his little dwarf who has basically no sense of existence. Does Beerus think so little of him? Frieza is full of confidence now. Now I am super brave. Chapter 94 Revenge of Frieza. Ms. Bulma, where is the little dwarf who killed me? I am coming back to cut him into pieces. Frieza spoke cruel words to Bulma in an elegant tone. Mr. Frieza, wait a moment, Dumpling is practicing in the spiritual time room. I'm going to call him over to see you off, he's here to bear your overwhelming anger. Bulma ordered a new human maid to notify Dumpling that Frieza came to seek revenge. After receiving the news, Daisy was sparring with Tianjin Fan, and both of them had expressions on their faces that were hard to imagine. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings left the spiritual time room together to meet Frieza who came for revenge. While waiting for the Dumplings to arrive, whether it was because he wanted to establish his authority or for some other reason, Frieza actually sent his Jinyu special forces forward as an appetizer before he began to take revenge. Jinyu, Lakum, Keys, Bart, Gudu. Jinyu team joins. The blonde Lan Chi looked like she saw shit. These 5 universe people are so disgusting, I really want to take out a gun and shoot them. Bulma also showed a disgusted expression, and looked at Frieza who was blushing across from him with sympathetic eyes. She had heard from her husband that there was a Jinyu special team under Emperor Universe. How pitiful! You must force yourself to endure these 5 humanoid sources of pollution. No wonder Frieza, despite his small stature, can become the Emperor of the Universe. Bulma couldn't help but feel ashamed. What a shameful woman, how dare you slander our art in front of King Frieza? Regarding the words of the blonde Lan Chi, Jinyu, who is still a special operations captain in this world, his face was deformed with anger. Ms. Bulma, don't underestimate Captain Jinyu and the others. Captain Jinyu, who originally had the second most powerful force in the universe, and his team members have improved by leaps and bounds after training with me for a year. If you underestimate them, you will suffer a loss. Frieza felt uncomfortable at Bulma's sympathetic gaze and laughed dryly. Bulma shook her head, a frog in a well is a frog in a well. She raised her hand and pressed the combat power detector. Diddy. Frieza, combat power 120 billion, final form. Jinyu, combat power 2 billion. Likum, combat power 1 billion. Geth, combat power 700 million. Bart, combat strength 400 million. Gudu, combat power 90 million. Bulma, combat power 20 billion. Blonde Lan Chi, combat power 40 billion. Cell, combat power 10 trillion, complete body. Zilu, combat power 12 trillion, complete body. Silu, combat power 15 trillion, complete body. Seru, combat power 14 trillion, complete body. Android 20, combat power 400 billion, absorb energy. Bulma, let me go, I have to kill that a whole universe guy. The blonde Lan Chi looked at Captain Jinyu and said unhappily. Bulma didn't care, since they were all weaklings on the other side, it was not a bad idea to just let the blonde Lan Chi clean up the little Karami. Today's blonde Lan Chi is the head maid at home, and cleaning the little Karami was originally one of her jobs. Woman, your opponent is me, Captain Jinyu. I want you to know how much punishment you will receive from me for slandering our art in front of King Frieza. Jinyu said with great arrogance. Originally, he was the second strongest person in the universe with only 120,000 combat power, but he felt that except Frieza, no one in the entire universe could beat him. Now he has been training with Frieza for another year. Forcibly training his strength to 2 billion, a level that he had never dared to imagine before. It was even more inflated. He couldn't wait to perform well in front of the respected King Frieza. Can I do it now? The blonde Lan Chi came out and signaled to Bulma. As soon as Bulma nodded, the blonde Lan Kai's figure flashed and instantly defeated the 5 members of the Jinyu Special Forces. Literally blasted. Looking at the original location of the Jinyu Special Forces, blood was scattered all over the ground. Frieza only moved his eyes slightly, feeling a little surprised by the strength shown by the blonde Ranky. Although Team Jinyu's current strength is nothing compared to him, the Emperor of the Universe, a year ago, it was an absolute powerhouse that could crush Frieza. But in front of that blonde woman, she couldn't stop even a single move. It seems that Jiang Wei is not only very powerful, but also has many talents under his command. This blonde woman must be an important cadre in Jiang Wei's forces, and her status is definitely not lower than Captain Jinyu of Frieza's Legion. Blonde Lan Chi, actually, I am the maid in charge of housework in Jiang Wei's family. You are so strong that you were able to kill Captain Jinyu and the others in a short period of time. Frieza asked people to clean the floor while admiring the blonde Lan Chi. If he hadn't been worried about Jiang Wei, Frieza would have spoken out to recruit the blonde Ranky, an important cadre in Jiang Wei's power, for his use. Am I strong? Haha. The blonde Lan Chi laughed at herself. Under Jiang Wei, her strength was not the last, but also the bottom. After killing the Jinyu Special Forces with one move, the blonde Lan Kai felt very happy and returned to Bulma's side, ready to listen to her mistress's orders. At this time, dumplings and Tianjin rice flew to this city-sized competition venue on Super Earth. Frieza saw it, like little zombie dumplings. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Diddy. Tianjin rice, combat power 800 billion. Dumplings, combat power 500 billion. Dumpling, quickly deal with that glutinous rice ball head, let's go back and continue practicing. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes just glanced at Frieza and didn't take him seriously. Frieza is really strong. But in today's era, when the combat power of Jiang Wei's younger brothers is all increasing, Frieza's strength is nothing. Don't talk about alarming the elder brother to take action himself. Frieza, the little Kurami, Goku, Vegeta and the others are not qualified to do anything. He can also bully Piccolo and others who are at the bottom of the team. There is no way. Piccolo's fighting type name Qian blood stretches the hips further towards the back. I don't want to become a big eating scion. Then we have to stay at the bottom. Great, Tianjin rice. Dumpling turned his attention to Frieza, who wanted to say a few words before taking revenge, and without saying a word activated his superpower. Oh, 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 oh. Little dwarf, last time you, oh, here it is again, you are despicable. Frieza was suddenly in severe pain all over his body and couldn't move his body. He looked at the dumplings with gritted teeth. Chapter 95 Golden Frieza. Dumpling looked at Frieza who was in pain and unable to move. He raised his finger and pointed it at his glutinous rice ball head, preparing to launch a whole wave to blow up Frieza's head. Frieza suddenly burst out with an even more powerful aura. Sparks brought lightning, Frieza was covered in gold skin, and his dumpling head turned purple. I, King Frieza of the universe, will not be killed by you using the same despicable trick. With an emperor's arrogance on his face, Frieza broke free from the shackles of Dumpling's superpower. Feeling the energy emanating from Frieza's new form, Beerus, who was already grabbing barbecue with Whis, paused for a moment, glanced at the direction of the competition arena, turned his attention to the barbecue, and muttered one sentence, Frieza is indeed a genius, otherwise I would not leave some unimportant tasks to him. What a pity, he shouldn't have come to Super Earth to seek revenge on Jiang Wei's younger brother. Bulma faced Frieza, who was covered in golden skin, and calmly pressed the combat power detector. Diddy. Frieza, combat power 240 trillion, transforms into golden Frieza. Bulma showed some surprise. No wonder Frieza was able to catch her husband's eye and was quite capable. Now, around her, the 4 perfect Shalo of Jiang Wei's mecha troops had blocked her and the blonde Lan Qi behind to avoid possible harm. When the perfect Saru are not on missions, they are usually assigned by Jiang Wei to act as his wife's bodyguards. Dumpling, we underestimated that glutinous rice ball head, you also use all your strength to send him away. At this time, Tianjin Fan also blocked Bulma with his body, crossed his arms across his chest, and said to Dumpling. Frieza's golden skin made Tianjin Fan unexpected, but even so, Frieza was still within the range that Dumpling could easily deal with. Okay, Tianjin Rice. Dumpling nodded and transformed directly into Super Saiyan God. The lone hair on his head also turned into red, and the little hat he was wearing flew away, like a tenacious grass bursting out of the ground. Diddy. Dumpling, combat power 500 trillion, transformed into Super Saiyan God. Damn it, that little dwarf has also increased his strength. Just as Frieza was about to enjoy it, Dumpling showed a shocked look on his face and mocked him severely. When he was made to feel the despair called Frieza, he saw Dumpling transforming into a Super Saiyan. The terrifying sense of oppression of the god of man all shows that his strength exceeds his. Frieza was extremely angry and immediately dodged and launched a fist and kick attack on the newly transformed Dumpling. If he doesn't take action, Frieza will have no chance. But actually, even if Frieza attacks first, he has no chance. Dumpling was not interested in competing with others, so he activated his superpower on Frieza again, and controlled Frieza who was about to rush in front of him and punch him. Despicable! Am I going to die in such a miserable way again? Frieza couldn't move, looking at Dumpling's hateful face up close, thinking in despair. A slender Qigong wave shot through Frieza's glutinous rice ball head, causing him to die in silence. Call it done. Dumpling shot Frieza's head open with one finger, and happily left with Tianjin Fan, and returned to the spiritual time room to start sweating hard training. Golden Frieza's body finally fell into the hands of Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei used some of Golden Frieza's cells on Baseru, who was under development, to further enhance Baseru's potential. Frieza's transformed form, in addition to not having divinity, is still a mortal creature, and its upgrade speed even exceeds that of Son Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan God in the plot. After all, on the basis of 120 million combat power, he can fight against Son Goku who transformed into the Super Saiyan God just by playing sandbags for 4 months. That's unbelievable for Uncle Sai. It's also Frieza, but it's definitely not comparable to the Frieza in the theatrical version. Less than a day after Frieza died, the Kurdish king rushed over. He first apologized humbly to Jiang Wei, and then paid a large amount of universe hard currency before letting Jiang Wei use a wish to kill Frieza. Resurrected again. The performance of the Kurdish king reminded Jiang Wei of the protagonist's old father in the game Heavy Soldiers. And when using a resurrection wish, don't forget that the reward Jiang Wei gets for realizing his wish is to copy everything about the other party. It also includes the other person's wish being fulfilled. Jiang Wei has realized many wishes of resurrecting people, and naturally also obtained the wish of resurrection. For characters like the Kurdish king who are no longer valuable, he will use his reserved wishes to use them. After all, Jiang Wei's ability to grant wishes has a 12-hour skill cooldown. After Frieza was resurrected, Jiang Wei told him with a smile that he could fulfill his wish to grow 5 centimeters taller. Frieza was shocked, and then quietly agreed. Jiang Wei got the golden Frieza, and took the initiative to let Frieza go to the spiritual time room to practice, and cultivate the black golden Frieza, so that he could continue to buy it. Oh, this damn collecting habit! Jiang Wei added the cells of Beerus and Whis to Baseru, and ended up killing the completed Baseru embryo. It seems that the idea of using the cells of gods to create artificial gods will not work. Jiang Wei looked at the research institute that was razed to the ground because of the violent death of Baseru's embryo, which caused a horrific explosion. The power of the explosion could easily kill Son Goku, who can now transform into a Super Saiyan God. He calmly used the angel power obtained from Weiss to rewind time to 10 seconds ago. The bombed-out research institute was restored. They also rescued Baseru's embryo, and Zonga, who was soaked in a glass jar and underwent transformation as the material of the Android 21 project. Because the research failed, resulting in a terrifying explosion, Jiang Wei felt a little unhappy and wanted to relax. Ding! Report to the master, there is a parallel time and space, and the projections of the 7 Dragon Balls have been gathered to summon the master. Jiang Wei asked, Tongzi, has this time and space summoned me before? Ding! This is the first time in this time and space that I have gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the master. Jiang Wei smiled, then I'll go and relax. It turned into a golden radiance and completely disappeared from the world. Other side. Both Whis and Beerus showed deep gazes. The Dragon Ball world that summoned Jiang Wei. There was lightning and thunder at this moment. A terrifying sense of oppression descended on the earth. A very majestic female voice said, Dr. Gero, I hope this sudden appearance of the Dragon Ball can clean up the mess you caused. Dr. Gero felt ashamed and said, I'm sorry, Queen Bulma, I didn't expect number 13 and others to betray our capsule empire. They also eliminated number 12 who was sent out to defeat them. What's the use of talking about this now? If we don't stop the out-of-control number 13 and others, my empire will soon be over. A young woman wearing a handsome female military uniform, exactly like Bulma, but with an expression full of ambition and coldness on her face said coldly. Chapter 96 Queen Bulma. When Queen Bulma was talking to Dr. Gero, a green dragon that was over 100 meters long appeared in front of them. Jiang Wei looked at the surrounding environment. It was the Earth, not some strange alien planet. The place where he appeared was the ruins of a military base, which looked strangely familiar. Think about it. Isn't this the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? On a mostly destroyed building, there was a broken flag flying with the logo of the Universal Capsule Company on it. In the strong wind, the flag fluttered tenaciously. Jiang Wei continued to move his eyes and saw 2 people below who were also looking at him. Dr. Gro. Wearing a military uniform and smelling like a powerful person, Bulma? Seeing Bulma wearing a military uniform with the logo of the Universal Capsule Company, Jiang Wei couldn't help but show a very strange expression. Say your wish. Shenron, you look bigger than the previous Shenron, and you must be more powerful than the previous Shenron. My wish is to destroy the androids on number 13 who betrayed the Empire, and restore my empire to its original state. Wife in military uniform. Bulma opened her hands and told Jiang Wei her wish like a queen. It's very simple. Jiang Wei raised the dragon's claw and snapped his fingers. The moment Bulma, who was very queenly, expressed her wish, Jiang Wei had already restored the world that had been mostly destroyed to its original state, and targeted those on the 13th, destroying everywhere, betraying Bulma's military uniform. Artificial Man. Androids 13, 14, and 15. A theatrical version of the world that has undergone interesting changes. Shenlong, you are indeed better than that trash before. After receiving a report from his troops that Android 13 and the others suddenly disappeared, Bulma in military uniform laughed arrogantly. The previous Earth Dragon could not realize its wish to destroy Android 13 and the others. Enraged, Bulma in military uniform took out an energy cannon and destroyed it on the spot. After realizing Bulma's wish, Jiang Wei returned to his human form and appeared in front of Bulma and Dr. Gero. Bulma in military uniform and Dr. Gero both expressed surprise at Jiang Wei's changes. Especially Bulma in military uniform, her eyes lit up. The moment she saw Jiang Wei, her eyes lit up and her heart suddenly moved. 4 men. Bulma in military uniform was dismissive. She was where she was today because of using men as tools. I never thought that one day I would fall in love with a man. Tell me about you. How you became the queen of this capsule empire. When Jiang Wei accepted Bulma's hospitality, he suppressed a smile. He wanted to laugh whenever he thought of the name of the capsule empire established by Bulma. Bulma in military uniform looked at Jiang Wei, and an idea came to her mind. It turns out that she only likes men who are far more powerful than herself. For the first time in front of a man, she nicely talked about how she built a capsule empire. The establishment of the empire can be traced back to the time when Her Majesty Queen Bulma dug out a legendary Dragon Ball from her home and collected 7 of it, which could make all wishes come true. Queen Bulma has been unwilling to be ordinary since she was a child. When she was in kindergarten, she set her ambition to rule the world. After accidentally obtaining a Dragon Ball, Queen Bulma conceived her ambition to rule the world into a feasible plan within a minute and put it into action. In order to collect Dragon Balls, Queen Bulma, like many Bulmas in the Dragon Ball world, created Dragon Ball Radar. Embark on an adventure journey to collect Dragon Balls. It's just that Bulma is looking for the Dragon Balls to get a Prince Charming. And this Bulma has not been interested in Prince Charming since she was a child, but is only interested in ruling the world. What is different from the plot is that the Red Ribbon Legion in this world started collecting Dragon Balls before the plot in other worlds began. For their ambition to conquer the world, Queen Bulma had a bad start. She failed to collect the Dragon Balls and provoked the Red Ribbon Army. In order to save her life, Queen Bulma had no choice but to surrender to the Red Ribbon Army and sacrifice the Dragon Ball she found at home, as well as the small portable Dragon Ball radar she invented. He was appreciated and reused by the Black Marshal, the boss of the Red Ribbon Legion. Black Marshal Wu Dalan, who can command the Red Ribbon Army, is naturally a man with unique vision and a keen eye for recognizing heroes. Dr. Gero, who was originally ostracized everywhere, also joined the Red Ribbon Legion and was able to put all his knowledge to use. Bulma was granted the rank of Colonel in the Red Ribbon Legion by the Black Marshal and worked with Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero marveled at Colonel Bulma's amazing scientific research talent, and became the first person in the Red Ribbon Legion to support Bulma. The Black Marshal knows shit about science. It would be the best outcome for everyone if someone who understands science takes over from him and leads the Red Ribbon Army. With the portable Dragon Ball radar presented by Colonel Bulma, the Red Ribbon Legion collected 7 Dragon Balls as quickly as possible. While the evil Red Ribbon Corps was collecting the Dragon Balls, Kame Sento was killed. In order to kill Turtle Immortal, Marshal Black sent General Blue, the best master in the army. General Blue first used his superpower to control Kame Sento, and it was easy to kill him. Little Goku in Baizai Mountain also suffered a disaster, and was also defeated by General Blue. It was only Dr. Gero who saw Little Goku's potential as a scion at a glance, so General Blue spared Little Goku's life and gave it to Dr. Goku as a great material for the research of artificial humans. Marshal Black got the 7 Dragon Balls, and he was so excited that he wanted to summon the dragon and realize his wish to rule the world, grow taller. Just when he summoned Shenlong, he was shot from behind by his loyal Black Adjutant. It was just because Bulma invented a mind-reading instrument that allowed the Black Adjutant to know that the Black Marshal wanted to truly realize his wish to collect the 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon. In anger, the Black Adjutant destroyed his unsatisfactory boss Wu Dalan and took the position himself. Let Shenlong realize his wish to rule the world with the Red Ribbon Army. Not long after the Black Adjutant became the king, he was turned into a puppet by Bulma and Dr. Gero, who colluded with each other using advanced science and technology. In this way, with the help of the puppets, Bulma successfully took over and reorganized the Red Ribbon Army into the Capsule Empire. Become the queen who rules the world. To this, Jiang Wei's evaluation was only one word: color. Chapter 97: Different Ways to Eat the Same Dish. After Queen Bulma ruled the world and established a capsule empire, in Jiang Wei's view, there was always a hurdle that she couldn't overcome. In the world she lives in, the protagonist group is gone before the plot even begins. The Earth will be in danger in the future, but no one will fight against lightning. It's all up to her. Fortunately, the thunder in the early stage of the plot is not big, it is just a piccolo daimao. However, the Chowder Gang, who were also ambitious and wanted to rule the world, had been killed by Queen Bulma. Piccolo Daimao was lucky enough to escape with his life, and he is still in jail in a rice cooker. But the attack of the Scions means that the real crisis has begun. No matter how the plot on Earth is changed beyond recognition by Queen Bulma, Raditz will definitely come to Earth to find his brother Kakarot. In other Dragon Ball worlds, if the plot is normal, but the protagonist group is gone at the beginning, Raditz alone will not be able to pass. Raditz's combat power of 1500 is already an invincible and terrifying force for the natives of the Earth. Fortunately, Queen Bulma has the ambition to rule the world, a genius in scientific research, and Dr. Gero, who studies artificial humans, working for her. After catching little Goku, Dr. Gro discovered through research that little Goku's cells contain powerful energy potential that people on Earth cannot imagine, and are currently the best research materials for artificial humans. Dr. Gero and Queen Bulma cloned thousands of little Gokus as consumables for the research of artificial humans. When Raditz went wild on Earth, Dr. Gero had developed a new type of artificial human the year before. Android 12. Or the Android Goku, and the Android Kakarot. Relying on Android 12, Queen Bulma passed Raditz's level. Raditz also became Dr. Gero, a valuable material for researching artificial humans. In order to fight against the more powerful Scions who are about to come to Earth, Dr. Gero builds on Android 12. Androids 13, 14, and 15 were developed. Because time is tight, it is impossible for Dr. Gero in this world to research cell just by relying on Scion cells. For emergencies, only purely mechanical artificial humans can be manufactured to facilitate mass production on industrial assembly lines. Queen Bulma plans to build an army of pure mechanical androids to deal with threats from outside the Earth. When they were built on the 13th, an accident happened. Within the capsule empire established by Queen Bulma, there are also forces that resist the empire. Some of the resistance forces also have scientific geniuses joining them. A scientist named Norimaki Senbei took the opportunity to implant a computer virus into the computers of Android 13 and others, intending to control the powerful weapons built by the Empire to resist the Empire and restore the relaxed atmosphere of the Dog King era. Of course, his intention did not succeed, but it also caused Android 13 and the others to break away from Queen Bulma's control and begin to destroy the capsule empire unscrupulously. Even the android number 12 sent to suppress them was destroyed by number 13 and the others. Queen Bulma had no choice but to use the 7 Dragon Balls in this world to invite the Earth Dragon to destroy the rebellious Android 13 and others. Certainly. The result is that everyone who knows what the Earth Dragon is capable of understands. The Earth Dragon was also beaten to ashes by the unhappy Queen Bulma, who took out an energy cannon. Just when Queen Bulma and Dr. Gero were worrying about number 13 and the others, the Dragon Ball dropped by Jiang Wei appeared in their field of vision. If there is no problem with Android 13 and the others, you will still have no problem if you pass the level of Vegeta and Nappa. With Jiang Wei's current strength, he took away number 13 and the others with one thought, put them into the system space, and analyzed the combat effectiveness of these 3 artificial humans. Don't look at the fact that they all carry the names of android number 13, 14, and 15. But after all, it is just a product before the Scion attack plot. Not to mention the Dragon Ball world where Jiang Wei is, it is not even as good as the Dragon Ball world with normal plot. At best, there are only tens of thousands of combat power. Dr. Gero and Queen Bulma were already shocked beyond measure. Android 12, also known as Android Goku, has only a few thousand combat power. When it was created, Dr. Gero and Queen Bulma were so excited that they couldn't sleep for several days. They thought that with such combat power, even if they could dominate universes enough. To put it bluntly, the frog in the well has never seen the combat power of the Universe Emperor, and he has no research sample of Super Saiyan in hand. Just relying on imagination, even geniuses like Dr. Gero and Queen Bulma cannot create an artificial human that can defeat the Super Saiyan. Like them, if they encounter a universe real estate developer who wants to develop the Earth, they will definitely send it. As for whether Frieza will come to Earth, the boss and his 3 employees, who worked hard, suddenly lost contact on Earth. With Frieza's urine, it would be a ghost if he didn't come to Earth to see what was going on. The Earth of this world, Queen Bulma's capsule empire, will definitely not be able to pass Frieza's level. Jiang Wei's original attitude was that if Queen Bulma was in trouble, he would use the projection of the 7 Dragon Balls he cast to summon him again and fulfill Queen Bulma's wish. But if Jiang Wei fails to be summoned due to some accident, Jiang Wei has no interest in caring about the life and death of Queen Bulma and the Capsule Empire. Obviously, as a queen who rules the world, Queen Bulma is quite sophisticated, both in terms of means and vision. Saw this. She was also fascinated by the powerful Jiang Wei. Then, at night, Queen Bulma took the initiative and took action against Jiang Wei. Specific events. Please refer to the stories Wu Meiniang and Li Ji had to tell. Jiang Wei was also interested. After all, it was a different way of eating the same dish. Sure enough, they all feel different. They all use sharp nails to scratch his back when they are happy. For the sake of Queen Bulma, let him wear pants again in another world. Jiang Wei spent some time to transform the Dragon Balls in Queen Bulma's world. Name Qians, Jiang Wei can put the technology of manufacturing Dragon Balls to use. The Dragon Ball modified by Jiang Wei can be used once a month. In addition, Jiang Wei also passed on some advanced artificial human technology to Queen Bulma. At last, 3 more little cells were left for Queen Bulma to save her life. After staying for 24 hours, he returned to the main world where Jiang Wei lived. Because Jiang Wei lives in this Dragon Ball world, it must be the main world if it is not the main world. After Jiang Wei came back, under Weiss's signal, Beerus had to bite the bullet and said to Jiang Wei, "Traveling through time and space is a serious crime. I'm just telling you. Whether you listen or not is none of my business." Jiang Wei nodded, indicating that he understood. Ignore it or not, it depends on his mood. Jiang Wei now has the confidence to say I don't eat beef even in front of Grand Priest and Zeno. From Android 13 and the others, Jiang Wei obtained the technology for the mechanical body to absorb battery packs and chips to increase its power. Better than nothing, it is of little use to Jiang Wei. After all, Jiang Wei was about to take out Basilu. Chapter 98 Basilu. Bu Cell is a super android made based on Cell's technology and fused with Fat Bu's cells. Easier said than done. Fusion of Fat Bu's cells with Cell is terrifyingly difficult. Because Fat Bu is a product of the magic side. Cell is a product of the science side. Although both are artificially created life forms with powerful combat capabilities, they are the products of 2 completely unrelated technical roots. To complete Basiru, it is equivalent to fusing magic technology with science. The difficulty was so great that Dr. Gero tried it for several months without success. But Jiang Wei succeeded, integrating Fat Bu's cells into Cell, creating a powerful combat life form that combined the characteristics of both. After completing Basilu's embryo, Jiang Wei used the technology of the spiritual time house to cultivate Basiru, which took hundreds of years to complete. And with Basilu's technology, Jiang Wei's Android 21 project was completed at the same time. In fact, the technical difficulty of Android 21 is still higher than that of Basiru. Because Basilu's creative concept is to create a powerful artificial life form that combines the 2 technical roots of science and magic. Android 21 is to use Fat Bu's cells to transform the human body, not to transform the human body into another Bu. Android number 21 should be a human with the advantages of Bu, rather than turning humans into Bu. Zonga, who has been transformed by Bu cells, will have no other appearance features of Bu except that her skin will change from aqua blue to pink. Perfect. Looking at Zangjia, who was soaked in a glass jar with her eyes closed and her skin showing a light pink color, Jiang Wei admired his masterpiece with a smile on his face, like a player who assembled the parts into a Gundam model by hand. After finishing the Bosseru and Android 21 projects, Jiang Wei began to wonder whether he should use the black magic technology obtained from Babadai to create his own Majin Bu. To recreate Majin Bu, a lot of unheard of raw materials are needed. Babadai didn't have the ability to collect the raw materials to recreate Majin Bu, so he could only release his sealed work again and use it again. Jiang Wei has no shortage of raw materials. As long as he wants to, there is no raw material in the world that he cannot get. Supreme Kai is the god in charge of creation. What raw materials can't be created? Just when Jiang Wei wanted to squeeze a Majin Bu for fun, Piccolo finally broke through again and came to Jiang Wei to ask if there was a way for him to keep up with the new version. Brother, if you still need a way to change your bloodline, don't talk about it. Piccolo now admires Jiang Wei so much that he has lost the arrogance of the past. In fact, changing bloodline is the fastest and most cost-effective way to quickly improve Piccolo's strength. But Piccolo was very proud of being a Namekian and was unwilling to change his race. Without changing the race, but directly making a wish like Jiang Wei, and gaining the strength to keep up with the new version, you need to pay a price and lose your life. Granola has to work hard to become number one in the universe, and Piccolo is no exception. And it can't be stuck with bugs. You have unlimited lifespan, do you think you can get stuck with bugs? It will directly reduce your lifespan to only 3 days, and it cannot be restored by any method. Because in the Dragon Ball world, if you want to make a wish to the dragon, you can gain great strength without any restrictions. Uncle Sai doesn't allow it. Zeno can't even do it. So when it comes to improving strength, Jiang Wei lets his younger brothers practice on their own and does not allow Krypton life to improve their strength. Jiang Wei gave Piccolo a trick. When he met Brother Shi again in the future, he asked Piccolo to assimilate him. Or if Piccolo agrees, Jiang Wei will create a large number of Piccolo clones, and Piccolo will assimilate his own clones to increase his strength. After you have accumulated enough strength, make a wish and let him develop his potential. Wouldn't there be an orange Piccolo? That's all. Under everyone's surprised eyes, Piccolo began to quickly update his version of strength, and it wouldn't take long before he could catch up with everyone. Ding! Report to the Master, there is a Dragon Ball world that has gathered the projections of 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Master. Tongzi, has that world summoned me before? Ding! That world has indeed summoned its Master before. Jiang Wei smiled and said, it seems that we are acquaintances. Could it be that Frieza and Jinyu from another world summoned me? After saying hello to Bulma, Jiang Wei turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared. Beerus and Whis shook their heads helplessly. They knew that Jiang Wei was constantly breaking the rules, but they couldn't stop him. Another world. He is indeed an old acquaintance of Jiang Wei. That future world was first destroyed by androids, and then Cell killed Trunks, and was occupied by Shit Brother, the desperate time and space Earth. Before Jiang Wei left this time and space, he had resurrected the protagonists of this world, except Vegeta. Because Vegeta in this world died too early and had no time to clear his name, and Jiang Wei's wish was that only kind people can be resurrected. After Jiang Wei left, everyone in the protagonist group kept Jiang Wei's warning in mind and practiced hard day and night to cope with the new round of Earth crisis that they will face in the future. When Son Goku and Trunks reach the level of Super Saiyan 2, a new crisis finally arrives. Babadai comes to Earth with his loyal little brother, Dapra, the king of the demon world. Strange thing is, when Babadai and his gang came to Earth, they were supposed to track down his boss, Supreme Kai Xin, and his follower, Jobit. But it didn't show up. Due to the strongest combat power of the protagonist group, there is only Super Saiyan 2. Facing the invasion of Babadai and his gang, he was really helpless, but Babadai actually released Majin Bu. Fat Bu. Fat Bu, who has the strength of Super Saiyan 3, faces the protagonist group whose strongest combat power is only Super Saiyan 2, and he is still killing each other. The protagonist group lost to Fat Bu and had no choice but to flee in confusion. Their only chance to defeat Fat Bu and Babadai is the 7 Dragon Balls that can summon Jiang Wei that are kept in the hands of Bulma in this world. Jiang Wei, please help us again. On the Celestial Temple, Bulma took out 7 Jiang Wei Dragon Balls amid the reluctant thoughts of everyone in the protagonist group. Just when Bulma was about to shout out the words necessary to summon the Divine Dragon to descend. Wait a minute Bulma, don't summon Jiang Wei yet, things have turned around for Majin Bu. Piccolo of this world stopped Bulma. Chapter 99 Despair Time and Space faces Majin Bu. On the Temple of Heaven, everyone looked serious, watching the development of the situation below. First, Dopura, the loyal king of the demon world, protects Babadai. Dead. He was killed by Fat Bu because he couldn't stand Fat Bu's dissatisfaction with Babadai, so he couldn't control his mouth and said a few more words. He was turned into a cookie by Fat Bu and eaten. To this, Babadai was actually indifferent, still applauding Fat Bu for killing Dopura, and marveling at Fat Bu's power to kill Dopura instantly. Mom, this Babadai is such an idiot. Dopura is the guarantee of his life. If it weren't for Dopura, Babadai would have been killed by us. He would actually let Majin Bu kill Dopura and kill his own support? What a fool! I think he is dying. Trunks said to Bulma. The great hero of the Despair Time and Space is a man who can stand alone and has a sophisticated vision, which is not comparable to that of Trunks who grew up in a greenhouse in another world. Bulma nodded, with worry in her eyes. She agreed with her son's view, and felt that Babadai, who was now arrogant, really didn't know that his death was imminent. She was worried that if Babadai was really going to die, Majin Bu would become even more unscrupulous. But then I thought about it. He holds 7 Dragon Balls in his hand and can summon Jiang Wei to come and take care of everything at any time, so he has nothing to worry about. Just continue watching the show with everyone and see how things will develop. Sure enough, Babadai became swollen, treating Fat Bu as a slave, and insulted Fat Bu at every turn. He even called Fat Bu a fat and ugly man, over and over again. Little did he know that he already had a way to die. Fat Bu's small eyes flashed fiercely. Like Frieza, Fat Bu looks like a child and behaves childishly, and he also has reverse scales. Frieza's biggest taboo is that some people say he is short. As long as someone says he is short, if Frieza finds out, his life will be over. Fat Bu is the most taboo. Some people call him ugly and call him a fat man. Dopula just said nothing, and his words cost him his life. In addition to calling Fat Bu a fat man, Babadai also used his language talent to call Fat Bu a fat pig, stupid pig, and so on. Then, taking advantage of Babadai's meal, with his mouth full of food and unable to speak, Fat Bu suddenly punched Babadai's head. Then they took Babadai's headless body and set off fireworks. Happy to be free. In the heavenly temple, everyone looked at each other and came to a conclusion. Sometimes the bad mouth is really terrible. Without Babadai, Fat Bu is free and can kill people more freely. It seems that in Fat Bu's eyes, killing is just a game played by children. Just when everyone couldn't bear it anymore, Fat Bu treated killing as a game and asked Bulma to invite the powerful Jiang Wei to take in this monster. But an incredible discovery. Fat Bu actually spared the life of a homeless blind boy and even cured his eyes. How is it possible? That Majin Bu, who kills without blinking an eye, would actually let that boy live. Everyone was puzzled, except for Bulma and Trunks, who showed thoughtful expressions. Just because Son Goku and others are used to solving problems through force. Bulma and Trunks, on the other hand, have become more flexible under the long-term oppression of artificial humans. That's why Bulma built the time machine, in the spirit of if I can't beat you now, then I can go back in time and still be unable to beat you. And a TE of Despair Time and Space even got back a design drawing of android number 17 and asked his mother Bulma to create the controller. It was effortless, or in the eyes of Son Goku and others, it was impossible to win. Destroyed future androids 17 and 18. Mom, do you think that this Majin Buu is actually more like a child? Our understanding of Majin Buu comes from Babadai. Is it possible that we have all been misled by Babadai? Trunks thought for a while and said a little uncertainly. Bulma also felt that her son's words made sense. Babadai actually knows shit about Majin Buu. If he really understood Majin Buu, he wouldn't have been killed by Fat Buu because of his bad mouth. Bulma told everyone about her and Trunks' speculations about Fat Buu. Son Goku and others only found Bulma's mother and son's speculation unbelievable. After discussion, Son Goku and others are more inclined to train again in the spiritual time room. If they can train to Super Saiyan 3, are they afraid that they will not be able to defeat Majin Buu? Not to mention others, Son Goku is eager to defeat Fat Buu in an upright manner and end the new round of world crisis. Bulma and her son, who had an idea, began to act according to their ideas. Even if you make a mistake in judgment and get killed, it doesn't matter. Anyway, with the 7 Dragon Balls in hand, Jiang Wei has the backup, so I'm afraid of a hammer. Trunks, want to be friends with Fat Buu. In the plot, this matter was dragged by Satan to do this, because Satan is apparently the #1 master on Earth and the hero who saves the Earth. But in desperate time and space, everyone knows that the great hero who defeated the 2 android demons that ravaged the world was Trunks. Naturally, it is impossible to have a funny situation where you will have to drag Satan with you to get rid of Majin Buu. And it is even more impossible to expect that the devil will drag Satan to stand up and deal with the notorious Majin Buu. Purple-haired boy, I remember you. Last time a group of people came to beat me in Babadai, and you were one of them. I'm going to kill you. Fat Buu narrowed his eyes and said excitedly. Majin Buu, what happened last time was actually a misunderstanding. We didn't know that you and Babadai were actually not the same person. I came to you because I wanted to be friends with you, and I gave you these gifts. When Trunks saw Fat Buu about to take action, he shouted haha and said quickly. When Fat Buu saw someone giving him a gift, he suddenly felt an unprecedented emotion in his heart. Compared to others being afraid of him, Fat Buu actually wanted people to like him rather than be afraid of him. You give me a gift? Then I can let you go. Fat Buu took the gift and opened it. It was all carefully prepared by Bulma. Chocolates, biscuits, bread, and other small snacks that he had never seen before, he immediately stuffed them into his mouth unceremoniously. What do you think I look like? Fat Buu quickly finished his snacks and suddenly asked. Trunks, who was well prepared, immediately said, it's quite cute. Cute. Fat Buu looked incomprehensible. It means not ugly, but good looking. Trunks laughed. It's not like it's against one's will or deceiving people. Although Fat Buu follows the aesthetics of Earthlings, words such as handsome and beautiful are definitely not related to him. But it can't be said to be ugly or evil looking. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have the power far beyond Super Saiyan 2 and go around killing people and causing destruction, just looking at his appearance, this Fat Buu would still look naive and harmless to humans and animals. Haha, I'm really not ugly. Fat Buu looked very happy and took out the snacks he had made from Earthlings before and asked Trunks to eat them. Trunks pretended to eat some snacks. In this way, he gained Fat Buu's trust. After being taught by Trunks, Fat Buu also stopped destroying and killing the earth. Chapter 100 Another Zamasu comes. Is this the end? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that solving the crisis caused by Majin Buu was actually so simple. It's so simple that Son Goku and others don't think it's true. Due to the despair time and space, they were previously destroyed by artificial humans, and a large number of humans died. However, the people resurrected by Jiang Wei could only be kind people, and none of the bad guys were resurrected. Therefore, there was no accident. In the plot, when the situation of dragging Satan was very good, 2 Sabi who were looking for death appeared and came to kill Fat Buu. These 2 bad guys Shibai were not resurrected. Things went smoothly, and everyone put aside their grudges against Fat Bu and welcomed him to join the protagonist group. But Jiang Wei still has to be summoned. Come and restore the world destroyed by Fat Bu. And just when everyone thought that things had settled, there is a new enemy appearing in front of everyone. I thought that after Babadai released Majin Bu, he would kill you and the humble humans on this planet, and I only needed to do some finishing work. I didn't expect that you actually conquered Majin Bu, you are really lucky. Then I will take action myself. The mysterious enemy hiding in the darkness comes from the void. Son Goku and others looked at the new enemy with horrified expressions on their faces. Trunks, why are there two grandsons Goku? Fat Bu looked at the new enemy, then at Son Goku who looked strange, and asked Trunks. That new enemy, he has a face exactly like Son Goku. The difference is, there is innocence and kindness on Son Goku's face. But on that man's face, there was evil intention and coldness that despised everything in the world. Who are you, and why do you have the same face and voice as me? Son Goku was on guard and asked curiously. The man showed an evil smile, I am you. Ah! Son Goku was confused. Son Goku, you deserve to die. You are obviously just a humble mortal, but you have a body and strength that even gods would envy. The man looked at Son Goku. In addition to malice, disgust, and hatred also appeared on his face. Son Goku looked confused. In front of everyone, the man told his origin in detail. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he was engaged in an extremely noble cause. Zamasu, the king of Kai from Universe 10, Supreme Kai candidate. Realizing the ugliness of human beings, he determined to completely eliminate this ugly species from the world created by the gods. To this end, I don't hesitate to let go of my pride as a god. In this way, I took the body of Son Goku in my world and became a mortal that I hate. Damn it! Even if I killed Son Goku's family and all humans on the earth at that time, it's hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Zamasu stared at the angry Son Goku, and said with a malicious expression of I just want to make you unhappy, Son Goku, when I was killing your whole family in another world, the expressions on the faces of your wife and son were. The expression, when I think about it now, it feels so ridiculous, ha ha ha. Son Goku looked very happy when he heard that Zamasu had killed Shishi and Gohan in another world. He couldn't stand it anymore and angrily used all his turtle-style Qigong towards Zamasu. This guy is a lunatic and very evil. Bu, let's go together. Trunks couldn't stand listening anymore, so he called Fat Bu, and Zamasu, who was laughing loudly at the sky, launched a Qigong wave attack. Others were not idle either and started attacking one after another. Ants are just ants, just struggling to their death. Bathed in the explosion of countless Qigong waves, Zamasu, who was unscathed, looked at the people attacking him below with endless contempt in his eyes. The strength of the protagonist group in despair time and space is far worse than in the plot. Zamasu doesn't even need to transform. He can completely suppress everyone's attacks by just relying on his normal state. Regarding Son Goku and others, Zamasu had a joking attitude. In this world, he is invincible. The only ones who could stop him, Beerus and Angel Weiss, the god of destruction, had already been eliminated by Zamasu. As soon as Zamasu arrived in this time and space, he ran to the Supreme Kai world, killed Dong Supreme Kai Xin and his follower Jobit, took away their Patara earrings, and even the old Supreme Kai sealed in the Divine Sword. Didn't let it go. All Supreme Kai were killed, and Beerus, the god of destruction bound to their lives, also died. The god of destruction died, and Angel, who served the god of destruction, also entered standby mode. After Beerus and Whis were dealt with, Zamasu dared to realize his ideal. Plan 0 for humanity. First, let's take a stab at the earth. The Son Goku who made him feel humiliated and angry is here on earth. Even though he has cleared out many humans in time and space and killed many of Son Goku's entire family, Zamesu's anger and disgust towards Son Goku will never end. How dare a humble mortal possess power that even gods cannot match? Death penalty. The death penalty is necessary. He also wants to kill the whole family. Mom, this guy named Zamesu is so strong. Even though Uncle Goku and Brother Gohan have transformed into Super Saiyan 2, there is nothing they can do to him. And that Zamesu does seem to be at ease, and he still uses normal power. He's playing tricks on us. Trunks looked at the fight between Zamesu and Son Goku and his son in the sky, and frowned fiercely and said to Bulma. Don't wait any longer, use the Dragon Ball quickly to summon Jiang Wei. Mom, hurry up, it's too late if you don't do it. Trunks said anxiously. At this moment, Fat Bu has flown into the sky to help, and together with the Sun family and his son, they still can only fight the normal Zamesu. Trunks didn't know how strong Zamesu really was. But he knew that Saions could transform, but Trunks didn't believe that Zamesu, who had taken Uncle Goku's body from another world, didn't know that Saions could transform and greatly increase their power. Bulma also saw that the situation was critical and quickly took out the 7 Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha! Do you feel it? This is just me, and my power is insignificant now. Okay, I've had enough fun, it's time to wipe you out along with the humans on this planet. Son Goku, feel the wrath of the gods and die. Zamesu's expression became more and more arrogant, he laughed wildly and dodged, disappearing from the eyes of Son Goku and the others. The next moment, Zamesu stood in the void, above Son Goku and the others, assuming a condescending posture as a god. He pointed the palm of his right hand at the 3 people below, laughed wildly and fired a Qigong bomb at them. Careful! Boom! Following the violent explosion that made the world tremble, the Sun family, father and son, and Fat Bu in the air were all overwhelmed by the Qigong waves shot by Zamesu. Chapter 101 Zamesu was mean and sent it. Sure enough, it's teleportation again. Seeing that Son Goku was unharmed by his attack and suddenly appeared in another direction, Zamesu showed an unsurprised expression on his face. Damn it! This guy, he killed Gohan and Bu. Son Goku looked at the arrogant Zamesu in the sky with burning eyes. If it weren't for teleportation, Son Goku would have died together with Son Gohan and Fat Bu under the attack of Zamesu's Qigong wave. Son Goku, you can escape once, but if you can't escape the next time, I will definitely kill you and other humble humans. Zamesu raised his right hand again, aiming his palm at Son Goku and others, and the dark Qigong wave was rapidly condensing. No! This BD is going to blow up the earth with one blow. Everyone felt the intensity of energy condensed in Zamesu's palm this time, and they were all shocked. And just then, Bulma raised her hands to the sky and summoned Jiang Wei, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted extremely dazzling golden light. There was lightning and thunder in the sky. It's like the oppressive feeling of the last days descending on the earth. Zamesu stopped and sneered, at this time, you still expect your Earth's dragon to save your life? Ha ha ha, then I will crush your last hope. If it was a super dragon, Zamesu would not dare to be careless. But he had long noticed that Bulma's little move was just taking out 7 small Dragon Balls. The ones that could be summoned could only be dragons on the earth, and they were not worthy of carrying shoes for super dragons. Then, when a green dragon that was hundreds of meters tall appeared, Zamesu smiled evilly, waved his hand, and shot a black Qigong bullet at the divine dragon that had just appeared. At the same time, he thought in his mind how desperate the expressions on the faces of Son Goku and other mortals would be. Then, the first time Jiang Wei was summoned, he was attacked and received a Qigong bullet that could easily kill Super Saiyan 2. What's going on? Everyone saw that Jiang Wei's body, which was hundreds of meters tall, was fine after taking one of Zamesu's Qigong bullets, and they were relieved. Well, not dead. Even Zamesu showed an expression of surprise. In his opinion, the dragons on the earth should be vulnerable to waste. Black Goku Zamasu. Jiang Wei looked at the man standing in the void, who looked exactly like Son Goku, but had a malicious face, and muttered. Jiang Wei, quickly deal with Zamasu. Bulma's hurried words were not finished yet. There is no need to waste a wish on Zamasu. Jiang Wei stared at Zamasu in the sky with the look of a dead man, who was showing off his power and said, I won't eat beef. Ah! Bulma and everyone else didn't know why. What do you mean by not wasting your wishes on Zamasu? Could it be? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Jiang Wei had nothing to do with Zamasu, so he advised them not to waste a wish in vain? Ha ha ha! Stupid mortals, do you still expect that a mere dragon from the earth can kill a noble god like me? Zamasu put his hand on his forehead and laughed unbridled. It was so funny. Jiang Wei also smiled. It was the smile of Shibai who didn't know that he was about to die. He looked at Zamasu and slowly said in Kenjiro's tone, You are already dead. What? Zamasu didn't understand. The next moment, Zamasu, who was originally invincible in the eyes of everyone, appeared in an abnormal state, like a bird with broken wings, falling from the sky. Because Zamasu had just attacked Jiang Wei in the form of a dragon, triggering Jiang Wei's passive ability House Search, and Jiang Wei had already deprived him of everything in an instant. At this moment, Zamasu has fallen off the altar, and has nothing left except a small life left by Jiang Wei. My power is gone, what happened? Zamasu shouted in horror, crawling on the ground, looking as ugly as a rotten maggot. Ding! I got the Chi sword. Ding! Got the energy blockade. Ding! I got the Super Saiyan God Pinky. Ding! I got the time ring. Just when everyone was still confused about what happened, Trunks' eyes flashed coldly, and he raised his hand towards Zamasu, who was squirming on the ground, and fired a Qigong bomb, blowing up Zamasu, who had lost everything and only had a small life left. As expected of a great man, he will not waste his life as always, and will kill you while you are sick. Zamasu, did you die like this? Everyone was shocked. Humph, who dares to attack me and seek death? Jiang Wei said to Bulma again, now that Zamasu is dead, please change your wish. Bulma made a wish and resurrected the kind people on earth who died before Zamasu died. So Son Gohan and the people who died because Baba Dai released Majin Buu came back to life. But Fat Buu was not resurrected. Because there was still evil inside Fat Buu's body, there was Thin Buu, so he couldn't be resurrected. And the moment when Jiang Wei fulfilled Bulma's wish and turned back into a human, Beerus, the god of destruction in this time and space, also came to life. Jiang Wei has the priesthood of Supreme Kai. According to the rules, there is still a Supreme Kai in this universe who is not dead. Beerus, the god of destruction whose life is bound to Supreme Kai, is naturally alive as well. Beerus is alive and Angel Weiss can move. The first thing they did was to come to Earth. You are actually the Supreme Kai? No matter what, your appearance saved my life. Beerus' cat face showed an expression of escaping death for the first time. Sir Supreme Kai, thank you for saving my life and that of Lord Beerus. Weiss sincerely thanked Jiang Wei. For the sake of Bulma in this world, Jiang Wei took this opportunity to introduce Son Goku and others to Beerus and Whis, and asked Beerus and Whis to take care of Bulma and the others. He also asked Bulma and Trunks, two people who knew how to adapt, to treat Beerus and Whis, two foodies, with delicacies from Earth to increase their favorability. He also asked Bulma to take out the 7 Dragon Balls on the Earth, summon the Dragon of the Earth, and resurrect the East Supreme Kaixin and his follower Jobit in this world. And the old Supreme Kai in the seal. Beerus and Whis finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because Jiang Wei, the Supreme Kai, appeared suddenly, Beerus, whose life was bound to Supreme Kai, was very afraid that Jiang Wei would suddenly disappear and make him dead again. When the Supreme Kai in this world was resurrected, Jiang Wei said goodbye to everyone and used the time ring obtained from Zamasu to travel to Zamasu's original time and space. Jiang Wei suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 102 Becoming a Big Brother to Zeno. Emerging from the vortex of time and space, Jiang Wei discovered that he had arrived on the earth of Zamasu's world. This earth is lifeless, and under Jiang Wei's induction, all the people on earth have died. Zamasu treated it like garbage and cleared it away. Zamasu only killed all the people on earth, but did not explode the earth. It is different from the style of despair time and space. Jiang Wei thought about it for a moment and understood. The grandson Goku of this world was taken away from his body by Zamasu by making a wish to the Super Dragon. He died the moment Zamasu became Black Goku. The remaining protagonists don't know how to teleport. Zamasu can kill them one by one slowly without worrying about them using teleportation to hide and seek with him. But the time and space of despair are different. Son Goku is not dead. Zamasu doesn't want to waste time playing hide and seek with Son Goku, so he must simply eliminate Son Goku and the Earth together. Jiang Wei let go of the induction. Not just the Earth. The entire universe is lifeless, countless civilizations are in ruins, and even the areas controlled by Frieza's legion are in ruins. All humans, or rather all non-god intelligent creatures in the universe, were killed by the crazy Zamasu. What a human plan 0! Jiang Wei also activated the priesthoods of the god of destruction and angel, so that he could leave the 7th universe and go to other universes. Turned around and came down. All the universes in this world are dead. Not just mortals. Supreme Kai and the god of destruction are both dead, and all angels are on standby. Zamasu did a thorough job. Kill everyone who can be killed without sparing anyone. It was precisely because Zamasu had cleaned up his world that he went to the time and space of despair. Unexpectedly, because of his poor skills, he threw a Qigong bomb at Jiang Wei and sent him directly. Hey, are you Supreme Kai, the god of destruction, or angel? How strange, you actually have the aura of all three at the same time. A voice like a child's, as if he had discovered something rare, sounded in Jiang Wei's mind. Jiang Wei's heart moved and he immediately said, Chuan Dan, I am your eldest brother and I came here specifically to find you. You are my eldest brother? Also, what is a whole egg? The voice asked in a more curious tone. The next moment, a little universe person appeared in front of Jiang Wei and looked at him curiously. Jiang Wei saw that his goal of traveling through time and space appeared in front of him better than planned, so he went up and raised his hand to touch the little universe person, Zeno, the most noble and powerful god in charge of the 12 universes. You are my half-brother, and I am your eldest brother Jiang Wei. The eldest brother is the one who treats you unconditionally. Jiang Wei said to Zeno with a friendly look on his face. Zeno's 2 round eyes looked at Jiang Wei with great interest. Don't think Zeno acts like a kid, but as the most noble god in the orthodox plot of the Dragon Ball world, he can't be fooled by just a few words. In the plot, Zeno is willing to be friends with Son Goku because Zeno really feels that Son Goku is willing to be friends with him from the bottom of his heart and has no other thoughts. Unlike other gods. Or they are particularly afraid of Zeno, just like Beerus and the others. Either have special respect for Zeno, just like Grand Priest and others. Zeno definitely doesn't like this in his heart, but given his status, don't expect the gods under him to treat him with a normal attitude. But if someone approaches Zeno with ulterior motives, Zeno will not like it even more. No one likes people who approach them with ulterior motives. What about Jiang Wei? First, Zeno could feel that Jiang Wei was not afraid of him, nor did he respect him. He did treat him with a normal attitude. As for Jiang Wei, does he have ulterior motives? Jiang Wei must have ulterior motives. His purpose is to accept Zeno as his younger brother, and he wants to be Zeno's older brother. As the eldest brother, Jiang Wei is really good to his younger brothers. In the eyes of some people, he is almost as good to his younger brothers as the nanny. In other words, Being Jiang Wei's little brother will definitely make you money. So, in Zeno's perception, Jiang Wei is just as he said, he is really his elder brother and will be the one who is unconditionally good to him. This makes Zeno very excited. Brother. Whole egg. Jiang Wei achieved his goal and accepted Zeno as his younger brother. Quandan, brother is not from your world, he comes from another world. In your world, there is a man named Zamasu. Not only did he harm his own world, but he also went to other worlds to harm others, and was destroyed by his elder brother. Big brother got the space-time ring he left behind so he could come here to find you. What are your plans next? Jiang Wei treats others as a big brother. Even if he has some agenda, he still treats him sincerely. Just like the big brother said, because of Zamasu's chaos, all universes are no longer civilized, and there is no point in continuing to exist. I am preparing to erase all universes. Zeno said very childishly. Why do you want to erase all the universes? How about you let me restore all the universes to their original state for you? Jiang Wei said from the bottom of his heart. Okay. Zeno clapped his hands. Rather than erasing all universes, for Zeno, it is obviously more interesting to restore the universe where all civilizations have been exterminated to their original state. It's very simple. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers. The next moment, even Zeno had some weird expressions on his face. All universes whose civilizations were wiped out by Zamasu, have truly returned to their original state. It seems that my big brother is not simple either. Zeno is happy. No child wants his elder brother to be incompetent. The more capable the elder brother is, the more he can protect his younger brother. Ding! Get the highest authority to make all matter disappear in an instant. Ding! Get the Zeno priesthood, not activated. Jiang Wei showed a very happy smile. Brother is very happy. Zeno took his attention away from the restored universe and asked Jiang Wei. Of course I will be happy to be able to fulfill Quandan's wish. Everything Jiang Wei said came from his heart, every word was sincere, and he was absolutely honest. Zeno felt it clearly and was even a little moved. Brother, will you leave Quandan? Zeno suddenly asked. I was actually summoned and appeared in your world because of Zamasu. I can only stay for 24 hours. Jiang Wei told the truth. Brother, since we are brothers, how about letting Quandan leave with you? Zeno asked expectantly. Why are there two Zenos in the plot? That's how it came about. Zeno felt that following Jiang Wei would definitely be more interesting than staying in this world that was supposed to be wiped out. I couldn't ask for it, ha ha ha. Jiang Wei raised his hand and touched Zeno's round little head, laughing from the bottom of his heart. So he ordered Tongzi to take Zeno with him and return to the original world. Weiss, is it really okay to just let Jiang Wei travel through time and space like this? On Super Earth, Beerus asked his shit sweeper with some worry while eating Earth's delicacies. Lord Beerus, I am just your follower. In principle, I will not interfere in the affairs of you and Lord Jiang Wei. After all, one of you is the god of destruction and the other is Supreme Kai, both of whom are the apex gods of the seventh universe. Weiss took a big bite of a delicious piece of pudding and mumbled. Beerus was not satisfied with Wiss's statement and was about to say something else. There was a flash of golden light. Jiang Wei is back. Not only Jiang Wei, he also brought a little universe person with him when he came back this time. Looks very familiar. Damn it. Chapter 103 Beerus Panic. Beerus's eyes immediately widened, and he was extremely frightened. He quickly stepped forward and bowed fiercely to the little universe man next to Jiang Wei, wishing he could bury his cat head in his crotch. Welcome, Master Zeno. Beerus lowered his head, and the expression on the cat's face was one of fear, as if he had seen something terrifying. Oh my, Mr. Jiang Wei always does something unexpected. Wiss was also slightly surprised. Unlike Beerus, Whis knew that the Xeno brought back by Jiang Wei came from another time and space, not from this world. But Xeno is Xeno, and with that status, he is the most noble god in the universe. As an angel, Weiss couldn't lose his etiquette and walked forward with a scepter in hand. "Hello, Master Xeno. Wes, we meet again, thanks to Big Brother." Xeno also said with a smile on his small round face. In his world, because of Zamasu, Xeno is already alone. His Supreme Kai and God of Destruction are all dead, an angel and Grand Priest have also entered standby mode. If Jiang Wei hadn't appeared, Xeno would have wiped out all the universes, and new gods would not appear until a new universe was born. Only then will angel and Grand Priest recover. Brother. Not to mention Beerus, Whis, who always maintained a detached attitude, also showed a surprised expression and involuntarily turned his attention to Jiang Wei, who was standing with Xeno. Beerus was even more scared. Where did Jiang Wei get the courage? He, a Supreme Kai, dared to be the eldest brother of Xeno, the supreme and most noble god? Are you really not afraid that if you are not careful, 12 universes will play the pop-up game? At this time, Jiang Wei has reopened the two priesthoods of God of Destruction and Angel, and only continues to retain the priesthood of Supreme Kai. Otherwise, if Beerus and Whis realized that Jiang Wei was the Supreme Kai, the God of Destruction, and Angel, they would probably be more surprised than seeing Xeno coming. Xeno said a few words to Weiss, then followed Jiang Wei to visit the Super Earth. Lord Beerus, you can rest assured now. Lord Xeno has no objection to Lord Jiang Wei's frequent travels through time and space. Whis smiled at Beerus, who was wiping his cold sweat after Xeno left. Wes, of course I know, you have to tell me this. Beerus yelled at Whis, causing Whis to smile indulgently towards his cat. Lord Beerus, that Lord Xeno, comes from another time and space. This matter must be reported to Grand Priest and Lord Xeno immediately. Weiss said to Beerus. In fact, it is just a matter of following a procedure. Xeno from another world has come to this world. Could it be that Grand Priest and Xeno can't sense it? Jiang Wei took Xeno to visit first from his own home. His home on Super Earth is a huge Chinese-style palace, built by the new humans on Super Earth for their creator god Jiang Wei. Husband, who is this kid? Bulma asked curiously when she saw Jiang Wei walking with a little universe guy talking and laughing. Honey, he is my new little brother, his name is Chuan Dan. Chuan Dan, this is your sister-in-law Bulma. Jiang Wei introduced Xeno to his wife. Hello Chuan Dan. When Bulma saw that it was her husband's new little brother, she greeted him with a smile on her face. She had no idea what kind of existence her husband's new little brother was. Sister-in-law, hello, I'm Chuan Dan. Xeno also said very well. Bulma then ordered the blue-haired Ranchi to bring a lot of snacks to entertain Xeno. Xeno ate with gusto. It was obvious that it was the first time in his life that he had eaten such delicious food. After visiting his home, Jiang Wei took Xeno to visit other places on Super Earth. After visiting all the way, Xeno was very excited. The new human civilization on Super Earth is essentially an enhanced version of Earth civilization. Even Angel Weiss had never experienced the charm of Earth's food before, and neither did Xeno. Only then did Xeno discover that Jiang Wei's Super Earth was a very fun place, with countless delicious foods like the snacks Bulma served him. Brother, the food here is so delicious. No wonder Weiss and his god of destruction stay on your planet. Xeno said excitedly. Chuan Dan, brother, in addition to delicious food, there are also fun things here. Jiang Wei smiled. In the Dragon Ball world, the Earth is a bug. The most delicious food in the universe, the most awesome technology, the most foul fairy beans, the strongest warrior. Damn it all on Earth. Jiang Wei took Xeno to the amusement park and spent an afternoon playing video games in a video arcade. In the evening, he took Xeno back to his home with him, who was obviously addicted to playing video games and was reluctant to leave. Jiang Wei introduced his two children, Zhang Luo and Zhang Xiu, to Zeno. It didn't take long for the three children to play together happily. Later, a small lunch was added. The next day, Jiang Wei introduced Zeno to Son Goku and others. Zeno is happy to meet Son Goku and others. Especially Son Goku. Among Jiang Wei's younger brothers, Zeno has the highest opinion of Son Goku. Because, Zeno can feel that Son Goku has a pure heart. But among Jiang Wei's younger brothers, the one who plays best with Zeno is Fat Bu. Fat Bu can actually play with all children. Let's talk about Zeno and Grand Priest in this world. Basically, he will not interfere in the affairs of the 12 universes. Unless Zeno is interested. And a Zeno from another world came to this world. The Zeno of this world will definitely be interested. If it weren't for the unannounced visit and lack of etiquette, Zeno in this world would have rushed to the Super Earth. Playing with Zeno from another world, we have something important to discuss. Later. It was Weiss who said hello to Jiang Wei and conveyed Grand Priest's intention, with the consent of Jiang Wei and Xuan Dan. Grand Priest only accompanied Zeno to visit Super Earth. The two Zenos were very happy when they met, and they immediately had a lot of fun together. Grand Priest chatted with Jiang Wei for a while and showed a happy smile. Originally, Grand Priest wanted to take over the whole egg and live with Zeno. But after coming to Super Earth and meeting Jiang Wei and his younger brothers, for the power they possess, even the Grand Priest, no more, no less, showed a hint of surprise. The seventh universe that Weiss and his god of destruction are responsible for, with Jiang Wei and his brothers, can crush other universes without any suspense in terms of force. And the Earth and Super Earth, and the humans on them, have developed very interesting civilizations. For example, gourmet food. Jiang Wei's strength, as well as the food of the earth, have won the respect and friendship of the Grand Priest. Xuan Dan also didn't want to leave his eldest brother. Grand Priest did not take the whole egg away to keep Zeno company as in the plot. Instead, he made a request to Jiang Wei. Chapter 104 Fighting number 17 and number 18. Lord Jiang Wei, how about you also become Lord Zeno's eldest brother? Facing Grand Priest's request, Jiang Wei was a little surprised, and then he felt happy. It's very simple. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers. Ding! Get instant summons. Ding! Get the Grand Priest priesthood, not activated. In this way, at Grand Priest's request, Jiang Wei accepted Zeno from this world as his younger brother. Some days later, Jiang Wei's works. Basaru. Android 21. Done. Is she still the Zangjia she knew? When Cyborg 20, Bojack, saw Zanja who had completed the transformation and became Cyborg 21. He had a look of horror on his face, just because number 21 is many times more powerful than number 20. In front of number 21, number 20 is just a little Karami. And Basalu. As soon as he was born, he won the respect of the other four perfect bodies, Shalu. There is no doubt that he has become the captain of the Sharut team. At the same time, after training in the spiritual time room, Frieza also became Black Gold Frieza. But Frieza reconciled with Dumpling and gave up revenge. The Emperor of the Universe not only fights and kills, but is also a man of the world. He died twice and practiced in the spiritual time room for more than 10 years. Frieza's mentality has long since changed. It is no longer the mentality he had when he was sitting in a stroller and overwhelming the universe. With a smile on their face, Frieza took this opportunity to hope that Jiang Wei would agree. Frieza's Legion can recruit fighters with high salaries on Super Earth. You must know that the new humans on Super Earth will start with tens of thousands of combat power. When Frieza noticed this, his eyes were full of fire. If we can get Jiang Wei's consent to recruit warriors on Super Earth, Frieza's Legion will be even stronger. Still the same sentence. Don't watch Dragon Ball World. The later the plot reaches, the more the combat effectiveness collapses. But looking at the entire universe, creatures with combat power exceeding 10,000 are a rare resource. Frieza's legion has many soldiers, but most of the combatants only have more than 1,000 combat effectiveness. Those with a few thousand combat effectiveness are elites. With a combat effectiveness of more than 10,000, he is already a cadre with a high status. A planet with a population of several billion has an average combat strength of more than 10,000, which is unique in the universe. Frieza will naturally want to have a super Earth. Jiang Wei didn't care, as long as it was voluntary, he would not interfere. As a result, many new humans, attracted by the high salary offered by Frieza, voluntarily joined Frieza's legion as soldiers. Soon, as Frieza's legion conquered other planets, the new humans also made a name for themselves in the universe like the Scions did, and became a famous fighting nation in the universe. Super Earth is also famous throughout the universe for its delicious food and powerful warriors. It is no longer an unknown planet next to the Earth, located in the edge area. Together with the Earth, it has also received the light of the Super Earth. Ding! Report to the Master, there is a Dragon Ball world that has collected the projections of 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Master. At this moment, Jiang Wei was playing video games with the 2 Xenos and Fat Bu, and was in high spirits. Tongzi, has that world summoned me before? Jiang Wei asked in his mind while playing video games. Ding! This world has never summoned a master before. Jiang Wei quit the game and spoke to the 2 Xenos and Fat Bu, telling them to have fun while his elder brother had something to do. Brother, you have to come back early. 2 Xeno and Fat Bu. Jiang Wei nodded and disappeared into a brilliant golden light. Another world. A devastated Earth. Here, it is a future time and space. The ruins of the Western capital. Det has returned to the past through the time machine invented by his mother Bulma, and retrieved a design drawing of android number 17 from Dr. Gero's secret laboratory. With the excitement of finally ending all this, Bulma quickly built a controller based on the design of android 17 that her son had retrieved, which could shut down android 17 and 18 that were ravaging the Earth. Damn artificial demons! This time, I will definitely destroy you. Trunks held the controller with confidence. According to the original plot development, Trunks in this world has a controller in his hand. After shutting down the androids, he can easily eliminate future 17 and 18. But Trunks looked surprised and uncertain. Because he suddenly noticed that there was a powerful energy fighting 2 artificial humans. This energy is so powerful that it is stronger than any artificial person. Even if the 2 artificial people work together, they will be suppressed and beaten by the owner of the energy. The artificial man was originally breathless. And on Earth, besides artificial humans, who else can fight that powerful energy? It's so strange, that aura has Frieza's aura, Gohan-san's aura, and even Dad's aura. Trunks was puzzled, so he immediately flew into the sky and flew towards the direction where a fierce battle broke out. And on the other side of the battlefield, they are also ruins and remains of human cities. Number 17 and number 18 were engaged in a desperate battle with a disgusting insect monster. Give up your resistance, number 17 and number 18, you are destined to become a part of me. Let us complete it together, Dr. Gero's ultimate artificial man, the strongest warrior in the universe. The insect monster, a green-skinned man with black spots, was merciless and chirping at the same time. Fart! Dr. Gero was killed by us, go to hell with the ultimate android. I am the strongest warrior, and you are just an ugly green-skinned monster, and you will be killed by us in the end just like that dead ghost Dr. Gero. Number 17 struggled to shoot a Qigong wave at the black-spotted green-skinned insect monster, the first form of Cell. Number 18 also cooperated and fired a Qigong wave towards Shailu, disrupting Shailu's movements. But Shailu's strength is higher than that of number 17 or number 18, and his figure flickers. He dodged number 17 and number 18 and jointly attacked him with Qigong waves. Boom! A large area of nearby building debris was destroyed by the Qigong waves struck by number 17 and number 18. While large amounts of smoke and dust were raised, a huge hole was also blasted into the ground. Careful! Number 17 suddenly opened his eyes. Shenlong suddenly appeared next to number 18, like a punch from a heavy cannon, hitting number 18 in the abdomen, making number 18 bend over and open his mouth to vomit bitter water. The other hand also fired a Qigong bomb, which shot towards No 17's face like lightning, blocking No 17's rescue of number 18. Take advantage of the moment when number 17 dodges the Qigong bomb. Become one with me, No 18. Sarl punched number 18 hard on the back again, causing number 18 to fall to the ground and unable to get up for a while. The tail behind him swayed, and the tip of the needle quickly opened up and turned into a big horn. In the angry eyes of number 17, he swallowed up number 18 who was unable to resist. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr No. Feeling Shuru, a more powerful aura erupted. Number 17 took a small step back. Chapter 105 Who Killed Trunks? After bursting out with bursts of powerful aura, Cell entered his second form and became Sausage Mouth Cell. Next, it's your turn, number 17. Sausage Mouth Cell looked in the direction of android number 17, but did not see the figure of number 17. Number 17 took advantage of the short moment when Cell began to evolve. Ran away. Although number 17 was very angry that Shuru absorbed number 18. But he was also more scared. I'm afraid that it will be my turn next, leaving the green hills without worrying about having no firewood. Number 17, do you think you can run away? Shalo snorted coldly and chased after him. It didn't take long. Shalo saw the figure of number 17 running away in embarrassment in front of him. Shalo's tongue licked the mouth of the sausage. It's time to catch up and absorb number 17. But he saw no 17's body tremble and stop moving, as if someone had turned off the power of a home appliance. Not good. Sharudun felt something bad and immediately shot towards number 17 who stopped moving. But it was too late. As he watched helplessly, a Qigong bomb came and hit android number 17 in front of Cell. Boom! Where number 17 was, fire shot into the sky. After the violent explosion, the smoke and dust dispersed. Where is the figure of number 17? The sudden Qigong bomb had blown away all the ashes left. No. Shalo let out a heart-rending howl. As number 17 was destroyed, his goal of absorbing two artificial humans and using the eternal energy furnace in each other's bodies to evolve into a complete and ultimate artificial human failed. In a rage, Shalo would never let go of anyone who ruined his good deeds. He immediately looked for the direction from which the Qigong projectile came, and chased after it crazily. The one who took action to destroy Android 17 was, of course, Trunks. When he arrived, he saw that the one fighting the two androids was a terrifying green-skinned insect monster. I was shocked. Next, I heard Cellule announce his home, and realized that this green-skinned monster was also an artificial human created by Dr. Gero. The purpose of fighting number 17 and others is also to absorb number 17 and number 18, so as to become a complete and ultimate artificial human. You said Trunks, do you dare to let another artificial human created by Dr. Gero absorb number 17 and them and become a complete body with stronger energy? Make a prompt decision. Trunks is now powerless to stop Cell from absorbing number 18. He couldn't even defeat either number 17 or number 18, let alone steal food from Cellule's mouth. But the next moment an opportunity presented itself. Number 17 looked at number 18 and was absorbed by the tail behind Cell. Very angry, but more scared. Turn around and run away. Good opportunity. Trunks, who was hiding behind the ruins, looked happy and immediately followed the escaping number 17 quietly. Feeling that Cell was chasing him, Trunks did not dare to delay the fighter's opportunity and immediately shut down all functions of number 17 with the controller on his hand. Taking advantage of number 17 being unable to resist, he raised his hand and fired a Qigong bomb, beating number 17 to ashes. Then, Trunks immediately concealed his aura and ran away, not daring to fly into the sky or run away in the direction of Zidu. It should be said, Trunks' response was fine. With his aura hidden, it would be a huge trouble for Cell to find Trunks. But when Cell looked for the direction in which the Qigong bomb flew and chased after him, he quickly discovered Trunks' body. Shalo showed a confused and wary expression. Trunks' body fell to the ground, with a big hole in his back. He was obviously killed by a sneak attack from behind while escaping. Cell's eyes turned to Trunks' dead body and noticed that it was next to the body. There lies a universal capsule. Shalo was even more confused. Because Cell felt that the omnipotent capsule did not fall out after Trunks was killed, but more like the person who killed Trunks intentionally placed it next to Trunks' body in order to make Cell discover. Is there something special about that universal capsule? Shalo came over and picked up the universal capsule. Cell obtained the time machine invented by Bulma. Enchuru quickly understood the purpose of the time machine. A look of ecstasy. Cell had an idea to use a time machine to go back to the past, the timeline where androids 17 and 18 had just been launched, so that he could absorb the robots and become the complete and ultimate robot. Dark place. A glance disappeared after Shuru took the time machine back to the past timeline. The past time and space that Saru went to in the future by taking the time machine. The plot has developed to the point where Dr. Gero has transformed himself into Android 20 through Android 19. Start destroying the city in order to lure out and kill Son Goku, the enemy who destroyed the Red Ribbon Legion. It's a pity that Dr. Gero overestimated the power of the absorptive cyborg and seriously underestimated the strength of the Super Saiyan. Although Son Goku collapsed due to a heart disease, Vegeta has been able to transform into Speedy Vegeta. Vegeta, who has just transformed into a Super Saiyan, can easily destroy Android 19. Seeing Android number 20, Dr. Gero was extremely frightened, so he made a prompt decision and smeared the soles of his feet with oil and slipped back to his secret research institute built in the mountains. Although there are still imperfections on the 17th and 18th, at this point, we can only activate them. Dr. Gro, who was extremely embarrassed, returned to his secret research institute, looked at the two metal containers marked with the numbers 17 and 18 in front of him, his eyes were fierce, and he pressed the start button on them. With the hatch open, a boy and a girl with their eyes open and motionless were exposed inside. Androids 17 and 18. The next moment, on the 17th and 18th, they walked out of the container. At this time, Vegeta and his gang also chased them to the door of the Secret Research Institute. When Dr. Gero saw that number 17 and number 18 had regained their mobility, he looked cautious and held tightly in his hand a controller that could shut down number 17 and number 18. Number 17, number 18, how do you feel now? Dr. Gero asked nervously. Be prepared to shut down number 17 and number 18 at any time. The eyes of number 17 and number 18 first glanced at the controller held tightly in Dr. Gero's hand, exchanged glances, and then greeted Dr. Gero respectfully. Ha ha ha, number 17 and number 18, you are very respectful to me. Dr. Gero was overjoyed, thinking that he had repaired the defects of the two artificial humans, and showed a very happy expression. His guard was also obviously relaxed. At this time, Vegeta and his gang had already broken in. While Dr. Gero was attracted by Vegeta and his gang, number 17 reached out decisively and snatched the controller that could shut them down from the old man's hand. Chapter 106 picked up a Dragon Ball on the 18th. Old man, this thing is a controller that can shut down our body functions, right? Such a thing should not exist. As soon as number 17 finished speaking, he crushed the controller in his hand. It wasn't until they crushed the controller that number 17 and number 18 smiled from the bottom of their hearts. You actually, it turns out that your defects have not been repaired. Number 17, number 18, wait, I will make a new controller and shut you down. Dr. Gro is also confused. Can these words be said to number 17 and number 18? After saying the cruel words, he actually turned around to find materials to make a new controller. Unexpectedly, the expressions on the faces of number 17 and number 18 turned cold. No 17's eyes even revealed a cold light. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. While Dr. Gro's back was turned to him, number 17, who didn't want to be locked in the container again, suddenly punched him. Penetrated Dr. Gro's body. Amidst the crackling electric sparks, a fist penetrated Dr. Gro's chest. Through the hole, the damaged machinery in Dr. Gro's body could be seen. Ah, I was careless. Number 17 and 18, you actually betrayed me, your creator, at such a critical moment. Dr. Gro let out a howl of shock and rage. This old man really didn't expect that his work would kill him. Rather than just a minor issue of not following instructions. Number 18 and I want to be free and don't want to be locked up in a container by you, old den. Therefore, for our freedom, we can only ask you to die, Dr. Gro. Number 17 kicked Dr. Gro's head away, then jumped up and stepped on it, crushing the brain covered by the glass cover. This scene was seen by the protagonist group, and Vegeta didn't care. After all, he had the same behavior towards Nappa before. But others only have one idea. As Trunks said, artificial humans are so cruel that they can kill the people who created them without mercy. These two artificial humans must not be allowed to come to the outside world. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. After Dr. Gro's headless body collapsed, Kilyalu, a small golden ball rolled down to the ground, just at the feet of number 18. What? Number 18 bent down curiously and picked up the golden ball. The moment her little hand touched the golden ball, in No 18's mind, the locations of the other 6 golden balls clearly appeared. With a look of surprise on her face, she put the golden ball in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully. Number 18 is just a small ball that fell out of Dr. Gro's old body. What's so strange about it? Number 17 trampled Dr. Gro's head, turned around, and ignored the protagonist group who rushed into the secret research institute. He saw number 18 turning over and over to look at the golden ball. His beautiful eyes were very surprised, so he also asked curiously. Number 17, this golden ball is very unusual. As long as I hold it in my hand, I can picture the whereabouts of the other 6 golden balls in my mind. Number 18 threw the golden ball to number 17 who came over. Hey, that's true. Number 17 threw the golden ball in his hand and said with a mysterious look on his face. When he caught the golden ball thrown by number 18, the locations of the other 6 golden balls immediately appeared in his mind. That thing should be a 5-star Dragon Ball? How is it possible? Aren't all the Dragon Balls kept with Bulma? Krillin asked with a confused look on his face. None of the characters in this world know that when Dr. Gero was chased and became a lost dog, on the way to escape, he encountered this 5-star Dragon Ball that suddenly appeared. He thought it was very magical, so he reached out to grab it and put it in his pocket and continued to run away. In this way, the 5-star Dragon Ball dropped by Jiang Wei was brought back to his secret research institute. Finally it fell into the hands of Android 18. Dragon Ball? It turns out that this golden ball is a Dragon Ball. Number 18 cast curious eyes on Klin. You little bald man seems to know a lot of information that I don't know. So, can you tell me what the purpose of this Dragon Ball is? Number 18 was a beautiful girl. Being stared at by her curious eyes, Krillin blushed and his heart beat for a moment, forgetting what Trunks said about how the androids would do all kinds of evil in the future world. Klin said shyly, "Ah, there are 7 Dragon Balls in total. As long as you can collect all 7, you can summon the dragon and make a wish to the dragon to realize a wish. Uncle Klin, why did you tell number 18 such important information about Dragon Ball? She is an android and our enemy. Trunks saw Krillin acting foolishly in front of the beauty, and shouted at him with a look of displeasure. I'm sorry, Trunks. Colin lowered his head, feeling ashamed of what he had done. He, what an interesting little bald head. Seeing Klin's embarrassment, number 18 was amused, covering his mouth and laughing softly a few times. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon to fulfill your wish? It's very interesting. After we kill Son Goku, we can find the other 6 Dragon Balls. Number 18, this is for you. Number 17 showed an interested expression and threw the 5-star Dragon Ball to number 18 and asked her to keep it. He walked to the other side of the Secret Research Institute, in front of a metal container marked 16. And an android. Only then did Trunks notice that in an inconspicuous place in the Secret Research Institute, there was a metal container for storing artificial humans, and his face immediately turned pale with shock. Absolutely not, any new artificial humans will be activated again. Trunks looked fierce in his eyes, and was about to raise his hand to use a Qigong wave to blow up the metal container marked 16, but Vegeta discovered it and stopped him. Don't do unnecessary things. Let him release the metal doll inside. No matter how many metal dolls are made by mere earthlings, they are all vulnerable to me, Vegeta. Vegeta pointed his thumb towards himself, looking invincible. Frieza, who dominated the universe and frightened countless people in the universe, was defeated by the Super Saiyan. Now Vegeta also has the power of a Super Saiyan, which can defeat even the Emperor of the universe. Vegeta also beat the androids who were praised by his future son as being extremely powerful. One was killed on the spot, and the other was beaten into a homeless dog. Nothing more than that. At this moment, Vegeta was undoubtedly at his most confident moment, and he didn't take the artificial humans created by the little earthlings seriously at all. Trunks was blocked by Vegeta and could only watch helplessly. Number 17 walked over and pressed the button to activate the android in the metal container. The hatch is open. A tall and burly man wearing green armor and a mohawk was revealed inside. Number 17 started scanning, and the body structure of android number 16 was clear at a glance. Interesting, this big guy is also equipped with an eternal energy furnace, but it is a pure mechanical body, different from us, no 18. Number 18 had already put away the 5-star Dragon Balls and asked, some people can't understand why Dr. Gro, the old man, wants to use the latest eternal energy furnace technology on an outdated pure mechanical body? Then Lao Deng transformed himself into an artificial human, but he didn't even use the technology of the eternal energy furnace. Number 17 spread his hands, looked at android number 16, who had walked out of the metal container without saying a word, and smiled at number 18. Number 18, number 16 should be able to answer your question. Number 16, what do you know? Chapter 107 Half of Salu. Android 16 did not respond, as if he did not hear what Android 17 said. Can't this big guy talk? Number 17 spread his hands without mind. It seems that this should be the reason why number 16 was not released by Dr. Gero. Number 18 looked at number 16 with thoughtful eyes. Hey, number 16, are you willing to act with us? Number 17 asked. Only then did number 16 react and nodded slightly. Let's make an agreement first. After we go out, we will look for Qilongju and Son Goku at the same time. Number 18 looked at Lane 17. It doesn't matter, for us, it's just a trip. We also know Son Goku's home, and we can come to him anytime. Number 17 smiled. The 3 androids walked out of Dr. Gero's Secret Research Institute together, and Vegeta and his gang also chased after them. Number 17 looked unhappy and said, you are following us because you want to fight. Vegeta looked arrogant, did I give you permission to leave? Previously, in Na Liadeng's research institute, the space was small and unable to be used. Now that you are outside, it's time for me to get down on Vegeta and destroy you. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta's whole body burned with golden aura, his eyes turned green, and his neat hair was dyed golden. Transform into Super Saiyan 1. It's just a metal doll made by people on Earth. Which one of you will die first? Or join together and I'll kill you both. Vegeta crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, I don't want to be beaten. For Vegeta's provocation, Number 16 didn't even look at it. As soon as he came to the outside environment, his attention was attracted by the birds singing freely, and a smile appeared on his rough face. Number 17 and number 18 focused on Vegeta. The expressions on their faces seemed to be sizing up a clown who didn't know the heights of the world. As androids, number 17 and others have combat power detection devices in their bodies, and Vegeta's current strength can be seen at a glance. No match for them at all. Number 17, go teach him a lesson. This guy talks too much and deserves a beating. Number 18 smoothed his golden hair and said to number 17. Okay, I'll just reluctantly move around a bit to get rid of him. Number 17 had no objection and walked towards the confident Vegeta. Damn it! What's your attitude? How dare you underestimate me, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta? I'll let you know what will happen if you underestimate me. Vegeta, who felt his pride was offended, had a look of anger on his face. Trunks was very anxious. He knew that the Super Saiyan could not defeat number 17, so he wanted to help and join the father-son battle. Let me say it first, don't try to disturb the sports activities on the 17th. Otherwise, I don't mind doing activities next time. Number 18 warned, staring at Trunks. Trunks didn't dare to move now. In the sky, number 17 was already fighting with Vegeta. From time to time, the two would send waves to each other and attack each other. Vegeta fought furiously. Because under his full attack, his opponent looked relaxed and performed with ease. I already have the power of a Super Saiyan, shouldn't it be like this? At last, number 17 had enough activities, so he got real and beat Vegeta hard, knocking him down. Vegeta lay helpless on the ground, the expression on his face was like a wine bottle broken by a drunkard, and his confidence in the power of the Super Saiyan was completely shattered. Let's go! Under Trunks' surprised gaze, number 17 greeted number 18, and number 16, who was fascinated by the birds singing and the squirrels running, said it was time to leave. It's strange that the androids didn't kill Dad and let us go, what kind of conspiracy do they have? Trunks really couldn't understand that the future androids 17 and 18 would definitely not behave like this. Their first collision with number 17 ended. Vegeta was fed a fairy bean, resurrected with full health, and walked away without saying a word, without saying hello to anyone else. No 18's mind was already occupied by Dragon Ball, so he had no thoughts about Klin and left by himself without giving any benefits to the little bald man. What should we do now, Trunks? Should we continue to follow the androids? Klin watched number 18 walk away, his mood not very high. Trunks didn't have any good options at this time. He couldn't fight again and again, so he had to say, let's go back first and see how Uncle Gaku is doing before we make a decision. Others nodded and flew into the sky. The three people on the 17th deliberately robbed a car as a means of transportation. After all, as artificial humans created by Dr. Gero, even if they all rebelled and even killed Dr. Gero. But killing Son Goku is the most important instruction for artificial people, and it is difficult for them to disobey it. Can only be executed. However, the order only said to kill Son Goku, but there was no time limit. The artificial people will carry out the instructions to kill Son Goku. But how long it takes to complete the instructions and kill Son Goku is another matter. It can also be understood that, under the premise that they could not resist, they were passively sabotaging Dr. Gero's instructions on the 17th. At the same time, A peaceful human town. Whoosh! A machine appeared out of thin air and landed on a busy street. It immediately attracted countless curious eyes. At the head of the machine, a glass hatch opened, and a green man with a sausage mouth fell out. Why did it fall out? In the horrified eyes of everyone, the green-skinned man only had his upper body, and his lower half was covered in blood, looking like a criminal who had been cut in half in ancient times. Actually, this makes sense. Just looking at the upper half of the green skin, you can tell that the green skin is very burly, and the cockpit of the machine can only accommodate the upper body of the green skin. If there is a complete green skin with a sausage mouth, it will definitely not be able to fit that green skin. Ha ha ha, very successful. Looking at the surrounding environment, I have indeed come to the past time and space. On the 17th, wait, I will become one with you. Shenlong was overjoyed and activated his strength. It had Piccolo cells and regrown its lower half almost instantly. In order to ride Trunks' time machine, Cell cut off his lower body. Ah! The people watching the excitement around were frightened by Shenlong's operation, and fled in panic and screamed. Shenlong didn't care about those people. He is now single-mindedly focused on absorbing the artificial human number 17 of this time and space, but he has no spare time to waste on absorbing the life essence of these 5 scum human beings. But how to find number 17, Shenlong had some problems. Because artificial humans have no breath, as long as they don't fight, there will be no energy leakage. Cell couldn't sense the location of the android. Wherever there is a battle, that may be where number 17 is. When the time comes, I will go over and take a look. Shenlong rolled his eyes, quickly thought of a way, turned the time machine back into a universal capsule, put it away, and left this town that was of no value to him. Go to Baizai Mountain where Son Goku lives. As long as he keeps a close eye on Son Goku, even if there is no battle, the android with the order to kill Son Goku will definitely go to find Son Goku. Shara can sit back and wait. Chapter 108 Shenlong chased after him. Temple of Heaven. God, what's wrong with you? Mr. Popo on the side suddenly noticed that the God of Heaven was observing the earth. His old body began to tremble visibly, and he asked quickly. Mr. Popo, the earth is really in trouble. The crisis of artificial humans has not been resolved yet, and new monsters have appeared. The god said in a cold sweat. Sausage Mouth Cell is stronger than number 17 and the others, not to mention the protagonist group who currently can't even defeat the androids. As for why the gods just saw Shiru appearing and concluded that he would be a new crisis for the earth. That's because the gods sensed the auras of the Sun family and his son, the rest of the protagonist group, and Frieza and his son from Cell. As well as an evil spirit like an abyss. In the Dragon Ball world, whether a person is a good person or a bad person can be seen by the aura he exudes. Bad guys can't hold back their good farts. God, what should we do? Mr. Popo is also very anxious. Determination flashed in the god's eyes. The next few days, Son Goku was unconscious at home. Shenlong hid in the dark and kept watch over him, but the android never appeared. It turns out that they were walking all the way on the 17th, while executing Dr. Gero's order to kill Son Goku, while looking for the other 6 Dragon Balls everywhere. 5 of the Dragon Balls were found by number 17 and others. Keep up the good work and continue to search for the last Dragon Ball. Regarding killing Son Goku, the artificial people have always maintained a calm and fishy attitude. This is different from the plot. In the plot, Cell needs to absorb the essence of human life to improve his strength and attacks multiple human towns. This is why he attracts Piccolo, and Piccolo tricks him out of his identity and purpose. This triggered Piccolo's urgent need to eliminate the artificial humans, destroy Cell's evolution into a complete body, and find number 17 in them. The battle with number 17 exposed the location of the android and attracted Cell, who had been looking for the man-made man. In the end, Cell achieved his goal. But in this changed world, Sausage Mouth Cell has already absorbed android number 18 in the future world. There is no need to continue absorbing human life essence. He has not attacked towns, so far, he has not attracted the attention of the protagonist group. As for the gods, just like the plot, in order to deal with Cell, he chose to assimilate with Piccolo. But after Piccolo assimilated the gods and became a Namekian with an unknown name, he made an embarrassing discovery. Even with his current strength, he can't defeat Sausage Mouth Cell, and Cell has not absorbed the essence of human life, but just stays near Son Goku. Piccolo, of course, stayed put and just paid close attention to Sharu's movements. In this way, Piccolo would not know Cellul's purpose and would not give priority to destroying the artificial man. Instead of looking for the android, Piccolo secretly kept an eye on Cell, without revealing the whereabouts of the android to Cell. Sharu didn't know the whereabouts of the artificial man, so he had to continue to guard Son Goku in secret. Piccolo had to continue to stare at Shenlong in the dark. The two sides remained in a stalemate. Until cyborgs are in the news. Although compared to them in the future, number 17 and others are all good and kind-hearted androids. But their behavior in the human world is indeed unscrupulous, which can also be said to be lawless. In order to find a new car to replace the broken one, the big man android number 16 saw that the cash transport truck was strong, so he snatched it for transportation. Completely unaware of the consequences of robbing a cash transport truck. First, the police swarmed in to arrest the robbers who dared to attack even the cash transport truck, but they were easily defeated by the androids. The police couldn't do it, so the military was naturally alerted. Regular troops, a large number of tanks and fighter jets were dispatched to carry out an integrated air and ground attack. The robbers who dared to rob the cash transport truck must be captured and brought to justice. Then he was destroyed by artificial humans. On the 17th, they were measured and only destroyed equipment and did not kill anyone. But when things got to this point, they also made headlines on the 17th. When the protagonist group saw this news, a head stuck out of the window and stared at the news on the TV with a look of ecstasy. Haha, number 17 and number 18 turned out to have gone south. Then Shenlong pulled back his head and showed a puzzled look. According to the information, drive. Jero gave the order to kill Son Goku on the 17th and 18th. For so many days, they didn't come to Baizai Mountain to kill Son Goku. Instead, they went to Baizai Mountain to kill Son Goku. Why are you robbing a cash transport truck in the south? Forget it, why are you thinking so much? I'm going to absorb number 17 and become the complete and ultimate artificial human. Except for Piccolo, no one discovered that Shenlong had secretly left Son Goku's home. That scary green-skinned monster went to find the artificial humans. Piccolo didn't think much and continued to pay attention. Piccolo even thought that he could use Cell's hand to deal with the artificial humans who would do all kinds of evil in the future. Dog bites dog on both sides, which is more in the interests of the protagonist group. Now, after defeating King Dog's regular army, they drove a cash transport truck leisurely on a small road on the 17th. Driving on the 17th. Number 16 remained silent in the carriage. Number 18 held the Dragon Ball. Number 17, do you see the fork in the road ahead? Turn left, you will find the last Dragon Ball soon. At this time, number 16, who lowered his head and cherished his words like gold, suddenly raised his head and stared in one direction, as if he had made a shocking discovery through the roof of the car. No 16's face is more serious than ever. On the 17th and 18th, there is a powerful energy approaching us. An alert was issued on the 16th. Powerful energy? Number 16, could it be that one of Son Goku's accomplices has come to find him? I'll just send him away. Number 17 held the steering wheel and said indifferently. It's not any of Son Goku's accomplices in the data, it's a guy who doesn't exist in the data. His energy is very powerful, we are definitely no match. The voice of number 16 started to panic. If number 16 hadn't been a purely mechanical body, he would have been sweating profusely at this moment. It is really easy for the other party to kill them. Number 16, you are no match for me, right? Hey, according to the data of that damn Dr. Gro, I am the strongest warrior. No one in this world is my opponent. Number 17 said arrogantly. Number 16 turned his attention to number 17 and was speechless. You are right, I am indeed no match for that powerful energy master. But you, number 17, are no match for me. How can you be the most confident fighter? Number 17, let's run away quickly. Number 16 told the truth. Hearing this, number 17 started to apply the brakes instead, preparing to stop the car. No 16's face actually twitched when he saw that he was a pure machine. You can't understand human speech, right, number 17? Number 17, I think you should follow no 16's advice. You should not stop the car, but speed up and leave. At this time, number 18 suddenly spoke, with a solemn expression on his pretty face. Number 18, what's the reason? Number 17 was very puzzled, and even number 18 began to question his worth as the strongest warrior in the world. The reason is that what number 16 just said was more than what he said in the past few days when we have been together. Number 18 makes sense. Number 17 was slightly startled, what you said makes sense, no 18. Chapter 109 Buying time for the 1/8th. Android number 16 usually gets along with number 17 and the others, and he cherishes words as much as money, and can't beat a fart with him. Not only did he talk to them now, but he also said more words in one sitting than in several days combined. If something goes wrong, it must be a monster. Although number 17 still insists that he is the strongest and invincible warrior in the world, it does not prevent him from listening to advice. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the cash transport truck immediately surged forward amidst the roar of the engine. Number 17, can you hurry up? That powerful energy has locked onto us and is getting closer to us. Number 16 said in a hurry. It can't go any faster. Number 17 said helplessly. It is impossible for our cars to outrun each other. For this plan, we must find the last Dragon Ball before the other party catches up with us. At a critical moment on the 18th, he thought of what the little bald Clin had mentioned before, that by gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, he could summon the dragon to fulfill his wish. And they are already close to the last Dragon Ball. Ha ha ha, number 17, you can't run away. Shiru, who was flying in the sky and tracking all the way, saw a cash transport truck driving wildly on the mountain road on the ground, and showed an ecstatic smile. He raised his hand and fired a Qigong bomb, hitting the front of the cash transport truck. The impact of the explosion instantly overturned the sturdy cash transport truck. On the 17th, they also flew out of the cash transport truck and flew into the sky to confront Sharu. Cell's eyes were the first to notice android number 17. He stuck out his tongue and licked the mouth of the sausage, which made the android feel sick. Next to number 17, in addition to number 18, is there a big guy? This guy is not in the information. Judging from the Red Ribbon Legion logo on his clothes, he should also be an artificial man made by Dr. Gero. Shailu's eyes stayed on number 16 for one more second. After facing Sausage Mouth Cell at close range, number 17 admitted that number 16 was absolutely right. This green-skinned monster with a sausage mouth was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Number 17 had no confidence in defeating Cell. No, it should be that he and number 18 teamed up, but they were not sure of defeating Sausage Mouth Cell. No 16's strength is unknown, but judging from No 16's previous reaction, it is far inferior to the sausage-mouthed green monster opposite. Where did this ridiculously strong green-skinned monster come from? Why are you looking for us? It only took us a few days to get out of Dr. Gro's old research institute, right? Number 17, number 16, the last Dragon Ball is nearby. Number 18 was holding a dragon ball in the hand that she did not want Shenlong to see. She whispered to number 17 and number 16. My detection device tells me that the other party's energy is very powerful. Even if we join forces, we cannot be our opponent. Number 16 stared at Shenlong firmly and whispered. Number 17 gritted his teeth, I feel it too. You are right, number 16. I will go up and entangle the green monster later. You take number 18 and leave quickly. The further away the better. Number 16 thought for a while and said, the opponent's energy is too strong, we can't escape, we can only take a gamble. Number 17, I will join forces with you to entangle the opponent. On the 18th, hurry up, find the last dragon ball, and summon the dragon. This is our last chance. Number 18 bit his lip and nodded. On the 16th, he started to buy time and stood up to ask questions deliberately. You should not be an accomplice of Son Goku. You are not in the information. Who are you? While number 16 was stalling for time, number 18 began to look for the last dragon ball under Cell's nose. Shara also noticed No 18's actions, but he has already absorbed number 18 in the future and has no need for number 18. He only has number 17 in his eyes. As long as number 17 doesn't try to escape, there is no need for Sarl to take action immediately. On the contrary, with everything under control, Sarl is happy to talk nonsense. Otherwise, in the plot, how did Piccolo extract information about Cell's origin and purpose from Cell's mouth? GGG. Since you asked the question sincerely, I will tell you with great mercy. My name is Shenlong, and like you, I am also an artificial human created by Dr. Gero. It's just that I was finally completed by Dr. Gero's computer, the ultimate artificial human, the most invincible and strongest warrior in the world. And to truly become a complete and ultimate artificial human, I still need the help of No 17. Number 17 subconsciously asked, you want me to help you become a complete and ultimate artificial human? That's right. As long as I absorb your number 17, I can become the invincible ultimate android. So, now let us create the history of the strongest warrior. Saru stared at number 17, as if Jerry was seeing a delicious piece of cheese. Behind him, a tail with a needle tip at the end swayed in the air. Now, on the celestial temple, Piccolo, who was watching a dog bite a dog, looked completely off guard. It turns out that the green-skinned monster with a sausage mouth is actually an artificial human made by Dr. Gero's old man. The reason why the green-skinned monster came to the androids was to absorb number 17 and become the so-called ultimate android in a complete form. One can imagine. Allowing the artificial man created by Dr. Gero to become a complete body is definitely not what Piccolo wants to see. The situation is urgent. Shake people! Shake people immediately! You ugly sausage mouth, it turns out you want to absorb me. Number 17 looked at Chiru with a weird smile on his face and the needle-pointed tail behind him. His heart was tingling and he started to feel uncomfortable all over. I refuse. You can't even think of absorbing me, you ugly sausage mouth. GGG. You don't seem to understand yet. On the 17th, I didn't ask for your opinion. I just informed you of my decision. Okay, the chatting time is over, come and be a part of me, No 17. Shenlong disappeared suddenly and suddenly appeared again. No matter it is number 17 or number 16, their eyes cannot keep up with Shenlong's speed. Careful! By the time number 16 reacted, Shenlong was already face to face with number 17, and his fists were like heavy artillery bombardment, hitting number 17 hard in the abdomen. Ah! Number 17 was beaten by Sarl and screamed. At this moment, he put on a mask of pain, arched his body, and a bulge was made in his lower back due to the terrifying force of Sarl's fist, as if he was about to punch through number 17. Physically, Shenlong was about to take a flying kick, but at this time No 16's attack also arrived. Number 16 also punched hard, hitting Shaylo's sausage-mouthed face. Faced with No 16's heavy punch, Sarl showed disdain. He kept moving and kicked up, giving number 17 an additional attack. He kicked number 17 hard in the face, causing number 17 to vomit blood, as if he had been hit by an anti-aircraft gun. The downed plane crashed into a nearby hill. Boom! No 17's body hit the hill hard, smashing the hill to pieces. At this time, No 16's heavy punch also hit Shaylo's face fiercely. No 16's face immediately turned pale with shock. Chapter 110 Number 18 summons Jiang Wei. What? My full punch couldn't hurt Sharu at all. No 16's face at this moment was very ugly. I didn't expect that the big guy you don't have in this profile is stronger than No 17. Shaylo set his sights on number 16. After receiving a punch from number 16 on the face, Sharu also roughly judged the strength of number 16. Somewhat unexpected. But in front of me, it can only be a futile struggle. Sarl also punched number 16 in return. It was like a cannonball hitting No 16's face. He punched a hole in No 16's head on the spot, exposing the precise electronic components of his head. It turns out to be a purely mechanical body. Shaylo looked at number 16 who was knocked away by a punch, then raised his palm and pointed it at number 16, condensing a powerful Qigong wave and shooting it towards number 16 who flew backwards. Just as number 16 was about to stabilize his body, the Qigong wave launched by Nasharu hit his burly body. Boom! In an instant, flames shot into the sky and there was a violent explosion. The mechanical body of number 16 was also torn apart in the explosion. Number 16. Enduring the physical pain, he crawled out of the pile of rubble that buried him. Number 17 saw this scene and his eyes were splitting. Although the journey is only a few days, number 16 is an important partner for him and number 18 in this world. Ugly sausage mouth, I'm going to kill you. Filled with rage, number 17 ignored the huge power gap between the two sides, flew into the sky, and attacked Sharu with fists and kicks. GGG. Sarl is like teasing a child, playing with the angry number 17. Aha! Seeing that his fists and kicks could not do anything to Shaylo, number 17 jumped back, waved his hands repeatedly, and used the prince's tactics to continuously attack Shaylo. The idea of number 17 is that although his strength is far inferior to cellulite, he has unlimited energy because of the eternal energy furnace. He wants to spend time with Shaylo. Let's see who will be consumed to death. Shaylo was soon hit by countless Qigong bombs fired by number 17, causing a violent explosion and filling the air with smoke and dust. Happy on the 17th. Could that ugly sausage-mouthed monster have been eliminated by his own Qigong bomb? No 17's eyes were fixed on the place where Sharu was originally, but now it was filled with smoke. And this time? Found it, it's here. Number 18 had a look of surprise on his face. He opened up a small pile of gravel with both hands and found the last dragon ball. After putting the last dragon ball into the bag, number 18 turned his attention to the sky, where number 17 and number 16 were fighting Cell. The next moment, No 18's pretty face was filled with horror. Number 17, that green-skinned monster is behind you. Celluloid made no sound and slowly landed behind number 17, who was staring ahead. At this time, number 17 also noticed it and just turned around, but the tip of Cello's tail opened again and turned into a horn. Number 17, be absorbed by me, GGG. No. Number 17 let out a desperate cry, which was already shrouded head-on by the horn on Cellul's tail. Although number 17 struggled with all his strength, it was to no avail. Soon, under the horrified eyes of number 18, he slid into Sarl's body along his tail. Ah! Shara clenched his fists and shouted with joy. It didn't take long for him to transform into his complete body, which was also Cellul's most handsome form. This is my perfect body, and my body is filled with unimaginable power. Sharo laughed wildly and declared loudly to the world, I am invincible. Number 18 stared at Shalo in the sky with hateful eyes. Number 18. A weak voice was suddenly heard by number 18. That's the voice of number 16. Number 16, you are still alive. No 18's pretty face showed surprise. She looked for the direction from which the sound came, and soon found android number 16, which only had a broken head and a small half of its body. I am a robot. As long as the chip on my head is not damaged, I will not die. Number 16 was getting electric sparks, but he still forced a smile to face number 18. Cell, who has become a complete body, has an extremely inflated mentality, otherwise he would not have played a game of Cell in the plot, and ended up wasting himself to death. His eyes just casually glanced at number 18 on the ground, as well as number 16 who had become a broken piece of metal. He couldn't bring up the idea of killing them all, just like human beings don't put their minds specifically on how many animals can be killed. On the bed, bugs crushed to death at will. Saru is about to leave. Suddenly, he cast his gaze in the direction where two powerful auras were coming quickly. An interesting smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What two powerful energies! Each energy is absolutely invincible to us. Number 16 sighed, unfortunately, if they had come earlier, each of the two masters of energy could defeat that cell. But they arrived too late. Now that they have absorbed number 17 and become a complete cell, they are no longer them. It can be overcome. Saru, I won't let it go. Not only did it make you look like this, it also absorbed no 17. Number 18 gritted his teeth and wished he could kill Saru right now. Number 18, Dragon Ball. Number 16 noticed no 18's pointless and incompetent rage and immediately reminded her. Number 18 then showed an embarrassed expression, immediately took out 7 Dragon Balls, and shouted, Shenlong, come out and fulfill my wish. There was lightning and thunder in the sky. The terrifying and oppressive feeling of the coming apocalypse was felt by everyone on Earth in an instant. What's going on? Someone summoned the dragon. Is it Mom? Trunks, who was currently wearing a Frieza Legion-style combat uniform and following his father Vegeta to seek revenge on the androids, showed a puzzled expression. Idiot! The person who summoned the dragon may not be Bulma. Have you forgotten that in the old man's secret research institute a few days ago, the android got a 5-star Dragon Ball? Vegeta, who was flying towards Cell, also thought for a moment and said coldly. At this time, Vegeta, just like in the plot, was practicing hard with his son from the future in the spiritual time room. He has gotten out of the shadow of being defeated by android number 17, and has regained his absolute confidence in defeating Vegeta quickly. After training in the spiritual time room, Vegeta could feel that he was countless times stronger than himself before training. Defeating number 17 is just a piece of cake for Vegeta now. So this time he came to find number 17 and the others. It was indeed his purpose to regain his position, but more importantly, for what Piccolo mentioned, the newly emerged character who would be unbeatable after becoming a complete body. Cell, the artificial human created by Dr. Luo. Only Cell is qualified to become Vegeta's new opponent. Number 17 and the others, 3 scumbag metal dolls, are no longer worthy of being his opponents to quickly defeat Vegeta. Father, are you saying that the Dragon Balls in No 18's hand are actually real? And they have collected the rest of the Dragon Balls in the past few days and summoned the dragon? But that's not right. There are 7 Dragon Balls. It has been confirmed and is still in my mother's possession. Trunks really doesn't understand. It shouldn't be. Could it be that there are actually 2 sets of Dragon Balls that can summon dragons to grant wishes? Vegeta just snorted, he was not interested in his future son's problems at all. It didn't take long. Vegeta and Trunks stood in front of the fully formed Cell with his arms crossed and an expression on his face. This was the first scene Jiang Wei saw after being summoned by number 18. Chapter 111 Assimilation of Sharu. You are Vegeta. According to my information, your strength is second only to Son Goku. Let me introduce myself, I am Cell. Like number 17 and others, I am also an artificial human created by Dr. Gero. The purpose of Drive. Gero's creation of me was also to kill Son Goku and avenge the Red Ribbon Legion. But after I became a perfect body, I felt that drive. Gero's ambition was too petty. I am the ultimate artificial human, so I should challenge the strongest in the world, that is, you, and become an invincible legend. When they met for the first time, Shenlong put his right hand on his chest and leaned forward slightly, looking polite. Green skin, you talk too much nonsense. What kind of ultimate android, what kind of invincible in the world, worry, you are just like an immortal. In front of me, Vegeta, there is only one fate for you, you will become my defeated enemy. Vegeta pointed his thumb towards himself, his face filled with strong confidence. Vegeta, you are so rude. Shuru was careless and lost his immortality. He was really angry. Father, you'd better be careful. Trunks looked cautious. And this time, regardless of whether it was Cell or Vegeta, their bodies swayed and they shot almost at the same time, and the two sides fought with fists and kicks. He ignored the huge green dragon in the field, which was hundreds of meters tall. Jiang Wei raised his dragon paw and scratched the back of his head. What's going on? This was the first time he had encountered the situation where no one made a wish to him after summoning him. Below Jiang Wei, number 18 and the half remaining number 16 were also looking up at the sky, concentrating on watching the battle between Vegeta and Cell, and for a moment they forgot the purpose of summoning Jiang Wei. Since no one made a wish, Jiang Wei stretched out his paw, took a large bucket of popcorn, stuffed popcorn into his mouth, and watched the live performance. After eating another handful of popcorn, Jiang Wei noticed that number 16, who was emitting electric sparks, had turned his attention to him, and asked with a smile, "Number 16, your current situation looks very bad. You need to eat something." Popcorn. I'm a robot, I don't eat popcorn. Number 16 looked up at the green dragon that was hundreds of meters tall and asked, "Shenlong, who do you think will be the final winner among the two people fighting in the sky?" Cell. Although I don't know why I didn't absorb Cell on the 18th. He is already in a complete form. But the complete Cell cannot be defeated by Vegeta, who can only transform into Super Saiyan 1. To defeat the complete Cell, one must have the power of Super Saiyan 2. Jiang Wei said immediately. Number 16, who are you talking to? Number 18 withdrew his gaze and noticed Jiang Wei. Oh, I forgot about Shenlong. Fortunately, no one made a wish at this time. Jiang Wei focused his attention on number 18, who was patting his chest gently. It seems that you summoned this dragon? Then, tell me your wish, no 18. Shenlong, I heard that any wish you have can come true. Number 18 asked hopefully. Yes, any wish is fine. Jiang Wei threw away the half-eaten popcorn. No 18's pretty face showed confusion. He glanced at the broken number 16, with an apology on his face, and said to Jiang Wei, "Shenlong, please resurrect no 17. This wish cannot be fulfilled by Shenlong. Number 17 is not dead." No 18's face was filled with joy and he immediately said, "Then please rescue no 17. It's very simple." Jiang Wei smiled, raised the dragon's claw, and was about to snap his fingers. In the sky, Vegeta turned into a tragedy tower again. After playing with him for a while, Cell felt bored, so he got serious and punched Vegeta away. Vegeta fell from the air and made a big crater on the ground. The ground cracked for hundreds of meters and smoke and dust filled the air instantly. "Father!" Trunks was worried about Vegeta and immediately flew over. Cell resumed his posture of crossing his arms across his chest, and was about to taunt Vegeta a few words. This was also the moment when Jiang Wei was about to realize the wish of android number 18. A man in a black robe, whose appearance was unclear, suddenly appeared from behind Shailu, and immediately pressed a hand on Shailu's back. In front of everyone. Just like the Namekians, they assimilated Cell. Crack! Jiang Wei's snap of fingers also sounded at this moment. Number 17 showed up. Because the moment Cellule was assimilated by the mysterious black-robed man, number 17 in Cellule body also disappeared. Or rather, died. Interesting, someone actually assimilated Chiru. If you think about it carefully, since Cell has Scion cells, he can theoretically transform into a Super Scion, so Cell also has Namek cells, so naturally he can assimilate like Namekians. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up, could he still operate like this? Then he said to number 18, who was full of question marks, sorry, there was an unexpected accident. Number 17 died this time. Please change your wish, no 18. What, the 17th is dead? Number 18 was stunned and said again, Shenlong, please resurrect no 17. It's very simple. Jiang Wei stared at the mysterious black-robed man in the air who had assimilated Shailu and whose strength began to increase exponentially. He raised his dragon claw and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the confused number 17 appeared in front of No 18's eyes. Didn't I get absorbed by that ugly sausage-mouthed monster? Number 18, was it you who saved me? Number 17 said with a look of survival. On the 17th, I made a wish to the dragon and resurrected you. Number 18 was filled with excitement and said to Jiang Wei, Shenlong, please restore number 16 to his original state, please. He is also an important companion of mine. Number 18 knew from Klin that summoning the dragon could only grant one wish at a time, but she wanted to give it a try. Wait a minute. Jiang Wei saw the mysterious man in black robes in the air and was about to leave, but was blocked by Vegeta and Trunks. The next moment, the hundreds of meters of green dragon turned into 7 golden rays of light and flew towards the world. Get out of the way, I have no need to be your enemy, Vegeta. The mysterious man in black robe said in a hoarse voice. That Cellulus was wiped out by you in a sudden attack? Even though it was just a sneak attack, you were pretty powerful. If you fight me, I want to know how powerful you are. Vegeta said solemnly. What a hell! During this time, strong men who surpassed Super Scions appeared one after another. Damn it, they all appeared on Earth, a small broken ball that was originally not popular with people in the universe. Frieza, the evil emperor who has run rampant across the universe, has become a joke with his power. What's wrong with this world? Vegeta also knew that he would definitely not be the opponent of the mysterious man in black robe, but he would not be willing to fight against him if he did not fight. The mysterious man in black robe just punched very casually. Trunks' pupils suddenly expanded. Vegeta, who stopped the mysterious black-robed man, was instantly knocked away. Like a meteor falling to the ground. Boom! Another big crater was created on the ground. The cracks in the ground stretched for thousands of meters, and bursts of smoke filled the air. Chapter 112 Sharu assimilates Sharu. Things that don't overestimate their own capabilities. They're not even worthy of being killed by me. The mysterious black-robed man snorted coldly, and every word he spoke was extremely contemptuous of the tragedy tower. In a flash, the person disappeared. Uncle Goku can teleport, can the man in black robe also do it? Trunks, inner fear of the mysterious man in black robe +1. In a wilderness on the earth, the figure flickered, but the mysterious man in black robe appeared again. A lot of time was wasted this time. If Trunks hadn't disrupted the situation and killed number 17 in a sneak attack, Cell could not absorb number 17 into a complete body and would not be able to reach the harvest state. I have already harvested that Cell, left this time and space, and headed to the next time and space with Cell to continue harvesting. The mysterious man in black robe said to himself in a very unhappy tone. In the future time and space, when the mysterious black-robed man accidentally caused Android 17 to be destroyed by Trunks due to negligence, Cell was unable to become a complete body. The mysterious man in black robes immediately made a decisive decision and killed Trunks with only one purpose: to seize Trunks' time machine and guide Cell to use the time machine to go to the past timeline, thus absorbing number 17 and becoming a complete body. It took a lot of effort, but the goal was achieved by assimilating the complete body of Cell. It's time for the mysterious man in black robe to leave. He raised his green arm, and on his finger, a ring exuded a mysterious luster. Can you please tell me why you have a time ring on your hand? A man's curious voice came. Who? The mysterious man in black robe was shocked. With his strength, he was not even aware that someone was approaching. It was because the other party took the initiative to ask questions that the mysterious black robe realized that someone was approaching him. With vigilant eyes, he looked in the direction from which the sound came. I saw a young man wearing a black windbreaker with the logo of the Universal Capsule Company and the word Dragon on it, walking towards me with a curious expression on his face. Who the hell are you? The mysterious man in black robe put on a fighting stance and asked Jiang Wei. He harvested countless time and space with Shailu, but still met Jiang Wei for the first time. Please correct your attitude. I'm asking you questions. I'm not interested in answering you. Jiang Wei kindly reminded. The mysterious black-robed man who had assimilated Shailu certainly aroused Jiang Wei's interest, so he naturally wanted to find out. What if I don't tell you? Feeling the terrifying oppression brought upon him by the appearance of Jiang Wei, the mysterious man in black robe said harshly. When I ask questions, no one dares to say anything. Jiang Wei smiled. The mysterious man in black robe wanted to use teleportation to escape, but was shocked to find that he was still where he was. Teleportation is useless. I admit, you are very powerful. Not only can you approach me silently, but I can't use teleportation. I guess it's because of you. The mysterious man in black robe said solemnly. So, are you going to answer my question? Jiang Wei had a cat-and-mouse smile on his face. The mysterious man in black robe swayed and ran away. Do you think you can walk away after getting me interested? Jiang Wei was not annoyed. He raised his finger and saw more than a dozen of Frieza's unique death beams, forcing the mysterious black-robed man back. Certainly. Because of Jiang Wei's attack, the mysterious man in black robe also revealed his true identity. The black robe he was wearing was torn to pieces by more than a dozen death beams. As expected, you are also a cell, so you can assimilate another cell. Jiang Wei smiled. He had already guessed. Apart from the Namekians, the only one who can use Namekian assimilation is Cell, who has Namekian cells. You are really a genius, you actually thought of Cell assimilating Cell. Indeed, compared to absorption, the assimilation of Namekians is the strongest way to increase strength. Jiang Wei clapped gently and praised Shailu for revealing his identity. In the plot, Piccolo also assimilated Neru, a combat-type Namekian with a combat power of only tens of thousands, and later assimilated a god with a combat power of only a few hundred. Damn it, Piccolo is so powerful that even a Super Saiyan can't match it. So. In fact, the cell targeted by Jiang Wei does not know how many complete cells he has assimilated. His strength has become so strong that he can fight against the normal fused warrior Vegito. But it's a pity that when I meet Jiang Wei, I only deserve to be played by Jiang Wei. Cell, who was comparable to the normal Vegito, saw that he really couldn't run away. He took a deep breath and sneered at Jiang Wei, your curiosity shouldn't be so serious. I assimilated the cell that came to this world. If you are rude, you will leave, and you have no intention of becoming an enemy to anyone. But why do you want to block my way? In that case, I have to let you die. Aha! Shailu shouted loudly, and suddenly, his whole body was surrounded by a layer of golden energy. There were some changes on his face, and his eyes turned green. Oh, I even forgot that Cell has Scion cells and can transform into a Super Scion. Look at your appearance, you can actually turn into Super Scion 3. That's amazing, Cell. Jiang Wei clapped softly again, which made Xiaolu's heart sink. He had tried his best, but judging from the other party's reaction, he still didn't take himself seriously. I can't control that much. Xiaolu punched Jiang Wei suddenly, like a heavy artillery bombardment. The smile at the corner of his mouth didn't have time to bloom, but he was extremely horrified to find out. The smile on Jiang Wei's face remained. I tried my best to attack but failed to break through the defense. Xiaolu was extremely shocked. You stupid guy, you actually attack me? You could have let me go if you answered the questions obediently and satisfied my curiosity. But if you attack me, you already have a way to die. Jiang Wei completely ignored Xiaolu's next violent attack and said in a calm tone. Xiaolu completely lost his fighting spirit and turned around and ran away without thinking. Looking at your strength, you can't waste it. Tongzi, send me Basalu. Jiang Wei stood still, motionless. Ding, obey your orders, master. The next moment, a Cell, who was lightly pink all over and had some of the characteristics of Majin Buu in some parts, appeared in front of Jiang Wei's eyes. Master, what are your orders? Basalu knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. Go and assimilate the escaped Xiaolu. Jiang Wei ordered. Basaru expressed his understanding. After standing up, he looked towards the direction where Sara was escaping, his eyes full of greed. The master treats me much better than the other 4 team members. He even left such a fat Sara for me to enjoy. As expected, I, Basaru, am the most beloved Cell by my master. Ha ha ha. Basaru's right hand was severed from his body like plasticine. Disappeared in a whoosh. The right hand that is separated from the body can actually move instantly. Chapter 113 Kill Xiaolu with one hand. In Basaru's view, as a work made by his master Jiang Wei himself, a mere Super Saiyan 3 Vegito-level cell was not worthy of him. Spreading out one hand and playing with that weakling Sarl already gave him face. The escaping Xiaolu, as soon as he ran out of Jiang Wei's sight, he couldn't wait to raise his arms, wanting to activate the time ring and escape from this terrifying time and space that he didn't recognize. Oh my god, there was a timeline where a Super Saiyan 2 could cure all dissatisfaction. Where did such a scary boss come from? Can block instant movement. Super Saiyan 3 Vegito-level power, able to treat it as if it were nothing, without breaking defenses at all. Hurry and slip away. Just as Cell was racing against time to open the time vortex, a light pink arm appeared. Suddenly, it appeared in front of Xiaolu. As soon as it appeared, it launched an attack on Xiaolu. What's going on? Shara was stunned for a moment, and then he was hit hard by the suddenly appearing arm with the Shenlong fist, hitting Shara on the chin. Crack! Xiaolu's jaw was shattered by a punch, and there was blood in his mouth. He was knocked back several steps. There was an incredible expression on his face. He's fighting an arm. After giving Xiaolu a Shenlong fist, the arm was so powerful that it floated in the air and continued to punch fiercely at Xiaolu. Xiaolu received another punch on the face, which was so dented. The arm was about to punch again, but Xiaolu immediately raised his hand, pointed his palm at the incoming arm, concentrated his energy and fired a round Qigong bomb. But the arm was very flexible, like a fighter jet piloted by an ace. It hurriedly dived to avoid Xiaolu's Qigong bomb. Without giving Xiaolu a chance to launch a second Qigong bomb, he punched Xiaolu hard again. Loose head, knocking Xiaolu upside down on the spot. Boom! Xiaolu landed on his back and fell heavily, causing cracks on the ground that stretched for thousands of meters. Wow! Xiaolu opened his mouth in pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then I saw the arm floating in the air, and I gave him a middle finger very hard. I'm not done with you, you damn thing! Xiaolu yelled in embarrassment, rolled over quickly, and hit the arm where Sharu was originally lying, creating a deep hole in an instant. Flying into the sky, Cell counterattacked the arm that was pursuing him. The fists and feet were like shadows, covering that arm. But that arm was like a fighter jet flying between anti-aircraft fire. It was extremely flexible. Sharu could punch and kick it, but he just couldn't hit it. From time to time, he would be punched in the abdomen by the arm, or hit in the face with a straight punch, and his whole face would be immediately changed beyond recognition. After another dozen rounds, Shenlong was beaten to the point of dying, but his arm was still very much alive. Seeing that Shenlong was about to die, the arm continued to advance vigorously. Unexpectedly, Shenlong used a flaw and grabbed his hands, and actually firmly grasped the fist swung towards him. Ha ha ha, let me see how you can behave like a monster. Shenlong desperately grabbed the struggling arm and laughed proudly. Suddenly, the arm stopped struggling, turned into a fist, and aimed the palm at Shenlong's bruised but proud face. Shenlong had only one thought in his mind at the moment. Not good. The next moment, a Qigong bullet was emitted from the palm of his arm, and it was aimed at Shenlong's face at close range. Boom! Shenlong's head was killed on the spot, and his body stopped moving. But less than a second, Shenlong's headless body raised his arm again, pulled out from his neck, and pulled out a wet new head. Shenlong, am back. As soon as Shenlong shouted, the arm rushed straight in front of him, and the palm of his hand pressed hard against Shenlong's chest. No! Shenlong's wet face was filled with despair. For a moment, Shenlong could feel that he was being assimilated. It's different from countless previous assimilations. This time, Shenlong was the one who was assimilated. After a burst of intense light, such a big Shenlong disappeared, leaving only his arms suspended in the air. I saw the arm giving a thumbs up to the assimilated Sharu. Then he disappeared and returned to Basaru's side in an instant. Basaru's left hand caught the fallen right arm, twisted it, and reattached it to his body. Master, after assimilating that cell, my strength has increased countless times. Basaru said respectfully. The voice was full of joy. Master, I will meet the fat Saru next time. Please be sure to ask your subordinates to serve you. You go back first. Jiang Wei also felt that Shenlong's aura completely disappeared. After Basaru assimilated that cell, Jiang Wei also knew the origin of the time ring. It was a black-robed man whose appearance was unclear. As in the plot, Cell, under Vegeta's indulgence, absorbed android number 18 and had just become a complete body, and suddenly appeared and handed it to Cell. As for the man in black robe, Shenlong, who had obtained the time ring, didn't know much about him. Those are the clues. Yes, my master. As soon as Basila finished speaking, he was sent back to the main world by Tongzi. Brush. Jiang Wei also immediately teleported and returned to number 18 and the others. He has not forgotten that he promised number 18 to repair number 16, which has become a piece of junk. Number 18 and others were still waiting for Jiang Wei. Vegeta and his great boy from the future are both gone long ago. Today's Vegeta doesn't even bother to take action against the android who is already little Karami. But Dati has hatred in his heart, and he actually has the idea of taking action against the artificial people to eliminate all evil. But before Jiang Wei left, he left behind a Fat Bu clone obtained by fulfilling his wish to protect number 18 and the others. Under the threat of Fat Bu's clone, Trunks could only leave unwillingly. On the 18th, he was very happy to see Jiang Wei back. On the 16th, he was saved. Chapter 114 Number 18 blushes. Jiang Wei, how do you want to repair number 16? Is it also by making a wish to you? Number 18 asked. Next to number 17, he was responsible for holding number 16, who was only half-length and was still emitting electric sparks. I can still stay in this world for more than 10 hours, so I can do it myself. Jiang Wei looked at the remains of number 16 and smiled at number 18. You want to repair number 16 by yourself? Number 16 is not a household appliance. It is a mechanical body made by Dr. Groden. It is very advanced. There are not many scientists in the world who can repair No 16. Number 18 exclaimed. Believe it or not, it will be as good as before on the 16th in half an hour at most. Jiang Wei smiled. Let me ask, Jiang Wei, even if you are a more talented scientist than Dr. Grotto, you can't fix number 16 with bare hands, right? Number 17 asked doubtfully. So, I need to borrow the instruments and equipment in Dr. Gro's secret research institute in this world to repair No 16. Jiang Wei asked number 17 and number 18 to hold hands, and in an instant, they appeared in the secret research institute where number 18 and the others left a few days ago. At this moment, the interior of the secret research institute still maintains the same appearance as when they left on the 18th. Even Dr. Gero's headless body fell on the spot. In the plot, Cell revealed the truth to Piccolo, which led Trunks to destroy the entire secret research institute, remove Cell's embryos, and take away the design of Android 17. But in this time and space, Shara did not reveal that he actually came from the future. He only said that he was an artificial human created by Dr. Gero. With the protagonist teaming up with them, there is no need to destroy this secret research institute. Put number 16 on this stand. Jiang Wei commanded number 17. After number 17 placed the remains of number 16 on a platform, Jiang Wei became very proficient in using the equipment left by Dr. Gero and began to repair number 16. From time to time, he also directed number 17 and number 18 to attack him. Jiang Wei, you seem to be no stranger to Dr. Gro's old research facilities. Number 17 asked in confusion. While using spare parts to repair the severely damaged eternal energy furnace of Android 16, Jiang Wei said, although the layout of Dr. Gro's secret laboratory in this world is somewhat different from that of my world, the main equipment is similar. Of course I'm familiar with it. This means that the equipment and instruments in Dr. Gero's secret research institute in their world on the 18th are much shabbier than those in the main world, and are barely enough. Thanks to the efforts of Jiang Wei and the others, number 16, who originally had only a damaged head and half of his body, was roughly repaired in less than 10 minutes. Number 16, let me explain to you that I have removed the self-destruction bomb that Dr. Gro installed for you in your body. Jiang Wei showed a small metal block with the RR logo in white letters on a red background of the Red Ribbon Legion to number 16, who was lying down. This small piece of metal has a very strong destructive power after explosion, comparable to the full blow of a super scion. If it explodes inside the body of an android, even if number 16 and others have strength that far exceeds that of a super scion, they will definitely die. This is Dr. Gero's method to control artificial humans. But how powerful is this bomb? Can it destroy the complete body of Cell? Unless this bomb can also explode inside Saru, it's just a waste of time. For android number 16 in the plot, even if the bomb is not removed by Dr. Breve, he can only blow himself up and cannot hurt the complete body of Saru. After showing the small bomb to number 16, Jiang Wei held the bomb in his hand, covered it tightly, and used some power to detonate the bomb. A bomb comparable to a super scion's full blow exploded violently in Jiang Wei's hand. But for the people around them on the 18th, it was just a mosquito fart. Jiang Wei let go of his palm, a gust of wind blew by, and some smoke and dust quickly dissipated. Did some more debugging. Repair completed on the 16th. Number 16, how are you feeling now? Number 17 looked at number 16 who turned over and sat up and asked. Number 16 stretched his legs and smiled, I'm in better shape than when Dr. Gero first created it. After Jiang Wei's repair, the output of my eternal energy furnace has increased by 30% on the original basis. Thank you, Jiang Wei. Number 17 was excited, Jiang Wei, can you improve my eternal energy furnace? Also, I don't want to keep Dr. Gro's old bomb in my body. Number 18 also immediately said, Jiang Wei, and me, Please remove the bomb in my body. There is also a control system that can shut down our body functions. As for my eternal energy furnace, there is no need to improve it. I have no interest in improving my strength. Yes, there is also Dr. Gro's old control system in our bodies. Please remove it for us. Number 17 said happily. No problem. Jiang Wei just took it as a practice using the works of Dr. Gero from another world. This time, it was number 16 who acted as the starting point. It only took Jiang Wei a few minutes to complete No 17's request. After all, number 17 is in a complete state and does not need to be repaired first like number 16. Haha, there are no bombs and control systems now. Even if someone builds a controller in the future, it will not threaten us. We are free. Number 17 danced with excitement. It's your turn, No 18. Jiang Wei made a very gentlemanly gesture of invitation. Number 18 simply started to take off his clothes. Wait a moment. Jiang Wei, who thought number 18 would be shy, began to make up for his mistake and invited number 17 and number 16 out before letting number 18 continue. Soon, number 18, without his shirt, was also lying on the table. Clin is so lucky. Jiang Wei controlled the equipment, looked at No 18's white and tender skin, and clicked his tongue. Of course it refers to Krillin in the plot. Now, Clin, who was his younger brother, had already married and started a business, and his wife was a new human beauty with tens of millions of fighting power. Clin was very satisfied with the wife his eldest brother had arranged for him, and was very grateful to Jiang Wei. Stared by Jiang Wei's pure eyes, number 18, lying on the table, had a slight blush on his pretty face. How strange! As an artificial human, number 18 has not had the feeling that only humans can have for a long time. In just a few minutes, Jiang Wei was done. Not only did he remove the bomb and control system from No 18's body, Jiang Wei also increased the power of No 18's eternal energy furnace by 30%. An increase of 30% is also the limit of the eternal energy furnace developed by Dr. Gro in this world. It cannot be improved any further. If it increases further, their eternal energy furnace on the 18th will be useless. On the 18th, 17th, and 16th, I have 1 hour before I leave this world. Do you have any plans? Or do you still want to carry out the instructions given to you by Dr. Gero and kill Son Goku? After leaving Dr. Gro's secret research institute in this world, Jiang Wei and the artificial people strolled and chatted casually, chatting and asking questions. Hearing this, number 18 looked at Jiang Wei, showing reluctance. Number 17 looked disdainful. I killed Dr. Gro, that old man. Will I still take his orders seriously? But Lao Deng's instructions still had some influence on us, so I decided to kill Son Goku by waiting for him to die of old age, ha ha ha. The laughter of number 17 is not much of a smile. Number 16 said, Jiang Wei, number 17, number 18, I am very happy to meet you and travel with you. You are all good people. Number 18 hesitated to speak. Jiang Wei told her that he could only stay in her world for 24 hours after being summoned by her. In other words, you don't want to kill Son Goku? You have all given up on Dr. Gero's mission to create you. In this case, are you interested in following me and living in my world? In my world, I have a planet of my own. Jiang Wei spread his hands and said to number 18 and the others with a smile. Chapter 115 Taking number 18 home. Jiang Wei, can we go to your world too? That would be great. Number 18 said with excitement. Number 17 and number 16 also had smiles on their faces when they heard this. The three artificial humans had no relatives in their original world. They were activated by Dr. Gro within a few days, so naturally they had no attachment to the world they were in. Jiang Wei, let's go and live in your world. Number 17 laughed. Jiang Wei saved the life of number 17. Although number 17 did not have a special affection for Jiang Wei like number 18, he was very grateful to him for saving his life. Although number 16 is not good at words, he is as grateful as number 17 to Jiang Wei for saving him. Seeing that the three people agreed to follow him and go to live in the main world, Jiang Wei ordered Tongzi to take number 18 and the others back to the main world. At the Celestial Temple, Piccolo, who had witnessed all the processes, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over, and the earth is safe again. Returning to the main world, Jiang Wei took number 18 and the others to see Bulma and asked Bulma to arrange them. Jiang Wei introduced the three people on number 18 to Bulma one by one. Bulma didn't pay much attention to the boy or the big guy with a mohawk, but she put her scrutinizing eyes on number 18. The blonde number 18 was slightly better than Bulma in appearance, and Bulma had to admit it. Except for Lan Qi, Zhanji. This is the third time that Jiang Wei has brought a beautiful woman home. Bulma had a strange emotion, and she asked Jiang Wei, "Husband, Miss number 18, how do you want to arrange her?" The beautiful eyes of number 18 looked at Jiang Wei with hopeful eyes. Of course, Jiang Wei also noticed Bulma's strange mood. He said without thinking, "Stay in the palace on the 18th and help Lan Qi." The blonde Lan Qi snorted. Last time Jiang Wei brought that Zhangjia back, saying that he would serve as Bulma's personal guard, the blonde Lan Qi felt a little unhappy. This time, he brought a number 18, who was even prettier than her and Bulma. He also arranged to help her, making it clear that he wanted to stay at home. The roots of blonde Lan Qi teeth were itching. Could this guy Jiang Wei be led astray by Yam Sha? Lan Qi, let Miss number 18 be your deputy and manage the maids in the palace together. She is new here, so please pay more attention to her. Bulma said with the style of a hostess. I know, Bulma. The blonde Lan Qi said with a smile. No matter how much he slanders, Jiang Wei is the head of the family, and what he says to the family members is more important than orders. No one can disobey. Jiang Wei, I will follow Miss Lan Qi and work hard, and I will not let you down. Number 18 said something to Jiang Wei with a very hard look on his face, and then followed the blonde Lan Qi down. Bulma looked at Jiang Wei's face with a different look than usual. But Jiang Wei's expression was the same as usual, nothing unusual. Wife, why are you looking at my face with strange eyes? Jiang Wei touched his nose and said doubtfully. Bulma said softly, it's nothing, I just want to see you, husband. Next. Number 17 and number 16, who are not crazy cultivators and have no interest in spending time in the spiritual time room all day long, were assigned to police work in the new human civilization on Super Earth, responsible for investigating illegal activities related to environmental damage. In addition to Super Earth, the scope of work also includes the Earth. The Dog King has declared that Super Earth is the suzerain of the Earth. The Earth is now covered by a Super Earth. Numbers 17 and 16 also readily accept the work of protecting the environment and preventing the destruction of nature. Same old thing. That night, everyone gathered at the palace, had a feast, and welcomed the newcomers. After having enough wine and food. Because of the addition of number 18, after Bulma lost his pants, Bulma's nails scratching his back were not less sharp but became harder. But Jiang Wei would not be broken, and he worked very hard. Bulma's voice was far happier than usual. That night, Jiang Wei said many sweet words to Bulma, and Bulma fell asleep. The following days, as Lan Qi deputy, number 18 would always look for opportunities to get close to Jiang Wei, and soon the two would talk about anything. This little BCH. The blonde Lan Qi felt the competitiveness from number 18. A few months later. Ding! There is a world that has collected the projection of the 7 Dragon Balls cast by the Master and summoned the Master. Jiang Wei called a stop and changed to number 18 to team up with Fat Bu and play doubles table tennis with Zeno. Everyone was not surprised, and they all knew that Jiang Wei had something to do. Jiang Wei asked in his mind, Tongzi, the world that summoned me this time, has it summoned me before? Ding, tell the master, this world once summoned the master, and the master also brought your wife Bulma to that world. Oh, it turns out to be the world where Piccolo Daimao rules the world. Jiang Wei's memory was still fresh and he smiled. In that world, when Son Goku was a child, on his way to Earth, he was shot to ashes by a soldier under Frieza's brother Cooler. The protagonist died suddenly before the plot even started, and the protagonist group was gone. Only then did Piccolo Daimao, a little Karami, be able to show off his power on the earth. Now I don't know what happened in that world before Jiang Wei was summoned again after so many years. Jiang Wei told everyone some things before turning into a golden light and disappearing without a trace, heading to another world. And that world without the protection of the protagonist group is, to a certain extent, worse than the time and space of despair. Ever since Jiang Wei recruited his wife Bulma, destroyed Piccolo Daimao, and became the savior of this world. Except for a very few people who know the inside story. Most people who don't know the truth worship the Bulma who was resurrected in their world because Dr. Gero made a wish to Jiang Wei as the savior. The resurrected Bulma looked completely confused. No. I will die, and when I come back to life, I will be the savior who defeats Piccolo Daimao and saves the world? What's going on? Bulma, this is what happened. After Dr. Brief was over the excitement of his wife and daughter's resurrection, he told the truth about Jiang Wei and Bulma in the other world. Bulma's eyes lit up, so it was me from another world who defeated Piccolo Daimao? Not only is she very strong, she also has a very handsome boyfriend. I am so envious. So Bulma equated the standard of Prince Charming with Jiang Wei. Naturally, Yam Sha and others cannot fall into Bulma's eyes. Chapter 116 The Farmer Without a Shotgun. After Piccolo Daimao brought disaster to the whole world, the concept of peaceful development in this world came to an end. The concept of the Red Ribbon Legion, which was originally regarded as rebellious and vicious, has become the main theme of the development of this world. In order to prevent the recurrence of the Piccolo Daimao rebellion, martial arts in this world reached its peak, and an era of vigorous promotion of martial arts began. The most important thing is that Dr. Gero's concept of artificial humans has also been sought after by people all over the world. His artificial human technology has the participation of all scientists on the planet. Dr. Breve and his daughter Bulma, who originally rejected Dr. Gero, also actively participated in artificial human technology. Martial arts is just a way to join in the fun for the Earthlings who generally fight against the Five Scum. What has really achieved great development is the artificial human technology started by Dr. Gero. The artificial human technology in this world, let alone the level of Dr. Gero in the plot. Even Jiang Wei's main world, apart from Jiang Wei's technology, is far behind. After all, Dr. Gru in the main world only received strong funding from Jiang Wei, but the scientific circle on Earth, as well as the mainstream thinking in society, rejected artificial human technology. Unlike another world where almost all the people are devoted to martial arts, the cutting-edge technology of the Earth's scientific circle is artificial human technology. It's all to protect yourself and prevent the tragedy caused by Piccolo Daimao from happening again. With the support of the whole people, top scientists from the entire Earth science circle have joined. Not many years passed. Absorbent artificial human. Eternal energy furnace artificial man. It was developed and vigorously promoted in society. In this world, people's efforts to protect themselves are quickly rewarded. The Scion attack still occurred in this world. Not because Raditz was looking for Kakarot. It's just that the Scions simply set their sights on the Earth. Have you ever thought about it? Bardock and Jinnah are able to use a single-person small spaceship to send their baby grandson Goku to the Earth. This shows that the Earth has actually been targeted by the Scions and has been included in their target list. Since he is on the blacklist and is being considered, it is only a matter of time before he is harvested. 3 egg-shaped small spaceships crashed into the Earth, stirring up large amounts of smoke and dust. From the egg-shaped small spaceship, 3 universe people with monkey tails behind their butts walked out. They are arrogant. Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta came to Earth at the same time. According to the data, the indigenous people on this planet are extremely weak. If we want to clean up this planet, it must be easy and enjoyable. Vegeta crossed his arms and crossed his chest, looking down on Earth's humanity. Raditz and Nappa both showed evil smiles. Anyway, the three scions came to harvest the Earth with the mentality of taking a vacation. Who are you? You are dressed in weird ways, you still have tails behind your butts. Are you an accomplice of Piccolo Daimao? The farmer known as Jiang Wei appeared and looked at the three Vegetas, making a fuss. Different from the plot in many other worlds, this Jiang Wei farmer did not hold a shotgun in his hand. He had empty hands, and there were two round gem-like devices on his palms. Let me see the fighting ability of the Earth's natives. Raditz stared at the farmer with the eyes of a prey, and pressed the combat power detector, which had been out of action for many chapters. Did he? Earth natives, combat power 0, undetectable. Raditz's face showed a trace of surprise. Are you sure? No matter how rubbish the Earth's natives are, their combat effectiveness will not be 0, right? Vegeta, what should we do with this scum of the Earth with 0 combat effectiveness? Vegeta was present, so Nappa had to ask for permission. This was a sign of respect for the prince. Kill. Vegeta didn't even look at the farmer, and the words that came out of his mouth were just like ordinary people's attitude towards garbage disposal. I'll do it. Raditz laughed ferociously, pointed his palm at the frightened farmer, gathered his energy, and fired a Qigong projectile at random. When the farmer saw the strange man appearing out of nowhere, he launched a Qigong bomb to kill him without saying a word. Having practiced in a martial arts dojo, he immediately raised his hand quickly and aimed his palm at the incoming energy bomb. According to official instructions, after undergoing the transformation of an absorbing artificial human, the farmer can absorb energy and use it for his own use. Raditz's Qigong bomb, visible to the naked eye, quickly became smaller in the farmer's hand until it disappeared. The farmer showed a happy face and absorbed the Qigong bullets shot by Raditz, which increased his energy several times. Vegeta and the other three were stunned. Raditz casually fired a Qigong bomb. Weren't they dazzled? Was it absorbed by the scum of the earth? You just go ahead and arrest me. I've already called the police. You can't run away. The farmer, who had just undergone transformation a few months ago and became an absorbable android, immediately had the confidence to fight against the three Vegetas. While speaking, he also raised his hand and fired a Qigong bomb at the stunned Vegeta, who was obviously the leader. The arrogant sneer returned to Vegeta's face, and he raised his hand as if extinguishing a candle, extinguishing the Qigong bomb fired by the farmer. The farmer looked horrified and took several steps back. The scum on the earth is inconsistent with the data records. There are some weird methods, but that's all. Vegeta sneered, raised his hand towards the frightened farmer, and used 30% of his strength to launch Qigong waves. It's energy again. Then I'll absorb it without mercy, ah! The farmer's face first turned from one of horror to one of surprise, and then back to one of horror. The energy intensity of the Qigong waves launched by Vegeta exceeded the upper limit of his absorption device. In the flames of the explosion, the farmer screamed and was reduced to ashes. You dare to be an enemy to us scions even if you don't overestimate your abilities. Nappa and Raditz glanced at the large pit where the farmer had been standing but was now emitting black smoke, with disdain on their faces. Then the three of them flew into the sky, and according to the data displayed by the combat effectiveness detector, flew towards the nearest earthly town to them, and began the work of cleaning up the Earth's garbage. Although under the leadership of the government, society began to promote artificial humans, but because of the problem of money, apart from the military and police, only some wealthy people accepted the transformation of artificial humans. Not all people on Earth are artificial humans who cannot detect breath. Not long after, explosions of fire and people's screams rang out in the towns visited by the three Vegetas. Based on the Red Ribbon Legion, the newly formed government after the defeat of Piccolo Daimao immediately took action and sent an army of androids to attack the Vegeta trio who were wreaking havoc on the Earth. The people of Earth paid heavy casualties before taking advantage of Vegeta's arrogance and extreme contempt for the people of Earth to kill Raditz and Nappa. I originally thought that Vegeta would give up because his two younger brothers died. But Vegeta, who has not been cleansed, does not take the lives of Raditz and Nappa seriously at all. He is extremely confident in himself and continues to destroy the cities of the people on Earth. The officials, who were forced to panic, had to dispatch the Earth's final decisive weapon, which was also the last hope and belief of the Earth's people. Savior Miss Bulma. Chapter 117 Bulma destroys Vegeta. Of course, Bulma also accepted the transformation of artificial human technology and used the most advanced technology on herself. Absorbent artificial humans have growth potential, but their starting point is low. The Eternal Energy Furnace artificial human has a high starting point, but has zero growth potential. Bulma said, "I want it all." After being transformed by a scientific research team led by Dr. Gro, Bulma's hands can absorb energy, and she also has inexhaustible energy. With everyone's expectations, Bulma stood in front of Vegeta who was wreaking havoc on the city. "Evil universe person, I will never allow you to continue destroying the beautiful Earth." Bulma pointed at Vegeta and spoke sternly. "Miss Bulma, please defeat this evil universe person. Come on, Miss Bulma, the survival of the world depends on you." In front of the TV, countless people on Earth looked nervous and hopeful, watching the live reports sent back by reporters who were not afraid of death. "Another weird Earthling with no detectable fighting power. How dare you speak nonsense in front of my scion Prince Vegeta, go to hell." Vegeta smiled arrogantly, raised his hand and fired a Qigong bomb at Bulma, which was powerful enough to kill Nappa easily. Fighting against the android army sent by the Earth, especially after fighting against the elite androids. Vegeta has learned from experience that as long as he outputs Nappa-level combat power, the scum of the Earth that is his enemy will be vulnerable. Aha! Bulma stretched out her hands, shouted, and blocked the Qigong bullet fired by Vegeta. The Qigong bullet was visible to the naked eye, quickly became smaller, and was finally absorbed by Bulma. "You are different from those weird scum of the Earth. You are stronger. But scum is scum, and stronger scum is still scum. As long as I use my full strength, I can easily kill you." Vegeta pointed his thumb towards himself and announced loudly and triumphantly. "Don't look down on the Earthlings, the tiny universelings." Bulma dodged and punched Vegeta hard. "Damn scum of the Earth, how dare you call me, the Scion Prince Vegeta, short." Vegeta was furious and punched Bulma as well, intending to fight punch to punch. The two sides fought with fists and kicks, and the fight was extremely fierce. Vegeta was surprised that despite all his efforts, Bulma managed to survive. Bulma's body contains the pinnacle of Earth's technology. After an earth-shaking battle. Impossible! How could my scion Prince Vegeta be defeated by a mere scum of the Earth? I can't accept it. Vegeta, whose body was covered with scars and lying in a big pit, suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood and returned to the underworld. Long live! Miss Bulma wins. She once again protected the Earth. She truly deserves to be the savior. The people in front of the TV were all cheering. The Earth is saved again. The bodies of the three Vegetas fell into the hands of the people on Earth. After research by Dr. Gro and others, it was discovered that the cells of these universe people with monkey tails have the potential to far exceed that of people on Earth. Not to mention the people on Earth, even Piccolo Daimao, who was wreaking havoc all over the world, is a younger brother compared to these universe people with monkey tails. Great, with the corpses of these three universe people, our artificial human technology will definitely usher in rapid development. Dr. Gero said excitedly to Dr. Breve, Bulma, and Senbei Norimaki and other top scientists on Earth. The corpse of the scion pointed out to the people on Earth how powerful the living body can be. With the right direction, there is no need to cross the river by feeling the stones. Earth's artificial human technology has ushered in a rapid development. Then, the real estate agent of the universe, the evil Emperor Frieza, also came to Earth. The three Vegetas were elite members of Frieza's legion. They lost contact on Earth. How could Frieza, their boss, ignore them? Oh ho ho ho! Did Mr. Vegeta and the others lose contact on this remote planet? Although they scions are only the 3 dogs I left behind, my Frieza's dogs are not something that any cat or dog can touch. There is no need to keep this planet and the natives on it. Frieza smiled grimly while sitting on the stroller. As you command, King Frieza. Both Dodoria and Sabo laughed coldly. For them, another killing feast was about to begin. A giant donut spaceship lands on Earth. Densely packed universe people of different shapes flew out, like locusts, killing the peaceful Earth people's cities. Boom! Fierce fighting broke out in various towns. Frieza, who was left behind in the huge universe spaceship, looked very ugly. The Frieza Legion soldiers he sent out to have a party were all wiped out by the people on Earth. Even Dodoria and other cotters died at the hands of Earthlings. When Frieza was surrounded by the Earth's army, he fought with the Earth's people in a stroller. After wiping out a group of Earth troops, Frieza also felt exhausted and shocked. His combat power of 530,000 is enough to dominate the universe, but it is not enough on Earth. Oh ho ho ho! Gentlemen of the Earthlings, you have opened my eyes and I am proud enough. Now, let me show you the true terror of the Emperor of the Universe named Frieza. Frieza jumped out of the stroller with graceful movements, and was about to start the second stage of transformation. Don't give him a chance to transform. Everyone, launch an attack with all your strength immediately, and we must destroy the leaders of these evil universe people. The commander at the scene received an urgent order from the military headquarters and immediately ordered the elite team members to go up and besiege Frieza. The scions from last time attacked. Not only did they send samples of the universe's fighting race, the scions, to Earth, but they also sent combat power detector technology. Based on the remains of the combat effectiveness detector obtained, the Earth quickly understood the technology in this area and developed the Earth's own combat effectiveness detector, which is better than the past. It was precisely because the giant combat power detector at the headquarters discovered that Frieza's small body had a more violent energy reaction that he ordered the frontline troops to take action at all costs to eliminate Frieza. If Frieza is allowed to complete the second stage of his transformation, the people on Earth will only have a dead end. No, you despicable Earth natives have no martial virtue. If I can transform smoothly. Frieza didn't have time to transform, and his 530,000 combat power alone could not withstand the oncoming Earth army, so he was beaten to death. In this battle, the Earth also lost a large number of troops. However, with the development of artificial human technology on Earth, human cloning technology has also made great progress. In order to avoid casualties, the Earth's army uses a large number of artificial humans modified based on clones. Cheap, large quantity, powerful. Especially Vegeta's clone, it's really useful. Now, the body of Universe Emperor Frieza has been obtained. On Earth, there are new types of clones that can join the army. Chapter 118 Wave of Evil Thoughts. What a danger! This man from the universe with 3 toes has energy beyond our imagination hidden in his cells. If we hadn't made a prompt decision and prevented his transformation, we Earthlings would have died. Bulma, Dr. Gero, and others, after studying Frieza's body, all looked frightened and their bodies were soaked in cold sweat. 1*GG1 at. The 3 Vegetas only contain the potential of Super Saiyan level power. And Frieza, if he uses his full strength, he really has Super Saiyan level power. The people on Earth at this stage can never stop the power of Super Saiyan level. With Vegeta and the other 3, there is Frieza. The ultimate combat creature, the engineering project codenamed Saru, is also on the agenda. After Frieza's father, the king of Kurds, knew that his son Frieza died on Earth at the hands of a bunch of scum. I didn't dare to take revenge. Fortunately, I saved my life. Future Boy Trunks did not appear. Future Cell didn't show up either. The people on Earth spent the time in the plot of Cell's game peacefully. How strange! The Earth is facing a new crisis. Various cities, on the same day, suddenly encountered attacks from enemies that suddenly appeared. It's very strange. These enemies who attack the cities of the Earth are actually dead people. There is Piccolo Daimao. There's the Vegeta trio. There is also Frieza and his group of minions. Oh ho ho ho! I, Frieza, am back again. You scum of the Earth, this time, I want you to see the true power of the Emperor of the Universe. Frieza had just crawled out of hell and returned to the world, and he transformed into his final form and immediately used all his 120 million fighting power to teach the people on Earth what despair is. With a wave of Qigong, Frieza blew up a building within his sight. This city screams in front of Frieza's power. The city is burning and exploding. Frieza felt that as long as he used all his strength, he could get revenge. Little did I know. Except for the city where he was located, he was severely abused. The enemies that appeared in other cities and were originally dead and destroyed by the Earthlings only acted like monsters for a while and were easily annihilated by the Earthly army who reacted. The 3 Vegetas, as well as a large number of Frieza's Legion soldiers, were all killed by the new generation of Earth's army like mowing grass. They turned into a breath, disappeared from the world, and rolled back to the underworld. This time, Piccolo Daimao behaved the most rubbish in the world. As soon as he appeared, before he could act like a monster, he was beaten to death by the resisting citizens. Nowadays, the overall strength of the people on Earth has improved by leaps and bounds. Any individual can defeat Piccolo Daimao, who once wreaked havoc on the world, but the people on Earth were helpless. Frieza, I don't know why you and your minions were resurrected. But we will send you to hell again. An artificial man wearing blue armor, a combatant of the Earth's military, appeared in front of Frieza who was wreaking havoc, and said in an indifferent tone. Despicable natives of Earth, if you hadn't taken advantage of me before I could complete my transformation, you would never have thought of defeating me, Universe Emperor Frieza. Now, I have transformed into my ultimate form and am using all my strength. You despicable Earth natives can only meet your demise in despair. Oh ho ho ho! Frieza looked at the blue-armored android with an indifferent expression and said arrogantly. Frieza, we humans on Earth are no longer what we used to be. Your understanding is out of date. The android in blue armor did not continue beeping, but swayed and punched Frieza. You shameless native of the Earth, die! Frieza also launched a counterattack. The figures of the two people passed each other. They all maintained their punching stance and remained motionless. The next moment. How could this be the result? The loser is actually me, Frieza. Frieza spoke his last words unwillingly and disappeared into a breath. He was sent back to the underworld with one punch from the android. As a low-level officer in the army, this android's strength has already surpassed that of android number 17 in the plot. The most important thing is that there are many people like him on the Earth. At this moment, the underworld has become a mess. Due to the mistake of the underworld ghost, a powerful monster emerged. Evil Thought Wave was born. It was precisely because the waves of evil thoughts disrupted the normal operation of the underworld that Frieza and other dead villains reappeared in the world. It was only because of the protection of the Earth by the artificial human army that no great losses were caused. Not long after the dead villain was resurrected, he was suppressed by the Earth's army dispatched in time before he could cause a bigger commotion. But the underworld was not so lucky. In this world, the protagonist Goku died before the plot even started, so the world of the protagonist group did not exist. In the underworld, there is no Son Goku who can protect the underworld from thunder. The ghosts of the underworld are helpless when faced with waves of evil thoughts that are not suppressed by the rules of the underworld. Fortunately, in the underworld, there is also the existence of the number 1 martial arts master, Pork Rib Rice. As a matter of course, Pork Rib Rice stood up to fight against the evil wave of thoughts that was the source of all turmoil. "Stop, you monster! Your opponent is my Pork Rib Rice." With a halo on his head, the Pork Rib Rice representing the identity of the dead person flew to the top of a huge monster. While attracting the opponent's attention, he also raised his hand and fired a Qigong bomb towards the opponent. Xianian Wave. At this time, the evil thought wave was still in its original form, a huge, round and chubby creature with short limbs and a big thick tail. On the surface, it did not look evil at all, and was even very cute. It's just that he's a bit bigger and can crush an ordinary person to death with one kick. But actually, this wave of evil thoughts is not only capable of trampling ordinary people to death in terms of size, but it is not harmless on the outside, but is a cruel and evil creature in its heart. Unlike Fat Bu, evil thoughts are the kind that are so bad at heart that there is no possibility of being cleansed. Facing the Qigong bombs fired at him by the Pork Rib Rice, Xianianbo blinked his non-ferocious eyes, opened his big mouth, and inhaled the Qigong bomb in one gulp. Chew, chew. Swallowed. Xianian Wave. At this time, the wave of evil thoughts could only say this, acting as if he had no wisdom. But the Pork Rib Rice didn't dare to underestimate this monster. After all, this is the first time I have encountered a Qigong bomb that can shoot Pork Rib's Rice as a snack in the underworld for many years. He will definitely be a strong enemy. Chapter 119 Pork Rib's Rice and Evil Thought Wave. Now that he knows that evil thought waves are difficult to deal with and are so evil, he can even swallow the Qigong bullets he shoots in one gulp. The Pork Rib Rice raised his spirits to the tune of 120,000 yuan, and he carefully tested around Xianianbo's huge body, not daring to act rashly. The most evil thing about this evil thought wave is not that it is a Qigong bullet that can swallow pork ribs and rice in one mouthful, but that it is not suppressed by the rules of the underworld at all. The ghosts of the underworld, even King Yama, actually have no fighting ability. Under normal circumstances, not to mention Super Saiyan level power, Frieza's few cotters with a combat power of over 10,000 can make them drink a pot. But actually, regardless of whether it was Frieza or Cell, after they died and went to the underworld, they were all obeyed by Onizaki. Even if you have great abilities, you still have to keep your tail between your legs in the underworld. It's because the underworld has a rule that is very unreasonable. Even if the bad guys were strong enough in life to make Supreme Kai obey them, when they get to the underworld, everything will be decided by ghosts. But Xianianbo may be a monster raised in the underworld. It is grounded, so it does not need to be suppressed by the rules of the underworld like the bad guys outside after death. This monster, in the plot, even Goku, the grandson of Super Saiyan 3, can't handle. In this world without the protagonist group, if it weren't for the martial arts competition champion Pork Rib Rice in the underworld, this wave of evil thoughts may cause chaos and may even blow up the underworld. The wave of evil thoughts waved its big hand, and kept beating the Pork Rib's Rice that was flying around and testing it, like an unlucky guy being harassed by flies, making a buzzing noise that made his ears blurry, but he couldn't hit it. Xianianbo continued to look innocent, but the anger in his heart was aroused by the Pork Rib Rice. An annoyed one used his special ability to hit the Pork Rib's Rice that kept probing around it. The next moment, dozens of smaller waves of evil thoughts came toward Pork Rib Rice with overwhelming force, obviously trying to drown him with their numerical advantage. What the hell, can this monster still be incarnate? There are still so many of them. When I saw the Pork Rib's Rice, I was sweating constantly even if my head was covered with a thick turban. I don't believe it anymore. It has so many clones, and each of them has the same strength as its huge body. The Pork Rib's Rice was fierce, punching and kicking towards the surging waves of evil thoughts coming from number 1. Sure enough, the waves of evil thoughts of the smaller ones were all superficial, and they were all knocked away in front of Pyrifin's fists and feet. The evil thought wave ignored it and continued to use its special abilities. In addition to continuing to release the smaller evil thought wave, it also controlled the bubbles suspended in the sky of the underworld to land towards the pork rib rice. No, this monster, what on earth is it going to do? Seeing the bubbles falling around him more and more, the pork rib rice immediately felt bad. At this time, the wave of evil thoughts savagely charged towards the pork rib rice squeezed by the bubbles with its huge body. Even though pork rib rice made a defensive posture, he faced the brutal collision of Xiannianbo's huge body and was hit on the spot, as if he was hit by an overloaded truck running a red light while walking on a crosswalk, and flew back quickly. The body was also seriously injured due to the impact of the waves of evil thoughts. This monster is so powerful. It seems I am no match for you, but I will never fall. Pork rib rice steadied his body, stretched out his hand to cover his chest, opened his mouth and vomited a small mouthful of blood, looking at Xiannianbo with firm eyes. Raising his hands to use the prince's fighting technique, he waved his hands repeatedly, continuously shooting Qigong bombs, densely shooting at the pursuing waves of evil thoughts. But Xiannianbo remained unmoved. Apart from opening his mouth to eat the Qigong bombs that flew to his mouth, he ignored the Qigong bombs that hit his body. He also swung his palm, as fast as lightning, and slapped the pork rib rice away. Pork rib rice twisted his face, opened his mouth and vomited blood. But Xiannianbo didn't let go of the pork ribs rice, and slapped him hard in the direction where the pork ribs rice was sent flying. Boom! The air that came into contact with the evil wave's palm created ripples. The next moment, Xiannianbo's slap passed through the space between him and the pork rib rice, and slapped the pork rib rice hard again, knocking him away again. The pork ribs and rice were swirling in a mess. Just like that, Xiannianbo used his fists and kicks that could penetrate space and appeared and disappeared. The pork rib rice was completely unpredictable and could only be beaten passively. But after pork rib rice was beaten violently by Xiannianbo's fists and kicks, he actually took advantage of Xiannianbo's attack, crossed his hands, and blocked the huge fist coming from the front. Flying up, before Xiannianbo's fist had time to defend himself, he shouted loudly and used the Shenlong fist, hitting Xiannianbo's fleshy chin, causing the huge monster to take a few steps back. And fell to the ground again, causing the ground to shake. Seeing that his fists and kicks were effective against Xiannianbo's fleshy body, Pyrifan shouted again, and straightened his body like a shell from a heavy cannon, shooting hard at Xiannianbo's head as he was about to get up from the ground. Pork rib rice's plan was to take the opportunity to blow up Xiannianbo's head and determine the outcome with one blow. But the idea of pork rib rice was a good one, but Xiannianbo was unwilling to cooperate. He flipped his fat hand and used his special ability again. But a character who looked exactly like pork ribs rice appeared, shouted loudly, and used himself as a cannonball to shoot at the incoming pork ribs rice. Use the same trick to deal with pork rib rice. Boom! Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 2 pork ribs rice, one real and one fake, collide violently. Ouch, it hurts. Pork rib rice held his head in his hands, with tears in his eyes. He had just collided with the imposter, but the collision with pork rib rice made him dizzy. This monster has many tricks up its sleeve. It's really difficult to deal with. Pork rib rice shook his head and looked at Xiannianbo, who still looked harmless, with an extremely ugly expression on his face. As the champion of the underworld martial arts competition, he might. We can't solve this monster that has caused chaos in the underworld. Before pork rib rice could come up with a new way to deal with it, Xiannianbo also gathered energy at this time, and fired a large number of Qigong bombs in one breath from the part of the body that looked like a black hole. They were densely packed and shot at the pork ribs rice at extremely fast speeds. Pork rib rice suddenly opened his pupils. Unexpectedly, Xiannianbo didn't use his fat hands to use the prince's tactics. Facing the dense rain of bullets, they could only dodge in a hurry in the air. Boom! A series of Qigong bombs exploded around the pork rib rice, and he was like a small boat struggling in the stormy waves. Seeing pork rib rice struggling between his Qigong bombs, Xiannianbo was like a naughty child playing with ants, clapping hard because he found it interesting. Try one last time, if it doesn't work. A fierce light flashed in Peg Yufan's eyes. He took advantage of the gap between Xiannianbo's applause and the decrease in the number of Qigong bombs he fired. After a round of thrilling extreme operations, his body swayed. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Xiannianbo's head and came face to face with it. Chapter 120 Looking for Earthlings to move reinforcements. Aha! With all his strength, he struck Xiannianbo hard on the head with pork rib rice, causing his head to deform. But Xiannianbo's beating was not in vain. He slapped the pork rib rice to the ground from top to bottom. Then he stepped hard on the pork rib rice. In the final analysis, pork rib rice does not have the strength of Son Goku in the plot, so he can only deal with the initial form of the evil wave. If you want to solve the wave of evil thoughts, you can only say that you want to eat shit. Facing Xiannianbo's deadly big feet, at the critical moment of life and death, Peg Yufan suddenly raised his hands high and used all his strength to shoot a big wave towards Xiannianbo's big feet. From bottom to top, he could barely withstand the evil wave. The speed of stepping down. The ground shook. Xiannianbo's big feet crushed the big wave sent out by the pork ribs rice with all its strength, and stepped heavily on the ground where the pork ribs rice was originally lying. Smoke and dust swirled around. The pork ribs rice was out of the question and was gone. After a fierce battle with the evil wave of thoughts, even if pork rib rice is the champion of the underworld martial arts competition, he really can't defeat the evil wave of thoughts. He had no choice but to keep his useful body for now, and then discuss how to deal with the waves of evil thoughts when he returns to King Yama and other gods of the underworld. King Kai, my pork rib rice, the champion of the martial arts competition in the underworld, can't defeat that monster called Xiannianbo. What should I do? That monster is so unreasonable that it is not suppressed by the rules of the underworld. King Yama, who was also very big, called King Kai with a sad face to complain. King Yama, now we can only let the creatures in the world come to help. Frieza knows, right? King Kai shook the tentacles on his head and said suddenly. Of course I know about Frieza. That guy was a villain who ran rampant in the universe when he was alive. After his death, he was also a thorn in the underworld. If it weren't for the rules in the underworld that suppressed Frieza, we really wouldn't be able to do anything to him. King Yama told the truth. Then Frieza was killed by people on Earth. King Yama, you need help from the people on Earth to deal with the wave of evil thoughts. As for the people on Earth, their troubles must also be solved before the waves of evil thoughts can be truly solved. King Kai said. And expressed his willingness to be responsible for the communication between King Yama and the people on Earth. And on Earth. Oh ho ho ho! I, Frieza, am back again. Frieza, who was originally crushed to pieces by the android's punch, had been sent back to the underworld, but something went wrong with the operation of the underworld, allowing Frieza to emerge in the human world again. Other bad guys who caused chaos and came back from the dead. Piccolo Daimao. The three Vegetas. A miscellaneous fish under Frieza's command. Also because the underworld cannot function properly, something went wrong, and it died and came back to life, lived and died and came back to life. It annoys the people on Earth. This is not an option. Seeing the information sent back by the frontline combatants, everyone, whether it was Bulma or Dr. Gero, felt dizzy. Just when the people on Earth are at their wits' end and exhausted. People on Earth, you need help. In everyone's mind, a voice sounded at the same time. King Kai came to communicate with King Yama and the people on Earth. In this world, the protagonist Son Goku died suddenly before the plot even started, so there is no protagonist group on Earth. Of course King Kai is not familiar with the people on Earth. After some communication. Dear King Kai, you are saying that the reason why Frieza and other bad guys are constantly resurrected and come to the world is because there is an evil thought wave in the underworld, because it destroys the normal operation of the underworld. Therefore, if we want to truly solve the trouble caused by Frieza and others, we must help the underworld solve the evil wave. Dear King Kai, is this what you mean? Bulma said a little unhappy. Damn you! If there is something wrong with the underworld, why should we, the people on Earth, pay for it? But that's it. As for the Earth, it is impossible to let the waves of evil thoughts continue to wreak havoc in the underworld. Then the Earth continued to be affected again. So, Miss Bulma, we can take this opportunity to solve the evil wave and test the most powerful artificial weapon developed by our Earth. Dr. Gero laughed. Bulma nodded slightly. Dr. Nagro, just arrange it according to your ideas. After King Kai's guidance, the Earth decided to send out the strongest weapon at the bottom of the box. Cyborg Cell. Go to the underworld and solve the wave of evil thoughts. After the battle with Vegeta, Bulma also found that it was not easy to be a savior and her life was in danger. I no longer have the thought of going into battle in person. Instead, they focused their main energy and resources on the development of the artificial human cell. As long as there is Shailu, Bulma just needs to be the savior. If something happens, let Cell fight. With the resources of the entire Earth and the intelligent efforts of all scientists, the cell of this world does not need to be inexplicably required to absorb 2 eternal energy furnace artificial humans to become a complete body. As soon as it is born, it is a complete body. The strength is comparable to Super Saiyan 2. After so many years of training, he is now strong enough to defeat Super Saiyan 2. But the biggest trump card for Earthlings to settle down and live in the universe. With the introduction of King Kai and the cooperation of King Yama, the Earth's trump card, the strongest cell, as a living person, came to the underworld as a special case, just to eliminate the waves of evil thoughts and restore peace to the Earth. Dead people can come to the human world with a halo of light above their heads. Living people can naturally operate in reverse. Naturally, Shailu could only stay in the underworld for 1 day. Solve evil thoughts in 1 day. Racing against time, Sharu quickly found the evil wave of thoughts that was wreaking havoc all over the underworld. As soon as he found the evil thought wave, Shailu didn't waste any time and quickly condensed a huge Qigong wave with his hands. It turned out to be the Turtle School Qigong of the Turtle Senryu. When artificial humans were developed, it was also because of the prosperity of martial arts on Earth in this world. The unique skills of Kamizen Ryu and Kakusen Ryu are also spread widely on the Earth. Boom! Xianianbo beat away the pork rib rice, but he really didn't expect that another strong guy came. As soon as they met, he made a big wave with his hands to say hello. Not paying attention for a moment, the evil thought wave was swallowed up by Shailu's turtle-style Qigong, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. After the smoke from the explosion dissipated, unique to the Dragon Ball world, the law of smoke without harm comes into play. The exception is T-God. Evil thoughts are nothing. And after taking a burst of turtle-style Qigong, the wave of evil thoughts also occurred, which was beyond the expectations of King Kai and others. Xianianbo's huge, naive body shrank visibly to the naked eye. It seems that because of the Turtle School Qigong, the essence has begun to be concentrated. Soon, the wave of evil thoughts shrunk to human size. It became a creature with a sword in its hand, fiery red skin, pointed ears, and sharp horns on its head, similar to Frieza's first form. This evil wave of thoughts is just like Frieza, with an evil look on his face that is visible to the naked eye. He is short and lean, but he is very aggressive at first sight and is extremely difficult to mess with. Chapter 121 Shailu is defeated. Go and invite Jiang Wei. Xianianbo let out a howl of displeasure, stared viciously at Shailu, who had hit him coldly and used turtle-style Qigong, then swayed and charged towards Shailu. It bared its teeth and claws, brandished its big sword, and struck down on Sharu's head. This is to treat Shalo as Hwashan and chop it down with a sword. What a good Sharu! Facing the menacing wave of evil thoughts that struck his head with a sword, he decisively raised his hands. Take the sword with your bare hands. Pretty. Xianianbo saw that his big sword was caught by an enemy that suddenly appeared, and he still caught it with his bare hands. I couldn't help but feel even more annoyed. The hand holding the sword became harder and harder, pressing the edge of the sword and gradually lowering it towards Cellul's head. Cellulite's face also had blue veins popping out. The power of the wave of evil thoughts was too strong, and he could only watch the sword press down on his head bit by bit. GGG. Xianianbo had an evil smile on his face. He couldn't wait to see the head of the fool who dared to be his enemy being cut off bit by its big sword. Presumably, it must be an extremely wonderful picture. Yaha! At this moment, Shalo used all his strength to kick Xianianbo in the stomach, causing Xianianbo to stagger back. The big sword in his hand was also taken away by Shalo. Shalo threw away the unfamiliar weapon, raised his fist, took advantage of the situation, and punched Xianianbo's head one after another, causing Xianianbo to retreat repeatedly. However, Shalo only had the upper hand for a short time. Xianianbo turned his head and avoided Shalo's powerful straight punch. Then he grabbed Shalo's empty fist and gave Shalo a hard over-the-shoulder throw. Shalo was thrown to the ground, with a look of pain on his face. He was about to get up, but Xianianbo stepped on his chest. GGG! Xianianbo had an evil smile on his face, and aimed his palm at Salu's panicked head. He concentrated his energy and shot a Qigong projectile towards Salu's head below. Boom! Shalo's head was blown up on the spot and he was confused. GGG! Seeing that Xianianbo had decapitated the enemy and lost his head, he turned around with relief and was about to leave. But after the wave of evil thoughts turned around, Shalo, who was originally headless, stood up again, stretched his right hand into the broken part of his neck, pulled out a wet head. Raising his hand, he aimed his palm at the wave of evil thoughts and seemed to be aware of it. He was about to turn his back and fired a Qigong bomb with an indifferent expression. Then, when Xianianbo turned around, the Qigong bullet fired by Shalo just hit Xianianbo's chest. But it was very surprising. The Qigong bomb passed directly through Xianianbo's chest and shot behind Xianianbo, exploding smoke and dust all over the land of the underworld, leaving a huge crater on the ground. But it was Xianianbo's use of special abilities in space that prevented the Qigong bullets launched by Shalo from harming it. What? Through Cell's eyes, Bulma, Dr. Gero, and others who were watching the whole battle all looked shocked. The artificial humans on Earth are all well organized and can communicate with the headquarters at any time. Naturally, the battle situation can also be sent back to the headquarters in real time for the reference of headquarters personnel. Command Sharu to fight that strange thing at close range. Bulma ordered. As a high-tech biological weapon developed by the Earth, Cell immediately rushed forward and punched Xianianbo in the face. But Xianianbo's hands also began to gather energy, and a large purple wave quickly formed, and shot towards Shalo, who was about to fight Xianianbo up close. A flash of panic flashed in Shalo's eyes, and he immediately crossed his hands in front of him to resist the large Qigong wave launched by the evil thought wave. Boom! A violent explosion. Cellul was just a little embarrassed, but was not seriously injured. He was also pushed backwards by the impact of the violent explosion. 2 deep scratches were left on the ground. Xianianbo continued to smile evilly, and fired another larger Qigong wave, shooting at Shalo who had not had time to take a breath. This time Shalo was unable to block it, but was directly knocked several dozen meters away by the Qigong wave. When he fell to the ground, only the lower half of his body was left. Shalo's upper body was directly hit by a larger wave of evil thoughts. The space rippled. The wave of evil thoughts instantly appeared in front of the lower half of Shenlong's body through the special ability of space. There was no chance for Shenlong to repeat his old tricks. There was another big wave, sent out with both hands, aimed at the lower half of Shenlong on the ground. Boom! This time, Shenlong was completely destroyed and nothing was left. As for Bulma and others who are far away in the world, they have assembled the most cutting-edge biological weapon on Earth, the artificial human cell. Also completely offline. GGG. The wave of evil thoughts destroyed Shenlong, and after waiting a moment, he did not see Shenlong resurrected, and then it was confirmed that Shenlong was already dead and could not die again. Then his face showed an evil smile, and he felt very happy. Taking the steps of a little boy, he continued to wreak havoc in other areas of the underworld. King Kai and King Yama, who were also watching the battle, were disappointed when they saw Shenlong destroyed by the evil wave. At the same time, they were also very angry at the actions of the evil wave. Xianyanbo's pace is the kind of pace that looks very cheap, and the next moment he will be taken away by a big truck that suddenly appears, runs a red light, and is seriously overloaded. But there is no big card in the underworld. King Kai and King Yama could only stare, disgusted by the wave of evil thoughts. People on Earth, if you have other methods, come up with them quickly. King Kai said without hope. He asked casually that all the trump cards of the Earthlings to settle down and live in the universe were destroyed by the wave of evil thoughts. Why should I continue to fight against evil thoughts? King Kai has already begun to plan to report what happened in the underworld to the Great Realm King and combine the power of other realm kings in the east, west, and south to deal with the waves of evil thoughts that are causing havoc in the underworld. There is no other way, Miss Bulma. In order to end the turmoil on the earth as soon as possible, we can only use our trump card. Dr. Gro said helplessly. Bulma was secretly happy when she heard this, but she also sighed on her face. That's the only way it can be. The real trump card at the bottom of the box is the 7 Dragon Balls that can summon Jiang Wei to descend. These 7 Dragon Balls, as the top secrets of the earth, are kept by Bulma personally. Never use it lightly. Even when the earth passed through Frieza's copy a few years ago, he was not willing to use the 7 Dragon Balls to summon Jiang Wei to deal with all dissatisfaction. The reason is also very simple. Jiang Wei is not the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon is a pure tool. You can climb it after use and can continue to use it 12 months later. But Jiang Wei can stay for 24 hours. If you have any problems, just trouble Jiang Wei. If you make him unhappy, then it will be a truly unsolvable trouble. All those in power on Earth agree. If you can handle it yourself, try your best to handle it yourself, and try not to summon Jiang Wei. But now, even Shenlong can't handle that evil thought wave. The people on Earth are really at their wits' end. With excitement, Bulma took out 7 Dragon Balls, raised her hands high, and summoned Jiang Wei. Chapter 122 Tova and Myra. In an instant, there was lightning and thunder in the sky. Terrifying pressure descended on the earth. Bulma, tell me your wish. Jiang Wei looked at the excited Bulma and could tell at a glance that she was an android, similar to number 18, but in addition to the eternal energy furnace that was far more powerful than number 18, there was also an energy absorption device. In Jiang Wei's view, the design of the artificial human Bulma in this world is similar to Super number 17 in Dragon Ball GT. But it's not as exaggerated as Super number 17 being covered in energy-absorbing devices. It can only absorb energy through the palms of its hands. Its strength can defeat Lightning Cell and Demon King Doppura in the plot, but it is weaker than the third Super Saiyan grandson Goku. This is the second powerful Bulma that Jiang Wei has ever seen. The first Bulma is naturally Jiang Wei's wife. Big wife. At this moment, Jiang Wei thought a lot. With Queen Bulma's incident, Jiang Wei also began to understand that his cousin, who had become a missing person, had said more than once before that as long as he returned to ancient times, he would conquer the world and become an emperor with a harem. Zhang Feng, that fellow, may have traveled to some ancient time and space, and is trying to conquer the world to become emperor. Same moment. Somewhere. In the majestic palace, a young man with a handsome and resolute face, wearing a black dragon robe and enjoying being surrounded by beauties, suddenly sneezed. Strange, I haven't sneezed for many years since I awakened my seventh sense, little universe. Why did I sneeze today? The young man didn't think much about it, but said hello, raised his hand and instantly transformed into a pile of food as high as a hill. Meow. A black cat immediately sprang out from nowhere in the palace, opened its three-petal mouth, and gave Missy a mountain of food as high as an instant. Regarding the strangeness of the young man and the black cat, the beautiful concubines in gorgeous palace clothes all seemed not surprised. Dragon Ball World. Parallel time and space. Jiang Wei was also a little confused. How could he think about his unlucky cousin because of seeing the android Bulma? Shake his head. Jiang Wei asked the artificial man Bulma why he was summoned. The android Bulma looked excited. Very handsome Shenlong, please be my boyfriend. Haha, I made a mistake. Please get rid of the waves of evil thoughts that are raging in the underworld, so that the underworld and the world can live together. Let's restore order. Evil thoughts wave? Well, it has some value. Jiang Wei muttered. The evil thought wave should be regarded as an energy life form, right? A collection of all the evil thoughts in the universe. For Jiang Wei, it does have some collection value. It's easy. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers. The next moment, the green dragon, which was hundreds of meters tall, appeared in the underworld, appearing around the waves of evil thoughts that were wreaking havoc. What operation is this? King Kai and King Yama, who had been paying close attention to the development, widened their eyes. Shenlong is a treasure in the universe. Apart from Namek, only the earth has it. The dragon of the earth is essentially a wanderer from Namek. King Kai and King Yama knew the dragon. Especially King Yama, because of the divine dragon, many dead people escaped his judgment and returned to the human world. King Yama was left helpless. But the dragon actually emerged from his underworld. King Kai and King Yama had never heard of such mobility before. Xianianbo, look here. Jiang Wei was condescending, stretched out his dragon claws, and hooked towards Xianianbo. Xianianbo looked up and saw such a big Jiang Wei. Gg. He picked up the big sword, rushed over and gave Jiang Wei a blow in the middle. Look at you being paralyzed. Go to hell. Then. Of course, Jiang Wei was fine, but the wave of evil thoughts triggered Jiang Wei's passive ability Home Search. Everything was taken away by Jiang Wei in an instant. There was a howl of pain that could be heard throughout the underworld. The waves of evil thoughts disappeared. Only one staff member of the underworld was left, and he fled. The wave of evil thoughts this time was also caused by the mistakes made by the staff of this underworld. This underworld worker cannot escape being severely punished by his superior, King Yama. When the wave of evil thoughts was eliminated, the wish of the artificial man Bulma came true. Ding! Get the clone of android Bulma. Ding! Get the evil thought wave clone. A series of Tongzi prompts sounded in Jiang Wei's mind. They are all obtained by copying the androids Bulma and Xianianbo. The next moment, the hundreds of meters of green divine dragon disappeared, and the 7 dragon beads turned into 7 rays of golden light, returned to the world, and were scattered all over the world. Jiang Wei appeared in the underworld in human form. Just when Jiang Wei was about to return to the human world. Sudden. In the underworld, a small space-time vortex appeared. Jiang Wei stared at the small, not spectacular vortex of time and space, showing an interested expression. Don't, I finally solved the wave of evil thoughts, don't get into trouble again, the underworld can't stand the trouble anymore. King Yama howled. King Kai showed a sympathetic look. Not long after, a man and a woman walked out of the vortex of time and space. 2 blue-skinned universe people. The man was tall and strong, with a cold face, and his whole body exuded a cold and dangerous aura. But I have to say that this blue-skinned man is very handsome, and is obviously more popular with women than the muscular man Bojack who also has blue skin. The woman is tall and beautiful, and everything she wears exudes a seductive atmosphere. She's that kind of femme fatale with an evil streak. Jiang Wei looked at the two of them, somewhat surprised, and said, Tova and Myra. Hey, there is a handsome guy here, do you know us? Tova's eyes were looking around, obviously looking for something. Hearing Jiang Wei's muttering, he turned his attention to Jiang Wei and confirmed that he really didn't know this handsome guy. I have never seen this person before. I don't know you. This is my first time seeing you in person. Jiang Wei shook his head. Tova and Myra are just like Dale's, Shit, and Cooler in Dragon Ball the movie. They are characters that do not exist in the official Dragon Ball plot, and they can be considered officially authorized fan fiction. Before Jiang Wei traveled through time, he knew that Tova and Myra seemed to be characters in a Dragon Ball peripheral game. Not much else is known. After all, Jiang Wei had no interest in playing video games when he wasn't playing with Zeno and Fat Bu. But we have never seen you, handsome boy. My husband and I, how should I put it, you can understand us as time travelers. We have traveled through countless time and space, but this is the first time we have met you. Tao's pretty face also showed a very interested expression, and she said to Jiang Wei. Can you tell us your origins, handsome boy? Chapter 123 I Only Love Bulma. Tova seems to be in the game, a scientist from the demon world, and the sister of Dapra, the king of the demon world who follows Babadai. Her husband Myra seems to be an artificial human made by Tova. So in Jiang Wei's opinion, these two couples are quite interesting. The husband is actually the creation of his wife. Tova said that she and Myra were time travelers. Although she certainly didn't tell the truth, it wasn't a lie either. According to the information Jiang Wei received, Tova and Myra were indeed constantly traveling through time and space, traveling back and forth between various Dragon Ball plot timelines. What is the real purpose? Jiang Wei didn't know. After all, he really wasn't interested in Dragon Ball peripheral games before time travel. I am Jiang Wei, the Bulma who inspired this world. Jiang Wei also said a few words about his origins. What you said is too brief. Tova and I need more detailed information. Myra said with a cold face. Sorry, I refuse. Jiang Wei didn't even look at Myra, he focused on Tova and smiled. What if we must know? The expression on Myra's face became even colder, and her whole body exuded an extremely powerful aura. You can try. Jiang Wei said casually. As long as Myra dares to take action against him, Jiang Wei guarantees that Tova will be widowed in the next second. Handsome guy Jiang Wei, my husband has big muscles and a bad brain. He offended you, please forgive me. Seeing that the situation was likely to escalate into a fight, Tova immediately apologized. In Tova's view, there is no need for them to fight Jiang Wei who does not know the details. Husband, please apologize to the handsome man Jiang Wei. Tova said to Myra again. Myra hesitated for a second, then apologized to Jiang Wei with a cold face. Little did he know that if he continued to be depressed, his wife would become a widow immediately. In this way, Jiang Wei had no reason to take action. Even though Tova and Myra are villains, but they have not offended him, Jiang Wei, why would Jiang Wei take action against them? Husband, it seems we are out of luck. This is another broken time and space. Our trip was in vain. Tova said goodbye to Jiang Wei charmingly, took Myra's hand, and disappeared into the small space-time vortex. Tova and Myra, the purpose of traveling through time and space, is similar to the reincarnation of the main god space. By changing the plot, reincarnators can obtain side plots and point rewards to strengthen themselves. Tova and Myra, however, are happy to change the plot of Dragon Ball and obtain the plot, or the special energy generated after history is changed, to use it to strengthen themselves. But in the time and space where the android Bulma is, the plot has not even begun yet, and the infant grandson Goku is shot dead by one of Cooler's soldiers. As for Tova and Mila, they even changed the course of history. History is inherently crooked. This kind of world where the historical process is distorted is what Tova calls a broken time and space. Originally, they came to the world of the artificial human Bulma to change the history of the evil wave being eliminated by Gogeta, so as to obtain special energy. But in this world, Goku has become GG since he was a baby, Vegeta was crushed to pieces by the android Bulma, and there is a shitty Gogeta. Tova and Myra can only waste their time and run in vain. After the small space-time vortex disappeared, Jiang Wei moved in an instant and returned to the human world. In the world of android Bulma, Jiang Wei could stay for 24 hours, so he had no reason to leave early. On the earth, after Xiannianbo sought his own death and dared to attack Jiang Wei in the form of a dragon, Jiang Wei did not make a move, and Xiannianbo was wiped out. Those villains who were originally reborn in the human world and died could no longer be resurrected. After being eliminated by the Earth's army, they returned to the underworld again. The Earth also expressed its gratitude to Jiang Wei for saving them again. A banquet to celebrate victory is essential. The android Bulma was also very excited and kept pestering Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei is also willing to talk to his wife who has been transformed into a cyborg from another world. Chatting and chatting. Jiang Wei didn't mind even more, and wanted to take the relationship with the android Bulma a step further. After all, the same ingredients will taste completely different if you change the cooking method. The same kind of fruit will have different tastes depending on its origin and cultivation methods. But the same is true. The android Bulma sang a happy song. Jiang Wei's back was untouched by the nails of the android Bulma. No matter which world Bulma is in, she has never achieved the achievement of breaking the defense of Jiang Wei's back. My dear, after we say goodbye, can we only meet again in a year? When Jiang Wei put on his pants again, the android Bulma under the quilt still had more to say. Honey, don't worry, I will transform the Dragon Ball in your hand, so that it only takes a month to cool down before we can meet again. Jiang Wei kept his word and immediately changed the cooling period for the 7 Dragon Balls in the hands of the android Bulma to 1 month. He also secretly added a small setting through Tongzi to never interact with Bulma. The 7 Dragon Balls in the Queen's hand crashed when used. In the event that Queen Bulma and android Bulma use the Dragon Balls at the same time and summon Jiang Wei to solve the demand problem, with Tongzi's intervention, the time will be staggered cleverly, but nothing will happen. Jiang Wei praised, as expected of Tongzi, he has the same magic power as the saint, haha. Under the reluctant gaze of the android Bulma, Jiang Wei turned into golden light and disappeared from her world when her time was up. Back in the palace, Jiang Wei met his wife Bulma, and went to meet her to mix the oil with honey. We started chatting about our experiences in another world. Bulma listened and suddenly said, "Husband, I seem to smell the smell of another woman from you." Jiang Wei immediately stroked Bulma's head and said with a smile, "Honey, you are being naughty with me again. Why are you saying such things? I only have you, Bulma, and no other woman." Bulma felt the sincerity in her husband's words. She didn't know why she said what she just said. Maybe she was being naughty as her husband said. How could you say such naughty words to your husband? In the evening, Bulma worked harder than usual to compensate for the naughty words she said to Jiang Wei today. Time flies. More than a year has passed. In the main world, in addition to accompanying his wife and children, Jiang Wei also plays games with Zeno and Fat Bu from time to time, and holds banquets every now and then to entertain the 2 foodies Beerus and Whis who come to eat and drink. There are also blonde Lan Chi and number 18. Jiang Wei felt that life in the main world was losing its passion day by day. Only when he is summoned by another world will Jiang Wei feel some fun. During this year, Jiang Wei became a father again. The first is Queen Bulma, who gave birth to the heir to the Capsule Empire. His Royal Highness Prince Zhang Zheng. Later, the artificial human Bulma was not content to be inferior to others and gave birth to a pair of children for Jiang Wei. Brother Jiang Jian. Sister Jiang Jiaoluo. After Jiang Wei traveled to the Dragon Ball world, he had 5 children born to the same mother. Not long after Jiang Wei had 5 children, his younger brother Vegeta also had a child. Vegeta's wife Violet gave birth to a boy named Dulags. Jiang Wei also has one more junior, and he also gives an extra piece of lucky money during holidays. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 124 Changing the Rules of Shenlong. Ding! Report to the Master, there is another Dragon Ball world, and the projections of 7 Dragon Balls have been gathered together to summon you. On this day, Jiang Wei went to the Capsule Empire to visit Queen Bulma and her son Zhang Zheng. As soon as he came back, Tongzi's reminder sounded in his mind, telling him that another job was coming. Jiang Wei laughed and said, Tongzi, has this world summoned me before? Ding! This is the first time this world has summoned the Master. Special reminder, there is a special opportunity in this world to change the rules of the dragon. I hope the Master will explore it well. Jiang Wei was overjoyed when he heard this. Jiang Wei will definitely not let go of the special opportunity that can change the rules of Shenlong. As a divine dragon, Jiang Wei's abilities far exceed those of other divine dragons in the plot, but that doesn't mean that he is not subject to the rules set by Uncle Sai about how divine dragons can fulfill their wishes. The most obvious is the restriction of rules set by Uncle Sai. Although there are restrictions on the ability of the divine dragon to resurrect the dead, those who make a wish to the divine dragon can have this wish come true unconditionally. Jiang Wei also abides by this rule, but he resurrects the dead without any restrictions. Whether it is the second resurrection, death of a dead man, or reincarnation, as long as someone makes a wish, they will all be resurrected. Generally, Shenlong cannot realize the wish to improve the combat effectiveness of others. However, special dragons can grant such wishes, but the wishmaker must pay a heavy price and must not be stuck with bugs. You can refer to granola to become the number 1 in the universe. The price is not how many years of life you have to pay, but the realization of such a wish must be short-lived. This means that even if the wisher has eternal lifespan, once the wish to improve combat effectiveness is realized, there will only be a few years left to live, and the lifespan cannot be increased by making another wish. No bugs, no bugs, Uncle Sai has restricted the rules to death. In addition, nor can you kill others by making a wish to the dragon. Naturally, you cannot obtain powerful skills by making a wish to the dragon. But in this regard, Granola became the number 1 in the universe, and Jiang Wei, as the dragon, bypassed Uncle Sai's highest rules. That is, pay the price. As long as Jiang Wei pays a price that the wisher absolutely cannot bear, Jiang Wei can realize his wish to kill others by making a wish. That is, the limit is 1 for 1. After the wish is realized, the person who made the wish cannot be resurrected in any way. As for making a wish to gain powerful skills, Jiang Wei just gave the wishmaker his own skills, which naturally bypassed Uncle Sai's highest rules. If you break the rules, you can refer to the example of Zamasu making a wish to the super dragon to obtain immortality to bypass Sai's rule restrictions. Now, given an opportunity to escape from the constraints of Uncle Sai's rules, Jiang Wei would naturally not let it go. Even Uncle Sai's rules don't have much negative effect on Jiang Wei now. After explaining something, Jiang Wei instantly turned into golden light and disappeared from the super earth. Another world. The beginning of this Dragon Ball world is very similar to the world where the android Bulma lives. This day, the peaceful earth suddenly suffered a brutal attack. A large group of bad guys who were originally dead ran out of the underworld and wreaked havoc everywhere in the cities of the people on Earth. Some of these bad guys are weak and some are strong. The strongest ones include Full Body Cell and Universe Emperor Frieza. Weak, even during the time of Little Goku, the Metal Sergeant of the Red Ribbon Legion, a robot that resembled the T-800 Terminator, and General Blue followed Frieza and the others, actively destroying the city and venting their many years of trouble. Resentment in the underworld. Just like the orthodox plot of Dragon Ball, the Earth's army is a bunch of living targets. Faced with the riot caused by Frieza and Cell, they were helpless. In the Dragon Ball world, it is known that only the Earth army in the main world, which has become a vassal of Super Earth, Queen Bulma's Capsule Empire army, and the Earth army where android Bulma is located can easily suppress such a situation. In other Dragon Ball worlds, apart from relying on the protagonist group to resist thunder, there is really no other way for the Earth to do so. Fortunately, the protagonist group of this world did not have any problems. When the bad guys from the underworld began to attack Earth's cities indiscriminately, everyone in the protagonist group. They also came forward one after another to eliminate these bad guys who escaped from the underworld and restore order to the Earth. A bunch of soldiers from the Red Ribbon Legion, and a group of soldiers from Frieza's Legion. It can be easily settled with just a few people from Tianjin. But like Frieza and Perfect Cell, among the protagonist group, only Son Goku, Vegeta, and their half-blood scion children can deal with them. Are you Son Goku? The resurrected Frieza and Cell looked at little Goku in front of them and wondered. Frieza and Cell, long time no see. Little Goku smiled and said hello to Frieza and Cell, very cheerfully. Son Goku, no matter why you became smaller, today is the day you die. Seeing Son Goku turn into a child, both Frieza and Cell became more arrogant, as if they were determined to defeat Son Goku. But as soon as they fought, Frieza and Cell realized that they were wrong. Frieza and Cell turned into ice sculptures, and due to Son Goku's carelessness, they fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Looking at Frieza and Cell who were shattered on the ground and unable to pick them up, Son Goku touched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. If Frieza and Cell didn't accept the transformation in the underworld and went to Earth to cause trouble, Son Goku would definitely not let them go. But to make them become scumbags was beyond Son Goku's expectation. Humph, Frieza won't say it anymore, he's just a weakling. I didn't expect that my ultimate android Cell would be vulnerable to Son Goku. What a waste! However, this time's plan did not count on these two wastes. They are just pawns to divert our attention. An old man with an old face and a tall hat on his head with the RR logo in white letters on a red background said unhappily. It's none other than Dr. Gero, who transformed himself into Android 20. In front of the work we have worked so hard to complete, both Frieza and Cell are of course useless. Next to Dr. Gero, a blue-skinned universe man smiled confidently. This person from the universe is naturally Dr. Miao, who is not inferior to Dr. Gero in terms of intelligence. This time, they were behind the opening of the underworld. Dr. Miao's absolute confidence certainly stems from the powerful artificial humans he and Dr. Gero developed through years of hard work in the underworld. Hell number 17. Chapter 125 Controlled number 17. Hell number 17 is exactly the same as Android number 17 except for the different clothes. Under the orders of the two villain doctors, Hell number 17 also began to take action. While hunting the protagonist group, they found Android number 17. Hell number 17 alone is not sure of defeating Son Goku and Vegeta. Therefore, the original intention of Dr. Gero and Dr. Miao to create Hell 17 was to merge Hell 17 with Android 17, and then obtain an android with terrifying strength similar to the combined warrior Vegeto. This is the real trump card they used to take revenge on Son Goku and Vegeta. At this time, the number 17 in the human world has also been controlled by Dr. Gero and others, and is standing on the opposite side of the protagonist group. When Son Goku solved Frieza and Cell who were leading the trouble, Trunks and Son Goten also eliminated a large number of villains. With just a Qigong bomb, the villains were killed one after another. This made Trunks and Son Goten start to underestimate the enemy and become complacent. As the saying goes, extreme happiness leads to sadness. Trunks and Son Goten were immediately boosted and encountered Android number 17, who had been controlled by Dr. Gero and the others. Number 17 suddenly appeared from behind the ruins of a building. Without saying hello, he raised his hand and fired several Qigong bombs at Trunks and Sun Goten. Boom! Trunks and Sun Goten never expected that number 17 would attack them. Before they could react, they ate the Qigong bombs fired by number 17 and screamed. They were shot down from the sky and hit the ground hard, knocking at the residential area was hit into a big crater. For a time, smoke filled the air. Damn it, why did number 17 attack us? Isn't he the brother of Ant number 18? Isn't he also our companion? Climbing out of the ruins, Trunks was puzzled. Number 17, why did you attack us? Not far away, Sun Goten also climbed out of the ruins and questioned number 17 who appeared in front of him with murderous eyes. Go to hell! Number 17 had a ferocious look on his face, and several more Qigong projectiles came over, triggering a series of extremely fierce explosions. Trunks and Sun Goten were blown away by the violent explosion again. They fell into the smoking pit in a state of embarrassment and stopped moving. There was a brief struggle in No 17's eyes, and he came over again to check whether Trunks and Sun Goten who had fallen in the pit were dead or alive. Just then, a young man called Sun Goten and Trunks by their names and ran over quickly, blocking number 17. Number 17, why did you attack Goten and Trunks? The person who came was none other than Sun Wufan. He looked angry and confused and asked number 17. Sun Wuhan, I am an artificial human created by Dr. Gero. Of course I want to kill and destroy. This was Dr. Gero's original intention in creating me. Number 17, who has been controlled by Dr. Gero's group, smiled evilly. You have changed. You are not the number 17 I knew. Now, let me wake you up, No 17. Sun Wuhan was very angry after hearing No 17's answer. He knew that everything he said now was nonsense and he could only see the truth. The next moment, golden airflow appeared all over Sun Gohan's body, lightning and sparks, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and rushed towards the stubborn number 17. Number 17 was not to be outdone and faced Sun Wuhan. The fierce collision between the two created a powerful airflow that swept away all the tall buildings around. Crackling! The two started a fierce fist fight, their figures kept flashing and moving at high speed in the sky. From time to time, they would throw a few Qigong bombs at each other, clearing the surrounding ground again. Hit and hit. Sun Wuhan was defeated by number 17, who had been strengthened by Dr. Gero's group. Number 17 caught a flaw, punched him in the face, and fell to the ground. Boom! Sun Wuhan fell straight to the ground and made a big hole in the dilapidated ground. Dad! At this time, a little girl appeared and saw that Sun Wuhan was injured, and immediately ran towards Sun Wuhan crying. Xiao Feng, don't come over! Blood dripped from the corner of Sun Wufan's mouth, and he shouted loudly to his daughter in panic. Xiao Feng's appearance immediately attracted No 17's attention. Humph! There is a grandchild of Gaku? All Dr. Gero's enemies must die. Number 17 looked crazy, gathered a Qigong bomb in his hand, and was about to attack Xiao Feng. Don't want! Sun Wufan's eyes were about to burst, and he saw that rescue could not come in time. But at this time, a short figure bravely jumped out from the side. He only had time to push Xiao Feng away, but he was swallowed up by the Qigong bomb number 17, leaving no trace of his body. Husband! BD brother, you actually killed Klin! With a scream, a blonde woman also rushed out and blocked number 17, looking at number 17 with eyes full of anger. Elder sister! Number 17 murmured and stopped moving. The blonde woman who blocked him was none other than number 18. These days, whether it is Clint or his wife number 18, they can only play as minor soldiers and are no longer qualified to form a team to push the boss. When the city faced the turmoil caused by Frieza and others, the Krillins also stood up and did what they could. A pineapple head named Likum, with a group of Frieza Legion soldiers, seemed to be looking for something. But bad luck, it fell into the hands of the Klins. 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times 5 times, the Klings were able to deal with this group of Frieza's minions. When Li Kum fell down in front of Klin, a shining golden bead rolled out of his hand. Number 18 walked over and picked up the bead out of curiosity. Then his face was full of surprise. This turned out to be a 2-star Dragon Ball. When number 18 picked up the Dragon Ball, the whereabouts of the other 6 Dragon Balls immediately appeared in her mind. This is definitely not the Dragon Ball we know. On the 18th, he told Klin what he had discovered. Klin was also surprised. I think it's better to let us collect the remaining Dragon Balls. Don't let them fall into the hands of bad people. That will be a problem. Klin touched his chin and quickly made a decision. The couple began to search for the remaining Dragon Balls and eliminate the villains they encountered along the way who were wreaking havoc. Under the guidance of the Dragon Ball, the Klings eliminated a group of soldiers led by Colonel Siraba of the Red Ribbon Army and obtained the second Dragon Ball. Not long after getting the second Dragon Ball, the Klins happened to come to the place where the battle between Sun Wuhan and number 17 broke out. Seeing that Xiao Fang was about to be injured by the Qigong bomb fired by number 17, Klin rushed out without even thinking. He will never allow Goku's granddaughter to be harmed in front of him. Number 18 shed tears and blocked the steps of number 17. Number 17 looked numb, and regardless of family ties, he fired a Qigong bomb at number 18. After knocking number 18 away, he flew into the sky and immediately left the area. Chapter 126 Super Number 17. Smelly Brother. The sadness on the 18th is beyond words. Husband was killed. But the person who killed her husband was another relative, her only brother. Oh my god! What is going on? Suddenly, number 18 cheered up and thought about the strange Dragon Ball she picked up. If you collect 5 more Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon and realize your wish. Number 18 endured the pain and stood up again. After saying goodbye to Sun Wuhan and others, he started looking for the remaining Dragon Balls. At the same time, the second male member of the protagonist group is fighting against Hell number 17, but due to Vegeta's attributes of speeding up, he is already at a disadvantage. Just when Vegeta was beaten to death by Hell number 17, good friend Son Goku appeared in time, blocked Hell 17's violent beating of Vegeta, and pushed Hell 17 back. As expected of Dr. Gero's enemy, Son Goku, you are very powerful. Hell number 17 hit too, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Number 17, how did you become so strong? What do you know, Vegeta? Son Goku said solemnly. How do I know anything? Kakarot, if you knock him down, don't you know everything? Vegeta gasped. Before Son Goku came to support him, he was severely beaten by Hell number 17. Son Goku appears. Both Dr. Gero and Dr. Mayu looked excited immediately, and they couldn't wait to see the scene of Son Goku and Vegeta dying tragically in front of their eyes. Another number 17, who broke away from number 18, also joined the battle group of Son Goku and Hell number 17 under the guidance of Dr. Gero and others. Number 17, there are 2. Looking at the 2 No 17s who were exactly the same except for their different clothes, Son Goku and Vegeta both showed expressions of disbelief. No, there is only one number 17. Number 17 and Hell number 17 said in unison. Just turn it up. After another terrifying aura erupted, the 2 No 17s merged and turned into a tall, strong number 17 with a more mature face. That's me, Super No 17. Mature number 17, who is tall and strong, with explosive muscles all over his body, said coldly. Number 17, I'm not interested in knowing what happened to you. I just need to knock you down. Vegeta waved his fist and was the first to attack Super number 17. Not long after the fight, Vegeta fell from the sky, covered with scars. Seeing Super number 17, without much effort, he defeated his good friend Vegeta who was going all out. Son Goku also started fighting. After a burst of terrifying air pressure, it turned into a figure with red skin and a tail swinging. Super Saiyan 4. Commonly known as the red-haired monkey. Son Goku, how did he become so strong? Super No 17's heart was in turmoil, but on his face he still had the face of being invincible and dominating. Son Goku, who transformed into Super Saiyan 4, is no longer a match for Super Saiyan 17. If at this time, Son Goku steps forward and fights Super number 17 with fists and kicks, the loser must be Super number 17. Just when Super number 17 was muttering in his mind, he could survive the fists of Super Saiyan 4th grandson Goku for a few rounds before he pounced. Son Goku actually launched a Qigong bomb attack towards Super number 17. Super number 17 is overjoyed. Android 17 is just an old model of the Eternal Energy Furnace. As for Hell number 17, in addition to the Eternal Energy Furnace, there is also an energy absorption device that can absorb the opponent's energy, and has the possibility of unlimited growth. When the Qigong bomb fired by Son Goku hit Super number 17, the guy had a look of relief on his face. Seeing that there is nothing wrong with Super number 17, Son Goku showed doubts and continued to increase the power and continuously fired Qigong bombs to attack. In other words, feed Super number 17. After absorbing Son Goku's energy, Super No 17's muscles are swelling and changing visibly to the naked eye. Finally, attracted Son Goku's attention. Could it be that the real reason why number 17 can resist my Qigong waves is that he also has the ability to absorb energy? Son Goku guesses the secret of Super number 17, but he continues to be stupid. In order to prove his conjecture, he gave Super number 17 a complete compliment. 10 times the turtle-style Qigong. Sure enough, I have seen through your secret. It turns out that you can absorb energy during battle. Son Goku suddenly understood. Having consumed 10 times of turtle-style Qigong, Super number 17 at this time has only one opinion towards Son Goku. Brainless Dasabai. Ha 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 ha, you only know the secret of Super number 17 now. It's already too late, Son Goku. The current Super number 17 will definitely kill you and your relatives and friends. Desperate, Son Goku. Seeing that Super 17 was already invincible, Dr. Gero and Dr. Miao dared to stand out from the darkness and compete blindly with Son Goku. Son Goku, today is the end of you. Super number 17 also rushed towards Son Goku, and the two sides engaged in another round of fierce fist fights. The figures were shaking, and most of the sky was their battlefield. The fierce battle between the two also caused ripples in the air. Ah! After Son Goku realized his mistake, he no longer fired Qigong waves, but used fists and kicks to fight against Super number 17, but it was different from before, and he was completely at a disadvantage. But Super number 17 can use Qigong waves and long-range attacks unscrupulously to contain Son Goku and disrupt the rhythm of his fist and kick attacks. There is also the advantage of artificial humans having unlimited physical strength. Son Goku was finally defeated and was blown to the ground by a big wave from Super 17. He lay in the pit and exited the red-haired monkey form, transforming back into little Goku. Super number 17 is condescending, gathering energy in his palms, and is about to deliver a fatal blow. Dr. Gero and Dr. Miao on the side were already full of excitement and gearing up, waiting to watch the historic scene of Super 17 tearing their common enemy Son Goku into pieces. At this critical moment, suddenly there was lightning and thunder in the sky. The apocalyptic majesty descended on the earth and was felt by everyone on the earth. Who summoned the dragon? Everyone in the protagonist group looked confused. Now that the situation has not been resolved, the dragon has been summoned. Is it too early to end the situation? The one who summoned the dragon was number 18 in this world. Her husband, Klin, was beaten to a pulp by his own brother in front of her, and No 18's emotional management had completely collapsed. He also noticed that the newly appeared Dragon Ball seemed to be significantly different from the original Dragon Ball, and contained huge secrets. After number 18 quickly gathered the remaining Dragon Balls, his head felt hot and he immediately summoned Shenlong. No 18's head came to his senses only when the green dragon that was hundreds of meters away was summoned. How could there be any reason to summon the divine dragon responsible for dealing with the aftermath while the fight was still going on? So, when Jiang Wei appeared in a city that was constantly smoking and obviously severely damaged. "Hello Shenlong. I was a little rash in calling you out this time. Can you wait until we finish the work here before you come out again?" Number 18 said embarrassedly with an embarrassed cold sweat on his head. Chapter 127 Super Number 17 is just an interesting toy. Number 18, tell me your wish. This dragon can make any wish come true. But I can only make one wish come true, but you have to think about it carefully. Jiang Wei stared at number 18 and said with a smile. "Ah, any wish you have can come true." Number 18 was a little stunned when he heard this. Shenlong has this ability, why didn't she know about it before? Then she realized that the Dragon Ball she used to summon the dragon was different from the one she used before. In the past, the Dragon Balls did not have the function of knowing the whereabouts of the other Dragon Balls without holding them in their hands. Bulma's Dragon Ball radar is needed to detect the whereabouts of other Dragon Balls. In comparison, this unexpected Dragon Ball is much easier to use than the previous one. Come to think of it, the dragon summoned with such a Dragon Ball will be different from the previous one. Think again and again. Number 18 carefully made a wish. "Shenlong, please restore the situation of this world to what it was before it was ravaged by the evil people from the underworld, is it okay?" She looked at Jiang Wei nervously. "Number 18, you are very smart." Jiang Wei praised number 18, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. "It's very simple." The next moment, they are wreaking havoc in various cities, and all the bad guys who have not been dealt with by the protagonist group have been wiped out. That's right, Jiang Wei used Zeno's ability, and the erased bad guys were completely destroyed and no longer existed, and there was no need to return to the underworld. At the same time, the city was restored to its original state. All the dead people were also resurrected. No 18's husband, Clint, is of course among them. Everything was restored by Jiang Wei to the situation before the evil people from the underworld caused riots. However, Dr. Gro and others, and Super Number 17 are exceptions. They were deliberately retained by Jiang Wei. What happened? Did time go back? It doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as I see Son Goku die in front of my eyes, I will be satisfied. Dr. Gero looked surprised at the changes around him. Super Number 17, this time there is no interference from number 18 in the plot. He smiles evilly, condenses a Super Qigong wave, and is about to throw it towards Son Goku who is lying in the pit. "You two, for my sake, can you shake hands with Son Goku and make peace? I can vouch for you." Just then, a voice came. Dr. Gro and Dr. Gro looked for the sound and saw a handsome young man suddenly appearing around them. Jiang Wei is really sincere and resolves the grudges between Dr. Gero and the protagonist group. After all, in the main world, Dr. Gro and the protagonist group are actually his people. "I don't know who you are, but Son Goku must die, I say so." While Dr. Gero was still surprised, Super Number 17 had already nonchalantly dropped the Super Qigong wave towards Son Goku. Now that Super Number 17 has absorbed Son Goku's energy, his strength has surpassed Son Goku's and he is already the strongest person. He doesn't sell anyone's face. Otherwise, Super Number 17 would not have wiped out his two creators in the plot. Seeing that the Super Qigong wave was about to hit Son Goku, it suddenly disappeared. Jiang Wei used Zeno's eraser ability to erase the Super Qigong wave launched by Super 17. "Who do you think you are? You're just farting." "Shabai." Jiang Wei raised his hand, gathered a Qigong bomb at random, and shot it towards Super Number 17. Facing the Qigong bombs fired by Jiang Wei, Super Number 17 showed a confident expression and opened his arms. Just when he was about to show an expression of enjoyment, Super Number 17 had been completely blown away by the Qigong bombs casually shot by Jiang Wei. Just because the Qigong bomb fired by Jiang Wei, even if it was fired casually, the energy contained in it far exceeded the upper limit of absorption by Super Number 17. So much so that as soon as Super Number 17 came into contact with the Qigong bomb, it was already exploded, and he died instantly with no body intact. This scene shocked everyone present. Dr. Gero and Dr. Gero looked at Jiang Wei with fear on their faces, and they kept swallowing saliva. Who is this person? He's so powerful. Super Number 17 can even absorb my 10 times turtle-style Qigong, and he just took care of it with a Qigong bomb. Son Goku struggled to crawl out of the pit and looked at Jiang Wei with a shocked expression on his face. In fact, Son Goku also retains some physical strength and can transform into Super Saiyan 4 for a last-ditch effort. But because of Jiang Wei's intervention, his plan was unnecessary. The next scene shocked everyone again. Super 17's technology still has some shining points, so it would be a waste to eliminate it like this. Jiang Wei raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With the ability of Angel Weiss, he could snap his fingers and restore time to before Super 17 was eliminated. Super Number 17 also spread his arms with a happy expression on his face. Without realizing it, he had already died once. This, manipulating time, reversing time, who is this young man? Both Dr. Gero and Dr. Mia retreated, slipping away. Such a powerful person is not something they can mess with. Hey? Where's my big BBS? Super Number 17 found that the Qigong bomb fired by Jiang Wei was gone, and showed a puzzled expression. Dr. Gero and the two were about to run away. Did I let you go? Jiang Wei's indifferent words made Dr. Gero and Dr. Gero dare not act rashly. With a wave of his hand, Super Number 17 fell into Jiang Wei's hands without any resistance and became a research sample. For Jiang Wei's sake, Dr. Gero and his grandson Goku resolved their grudges and returned to the underworld obediently. Jiang Wei studied Super 17 for 10 minutes and thoroughly understood the artificial human technology contained in Super 17. He defused the combination of Super 17 and transformed back into Android 17 and Hell 17. Android 17 was of course restored to normal by Jiang Wei. Hell number 17 became Jiang Wei's collection. The so-called Hell number 17, after research by Jiang Wei, is actually a clone of Android number 17. Android 17 died once along with Cell in the plot. Dr. Gero seized this opportunity, obtained the sample of Android 17 in the underworld, and created Hell 17. It can be understood that Hell number 17 is actually a clone ghost of Android number 17. Since Jiang Wei was summoned on the 18th, everyone was happy, so naturally there was no need to use the original Dragon Ball. But under Tong's prompting, Jiang Wei asked the protagonist group to use the original Dragon Balls to summon the dragon. The protagonist group immediately complied and did not dare to ask any more questions. After all, Jiang Wei's strength lay here. Even Super number 17 can only be a toy to Jiang Wei, and the protagonist group is also sensible. The Dragon Balls in the GT world are all dilapidated because they have completely different settings from the Dragon Balls in the Psi world. But because of this, it is the opportunity to change the rules of my dragon. Jiang Wei looked at the 7 Dragon Balls that were already covered with cracks and smiled. He raised his hands high and summoned the dragon. It should be said that it is an evil dragon. With a burst of strange laughter, a thing with a completely different shape from the Shenlong and looked very evil appeared. The protagonist group looked at the evil dragon with expressions of confusion. After the evil dragon was summoned, he didn't even look at the crowd. He took out a lighter and lit a cigar for himself. The gangster Fan Er said, "I will not grant any of your wishes." Chapter 128 The Rules Represented by the Evil Dragon. Ding! Different Shenlong rules, settings, appear. Do you want to absorb them? Jiang Wei looked at the evil dragon who was smoking a cigar. Absorb. Ah! The evil dragon felt something was wrong, and turned into energy in the next second, which was absorbed by Jiang Wei. The 7 Dragon Balls in the GT world also turned into stones. The advantage that absorbing the evil dragon brings to Jiang Wei is that as a divine dragon, he can ignore Uncle Sai's orthodox plot settings. Have greater freedom. Ah, the Dragon Ball has turned into stone, it seems different from the past. Bulma picked up the 7 stone beads and said doubtfully. The Dragon Balls in your world have completely disappeared. However, with my Dragon Balls, if you encounter trouble, it will be the same if you summon me. Jiang Wei said to everyone. When the protagonist group heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Without the Dragon Ball, many problems would be difficult to solve if the Dragon Ball could not be summoned. Jiang Wei stayed in the GT world for a few more days, obtained the Super Saiyan 4 transformation from Son Goku, and then returned to the main world. No longer restricted to stay for 24 hours, this is also the change brought about by the evil dragon. Because Jiang Wei brought back the Super Saiyan 4 transformation from the GT world, the protagonist group in the main world also broke through the limitations of Uncle Sai, and could also have one more transformation in addition to the Super Saiyan God. A transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Husband, you went out for a few more days than usual this time. Is there any change? Bulma asked as she threw herself into Jiang Wei's arms under the envious gazes of blonde Lan Qi and number 18. Jiang Wei regarded his experience in the GT world as a story and told it to Bulma and the others. Of course, Jiang Wei must have reserved some of the content and did not speak out in full. Because Jiang Wei was out this time for several days. At night, Bulma became more intense, but still could not break the defense on Jiang Wei's back. After breaking through Uncle Sai's restrictions on Shenlong, Jiang Wei is like turning on a modifier. He can improve the strength of Bulma and his younger brothers by making wishes. But except for Bulma, there were a few people who didn't like practicing very much, and everyone else refused to use this method to improve their strength. I have to say that Son Goku and others are real cultivation madmen. Even if you give him a shortcut, he won't take it. Jiang Wei also respects the choices of cultivators such as Son Goku. Anyway, as long as the women and children around him are willing, that's enough. This is the result. Not only is Jiang Wei the strongest, but his entire family is also the strongest. This leads to another result. In order to compete with each other, the younger brothers would hold martial arts conferences on Super Earth from time to time. Due to Jiang Wei's manipulation, his family's qualifications were unanimously blocked by his younger brothers. As long as the eldest brother and his family participate, there is no need for everyone to compete. Just admit defeat obediently. Dad, Uncle Goku, and the others are no longer willing to compete with me and my sister. Jiang Xiu ran over and said aggrievedly. Jiang Wei patted Jiang Xiu's head and said with a smile, Son, this is the price of growing up. Ding, report to the master, there is a Dragon Ball world, and the projection of 7 Dragon Balls summoned the master. Jiang Wei was discussing the principles of life with his son, when suddenly Tong's reminder sounded in his mind. Now, after absorbing the dragon rules of the GT worldview represented by the evil dragon, Jiang Wei has one more option. Can be like an evil dragon. Holding a lighter and smoking a cigar, he said to the person who summoned him, this Shenlong will no longer fulfill your wishes. Why don't you bite me? You can just ignore it. But Jiang Wei is a dedicated dragon. In other words, his only joy in life is to experience the changes in various Dragon Ball worlds and have some fun. Naturally, he will not refuse the call from the other side. Son, go play with your sister. Dad has something to do. Jiang Wei smiled and said to Jiang Xiu. Dad is going to work in other worlds again? When can you take my sister and me to see other worlds? Zhang Xiu asked curiously. Next time. If it were a world without a suitable Bulma, Jiang Wei would also be willing to take the children to see the world. But if the world where Jiang Wei is summoned has Bulma who meets his needs, Jiang Wei will naturally not consider taking his children there. The reason? Everyone who understands understands. Tongzi, summon my world, have you summoned me before? Before setting off, Jiang Wei asked as usual. Ding, this world has never summoned a master before. Ha, you haven't summoned my world. Jiang Wei rubbed his palms and turned into golden light and disappeared from the super earth in the main world. Another world. When Vegeto, the man with invincibility written on his face, entered Majin Buu's body, he transformed back into Son Goku and Vegeta. When Goku and Vegeta escaped from Majin Buu's body, Majin Buu also returned to his original form. Kid Buu. As soon as little Buu appeared, without saying a word, a big wave hit the earth. Exploded the earth. Vegeta didn't escape either, because the earth exploded and was sent back to the underworld. Only Son Goku is left in the Supreme Kai world to face Kid Buu alone. Oh, there is also an earthling named Satan who also survived and fished in the Supreme Kai world. Damn it, you actually blew up the earth without saying a word, even that guy Vegeta wasn't spared. Because he witnessed the explosion of the earth, Son Goku was really angry. He swayed and punched little Buu who was howling excitedly and beating his belly like a gorilla because of the explosion of the earth. Little Buu, who was being excited, received a solid punch from Son Goku in the face. His face was deformed by the punch, and he flew towards a stone wall, smashing it to pieces. Being punched by Son Goku, little Buu was also very angry. He crawled out from the rubble and launched a fist and kick attack at Son Goku who came up to him. The two of them punched each other and kicked each other, and the fight was extremely fierce. Regardless of whether it was Son Goku or little Buu, they both received punches and kicks from each other. But it is obvious that Son Goku is even more at a loss. He saw blood. Taking advantage of a punch to knock back Son Goku, little Buu immediately flew up and kicked Son Goku hard on the waist. Little Buu kicked him and hit him on the ground, making a painful sound. Seeing Son Goku's painful look, little Buu was in the sky, as excited as a gorilla, beating his chest and jumping around, acting like an irrational beast. Chapter 129 Give Little Bobby the Middle Finger. In the tall grass on the side, which could hide an adult, Satan was trembling with fear from the cruelty of little Buu. Next to the evil Satan, Fat Buu squatted, looking at the sky, excited like a gorilla. Little Buu. The plump face was full of solemnity. In this world, Kid Buu blew up the earth due to a disagreement, causing Vegeta to go offline. Under the chain reaction, Fat Buu was separated from Little Buu in advance and joined up with the evil drag Satan. Oh no, 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 Buu, the one named Son Goku can't seem to beat the other, the smaller Buu. Seeing Son Goku being beaten in front of Little Buu again, Satan was very worried. The earth is gone. If something happens to Son Goku again, the earth will be completely hopeless. It's impossible to survive even if you drag Satan and Fat Buu with you. That cruel little Buu will never let them go. Satan, when I just came out, I picked up this thing. Fat Buu held a shining golden bead in his gloved hand. It was precisely because of picking up this shining golden bead that Fat Buu no longer wanted to stand up and fight little Buu. Fat Buu is just stupid, not stupid. Fat Buu, who couldn't even defeat Skinny Buu, took the initiative to defeat Buu in his most primitive and ferocious form. Isn't this just seeking death? But without this shining golden bead, Fat Buu had no choice but to stand up and drag Satan to fight little Buu in order to protect the dead and share the pressure for Son Goku. This bead, wow, so amazing! As soon as I took it in my hand, the whereabouts of the other 6 identical beads appeared in my mind. Wait, could this be the Dragon Ball I've heard of that can summon the dragon to fulfill all wishes? Me si too, Satan said with a surprised look on his face. As a native of Earth, The eldest lady of the Universal Capsule Company knows the legend of Dragon Ball. The little monster who wants to be the king who rules the world knows the legend of Dragon Ball. The boss of the world's most ferocious legion also knows the legend of Dragon Ball. Superlative Satan is apparently the strongest person on earth. Could he not know the legend of Dragon Ball? Satan, do you know what this bead is? Fat Bu asked quickly when he saw the smile on Satan's face. Bu, if the legend I heard is true, then we will be saved. Seeing that Son Goku in the sky had been punched out of the Super Saiyan 3 form by little Bu, Satan said quickly with an anxious tone. I understand, Satan, let's collect all the Dragon Balls, summon the dragon, and get rid of the bad guy. Fat Bu said immediately. He looked at little Bu and was very unhappy. Yeah. But before we leave, you'd better treat Son Goku first so that he can have enough strength to hold off the bad guy. Seeing that Son Goku had fallen, not far from the grass where they were hiding, Satan pointed at Son Goku and said to Fat Bu. Fat Bu nodded, jumped out, pointed his hands at Son Goku, and released a reply light. Taking advantage of little Bu's excitement and jumping around like a gorilla, he treated Son Goku. I didn't expect it was you, thank you. Son Goku regained his strength, transformed into Super Saiyan 3 again, and fought again with little Bu who flew over. And Fat Bu, dragging Satan away quickly with the Deathly Hound, is looking for the other 6 Dragon Balls scattered in the Supreme Kai world. Kid Bu was annoyed. For little Bu, Fat Bu is part of its power, and Fat Bu jumps out on his own. When little Bu is about to reabsorb part of his power, Son Goku stopped it again and refused to let it go. He could only fight with Son Goku again. After being treated by Fat Bu, Son Goku was in full swing. He punched little Bu with the full force of Super Saiyan 3 and flew away. An angry roar, like a wild beast. Little Bu, who was sent flying dozens of meters, flew back again and punched Son Goku in the face first, but Son Goku blocked it with both hands. Then he flew up and kicked Son Goku in the open abdomen, causing Son Goku to scream in pain and fly far away. Little Bu beat his chest excitedly, then flew over to chase Son Goku. Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 actually surpasses Kid Bu in power. But Kid Bu's resilience is really unreasonable. Once the fighting time is prolonged, it will be Super Saiyan 3's Son Goku who loses more and more. Just then, Fat Bu brought the Death Drag Satan and had collected all the Dragon Balls. According to the legend, the Death Drag Satan raised his hands high and summoned Jiang Wei. Come out, Shenlong. In an instant, the sky in the Supreme Kai world is also filled with lightning and thunder. Like the pressure of the end of the world, it has also descended on the land of Supreme Kai. Even Son Goku and little Bu, who were fighting fiercely, were stunned. Is this someone summoning Shenron? In the Supreme Kai world, Son Goku was confused. Chi 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 chi. Little Bu just let out a series of monkey calls of unknown meaning. Then, Son Goku and Kid Bu did whatever they had to do and got into a fight again. Jiang Wei looked at the surrounding environment, which was the Supreme Kai world, and looked down at the person who summoned him. Damn it, Satan or Fat Bu, who of you will make a wish? This dragon can grant any wish, but remember, there is only one wish. When Super Satan saw Jiang Wei appear, he knew that the legend about the dragon was true, and he was excited. He almost spoke and expressed his desire to restore the earth. Satan really wants to save the earth and his daughter Bidalai. But his reason allowed him to forcefully swallow the words back just as he was about to leave his mouth. Jiang Wei made it clear that any wish can come true, but only one wish can come true. If the earth is restored, daughter Bidalai is saved. So what? Kid Bu is still here. This violent thing can blow up the earth once, and it can blow up the earth a second time. There is no point in restoring the earth and rescuing his daughter Videl if little Bu does not die. At this time, Fat Bu got even more excited when he saw the devil dragging Satan, but he didn't say anything, so he said, Shenron, Can you destroy that bad guy? Bad guy? Jiang Wei was slightly stunned, but immediately understood that the bad guy in Fat Bu's mouth was referring to Little Bu. Sure. Fat Bu immediately said happily, Shenron, then you should destroy that bad guy. It's very simple. Jiang Wei raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, Sun Gokul and Little Bu, who were fighting each other, were teleported over by Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei put Sun Gokul, Fat Bu, and Magical Satan under cover behind a body hundreds of meters away, and gestured with his middle finger towards Little Bu, who was confused for a moment due to the change of venue. You are this? Ho ho ho! Little Bu was immediately furious, and the holes in his head were so angry that steam was emitting again, making the sound of boiling water. It is truly an international lingua franca. Even the irrational thing like Little Bu can understand. The enraged Little Bu, who was ruthless and didn't say much, launched a huge Qigong wave towards Jiang Wei, trying to eliminate Jiang Wei and Sun Gokul who were hiding behind him. Stupid guy, I want another Little Bu clone, ha ha ha. Facing the big wave launched by Little Bu, Jiang Wei smiled proudly. After attacking Jiang Wei in Shenlong form, Little Bu triggered Jiang Wei's passive ability House Search, and was instantly deprived of everything by Jiang Wei. Little Bu, who lost all his power, was turned into a pink carrot by Jiang Wei and given to Fat Bu. Chapter 130 Meeting Tova and Myra again. It's not tasty and nutritious. It's just a layer of skin. Fat Bu chewed the pink carrot, chewed it, spit it out, and said in disgust. Because Little Bu attacked Jiang Wei in Shenlong form and was deprived of all his power, the pink carrot he naturally turned into was only superficial. Fat Bu won't gain any strength after eating it. The 7 golden lights dissipated, Jiang Wei turned back to a human, and looked at Sun Gokul and others with strange expressions. This is the first time I know that Shenlong can transform into a human being. Sun Gokul jumped up and intercepted all the 7 Dragon Balls that were about to fly away but had turned into stones. Follow previous operations. After a year, when the Dragon Balls have finished cooling down and can be used again, it will be time to restore the earth. No need for Jiang Wei to remind, Sun Gokul also understands. In the following days, Sun Gokul and the other 2 could only spend the next days in the Supreme Kai world. Okay, I have fulfilled your wish, so please leave. When Jiang Wei saw the current situation of Sun Gokul and the others, he lost interest in staying any longer, so he said hello and was about to ask Tongzi to send him back. Jiang Wei changed his mind. Sun Gokul and the other 3 also cast their surprised eyes in one direction. Because, there, a small space-time vortex suddenly appeared. What is that? Sun Gokul and the 3 of them are not sure why. Jiang Wei narrowed his eyes with an interesting expression on his face. He had encountered this small space-time vortex before when he was dealing with waves of evil thoughts. I didn't expect to meet Tova and Myra again so soon. But will it be them who come out of the small vortex of time and space this time? It didn't take long. 2 figures walked out of the small vortex of time and space, a man and a woman. Hey, it's you again? Handsome guy, we meet again. Tao's eyes were immediately attracted by Jiang Wei, with a surprised expression on her charming face. Jiang Wei does not belong to the plot, history, and Tao actually meets him again in another time and space. This shows that Jiang Wei, like them, is a fellow traveler and a time traveler, and can also travel through time and space. So what is his purpose? Tova became more interested in Jiang Wei. Myra on the side saw Fat Bu, analyzed it, frowned slightly, and said to Tova, "Honey, we are late, and Little Bu must be too. He was eliminated by that guy again. He is too, it's too much." He looked at Jiang Wei with anger and murderous intent. Tova and Myra travel through different time and space in order to change history and obtain special energy to strengthen themselves. This time, we come to the time and space of the Bu chapter in the plot to help Little Bu win and kill Sun Gokul, so as to change history, plot, and obtain special energy. Unexpectedly, I met Jiang Wei again this time, and my trip was in vain. Of course Myra was unhappy. If Tova hadn't been his wife, she would have been his creator and master. Myra will definitely deal with Jiang Wei. As for whether it can be cleaned up, that is another concept. Can you tell me what happened, handsome guy? Tova also asked with interest. If Jiang Wei was doing the same thing as them, Tao wouldn't mind recruiting Jiang Wei to join them. After all, what they did, changing history without authorization, was a serious crime. In the eyes of some people, it is hard to stand. One more person joining the group to keep warm is much more cost-effective than one more enemy. I somewhat understand what your purpose is in traveling through time and space. Is it right to change history? Combining the information revealed by Tao and the others last time, Jiang Wei came to this conclusion. Traveling through time and space is a serious crime, so changing history is an added crime, isn't it? Then future Trunks and his mother Bulma, aren't they starting out as serious criminals? Tova nodded. So, in a way, we're all doing the same thing. Jiang Wei told the truth. Whoever makes a wish to him, he will fulfill his wish. As for whether fulfilling his wish would change the plot and violate taboos, Jiang Wei had never considered it. As expected. Then, can I invite you to join us, Jiang Wei? Tova smiled. If you join me, I will consider it. Jiang Wei shook his head and smiled. The smile on Tao's face froze for a moment. That's a pity. She shrugged. Arrogant guy, hey. Myra said coldly and disdainfully. To correct you, I'm never arrogant. Jiang Wei stretched out a finger, shook it, and said to Myra. I want to try. Myra looked like she wanted to fight, but was held back by his wife Tova. No one who can travel through time and space to cause trouble is simple. Tova's mind is very calculating, and she will not do such stupid things to create strong enemies for herself out of nothing. Handsome guy, then we will meet again later. Tova waved to Jiang Wei, and pulled Myra, who looked dissatisfied, to leave through the small space-time vortex. You don't want to see me again. Jiang Wei told the truth a few times. Ah, I'm just being polite to you. Tao also smiled and continued following Jiang Wei's words. Just when Tova and Myra were about to disappear into the small vortex of time and space. Tova and Myra, I caught you this time. Another small space-time vortex appeared, and two figures also walked out of it. Seeing the new arrival, Son Goku immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Superlative Satan was also shocked. Fat Buu's eyes kept moving on Son Goku and one of the newcomers. There are actually two grandsons Goku. Fat Buu showed a question mark face. Time and Space Patrol, you guys are really haunting us. Tao said with a smile on her face and a cold voice. Well, the style of their clothes is very similar to the grandsons Goku and Vegeta from GT Time and Space. But how could Goku and Vegeta, the grandsons from GT Time and Space, end up in the Buu world? Jiang Wei also looked at the newly appeared Son Goku and Vegeta, showing an interested expression. Jiang Wei is not very familiar with Dragon Ball peripheral games and fan fiction. Who is that person? I have never seen this person in other time and space. Are you one of Tova's group? Goku, the grandson of the Time Patrol, looked at himself in this time and space, and Jiang Wei, who was dragging Satan and Fat Buu together, shouted and asked. Chapter 131 I, Vegeta, would like to call you the strongest. What a joke! You should say that Tova and I are the same team. Jiang Wei crossed his arms and hugged his chest. Handsome guy, you are so interesting. Hearing this, Tova was also happy for a moment and had no intention of leaving immediately. There were only two members of the Space-Time Patrol in front of me. And with Jiang Wei, there are three people on Tao's side, and Tao has the advantage. As for Jiang Wei and Tao not being in the same group? As for what Jiang Wei did, he couldn't possibly be with the Space-Time Patrol. The space-time patrol will make Jiang Wei understand who he should be with. Myra glared at Jiang Wei fiercely. In front of me, you said that my mother-in-law and you are in the same group? As a husband, am I shameless? Vegeta, this person doesn't seem to be in the same group as the habitual criminal Tova and the others. Do you want to ask more? Goku, Tokusan's grandson, looked at Jiang Wei and Tova, and discussed with Tokusan Vegeta. Time Patrol Vegeta looked as cold and arrogant as ever. Kakarot, even if this person is not one of Tova's group, he is definitely a time and space criminal who travels through time and space at will and destroys history. I didn't know that someone like him existed in the original history. Goku, Tokusan's grandson, felt that what Tokusan Vegeta said made sense, so he said to Jiang Wei, those who have never met before, come back with us to be investigated. Then he said to Tawa and Myra, you two, I have been chasing you for so long. I can't even think of escaping again today. Myra looked at the grandson Goku, and said proudly, Goku, don't feel too good about yourself. You don't really think that Tawa and I are avoiding you because we are afraid of you, right? Haha. Tova's purpose is to travel through time and space, destroy history, and collect special energy. At the same time, Son Goku and others fought against each other, but they couldn't even get a single hair, and it was a waste of time and effort. Since you can avoid the space-time patrol, you should try to avoid it as much as possible. But I didn't say that I was afraid of them. Well, let me tell you something. Your other me, like Trunks, should be from the future, right? The Tova and Mila you mentioned, I really don't know who they are, and it hasn't been long since they appeared. But this Jiang Wei is the dragon summoned with 7 Dragon Balls. He helped us destroy Little Bu. He is a good man. Son Goku raised a hand and spoke for Jiang Wei. A dragon turns into a human? Unheard of. The eyes of Tokusan Goku and Tokusan Vegeta were instead focused on Jiang Wei because of Goku's words, did you kill Little Bu? This can be regarded as changing history. So, you still have to follow us. Go back and accept the investigation. This. Son Goku felt that his words had put Jiang Wei into trouble, so he stood up and stood side by side with Jiang Wei. The awesome Satan and Fat Bu also stood up. Jiang Wei is a divine dragon, and Satan is still counting on Jiang Wei to restore the earth and resurrect his daughter Bidalai a year later. How dare you let someone of unknown origin take Jiang Wei away? If something goes wrong with Jiang Wei, he will not be able to summon the dragon in a year. Satan wouldn't dare to gamble. Now it was Goku's turn to change his expression. Why were everyone here targeting him and Vegeta, making it seem like they were the bad guys? Although Tokiguru-san Goku can transform into Super Saiyan 4, he is not afraid of his other self who can only transform into Super Saiyan 3, as well as Fat Bu who has lost most of his power. But the Space-Time Patrol is a just organization that safeguards history. It is based on reason and principles, rather than relying solely on violence. I briefed Son Goku and others about the information about the Space-Time Patrol and Space-Time criminals. Kakarot, you are the only one who talks nonsense. Tokisuma Vegeta, when Tokusan Goku was doing science popularization, he turned his head aside arrogantly, but he didn't interrupt Tokusan Goku. So, you are good people. Son Goku gave his understanding with a naive look, and then said to Jiang Wei, Vegeta and I in the other world are good people. You can also trust them. It doesn't matter if you just go with them. Handsome guy, do you really want to go with them? Tova asked with a smile. No one in this world can ask me to actively cooperate with the investigation. Jiang Wei told the truth again. Haha, then let us see your strength. Taoa smiled tenderly, a little sarcastically. She does not deny that Jiang Wei has strength. After all, there is no one who can run around and cause trouble in various time and space. Taoa just thinks that Jiang Wei is too crazy. Kakarot, look, in the end, you can only rely on your fists, not your mouth. Tokigami Vegeta sneered at Tokigami's grandson Goku. You want to see my strength? It's very simple. Jiang Wei smiled at Taoa, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Before Goku, the grandson of Toki, could speak, Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Wei and punched Jiang Wei, who still kept his arms crossed and hugged his chest. That punch hit Jiang Wei's face in an ordinary way. Tokigami Vegeta immediately showed disdain. Listening to what you said, I thought you were a very powerful guy, but didn't expect this? You can't even dodge my normal punch. What? You're not hurt at all. How is this possible? Vegeta's expression changed suddenly because he punched Jiang Wei in the face without breaking his defense. Tokigami Vegeta, who didn't believe it, greeted Jiang Wei with his fists and kicks, and even transformed into Super Saiyan 4, but he still couldn't shake Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei kept his arms crossed and hugged his chest, allowing Vegeta to tickle him. Vegeta, haven't you had enough to eat? Is this it? From time to time, Jiang Wei would taunt Vegeta, making him furious but helpless. Garrick Cannon! Tokusan Vegeta shouted loudly and used all his strength to send a Qigong wave to Jiang Wei's face. Boom! The violent explosion shocked the Supreme Kai world. Jiang Wei continued to remain unscathed. With this little power, I don't even need to dodge, haha. Jiang Wei had an arrogant expression on his face. Looking at the people in the venue, they all had extremely shocked expressions on their faces. Especially Myra, she felt even more fortunate. Where did he get the confidence to give Jiang Wei a try? With the strength Jiang Wei showed, if he wanted to destroy Myra, just one finger would be more than enough. Tao's beautiful eyes flashed repeatedly. She decided to have a good relationship with Jiang Wei at any cost. At least, you can't stand on the opposite side of Jiang Wei. I lost. I, Vegeta, would like to call you the strongest. Tokigami Vegeta, who was exhausted from the fight and whose limbs were weak, retreated in defeat. Even Tokigawa Vegeta can't do it, and Goku, Tokigami's grandson, won't be asking for trouble. When he spoke to Jiang Wei again, he didn't even notice that his tone was much softer, losing the fullness of his voice before. Jiang Wei didn't even need to make a move, he only had to cross his arms and embrace his chest, and he defeated Tokoyuki Vegeta, who was never easily convinced, and shocked everyone present. After letting everyone present see the tip of the iceberg of his strength. Ding! Get a Taoa clone! Handsome guy, Lord Jiang Wei, let me and Myra join your ranks. Tova pulled Myra with a very humble attitude. Even Myra, who had always been cold and arrogant, had to bow her head in front of Jiang Wei. Chapter 132 As a dragon, you really embarrass me. It's not impossible. You and Myra, just go back with me. Jiang Wei was about to instruct Tongzi to take Taoa and Myra back together. Taoa said confidently, Sir Jiang Wei, in fact, we have the ability to accurately locate time and space. From you, we have located the time and space where you are. We can follow you to the time and space where you are without relying on the power of adults. Jiang Wei touched his chin and felt that Taoa was showing him his abilities. Of course, he had to give them a chance to show off, so he asked them to follow him back to the main world in their own way. Goku, the grandson of Toki, was also very anxious. Tova and Myra voted for the extremely powerful Jiang Wei in front of him, which was certainly not a good thing. Will this allow them, the Space-Time Patrol team, to happily fight against space-time criminals in the future? He bit the bullet and said, Jiang Wei, disrupting a few time and space, in fact, strictly speaking, it is not a big deal. Even Trunks in our team once traveled through time and space and changed history. Now he has become our partner, right? What I mean is, do you want to follow us back to meet our leader, Lord Supreme Kai of Time? You don't need to join us, as long as you also have the idea of fighting the demon Supreme Kai, you are our partner. Supreme Kai of Time? It's quite interesting. I didn't know there was such a Supreme Kai. I can meet the Supreme Kai of Time, but if he comes to see me on his own, I have no interest in following you to meet the Supreme Kai of Time. Who is Jiang Wei? What is the identity of Supreme Kai of Time? Zeno always calls Jiang Wei Big Brother when he sees him. How can you, a weird Supreme Kai, have the dignity to ask Jiang Wei to come and meet you in person? Can't you tell the difference between a big king and a big king? Jiang Wei, I will convey your wishes to the Supreme Kai of Time. Tokusun Son Goku rubbed the back of his head and said with embarrassment. Jiang Wei waved to Son Goku and the others, and disappeared into a golden light. Tova and Myra were left with big eyes and small eyes. Sir Jiang Wei's situation seems to be a little different from what we know. After Jiang Wei returned to the main world, he found that Tova and Myra had not followed. He didn't take it seriously either. It seems so. Tova and Myra traveled through time and space, but they didn't seem to travel through time and space. Whether it's Tova, Myra, or the Time and Space Patrol, their so-called traveling through time and space should be different from their own. Even if he travels through time and space, Jiang Wei is unique. In the main world, except with my wife Bulma, there is no need to use pants. The days continue to pass in dullness. Ding! Report to the Master, there is another time and space, the projection of the 7 Dragon Balls has been gathered, and the Master has been summoned. Life requires passion. After hearing that he was going to run a business, Jiang Wei now felt that life was not boring. He made up his mind, if he met Tova and Myra again this time, if they were not arrested and brought to justice by the so-called Space-Time Patrol team, Jiang Wei will definitely take Tova and Myra back to Super Earth. If he met Son Goku of the Space-Time Patrol, or Vegeta who was severely beaten by him, Jiang Wei didn't mind being merciful and was willing to waste some time on Supreme Kai, waiting for him to come to see him. The Supreme Kai of Time should be a time-related Supreme Kai, and Jiang Wei is also interested in acquiring it. Another world. It all started when Beerus fell asleep and dreamed of the Super Saiyan God. So this hairless cat started purring and dragging his shit-sweeper Angel Weiss to the earth to find the Super Saiyan God in his dream. Typical, idle balls hurt. As for the main characters on Earth, they were all attending Bulma's birthday party just because it was her birthday. By some strange combination of circumstances, Bulma mistook Beerus and Whis, who came to Earth to make trouble to some extent, as Vegeta's friends and who also came to attend her birthday party. The appearance of Beerus frightened Vegeta so much that he couldn't even maintain his cold personality. He almost became a funny character. Beerus once stepped on his father, King Vegeta's head. Vegeta saw that scene and it became the only shadow of his childhood. In order to prevent Beerus from finding a reason, he went crazy on the earth. Vegeta's various antics almost made the rest of the protagonist group not recognize him. At this time, no one else in the protagonist group realized it except Vegeta or Son Goku. A thin, ribbed, hairless cat who brings a sissy to Bulma's birthday party turns out to be the biggest crisis in this life for the Earth King, who has always been in trouble. Just for a piece of pudding, Fat Bupd off Beerus. It also made Vegeta's efforts to destroy his character come to nothing. And because Bulma was beaten by Beerus, Vegeta stopped compromising in anger and returned to his normal personality. He stood up for a while in front of Beerus who beat his wife in front of him. The destruction of the earth has become irreversible. But as the base of the protagonist group, everyone knows that the earth cannot really perish. What saved the earth was Beerus' attention was drawn back to his original purpose of coming to Earth. Find the Super Saiyan God. But the protagonist knows how to hammer the Super Saiyan God. In the end, we can only sacrifice the Dragon Balls, summon the dragon, and leave the problem to the dragon to solve the problem. Mom, we have 2 sets of Dragon Balls now. Which set of Dragon Balls should we use to summon the dragon? Trunks brought both the original and Jiang Wei version of the Dragon Balls to Bulma and asked. Bulma didn't even think about it, and immediately said, just for insurance, let's use them all. After all, it is about the survival of the Earth, and there is no room for mistakes. That thin. Lord Beerus, you don't talk very well, be careful. Not wrong. Just in time, we can also take a look at the difference between the dragons summoned by the Dragon Balls that suddenly appeared 2 days ago and the dragons summoned by the previous Dragon Balls. I know, Mom. Trunks placed both sets of Dragon Balls on the ground in front of everyone. Especially the face of Beerus, who has evil intentions and will make everyone present look like a fool if he doesn't give me a good result. Open your hands, raise them to the sky, and shout, Shenlong, come out. In an instant, there was lightning and thunder in the sky. It's like the pressure of the end of the world descending on the earth. Beerus snorted, it's so mysterious that it hasn't gained strength after so many years. The Earth Dragon was summoned and was about to speak to everyone in a majestic voice. His eyes caught sight of Beerus staring at it. Blood-red eyes, pupils dilated immediately. He said it in a very humble tone, so Lord Beerus, you are here, what can I do for you? As a dragon, you really embarrass me, little dwarf on earth. A disdainful voice reached everyone's ears. Chapter 133 Vegeta vs. Beerus. It's another divine dragon, over 100 meters long. Compared with it, the Earth Dragon is just a small reptile. Because by the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, the size of the Earth Dragon has shrunk horribly, and is only as tall as an Earth adult, with no cards left at all. Who are you? Don't think that just because you are big, you can talk nonsense. Only then did the Earth Dragon notice Jiang Wei beside him, and said with an unhappy expression. Compared with Jiang Wei, the Earth Dragon at this time is no dwarf. It's little one. Jiang Wei ignored the Earth Dragon and took out his lighter, lit a cigar for himself, took a puff like a big boss, and then slowly said, Tell me your wishes, what wishes are you, this dragon? Everything can come true, but be careful, only one wish can come true. Weiss looked at Jiang Wei with interest. The others, even the other dragon, were all respectful in front of Lord Beerus, not daring to take a breath. This guy dares to show off in front of Lord Beerus. Interesting. So fun. Beerus just glanced at Jiang Wei, any wish can come true, right? I have only one wish, tell me where the Super Saiyan God is? If you don't satisfy me, I will destroy both of you. Lose. The Earth Dragon wailed in his heart. As the god of destruction, Lord Beerus is notoriously difficult to serve. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and tell him how to create a Super Saiyan God, hoping that Beerus would be satisfied. But Jiang Wei snapped his fingers, it's very simple. Then he said, you want to know where the Super Saiyan God is? Look at them, aren't they all right in front of you? As Goku, Vegeta and other Saiyans erupted with a burst of terrifying energy. They all transformed into the blue-haired form of the Super Saiyan God. Lord Beerus, are you still satisfied? Beerus's cat eyes were already widened, so many Super Saiyan gods? What's going on? Everyone, even Weiss, was stunned by Jiang Wei's generosity. That big guy, how did he do it? The most surprising thing is actually the Earth Dragon. Giving power to others is definitely beyond the limitations of Shenlong rules. How to make the Earth Dragon not surprised? Okay, little reptile, you can leave now. Next is the adults' game, GGG. Jiang Wei flicked the ashes and saw the ashes falling accurately, burying the Earth Dragon, which was only 1 person tall. Ahem. The Earth Dragon struggled out of the ashes. Seeing that Beerus had completely focused on the newly released Super Saiyan gods such as Son Goku and Vegeta, he didn't even bother to look at this little reptile. Then he turned into golden light and left in despair. Jiang Wei also turned back into a human and continued to eat melons and watch the fun. Because Beerus was so scary, he attracted everyone's attention. So the 2 divine dragons disappeared one after another, and no one in the protagonist group noticed that there was another stranger in the field. Except Weiss. He watched the whole process of Jiang Wei becoming a human being. Immediately. Show a surprised expression. When Beerus started negotiating with Son Goku and others, Weiss was eating snacks and took the initiative to walk to Jiang Wei. Haha, I didn't realize before that you are an outsider. Jiang Wei looked back at Weiss with a smile on his face. Weiss, don't tell me again that traveling through time and space is a felony. Weiss opened and closed her mouth slightly in surprise. Outsider, do you know me? I know you from my world. Jiang Wei smiled and said, you and that hairless cat, in my world, come to my planet from time to time to have a meal. Even if you know me, I'm still the Supreme Kai from another world. Traveling through time and space is still a felony. Especially since you have the identity of Supreme Kai, it's even more serious. Weiss said slightly seriously. What now? Jiang Wei released some of Zeno's unique power aura. Weiss, who has always been calm, has a rare expression on his face. Ahem, do you still know Mr. Zeno from your world? Then just think of what I said just now as a joke. I didn't mean anything else. Weiss laughed. Master Zeno doesn't mind that Jiang Wei travels through other time and space. Weiss is just an angel. Why are you meddling in other people's business? The two are talking. Beerus, Son Goku, and others also reached negotiations. The protagonist creates a Super Saiyan God and competes with Beerus. Regardless of winning or losing, Beerus will ensure the safety of the Earth and never destroy it. If it weren't for the Saiyans in the protagonist group, all of them would have been transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue Hair by Jiang Wei. Beerus was afraid that if this group of Super Saiyan gods swarmed up, he might really be overturned. He will never agree to conditions that are inconsistent with his character. He, Beerus, is definitely not a talkative god of destruction. Don't fight with me. I'll fight Lord Beerus. Vegeta's piercing gaze swept across the other Super Saiyan gods, causing Trunks and others to give in. Even Son Goku could only compromise at Vegeta's insistence and gave Vegeta the chance to fight Beerus. There is no doubt about it. Among the protagonists, the one who hates Beerus the most is Vegeta. Beerus not only made Vegeta's aloof persona collapse and turned into a funny character. What's even more outrageous is that he even beat his beloved Bulma. In the plot, it is Son Goku who becomes the Super Saiyan God. But when Vegeta had the power of Super Saiyan God, he must be looking for Beerus to get the situation back. When Beerus and Vegeta both flew straight into the sky, the eyes of everyone present, even Jiang Wei and Whis, ended their conversation and focused their attention on Beerus and Vegeta, who were about to fight. This punch is for my Bulma. Vegeta's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Beerus, punching him hard on the cat's face, which had very little meat. Beerus easily raised his arm and blocked Vegeta's fist. The collision between the fist and the arm was so intense that even the surrounding space was distorted visibly to the naked eye. Vegeta punched continuously with both hands, punch after punch, like shells fired from heavy artillery, hitting Beerus, but he was still unable to break through Beerus's arm and hit Beerus' body. On the contrary, Beerus casually caught Vegeta's punch and punched him. In an instant, Vegeta's face was deformed. Vegeta opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking closely at Beerus, he raised his hand to wipe the bloodshot eyes from the corner of his mouth. But Beerus's movements were as fast as teleportation. Vegeta had no time to react and was slapped in the face by Beerus. Another punch hit Vegeta's face, causing his face to continue to deform. Chapter 134, Killing Beerus with One Finger. Vegeta, is this all you have? Beerus taunted. It seems that I have a high opinion of this Super Saiyan God? But the next moment, Beerus' punch towards Vegeta was blocked by Vegeta with his hands crossed. You can actually block my fist. Beerus frowned slightly, feeling that he was extremely wise to value the Super Saiyan God. Blocking Beerus' fist, Vegeta immediately launched a counterattack, and the shadow of his fist instantly enveloped Beerus. But he didn't even touch Beerus' body. Suddenly, Beerus' fist passed through the fist shadow created by Vegeta and hit Vegeta in the abdomen. The beating made Vegeta's body arch up. Beerus was about to take the opportunity to punch Vegeta in the back. Vegeta turned around suddenly and used the prince's fighting technique at close range. In an instant, countless Qigong bullets were fired at Beerus' face. It turns out, forcing Beerus to retreat slightly. Vegeta immediately stopped the prince's fighting method, flew up, and was about to continue punching Beerus. Beerus, on the other hand, stretched out a finger and pointed it at Vegeta, quickly condensing a Qigong bomb and shooting it towards the flying Vegeta. Vegeta was shocked and immediately crossed his hands to block. Boom! The violent explosion and the terrifying shock wave generated set off turbulent waves in the oceans around the world. The smoke cleared. It was Vegeta who was unconscious and fell from the air with his clothes in tatters. Vegeta lost. To be able to fight with me who has used all his strength for such a long time, this Super Saiyan God should not be underestimated. Beerus stood in the void, looking at Son Goku and other Super Saiyan gods who had surrounded Vegeta below. The expression on his face was anything but relaxed. At the same time, a thought came to mind. If the cigar-smoking Shenron hadn't created so many Super Saiyan gods, maybe the pressure on him in the future wouldn't be as great as it is now. His eyes suddenly changed. Who is that person next to Weiss? Outsider? Or an alien Supreme Kai from another time and space? Weiss, what's going on with this foreign Supreme Kai? You and him are still chatting and laughing. Beerus fell next to Weiss, looking very dissatisfied. Lord Beerus, this Jiang Wei, in addition to being the Supreme Kai of other time and space, he is also a divine dragon. Strictly speaking, he was summoned because of you. Therefore, it should not be illegal for him to travel through time and space. Weiss looked at his cat and felt bad water in his stomach again. Weiss' favorite thing, besides delicious food, is cheating on Beerus from time to time to spice up Angel's long and monotonous life. Is that so? Jiang Wei, the Supreme Kai from outside, come and discuss with me. I will not hold you responsible for traveling through time and space without permission. Beerus smiled confidently at Jiang Wei and said, Don't worry. I won't destroy you. Beerus, you want to spar with me? Jiang Wei smiled. The Beerus of his world would never take the initiative to ask him for a discussion. I agree. I also believe that you will not destroy me. Beerus' smile deepened. It is true that I will not destroy you, but it is inevitable to punish you severely. Who asked you to create so many Super Saiyan gods? Beerus is not in a good mood today. Weiss smiled too. Lord Beerus is indeed not going to destroy that alien Supreme Kai Jiang Wei. It would be nice if Jiang Wei didn't kill Lord Beerus. I can watch Lord Beerus' show again later. The discussion between Jiang Wei and Beerus attracted another wave of attention. Who is that person? When did he come to the venue? Bulma and others noticed that Jiang Wei was an unfamiliar face and couldn't help but murmur. Is that person also a Super Saiyan god? If not, how can he fight against Lord Beerus, who is the god of destruction? Son Goku and others obviously have different concerns about Jiang Wei than Bulma and others. Standing in the void, Beerus was still the same as before, with his hands behind his back, showing off. Jiang Wei also continued to pose, crossing his arms and hugging his chest. Also showing off. Everyone who was looking at him became impatient. We are here to watch you fight, not to watch you show off. Supreme Kai from outside, Jiang Wei, why don't you take action? Beerus waited for a while, and when he saw that Jiang Wei hadn't attacked him yet, he couldn't help but ask. As the strongest god of destruction, Beerus also has to fight hard and will not take the initiative to attack opponents weaker than him. Beerus, do you really want me to take action first? As soon as I take action, you will have no chance to take action. Jiang Wei told the truth a few times. Humph, I think this guy doesn't have much ability, but he's quite good at bragging. Vegeta said disdainfully. Vegeta knows exactly how strong the blue-haired Super Saiyan God is. Back then, Little Bu couldn't catch a single move in front of Super Saiyan God Blue Hair. This is already far beyond the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 3. But facing Beerus, the god of destruction, he was as helpless as facing the world boxing champion in kindergarten. Jiang Wei's speech will naturally attract Vegeta's ridicule. Son Goku and others, although they did not express their support to Vegeta like a passerby, belittled Jiang Wei in various ways. But there was also suspicion in their eyes. That's good. I'm going to see how you can prevent me from taking action. Beerus had only one feeling about Jiang Wei's words. That's so funny. All right. The next moment, Jiang Wei's figure suddenly appeared in front of Beerus, stretched out his finger and lightly tapped Beerus' head before he could react. Beerus' indifferent eyes made his pupils dilate instantly. It was like being struck by a terrifying blow. Like a fighter jet shot down by an anti-aircraft gun, it fell helplessly from the sky. Today's Jiang Wei, with his normal strength, can kill Beerus, the strongest god of destruction, with one finger. And he has not yet used the power of Xeno, the destructive energy of the god of destruction, which can restrain the god of destruction. Jiang Wei crushed Beerus with his pure and almost unlimited combat power. As the god of destruction, if not a divine creature like the Super Saiyan God, combat prowess alone can no longer hurt Beerus. As a divine creature capable of harming Beerus, the god of destruction, he is the Super Saiyan God. Also subject to the restrictions of the god of destruction rules, the strength of the Super Saiyan God is only 60% of the god of destruction no matter what. So, Jiang Wei was able to kill Beerus in seconds using only his combat power, and it was because of his always-on Supreme Kai identity. Even though Supreme Kai is in the plot, its combat ability is terrible. But the god who serves as a counterpoint to the god of destruction. The god of destruction can suppress the rules of Super Saiyan God, but it is ineffective against Supreme Kai, whose strength is far inferior to Super Saiyan God. Chapter 135 Trunks has backup. Beerus, the god of destruction, has been defeated. And it was a disastrous failure. Except for Weiss, who was relatively calm, the protagonists could hardly believe their eyes. Especially Vegeta. He was ashamed of what he had said before. When he said those words, Vegeta seemed like a clown. So embarrassing. The foreign Supreme Kai Jiang Wei is so strong. I thought Lord Beerus was no match for him, but I never thought that Lord Beerus couldn't even take one of Jiang Wei's moves. Weiss looked calm on the surface, but was very surprised in his heart. He waved the scepter in his hand and shot out a ray of light, which shone on Beerus, who was lying on the ground. The next moment, Beerus is resurrected with full health. Jiang Wei, in your world, are you really just a Supreme Kai? Beerus asked. If only Supreme Kai could easily create the strongest god of destruction. So why does the god of destruction still have a hammer? Simply leave all the work to Supreme Kai. Beerus, you can think of it this way, I am the strongest Supreme Kai in my world. Jiang Wei smiled. Beerus looked a little lonely when he heard this. But he soon regained his former self-confidence. Jiang Wei has always been an outsider, staying in his own world for a short time. Wait for Jiang Wei to leave. The advantage is mine. After being killed by Jiang Wei, Beerus completely lost all desire to come to Earth to find trouble. Likewise, he puts all his thoughts on the food of the earth. It was a pleasure to eat. Jiang Wei is also happy to provide guidance to the protagonist group who came to him for advice. After 24 hours, Jiang Wei turned into a golden light and returned to the main world. A certain Dragon Ball world. A battle is taking place. Damn it! No one can stop me from resurrecting Majin Buu. Dapra, go kill that kid. In the spaceship, the little insect-like Babadai said angrily. Look at me, Lord Babadai. Dapura, the king of the demon world, walked out with a confident look on his face. This aura is so strong. After Trunks defeated Babadai's gangsters and was about to move forward, he was blocked by Dapra. Feeling the aura emanating from Dapra's body, Trunks' expression changed, but he was not panicked in his heart. Just because Trunks holds a trump card in his hand. Behind Trunks, there is a powerful force as his backing. Boy, are you the guy who wants to stop Babadai-sama? Unfortunately, you met me, Babadai-sama's strongest subordinate, Dapura, the king of the demon world. Ha ha ha. Dapura stood in front of Trunks with an arrogant look on his face. Don't be so proud. Trunks suddenly punched Dapura in the face. But Dapura raised his hand and blocked the fist. After blocking Trunks' attack, Dapura flew up with a kick. Trunks suddenly felt a powerful blow to his abdomen, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a discharged cannonball, and he was sent flying out, crashing into the spacecraft. This guy's strength is still higher than that of complete Shailu. Trunks steadied himself in the air, very surprised. He had participated in the Cell game before and knew how powerful the complete Cell was. That was the opponent Gohan from the past time and space had to transform into Super Saiyan 2 to defeat. These years. After the Cell game ended, Trunks returned to the future world and found future androids 17 and 18. He easily defeated them in the battle and saved the world. From now on, Trunks neglected to practice martial arts and put all his energy into rebuilding the world. Although Trunks also knew that this was very problematic. If his strength cannot be improved, if he encounters an enemy stronger than the artificial man again, Trunks would have to die with the whole world. But Trunks really has no one to use. It turns out that android number 16 is a useful talent. In the past time and space, Trunks noticed the performance of android 16. After returning to the future world, Trunks went to Dr. Gero's secret research institute in the mountains. To activate the artificial human number 16, who should still be sleeping in the future world, as his helper. But here's the surprise. Trunks failed to find the unactivated Android 16 in Drive Gero's secret research institute. Android 16 is missing. Trunks couldn't figure out why, because Cell was still there. He also wanted to launch a sneak attack and kill Trunks so that he could seize his time machine. He was killed by Trunks, who was well prepared. So there is something fishy about the disappearance of Android 16. However, Trunks was very busy trying to rebuild the world, and he had no time to think about the disappearance of Android 16. Until that happened. Only then did Trunks understand why Android 16 disappeared. At the same time, Trunks also gained a strong backing. Dapura, you are very strong, I can only defeat you with all my strength. Trunks stabilized his body that was flying backwards in the air, flew back to the spaceship, and said to Dapura, who was chasing him. I am the king of the demon world, there is no way I can be defeated by a kid like you, ha ha ha. Trunks' words sounded like a joke to Dapura to make him laugh. Trunks clenched his fists, shouted, and began to transform into a Super Saiyan. Along with the golden arrogance that soared to the sky, Trunks' hair also turned golden, and his green eyes looked at Dapura indifferently. Why did this kid suddenly become stronger? Dapura was extremely surprised when she felt the change in Trunks. Whoosh! Trunks' body swayed, he got face to face with Dapura, and he flew up and kicked Dapura. This kick was so fast that even Dapura's strength could not react. Wow! Dapura's face was deformed by Trunks' kick, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Trunks flew up again and struck with both fists as fast as lightning, covering Dapura's body. Ada ada ada. Until the last punch, which hit Dapura hard in the abdomen. Like a kite with its string broken, Dapura fell from the air and hit the ground, creating thousands of meters of cracks. Trunks raised his right hand and pointed his palm at Dapura on the ground, powerful energy gathering. Spare me. I'm just following orders. I'm just a subordinate of Mr. Babadai. Is it okay if I'm wrong? Dapura, who was so injured, could only kneel on the ground, raise his hands to surrender to Trunks and beg for mercy. On the surface, Dapper is as pathetic as he wants. But vicious thoughts were running through his mind. As long as Trunks relents and lets him go, Dapper was going to take advantage of Trunks' opportunity to relax, spit at him, and give that virgin boy. Well? In Dapura's eyes, there was a Qigong wave that grew rapidly and was extremely dazzling. Boom! After the violent explosion, several layers of skin were scraped off the ground. Dapper was even wiped out. Trunks is not a little Gaku, so he is not that easy to fool. After destroying Dapper, Trunks returned to normal and smiled. If it weren't for acquiring the power system of another world and unlocking the gene lock, it is absolutely impossible for Trunks to destroy Dapura by transforming into a Super Saiyan when he has already relaxed his martial arts skills. Chapter 136 My cousin is online. Your Majesty Zhang Feng, thank you very much, otherwise I wouldn't be able to destroy that guy. Through the time and space trading system, Trunks was full of gratitude and said to his trading partner in another world. Trunks's trading partner is the master of a powerful empire that spans time and space. Emperor of the Great Xia Empire. Zhang Feng. And the reason why it can become the Supreme One is His Majesty Zhang Feng's trading partner. Trunks, thanks to Android 16. The reason why Trunks could not find the unactivated Android 16 was because Android 16 had already taken the lead. It was acquired by His Majesty Zhang Feng and restored. In the process of His Majesty Zhang Feng's campaigns in the north and south to establish the Great Xia Empire, Android 16 also made considerable contributions as a personal guard. The above is actually all nonsense. The reason why the overtime trading system chose Trunks was to become one of Zhang Feng's trading targets. This is because the time travel trading system selects trading objects randomly from all over the world. But one time Zhang Feng accidentally discovered that he had come into contact with the aborigines of a certain world. So, when selecting trading partners in the overtime trading system, the possibility of choosing a person from the aboriginal world to become the trading partner is greatly increased. In this way, Trunks became one of Zhang Feng's many trading partners. And at this time, from the spaceship not far away, a lunatic laugh came. Ha ha ha! Majin Buu is finally resurrected. Supreme Kai, just wait, Babadai, will kill you. No one can stop me from dominating the entire universe. What a terrifying power! Feeling Majin Buu's aura after releasing the seal, Trunks' expression suddenly changed. Majin Buu is so strong. It is so powerful that even with Gohan's ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2 in the past timeline, he is still weak in front of Majin Buu at this time. And Trunks can't even transform into Super Saiyan 2. Under Trunks' solemn gaze, a pink cloud appeared in the sky. He quickly condensed into a human form and turned into a pink fat man who looked funny. Fell down. There's no way I can beat that monster. He looked at Fat Buu who had fallen to the ground and was looking around curiously. Trunks was sweating. In another world, the Daxia Empire is located in the palace of Chang'an. Zhang Feng, who shared the field of view with Trunks, showed a trace of sympathy for Da Te on his face. The greatest hero in this world can't even transform into Super Saiyan 2. As for Fat Buu, even Super Saiyan 3 can't destroy him. Facing an enemy of this level, would Trunks hit him with his head? Your Majesty Zhang Feng, can you deal with that fat man? Trunks didn't dare to move for fear of attracting Fat Buu's attention, so he asked in a low voice. Actually, if it was just Fat Buu, you could outwit him. Although there are great variables in doing so, it is still a solution to Majin Buu's crisis. But if you are willing to make a deal with me, then I can solve your problem of Majin Buu once and for all. Zhang Feng analyzed the pros and cons for Trunks and said. After Trunks became Zhang Feng's trading partner, he made many transactions with him. All kinds of supplies needed to rebuild the world. And before, with the power of Super Saiyan, Dapra's gene lock could be defeated. They are all Trunks, using some technologies unique to the Earth of Dragon Ball world. Universal Capsule Technology. Or maybe the design drawing of android number 17 that had been gathering dust for decades was found in Dr. Gero's secret research institute. Exchanged from Zhang Feng. Your Majesty Zhang Feng, what do you want? Trunks asked. I will deal with Majin Buu and Babadai for you. All you need to do is give me some of Dr. Gero's remains. Zhang Feng told his plan. There is no way. Even though the Daxia Empire has developed from scratch for more than 100 years, it already has aerospace-level technology and can open up the universe and establish colonies throughout the universe. It is also the leader of the Chinese Empire Alliance. Countless dynasties and other forces have joined this huge multi-universe force headed by the Great Xia Empire. But even so, in the Dragon Ball world, Earth's technology is as profound as a book from heaven to countless scientists in the Great Xia Empire and the Chinese Empire Alliance. The technology of Universal Capsule is pretty good. Although the principle of the Universal Capsule is also unclear, because Trunks has provided the Universal Capsule Company's production line and manufacturing process, it is not difficult to copy it. The difficult part is the blueprint of Android 17. Just an eternal energy furnace has stumped countless scientists from the Great Xia Empire and the Chinese Empire Alliance. As for how to transform human beings, they can exert the power of the eternal energy furnace. Even more confused. The technology on Earth in Dragon Ball world is not so much science fiction. Or rather, it's a fantasy similar to Doraemon's world of technology. It is a black technology that is completely incomprehensible with scientific thinking. So, Zhang Feng then had the idea to recruit local scientists from the Dragon Ball world to work for him. It's a pity that the world where Trunks lives has been destroyed for a long time by future androids 17 and 18. A large number of people were lost. Scientists are also losing their talent. When Trunks rebuilt the world, he didn't even have enough, so how could there be any extra scientists to provide to Zhang Feng? But if Dr. Gero can work for him, he will definitely be more useful than hundreds of Earth scientists in the Dragon Ball world. Although Dr. Gero in Trunks' world has been dead for decades. But as long as Zhang Feng gets the remains of Dr. Gero, he can rely on the power of the retrograde fruit. Dr. Gero can be resurrected. Dr. Gero still can't satisfy Zhang Feng, and Trunks' mother Bulma is also in Zhang Feng's plan. Things can take their time. The Dragon Ball world where Trunks is located is of huge value and is already Zhang Feng's key trading target. The remains of Dr. Gero. Trunks thought for a moment. It seems that there is indeed a headless body buried under the rubble in the Secret Research Institute. It should be the remains of Dr. Gero. Okay, I agree to go with you. Deal, Your Majesty Zhang Feng. Trunks, open the spatial door of your world to me. Zhang Feng said. Unless you get Trunks' trading authority. Otherwise. If Zhang Feng wants to go to Trunks' world, he must obtain Trunks' permission. Chapter 137 Brothers Reunion, Finale. Open the space door. Trunks said immediately when he saw Fat Buu turning his attention to him. Immediately. The changes in the field attracted the attention of Trunks, Fat Buu, and Babadai. A colorful line of brilliance quickly outlined a door in front of everyone. A young man wearing a black dragon robe with a handsome and resolute face walked out of the door. It's just a space teleportation ability that I've never seen before, nothing special. Are you the reinforcement that the boy invited? Babadai had already swelled up and said to Fat Buu, Buu, kill the man in black robe who suddenly appeared first. Fat Buu was also interested in the way Zhang Feng appeared. He narrowed his eyes and raised his gloved fist. The figure flickered. Called towards Zhang Feng. Trunks couldn't see Fat Buu's movements clearly at all. If Fat Buu's initial target was him, Trunks would have been killed. But for Zhang Feng, where are the people? Fat Buu blinked his eyes in confusion. Buu, you brainless idiot, come and save me. At this time, Babadai was already held in Zhang Feng's hand like a mouse. Your Majesty Zhang Feng, can you also teleport? Trunks said in shock. Trunks, I can't move instantly. But with the power of a saint, a golden saint who has reached the seventh sense can move at the speed of light. I don't deny that the world you live in is extremely powerful and can destroy planets at every turn. But your fighting speed is too slow compared to the golden saints. Zhang Feng said quite proudly. Today's Zhang Feng has made a major breakthrough because of Alexia's research on the clone Zheng Zha's body. It has also broken through to the advanced level of the fourth level of Gene Lock. With the increase of Gene Lock, Zhang Feng's little universe power has broken through to the peak state of the Lord God. That is a terrifying power that surpasses Hades, king of Pluto, and Poseidon, king of the sea. Zhang Feng estimates that his current strength is only stronger than that of God King Zeus in the plot. If the Gene Lock goes further, break through to the fifth level. Zhang Feng believes that he can break through the realm of the Lord God and reach the realm of the super god Kronos. That is, a multiverse-level god. Only by reaching the realm of the super god Kronos can Zhang Feng return to the hometown he misses. Make a small fist. Babadai, who was still shouting, exploded into a ball of plasma. Okay, you kill Babadai. I actually don't like Babadai either. If Babadai is dead, no one can seal me. Fat Bu dances happily. Accumulated corpse chi underworld wave. Zhang Feng stretched out his finger, pointed it at the singing and dancing Fat Bu, and fired a dark purple, swirling ripple. Fat Bu couldn't react at all because it was a light-speed attack. Dragon Ball World, as powerful as Beerus, God of Destruction, or Angel, Grand Priest. It is also impossible to attack at the speed of light. Fat Bu was hit by the accumulated corpse energy and underworld wave, which immediately escaped from his fat body. Two souls, one big and one small, flew out. The small soul represents goodness. A large soul represents evil. Don't talk nonsense about Bu having no soul, otherwise where would you come from? Zhang Feng smiled slightly, took out a bottle obtained from a deal with the Soul Palace, and took two souls, one large and one small, into it. Your Majesty Zhang Feng, what's wrong with him? He's motionless. Trunks looked at Fat Bu who only had his body left, and felt that this ability from another world was too weird, so he asked curiously. Trunks, I'm giving you an advantage. Majin Buu's body is very powerful. If you want, I can put your soul into Majin Buu's body. In this way, you can gain the power of Majin Buu. Zhang Feng put the bottle into the ring on his finger and smiled at Trunks. The world of Dragon Ball is strong in the physical body. That's why Captain Jinyu snatches the body of a strong man. Black Goku's Amaso also covets Son Goku's body. But the world of Saint Seiya is the other way around. The strong one is Little Universe. Although the body is also important, it is far less important than in the Dragon Ball world. In the plot, Poseidon, the king of the sea, occupies Julian, and Hades, the king of Hades, occupies Aaron. They are all just mortal bodies, still able to exert terrifying power. Trunks looked at Fat Buu's body and was shaken for a moment. However, Fat Buu's appearance is very inconsistent with Trunks's aesthetics. So Trunks refused. Zhang Feng just said casually, how could he really give a body as powerful as Fat Buu's to Trunks for nothing? He just needs to take Fat Buu's body back and let the soul of a Tian's army enter. This will add a terrifying combat power to the Great Xia Empire. Although the current Daxia Empire is not the most advanced in technology in the universe where it is located. But he is as strong as a cloud. There are a large number of Tian's troops who have understood the seventh sense and unlocked the fourth level Gene Lock. Killing a group of highly technologically advanced alien civilizations, howling like ghosts and wolves, running away with their heads in their hands. Conquered half of the known universe. But it's not like there are many people who dislike the strong, right? After sending Fat Buu's body back to the Daxia Empire, Zhang Feng was going to follow Trunks to get the remains of Dr. Gero, and then try to see if he could dig Bulma back to the Daxia Empire. Suddenly a small space-time vortex appeared. A man and a woman walked out of it, looking very embarrassed. Trunks was shocked. What happened again? Tova, Myra, you can't run away. If you are wise, hand over the Dragon Ball immediately. A voice came from the small vortex of time and space. Mecha Capra, don't even think about snatching the Dragon Ball from me. Just wait, Lord Jiang Wei. Then go to hell. Behind a man and a woman, another old universe man with pointed ears walked out. He raised his hand and fired a Qigong bomb towards Tova and Myra. Myra hugged Tova and lay down. Qigong bombs flew over their heads. Not dead, flying towards Zhang Feng. Another dimension. Zhang Feng didn't see any movement, and the space in front of him began to distort. Trunks on the side was stunned. From the twisted space, I saw countless planets, brilliant galaxies, and the dark universe. What kind of trick is this? Trunks couldn't understand. The Qigong bullet fired by Mecha Capra was swallowed up by the extra-dimensional space. In the blink of an eye, a space crack appeared behind Mecha Capra, and he spat out the Qigong bomb. Boom! Ah! Mecha Capra was caught off guard and was blown dozens of meters away by the Qigong bomb he fired. BD, who are you? Why do you stand up for Tova and Myra? Mecha Capra stabilized his figure and flew over to question Zhang Feng angrily. His hands were not idle either, and several big waves came in succession towards Zhang Feng. What the hell do you think I'm easy to bully? Zhang Feng moved at the speed of light and easily avoided the big wave shot by Mecha Capra. Out of caution, Zhang Feng still didn't dare to take the attack from the strong man in the Dragon Ball world. The attacks of the strong men in the Dragon Ball world are slow and slow. But the power is really awesome. With just tens of thousands of combat power, it can smash the planet like searching for objects. Accumulated corpse chi underworld wave. Zhang Feng repeated his old trick and laughed. I don't know who you are, but you are very strong. I accept your body without mercy. Mecha Capra couldn't dodge the light speed attack at all, and his soul and body were immediately separated from the body after being hit by the accumulated corpse energy and underworld wave. The soul was sealed in a bottle in the Soul Palace by Zhang Feng, and could be traded with the Soul Palace. You have caused trouble for me, and you must give me an explanation. Zhang Feng walked up to Tova and Myra, who were stunned because of the magic supreme Kai Mecha Capra. He is not in the habit of taking the blame for nothing. Dear strong man, I'm sorry that we have implicated you. Can we give you the 7 Dragon Balls we collected to make amends? Taoa said pitifully. 7 Dragon Balls? That's okay. Zhang Feng thought it was the Earth Dragon Ball and didn't take it seriously. He also has a 1-star Dragon Ball recovered from the Wanja Recycling Center, which has been eating dust for more than 100 years after being thrown into the Wanja Recycling Center. But when I took over the Dragon Ball from Taoa, Zhang Feng's mind changed, and he began to look forward to the attractive Dragon Ball that he didn't like at first. In his mind, he could actually sense the existence of other Dragon Balls. This Dragon Ball has never appeared in the original work. Come out, Shenlong. Another world. Jiang Wei is educating his children. Ding, report to the master. There is a Dragon Ball world that has collected the projections of 7 Dragon Balls and summoned you. I hope this summons will be interesting. After telling the children to study hard, Jiang Wei turned into a golden light and disappeared from the Super Earth. There was lightning and thunder in the sky. The oppressive feeling like the end of the world descends on the earth. Jiang Wei had just appeared, looking at the surrounding environment as usual. Trunks. There is no fluctuation in the eyes, the face is so familiar. Tova and Myra. His eyes changed slightly. I met these 2 people again, so I took them back together. Finally, his eyes fell on a young man wearing a black ancient oriental-style dragon robe. The green dragon, which was hundreds of meters tall, was stunned. There is a drastic change in the vision. Shenlong, let me think about it. What wish do you want to make? Zhang Feng was in distress. This Shenlong will not grant your wish, Fengzi. Jiang Wei took a deep breath and laughed with uncontrollable joy. What? You won't grant my wish? What kind of operation is this, Fengzi? Zhang Feng suddenly reacted, and after a moment he showed a look of ecstasy. Jiang Wei, are you calling Lefu again today? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wei turned back into his human form and walked towards Zhang Feng. The missing cousin was finally found. The two hadn't seen each other for many years and had a lot to say. After careful consideration, Zhang Feng invited his cousin Jiang Wei to the Daxia Empire and held a banquet in the palace. No way. The two brothers were able to meet each other only because of Trunks in this world. Jiang Wei was not from Trunks' world, so Zhang Feng could only entertain him. Pass the order, I want to entertain distinguished guests, everyone must be present. When Zhang Feng returned to the palace, he notified the civil servants and generals under his command, as well as the concubines in the harem such as Diao Chan, Xian Nu, and Cai Wenji. As for the queen and Feng girl, there is no need. If Miss Feng were present, Zhang Feng was afraid that Jiang Wei would laugh at him. Xiang Yu, Dian Wei, Guo Jie, and other civil and military officials were very curious about the distinguished guests His Majesty was entertaining. Even His Majesty entertains other emperors from the Chinese Empire Alliance. Li Er, Zhao Er, Zhang Ji, and the others. It is also a rare occasion when all the civil and military officials and all members of the harem are present to welcome distinguished guests. Tongzi, bring Sun Gokul and Bulma over here. After absorbing the rules of the evil dragon, Jiang Wei could bring as many people as he wanted. Sun Gokul and Bulma all appeared in an elegant palace in an instant. Xiang Yu and Diao Chan looked at each other curiously. Jiang Wei, you have recruited all the protagonists. Damn it, besides Fat Bu, there are two Zeno. You are awesome. Zhang Feng looked at the lineup brought by Jiang Wei and gave a thumbs up. Then he saw the girls of Bulma who were already chatting with Diao Chan and the others, and the smiles on their faces became serious. Bulma, Lankai, and number 18 are all taken by you? That's okay. Jiang Wei immediately corrected him, Fengzi, I am not the one who collected so many harems. I only love Bulma. I didn't know you were Chen Gui yet. Zhang Feng curled his lips. While the two were chatting, the people brought by Jiang Wei were also chatting with Zhang Feng's civil and military officials. Sun Gokul is very proud, I am where I am today thanks to my elder brother's cultivation. I am lucky to be his little brother. Dian Wei was also very proud, I am where I am today because the marshal took me in back then. It's worth living this life for me and others to be brothers with the marshal. The women present heard their conversation. Cai Wenji, this cousin of your majesty likes to have younger brothers? He is indeed two brothers with the same blood flowing through them. Bulma, my husband's cousin, the emperor, regards all his men as brothers? He is indeed two brothers with the same blood flowing through them. The blonde Lan Qi and number 18, after chatting with Xian Nu and Mad Diji. There was an expression of ecstasy on their faces. Xianu and the others are actually the wives of Jiang Wei, the emperor's cousin. His cousin can marry more than one wife. Jiang Wei and his cousin both share the same blood. Does this mean? He. I said Fengzi, is the big black cat at your place? Yes. This cat has recently become obsessed with writing novels. He is probably squatting in some gallery and writing hard. I haven't seen the big black cat for a long time. Call it and let me take a look. Whoosh! The big black cat fell from the air with a confused look on its face. Before it landed on the ground, it was picked up by a hand. Big black cat, I'm so happy to see you again. The voice sounded strangely familiar. The big black cat looked over at the sound and saw another familiar face. Jiang Wei. Meow that cat. Having Zhang Feng is enough. Why did Jiang Wei show up too? The big black cat didn't have time to think too much. Jiang Wei's face was already leaning towards it, and he seemed to be sucking it hard, taking a long-awaited sip. Meow! Don't come over here! The cat looked disgusted. He took a deep breath and looked relieved. Jiang Wei stroked the big black cat hard again, making the cat howl like a ghost. What kind of virtue do these two brothers have? Jiang Wei had just put him on the ground. The big black cat ran away like a wind-up toy car. Run back to where it is writing the novel. The big black cat has finished writing a novel. This is the second novel written by Big Black Cat, and it is almost finished. After the big black cat came back, his little paws held the pen and wrote the last 3 words on the manuscript paper. Full text ends. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.